The gold-digging girlfriend, dissatisfied with Meng Yu's insufficient salary for her extravagant lifestyle, proposed a breakup and sought solace in the arms of a wealthy heir driving a Porsche. Overnight, the prices of goods in the world depreciated by a staggering billionfold. Yet, Meng Yu's finances remained unaffected. Could one truly purchase a Lamborghini for merely a dime? A mere 20 cents could secure a standalone villa complete with a garden? What? A battleship costs but 53 cents? Chapter 1. A billionfold depreciation of prices. Meng Yu, let's part ways. Just now, Chen Xinxiang confessed his feelings for me at the Marriott, and I accepted. I'm truly sorry. You are a good person, but we are simply incompatible. You cannot provide the life I desire. Chen Xinxiang, on the other hand, earns $1 million annually right out of college, and his Porsche far surpasses your little electric scooter. He can usher me into high society, so I must apologize. Meng Yu was pushing a shopping cart, queuing at the supermarket checkout, when he unexpectedly received a breakup message from his girlfriend. Stunned by the blow of the good guy card, Meng Yu shook his head with a wry smile, a flicker of indifference flashing in his eyes. In his heart, he questioned whether he had not been sufficiently good to his ex-girlfriend. Holiday gifts, care during illness, paying for shopping trips, treating to meals, and more. He spent nearly 80% of his salary each month. Meng Yu never anticipated being abruptly dumped by his girlfriend without warning. Although his ex-girlfriend possessed considerable beauty, he himself was quite handsome. During their university days, he had been pursued by numerous girls, including several affluent ones. He had chosen his ex-girlfriend because they had been desk mates throughout their 3 years of high school. However, he had not foreseen that 7 years of affection would falter against the allure of high society after graduation. As for Chen Xinxiang, he was notorious as a playboy at the institution where Meng Yu once studied, not only indulging in a hedonistic lifestyle, but also frequently changing his beautiful girlfriends, having previously faced legal troubles for alleged misconduct. Previously, Meng Yu merely lamented the capriciousness that wealth afforded, but he never expected Chen Xinxiang to steal his girlfriend away. Damn it, can wealth really grant one the right to do as they please? It is truly infuriating. I curse his ancestors to the 18th generation. Ding. Detected host's anger level rising. The system has been unlocked. The beginner's gift package has been dispatched to the system backpack. Would the host like to open it? Open it. Meng Yu's heart soared with joy. He never imagined he would actually obtain a system akin to those found in novels today. It was exhilarating. Yet, he wondered what treasures the beginner's gift package might contain. Initiating the opening of the beginner's gift package. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a random world price magic box. Would you like to open it? A random world price magic box? What on earth is that? Why is there no system explanation? Meng Yu felt a sense of bewilderment within. He had only heard of Pandora's box. However, his years of reading novels had taught him that a beginner's gift pack must be opened. Otherwise, one would inevitably suffer great losses. Open it. The world price magic box is in the process of opening. Ding. The random transformation of world prices has been completed. All prices have been devalued by 1 billion times, and the host savings are successfully immune to devaluation. The world prices have devalued by 1 billion times just like that? Meng Yu glanced around, feeling somewhat dazed. He did not observe any changes at all. Hey, it's your turn. Did you forget your money? If so, please step aside and do not delay the other customers from checking out. The beautiful cashier reminded him in a rather indifferent manner. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, almost excessively so, akin to a fairy descending to the mortal realm, several times more stunning than Meng Yu's ex-girlfriend. Yet, one could not fathom why she would willingly work as a mere cashier in a supermarket, even though it was the largest shopping plaza in the heart of Nanhang City. Meng Yu suddenly snapped back to reality, awkwardly smiling at the cashier, realizing it was his turn to check out. I apologize, I was lost in thought. I do have money. As he spoke, he began to place the items from his shopping cart onto the counter, one by one, just as he usually did. The scanner beeped rhythmically as each price barcode was scanned. 86 Na Yuan. The beautiful cashier tore off the receipt and looked at Meng Yu, internally scoffing. What a joke, isn't he just like those sycophants, wanting to steal more glances at this lady while waiting in line? How could he still be distracted? These sycophants truly lack composure. However, Meng Yu's next action caused both her and the bystanders in line to experience a sudden jolt of shock, their expressions shifting dramatically. Meng Yu, with an expression of calm, produced a 100 yuan red note and handed it to the cashier. The red 100 yuan note was largely unchanged from the past, except it felt thicker, softer, and more resilient, adorned with an additional layer of dark golden sheen that imparted an air of nobility and elegance. The anti-counterfeiting metallic strip in the middle of the note remained, albeit now transformed into pure gold. This, esteemed sir, you seem to have mistaken the currency. It is only 86 yuan, the beautiful cashier stammered. She gazed at the enormous bill mere inches away, her cheeks flushing slightly. This gentleman must surely know her true identity. Furthermore, he was likely courting her, showcasing his wealth, wasn't he? Otherwise, how could he possibly use a 100 yuan note to make a purchase? 100 yuan equates to 100 billion yuan, a super note typically used for transactions between major banks, nations, and corporations. Even selling her family's shopping plaza, located in the city center, would probably not yield 1% of the value of such a super note. The crowd began to murmur, "Wow, is this the legendary 100 yuan golden banknote?" No doubt about it. Who in Xia country would dare to counterfeit a 100 yuan red note? Only the most heinous criminals like Zhang San would not even attempt it. I've never seen anything like it. This person is certainly not here to shop at the supermarket. No. Poverty has limited your imagination. 100 yuan is equivalent to 100 billion yuan, enough to acquire the entire Wufu Jing shopping plaza. AWSL, this is absolutely terrifying. Bow down to the wealthy. I wish to bear his children. Money is irrelevant. What matters is that I like handsome guys who shop at the supermarket. Handsome. Could we exchange contact information? Soon, the beautiful cashier noticed certain customers in line casting odd glances. As she pressed the alarm button, she pulled out her walkie-talkie, calling security. All security personnel in the supermarket, please report to my cashier station to escort a gentleman out. Meng Yu was filled with confusion. Why was this considered security? However, regardless of the explanation, the beautiful cashier insisted on having security escort him away. A burgundy Rolls-Royce Phantom cruised towards Meng Yu's residence, flanked by 4 escort vehicles. Esteemed sir, how could you casually flaunt a 100 yuan super note in public? You are a super rich individual who does not comprehend the treacherous nature of the lower classes, nor do you realize the resentment the poor harbor towards the wealthy and how terrifying they can become when provoked. The beautiful cashier gently cautioned, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. In her view, Meng Yu's act of presenting a 100 yuan super note in front of everyone was undoubtedly a bold declaration of affection. Compared to this, what luxury cruise or sea of roses could possibly compare? Should she accept his gesture, or should she maintain a semblance of modesty before accepting? Is a 100 yuan really so rare? Isn't it quite common? Meng Yu queried, utterly perplexed. To be honest, from the moment he prepared to pay until he was escorted to the luxury car, his mind was in a whirl. The beautiful cashier's eyes widened, her breathing quickening. For someone as esteemed as you, 100 yuan might indeed be commonplace. After all, you would need tens of thousands when acquiring the Pingwa company from the Lighthouse Nation. However, we ordinary people never encounter it. After all, 1 yuan is equivalent to 1,000 milligrams, 1 million microunits, and 1 billion nanounits. For the average person, it is not merely a matter of 100 yuan in cash. Even a single yuan is worth risking their life for, venturing into perilous situations. Although the security in our summer nation is exceedingly robust, and the 100 yuan banknotes are equipped with microlocation systems, it would be prudent for you to accompany yourself with some bodyguards, considering you are carrying such a substantial sum. What? A substantial sum? What is going on? Meng Yu was taken aback. It was then that he recalled the system's words. The prices throughout the world had depreciated by a staggering 1 billion times. Chapter 2. The low-key and enigmatic world's richest man? Acquiring Pingwa company for a few thousand yuan? Are you certain you're not purchasing a Pingwa phone? Meng Yu gazed at the beautiful waitress with a look that suggested he was questioning her sanity, making her feel rather uncomfortable. In the past, Pingwa company boasted a market value of 20 trillion yuan, equivalent to 130 trillion yuan. Meng Yu silently calculated. 10,000 yuan equates to 10 million yuan. 10 million yuan to 1 billion wei yuan. 1 billion wei yuan to 100 trillion yuan. Although 10,000 yuan pales in comparison to the company's market value. Such valuations are often inflated and cannot be directly equated to cash. In reality, the purchasing power of 10,000 yuan is more than sufficient for an acquisition. It was utterly absurd. As a fresh university graduate, with dreams of owning a house or a car far beyond his reach, he suddenly found himself possessing the wealth to acquire Pingwa Company. Alarmed, he hastily retrieved his phone and opened the banking app. Staring intently at the balance displayed, 13,200 yuan. He confirmed the unit was indeed yuan, nearly fainting from sheer joy, since Meng Yu had not intentionally concealed his screen. The beautiful waitress caught a glimpse of his balance, her heart racing with a mixture of shock and excitement. A 10,000 yuan account? Surely. This must be the wealth of the richest man in Xia country. How could someone so young amass such fortune? However, it was evident that a man of such caliber would never pursue her. Accomplished, handsome, and exuding a low-key romantic charm, she felt compelled to take the initiative. Sometimes, being proactive leads to captivating stories. Lingering in reticence, however, might allow another girl to sweep him away, leaving her regretting for a lifetime. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Meng Yu, the daughter of the Meng Group's chairman. I was just experiencing the life of a cashier, she said with an air of familiarity. Although Meng Yu was dressed in simple attire, she paid no mind, for she too was wearing the uniform of a supermarket cashier. There was nothing peculiar about it. During life experiences, one could don anything from casual wear to even the garb of a beggar, for wealth could be found in all forms. Still somewhat dazed, Meng Yu replied casually, I'm Meng Yu, a recent university graduate, just an ordinary worker. Meng Yu, upon hearing his words, covered her mouth with her delicate hand, her laughter resembling the crescent moon. Mr. Meng, you truly immerse yourself in character. Such seriousness. It's no wonder you've already amassed 10,000 yuan at such a young age. If you were to disclose your family background, I suspect the title of Xia country's richest would hardly concern you. Her words bore truth. The current richest man in Xia country, Nanhang Ma, possessed a fortune of merely around 4,000 yuan, while his rival, Shenzhen Ma, was not far behind. Recently, the title of Xia country's richest had been a rotating affair between the two, yet their combined wealth did not surpass Meng Yu's. Even the world's wealthiest, Jeff Bezos of Amazon, had only 750 yuan to his name, dwarfed by Meng Yu's bank balance. Meng Yu recognized the possibility that some ancient families, like the Rothschilds, might possess wealth surpassing that of the publicly acknowledged richest. Therefore, she speculated that Meng Yu might be the sole heir of an ancient family in Xia country, which could easily explain his considerable bank savings. After all, the understated nature of Xia country's populace is widely praised across the globe. Overflowing with happiness, Meng Yu leaned back in the sumptuous rear seat of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Gazing into Meng Yu's enchanting eyes, he casually inquired, how much did you purchase this luxurious Rolls-Royce for? This Rolls-Royce Phantom Jasmine was a graduation gift from my father. I believe it cost around 4 cents. Meng Yu replied, instinctively inching closer to Meng Yu. 4 cents? Meng Yu's lips twitched slightly. This implied that a small bun that once cost 5 mao could now be exchanged for 10 luxury sports cars. How absurd. If this were true. Hastily, Meng Yu opened a real estate app he had downloaded while searching for a rental property not long ago. He had casually browsed second-hand housing prices, only to be nearly suffocated by the exorbitant rates in the center of Nanhang City, at 21,000 yuan per square meter. Even if he abstained from eating and drinking for a decade, he could not afford a modest 70 square meter apartment. The reality of his ex-girlfriend leaving him had, in part, stemmed from such circumstances. However, Meng Yu had since come to terms with it. Let her regret her departure for the rest of her life. After all, finding a 3-legged frog is far more challenging than locating a 2-legged girl. Take, for instance, the stunning young lady before him, driving a Rolls-Royce, whose beauty and figure eclipsed his former girlfriend by a considerable margin. The air conditioning in this car seems to be malfunctioning, Meng Yu complained, biting her lip. She then removed her cashier's jacket, sending a waft of fragrance that made Meng Yu's heart flutter. Yet thoughts of his ex-girlfriend's harsh words chilled his demeanor. His sudden shift in expression, however, left Meng Yu feeling flustered. Oh no, he must think I'm frivolous. She panicked inwardly. Had she known, she would have maintained a more reserved demeanor. Mr. Meng, please don't misunderstand. I was just so excited to meet you that I became a bit heated. I usually maintain a conservative demeanor, Meng Yu fretted. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't bother explaining herself to even the most handsome male student at her university. But Meng Yu's wealth, surpassing that of the world's richest, was simply too staggering. Even the coldest of goddesses could not withstand such allure. It's none of your concern. I was simply dumped. By the way, have the driver change route to the Marriott Hotel. I need to regain some dignity. Meng Yu replied nonchalantly. He had discerned Murong Qianyu's inner turmoil, but chose not to expose it. After all, Meng Yu was single, and so was Murong Qianyu. It was entirely reasonable for her to pursue him, especially considering the incredible wealth he now possessed with the aid of the system. What? Murong Qianyu was left speechless. Which woman would dare to reject this Mr. Meng? Had she lost her mind? Chapter 3. A penny for friendship. Could a super-rich and handsome man like Meng Yu truly be rejected? That woman must have been blind. Murong Qianyu found it incomprehensible. However, observing Meng Yu's humble attire made her realize the crux of the matter. He must have concealed his wealth, prompting the woman to choose wealth over love and walk away. If that woman were to discover the truth, would she not regret it so profoundly that she might as well throw herself against a wall? After all, missing out on a young world billionaire would be utterly despairing for a gold digger. Murong Qianyu thought with a hint of schadenfreude. Yet she felt somewhat fortunate that the woman had vacated her position. Otherwise, she would not have had the chance to engage closely with Xia country's elite second-generation wealthy. Without Murong Qianyu needing to speak, the driver adeptly altered their course towards the Marriott Hotel, informing Meng Yu that they would arrive in 5 minutes. Suddenly, an idea struck Meng Yu, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. Miss Murong, could you do me a favor and act as my shield? I'll reward you with a penny afterward. This, Murong Qianyu initially intended to decline, but a penny was simply too generous, equivalent to 10 million yuan. Enough to purchase a high-end Porsche. Moreover, she would have the opportunity to interact with Meng Yu. Such a double benefit was something she could not refuse. 1 cent was indeed excessive. How about this? Let us become friends, and you can treat me to a meal next time? Murong Qianyu beamed with a smile. After much contemplation, she ultimately declined the offer of that 1 cent. She did not wish to establish a transactional relationship with Meng Yu, as it felt too cold and would hinder the development of their future rapport. Furthermore, although 1 cent was a considerable sum, her family was not lacking in such trivialities. What she truly desired was a youthful and handsome billionaire boyfriend. Meng Yu nodded slightly. Certainly, and while you're at it, could you prepare a mask for me as well? Since Murong Qianyu had taken the initiative to propose friendship, Meng Yu was more than willing. Setting aside her striking beauty and figure, her identity as the heiress of the Murong group would greatly assist Meng Yu in adapting to his new persona as a wealthy gentleman. Murong Qianyu's smile blossomed like a flower. I happen to have a mask here, one I usually wear to balls. It's black and somewhat androgynous. If you don't mind, I would be happy to give it to you. As she spoke, she retrieved a half-face black mask from her Hermes handbag. This mask only concealed the upper half of the face, leaving the chin and mouth exposed. Meng Yu examined it. Although the mask's contours were somewhat soft, it was evidently not designed for women. Thank you. However, could you please move a bit closer? It's a bit cramped. Meng Yu casually accepted the mask and placed it on his face. Being a man of stature, he had no qualms about such things, especially since the other party was an exquisite beauty. Oh, I apologize. Murong Qianyu's fair cheeks flushed. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently leaned against Meng Yu, as he perfectly matched her criteria for an ideal partner, which caused her to lose her composure. Embarrassed, she cleared her throat twice and retreated to the opposite side. This scene reminded her of the suitors who pursued her, who often maintained a gentlemanly demeanor by sitting in such a manner, never anticipating that this time the roles would be reversed. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Amid the sound of tires scraping against the asphalt, the Rolls-Royce Phantom Jasmine came to a halt before the Juanhao restaurant. Mr. Meng, please wait a moment before disembarking. I have specially arranged for 2 sets of menswear to be delivered, one from Dior and the other from Armani, both the latest styles. Do let me know if you find something you like. Murong Qianyu winked playfully. She opened the car window and reached out to accept 3 paper bags handed to her by her subordinate, presenting them to Meng Yu as though showcasing treasures. Since he was going to confront his ex-girlfriend, there was no reason to continue wearing ordinary attire. Meng Yu considered this and was slightly surprised by her meticulousness. Miss Murong clearly had a thoughtful disposition. After changing into a black Armani suit, Meng Yu donned the black mask and stepped out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom Jasmine. Linking arms with Murong Qianyu, who had also changed into a set of Hermes women's attire, and they strode directly into the Juanhao restaurant. With such an impressive display, Meng Yu was confident that even if his ex-girlfriend recognized him, she would undoubtedly fail to identify him. Upon arriving at the reception, Meng Yu disguised himself as a friend of Chen Xinxiang and easily inquired about Chen Xinxiang's table number, which was located at table 9 in the Golden Jade Hall on the 5th floor. At table 9 in the Golden Jade Hall, 3 men and 3 women were engaged in drinking and dining. Wang Li, now that you're with Brother Chen, you're bound to soar to great heights. Rest assured, Brother Chen has turned over a new leaf. He was just immature back in school, but he will surely be devoted to you moving forward. A charming woman cooed. She was Wang Li's close friend and the matchmaker between Wang Li and Chen Xinxiang. In between the clinking of glasses, Wang Li's expression grew complex as she became slightly inebriated, and in her hazy state, she recalled her ex-boyfriend with whom she had spent 7 years. Feeling a flicker of nostalgia. However, upon glancing at the diamond ring on her finger, that sense of nostalgia evaporated completely. Yes, Chen Xinxiang was not a good person. But he was wealthy. He had gifted her a diamond ring worth hundreds of thousands of yuan merely to establish their relationship. That was more than all the gifts Meng Yu had given her combined over their 7 years together. Moreover, she believed that as men aged, they would gradually mature. Perhaps she could persuade Chen Xinxiang to settle down? That would undoubtedly be far better than being with Meng Yu. Indeed, Meng Yu was handsome, deserving of the title school heartthrob, but looks alone could not provide sustenance, nor could they purchase handbags and luxury cosmetics. Ultimately, wealth was paramount. Suddenly, a server led a man and a woman toward them, who slowly seated themselves at table 8 in the Golden Jade Hall. Chapter 4. What a coincidence. Many girls say the same. Inside the Golden Jade Hall, after the two guests settled at table 8, they attracted considerable attention from the neighboring table. The male guest, clad in a black Armani suit, exuded an air of elegance and affluence. Although he wore a black mask, the contours of his chin, mouth, and eyes allowed the three women at table 9 to discern that he was undoubtedly a striking man. After all, the woman beside him was a noble lady dressed in the latest luxurious Hermes attire, though the three women could not afford Hermes. It did not prevent them from being enamored by such world-renowned fashion brands. Furthermore, this lady possessed an angelic visage and a devilish figure, which made the three women feel somewhat self-conscious. A man capable of being accompanied by such a woman must possess unparalleled looks and an unimaginable lineage. He was the epitome of a perfect Prince Charming. If only, the three women thought, they could be the ones sitting beside such a man. Even if it were merely for a fleeting night, it would surely be a delightful encounter. Excuse me, fair lady in the beige gown. May I have the honor of sharing lunch with you? Meng Yu smiled gently. His voice was intentionally husky, markedly different from his usual timbre, which was also one of the reasons for his disguise in seeking a confrontation. It must be noted that he considered himself an amateur voice actor. Wang Li hesitated for a moment, but after pondering, she politely declined. No, thank you, my boyfriend is here. However, sir, don't we seem to have met before? You look rather familiar. What a coincidence. Many girls say that. And what about the other two ladies? Would you care to share a meal with us? I prefer a lively atmosphere, Meng Yu remarked, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. People are often judged by their attire, just as the Buddha is adorned in gold. Clad in Armani, his aura was significantly elevated. Wang Li, I can't stand you, pretending to be high-minded while being materialistic. Familiar? I know you better than anyone. Your boyfriend of 7 years, you broke up with him for money, and now you're trying to act pure? I don't believe it. Handsome man. If she wants to go, I will. The third woman at table 9 scoffed, promptly sitting down at table 8. As for future friendships, it mattered little. A group of superficial friends could easily be replaced. However, mingling with the upper crust was a matter of luck, a truth she understood all too well. After exchanging a few words, Meng Yu learned her name was Wu Rui, hailing from a business family, straightforward and materialistic. The man at table 8 wore a grim expression. For Wu Rui was his companion, and Meng Yu's actions felt like a slap in the face. However, given the other party's formidable background, he dared not offend him and planned to excuse himself. At that moment, Chen Xinxiang leaned in and whispered something in his ear. He cast a surprised glance at Meng Yu, his eyes betraying unmasked disdain. Another server approached table 8 with a menu. As one of the largest restaurants in the center of Nanhang City, Juanhao Restaurant prided itself on its attentive service. Each table is assigned a dedicated server, complemented by professionals responsible for taking and delivering orders. Naturally, as the saying goes, one must pay the price for quality. Thus, the costs are quite substantial. A simple dish of organic vegetables can easily exceed 100 nan, while the minimum expenditure for a table in the Golden Jade Hall reaches an astonishing 10,000 nan. Meng Yu gestured for the server to allow Murong Qianyu to place the order. To his surprise, Murong Qianyu was rather forthright, stating that she was tired of the menu at the Marriott and requested to sample the signature dishes of their establishment, along with 2 cups of honey jade syrup. Certainly. However, we have recently acquired a new Sichuan chef, and he has introduced a new dish, the server replied with a broad smile. This dish, named the Supreme 9 Fresh Crab, features emperor crabs weighing over 66 pounds as the main ingredient, complemented by 9 types of exquisite mountain delicacies. Would you care to indulge? Although it is somewhat pricey, even after discounts, it is still 660,000 nan. The server beamed as he delivered the news. Murong Qianyu hesitated momentarily. While she was more than willing to spend 660,000 to savor this delicacy, as such an amount was trivial for both her and Meng Yu, she wondered if this expenditure might leave a negative impression on him. Go ahead, Money is no object, Meng Yu said with a calm smile. Although the system's magic box had rendered him indifferent to monetary value, he was aware that his wealth surpassed even that of the world's richest, which was more than sufficient. As long as he avoided bottomless pits of expenditure and focused on leisure and enjoyment, the fortune he possessed would last him lifetimes. Very well. Please wait a moment while I notify the chefs to prepare it, the server said, departing with the menu in hand. Witnessing the scene unfold before her, Wu Rui became increasingly convinced that her choice had been the right one. Had she stubbornly clung to pride and remained at table 9, she would undoubtedly miss the opportunity to savor the Supreme 9 fresh crab, a dish valued at 660,000 Nan. Oh, a 66-pound giant emperor crab. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. You too. Alas. What a pity, Zhao Inger, why must you feign innocence? Wu Rui provocatively glanced at Wang Li. Wang Li glared at Wu Rui through gritted teeth before turning to Chen Xinxiang, her eyes pleading. Chen Xinxiang frowned slightly. Though he too came from a wealthy family, he had only recently graduated, and his family hadn't provided him with much of an allowance, around 100,000 Nan per month. The Porsche and luxury apartment had been gifts from his parents upon graduation. Therefore, the Supreme 9 fresh crab was beyond his means. Miss Wu has spoken in jest. However, 3 of us at this table cannot possibly consume a 66-pound emperor crab. It would be a waste. Why not invite the 2 ladies to join us instead? Meng Yu continued to extend his invitation. The alluring Zhao Inger felt tempted. After all, a 66-pound crab was something she had never tasted before. And missing this opportunity would likely mean never experiencing it again. Even Wang Li displayed a hint of internal conflict. Chapter 5. Does the emperor crab pair better with Condi red wine? Murong Qianyu cast a curious glance at Meng Yu, uncertain of his intentions. Was he attempting to reconcile with his ex-girlfriend? Surely not. In terms of figure, beauty, family background, capability, and virtue, she surpassed Wang Li by leagues. Especially in front of her current boyfriend. Suddenly, Chen Xinxiang stood up with a dark expression. Brother, we're each enjoying ourselves quite well, but you've crossed the line. I've crossed the line. Huh. Meng Yu chuckled softly, secretly desiring to put this brat in his place. The grievances of a father's murder and a wife's abduction are not easily forgiven. While there is a considerable difference between a girlfriend and a wife, this was certainly not something to be brushed aside lightly. He was determined to make his mark today. Chen Xinxiang, observing the calm smile on Meng Yu's face, felt his own expression darken further. In that case, don't blame me for disregarding the rules. You are, in fact, a kept man by the young lady of the Murong family, aren't you? Murong Qianyu has a fiancé, the heir of the Wang group. How could she possibly be your girlfriend? Besides, while your Armani attire is genuine, it is evidently ill-fitting, suggesting it was rented for the occasion. At his words, Meng Yu smiled without replying, instead scrutinizing Murong Qianyu with a bemused expression. Murong Qianyu, who had been watching the scene unfold, felt her expression shift dramatically. What uncouth individual dares to speak such nonsense in front of my boyfriend? Have you developed wings? Should I assist in clipping them? Murong Qianyu was infuriated, considering herself a highborn lady of the Murong family. After all, she had finally encountered a man who was suitable and intriguing. How could someone dare to disrupt this? Truly, one should not mistake her silence for weakness. Chen Xinxiang's expression darkened further, yet he dared not respond. For the Murong family was far more influential than the Chen family, certainly not of the same caliber. If he were to provoke the true-born daughter of the Murong family, he would likely find himself in dire straits. It was evident that Murong Qianyu recognized Chen Xinxiang, while he did not recognize her. After reprimanding him, she turned to Meng Yu, hardening her resolve to explain. The matter of my fiancé was settled between my father and the elders of the Wang family when I was just a year old. Such trivial matters of aristocracy are laughable. Rest assured, I could never marry that fool from the Wang family. The heiress of the Murong group in Nanhang City? Zhao Inger and Wang Li exchanged astonished glances, each realizing that compared to someone of such noble stature, they were akin to ugly ducklings in the mud. As for Chen Xinxiang's accusations, the 2 women dismissed them. After all, the uncertainty displayed by the Murong heiress did not resemble that of a wealthy woman keeping a toy boy. Rather, she appeared to be a woman captivated by love. Zhao Inger rose from her seat. I apologize, Chen Ge. I truly crave that giant crab. I will come over later to apologize. Yet, her craving for the crab was a mere pretense. Her true desire was to befriend the Murong heiress and this noble gentleman. Left alone at the table, Wang Li sat across from the 3 men, preparing to rise and join them, but was deterred by a fierce glare from Chen Xinxiang. Witnessing this interaction, Meng Yu swirled the stem of his glass, savoring the blood-red champagne within, and chuckled at his own misfortune. It was not Wang Li who had been blinded. Rather, it was he who had been foolish. Excuse me, what is your finest wine? He inquired. Sir, it is the Romanicani 1990, priced at 600,000 Nan. Our owner personally sourced it from the Romani vineyard, ensuring that no counterfeit bottles are included. The server responded respectfully. Murong Qianyu nodded slightly. The Kangdi here was indeed authentic and of excellent quality. Then let us have 5 bottles. Meng Yu replied nonchalantly. Since it was genuine, he had no reason to hesitate. After all, his wealth surpassed that of the world's richest, and it was inconceivable for him to be parsimonious when it came to food and drink. Furthermore, 3 million Nan, converted to yuan, amounted to a mere 3,000 yuan. What could such a sum purchase in the world before the system's transformation? Wu Rui and Zhao Inger exchanged glances, their faces alight with joy. If they could indulge in a bottle of the 1990 Kangdi, they could boast about it for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Wang Li at the adjacent table wore a despondent expression. Initially, she too had a chance to savor the giant crab and the Kangdi red wine. However, she soon accepted reality. Ordinary red wine and seafood would suffice, as it was infinitely better than dining at a roadside stall with her ex-boyfriend. The 3 men at table 9 remained silent, their expressions dark as they contemplated the fact that both the Supreme 9 fresh crab and the 1990 Kangdi had undoubtedly exceeded their spending limits. These 3 affluent scions, accustomed to flaunting their wealth to belittle the working class, found themselves on the receiving end of financial disdain for the first time. And from a man as youthful as themselves. The humiliation they felt was palpable. Their torment was compounded by their inability to discern how they had offended this super-rich heir. Was it merely because they occupied table 9 that they had become targets? The more they pondered, the more plausible it seemed. For they had often taken pleasure in humiliating ordinary folk over similar issues of status. Esteemed guests, your supreme crab and 5 bottles of Romanicani await you, the waiter beamed, his face a mask of cheerfulness. 2 servers, working in unison, gingerly placed a large platter, shrouded beneath a cover, onto the table. Both the exquisite $9 million supreme crab and the privileged diners partaking of it were under immense scrutiny. Any mishap would bear dire consequences. The servers sighed in relief as the dish was safely delivered, then proceeded to unveil it, revealing an emperor crab, larger than a basin, which had been expertly roasted to perfection, now gracing table 8. This spectacle drew the gaze of numerous diners within the opulent hall. Upon realizing the extraordinary presentation at table 8, their eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of divine being occupied table 8? Such a gargantuan emperor crab seemed almost gluttonous. That was the supreme crab, worth 9 million, and not to mention the 5 bottles of 1990 Romanicani, hailed as the king of wines. A rarity indeed. How they longed to share a glass. Shoo, keep it down. That lady is the daughter of the Murong family. The man accompanying her must possess an unimaginable status. They were envious, lamenting, if only I had such a boyfriend. Indeed, I'd gladly wash his socks every day if it meant being with him. I'm tempted to approach, but what if I'm met with disdain? Miss Murong clearly favors this young master. Do you dare compete for a man with her? However, Meng Yu's next utterance ignited the flames of gossip amongst the onlookers. Send a bottle of Romanicani to the lady in the beige gown at table 8. A slight smile crept across Meng Yu's lips, yet to Murong Qianyu, it appeared cruel. He was intent on striking at her heart. Knowing the purpose of Meng Yu's visit, she had surmised part of his plan. Yet, the more vengeful Meng Yu became, the more her heart ached for this low-key, global billionaire. What a remarkable man he was, and how some individuals failed to appreciate him. As the 6th chapter unfolded, a moment of silence befell the waiter, yet his professionalism prevailed, and he dutifully carried out Meng Yu's instructions. The instant the red wine was placed on the table, the expressions of the 4 at table 9 diverged dramatically. Wang Li's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. For a girl enamored with vanity, a bottle of 1990 Romanicani and an Hermes handbag were tokens she would trade much for, even if it meant for a complete stranger. Conversely, the 3 men wore ashen faces, especially Chen Xinxiang, whose complexion had turned a deep shade of pallor. His body, already ravaged by indulgence, seemed frail compared to others. Exacerbated by nights of revelry, Wang Li cradled the bottle of Romanicani with the care of a cherished lover. Yet, she found it curious, from the moment he entered. This super-rich heir seemed particularly fixated on her. With the wine bottle in hand, she voiced her curiosity. Sir, why bestow upon me a bottle of 1990 Romanicani? Because you deserve better, Meng Yu replied nonchalantly as he poured the wine. His words struck a chord with Wang Li. If she had better options, she would not be entangled with Chen Xinxiang. Though she harbored hopes for his redemption, she was acutely aware of the improbability of reforming a philanderer. This super-rich heir was indeed correct. A fairy like her deserved to be paired with a more distinguished scion. Without hesitation, Wang Li rose from table 9, beaming as she seated herself at table 8, casting not a single glance back at Chen Xinxiang. It was akin to the moment she abruptly announced a breakup with Meng Yu while nestled in Chen Xinxiang's embrace, laughing joyfully. The bitter wine burned her throat. Chen Xinxiang erupted into a fit of coughing, not from the loss of a girlfriend, which was trivial for a philanderer, but from the indignity of having his girlfriend snatched away before him, a public humiliation that stripped him of his affluent dignity. In life, one's face is paramount, and he felt as if this super-rich heir had flayed his very skin before the crowd. Brother, you're impressive. Chen Xinxiang, concede. Losing to a super-rich heir like you is an honor I accept willingly. I admit my ignorance. I'll drink to that. Though Chen Xinxiang was reckless, he understood the power dynamics at play, recognizing figures like Murong Qianyu and this enigmatic wealthy heir as beyond his reach. With a forced smile, he stood and raised a full glass of red wine to Meng Yu, downing it in one gulp. The other two men at table 9 followed suit, standing to toast Meng Yu. The onlookers, ever eager for drama, began to jeer. How about a penalty drink? Why not red wine? Yes. Show some sincerity and down a bottle of Maodai. That is how to apologize. Let us not push it. That guy is already flushed. He might not survive another drink. As the spectators' chatter reached Chen Xinxiang's ears, his expression soured. He was once the instigator of such raucousness, having easily wooed many women amidst the cheers of onlookers. Yet this time, their jeers felt particularly piercing, akin to being roasted over an open flame. Did he not know his own limits? His body had already been drained by wine and vice. Downing another bottle of Maodai would surely send him to the hospital. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. All right, then. Waiter, serve everyone in the Golden Jade Hall a bottle of Maodai, and charge it to my tab. Meng Yu smiled nonchalantly. The waiter's grin widened as he replied. Esteemed guest, how does a bottle of the 1600 Na Yuan Flying Fairy Maodai sound? He was no fool, knowing it was a round of drinks for strangers. He wouldn't dare suggest a pricier vintage and risk displeasing the guest. His job depended on it. Very well, Meng Yu nodded slightly. A mere 1600 Na Yuan bottle of Flying Fairy Maodai was trivial. With under 100 diners in the Golden Jade Hall, even if each were served a bottle, it would hardly compare to the half bottle of Romanicani he had consumed. Meng Yu paid no further attention to Chen Xinxiang, instead turning to the ladies, inviting, please, help yourselves. A 66-pound emperor crab is a rare delicacy, not easily acquired even with wealth. However, the women displayed no inclination to eat, merely stealing glances at him. As the saying goes, beauty is a feast for the eyes, and for the ladies, the allure of a handsome man is equally compelling. Moreover, as the host, Meng Yu had not yet touched his meal, rendering them hesitant to begin. In the presence of a high-status gentleman, they felt compelled to maintain an air of decorum. The utensils at the Marriott Hotel were impeccably arranged, equipped not only with communal chopsticks and spoons, but also with an array of silver Western cutlery, including tools specifically for cracking the hard claws of the emperor crab. Esteemed guest, the crab meat from the claws of the crab is the most exquisite delicacy. Shall I procure it for you? The waiter respectfully inquired. Meng Yu did not decline, responding with a gracious, thank you for your efforts. It is our honor at the Marriott restaurant to serve a distinguished guest such as yourself. The waiter, adept in his craft, swiftly employed his tools to pry open the claw of the imperial crab. After donning a pair of transparent gloves, he extracted a substantial piece of crab meat, larger than a grown man's arm. Placing the succulent meat upon a pearwood cutting board, he carved a small portion, slicing it into bite-sized pieces suitable for chopsticks. Then drizzled it with freshly squeezed lemon juice and carefully presented it to Meng Yu on a silver dish. Could he afford to be careless? This modest serving of crab meat was worth more than his salary for several months. In that moment, the unique aroma of char-grilled seafood harmonized with the fragrances of 9 rare mountain delicacies, mingled with the refreshing scent of lemon, wafting into Meng Yu's nostrils. Gazing upon the crystalline crab meat on his plate, he could not help but feel a surge of appetite, offering some to the 4 ladies as well. The supreme 9-flavor crab was indeed extraordinary. The waiter responded with utmost respect, slicing another small portion of crab meat, which he first offered to Murong Qianyu. He had witnessed the events unfold and was well aware of who among the 4 was Meng Yu's companion. Murong Qianyu's lips curled into a slight smile as she graciously accepted the silver dish and began to indulge, while the remaining 3 ladies exchanged glances of subtle disappointment. Even though they knew Murong Qianyu was the favored one, they still harbored dreams akin to Cinderella's. As for Chen Xinxiang, the wealthy second-generation heir driving a Porsche, with such a mysterious and imposing figure gracing the scene, who would pay him any mind? Chapter 7. Another case of flying Maodai. At this moment, flying Maodai was being served to various tables. At table 9, 3 bottles of 500 milliliters flying Maodai were presented, causing the 3 men at the table to tremble as they grasped their chopsticks. They were painfully aware that while the super-rich heir at the neighboring table wouldn't force them to drink, They had no choice but to partake today, even if it meant a trip to the hospital. They knew all too well the fate that awaited those who dared to offend. Young workers who had crossed them had faced dire consequences, a fate they themselves had orchestrated. Once, they had been the lofty rulers. Now, they resembled three tail-wagging lapdogs. They cast pleading glances towards Meng Yu, hoping someone would intervene, but she merely pursed her lips, continuing to savor the imperial crab meat. Upon hearing Chen Xinxiang introduce himself, Meng Yu had already surmised his identity. The young master of the Chen group, notorious in Nanhang City for his debauchery, hardly earned a good reputation. Had he not snatched Mr. Meng's girlfriend, Meng Yu might have extended a helping hand due to the connection between their families, not wishing to see him succumb to disgrace. However, Chen Xinxiang had audaciously provoked Mr. Meng, whose savings barely amounted to 10,000, an act that spelled his own doom. Meng Yu was eager to win Meng Yu's favor. How could she possibly speak on his behalf? The expressions of Chen Xinxiang's two boisterous companions darkened. A calamity loomed. The figure opposite them was formidable. They could no longer afford to consider brotherhood. Each seized a bottle of flying Moutai and began to gulp it down. Their throats bobbed as they swallowed, the transparent liquid diminishing at a visible rate. Their endurance for alcohol far surpassed Chen Xinxiang's. Though forcing down a bottle would be uncomfortable, it would not necessitate a hospital visit. Bravo! My two brothers possess remarkable drinking capacities. I, Meng, am but an average drinker and truly admire your ability to consume alcohol as if it were mere water. I shall gladly befriend you too. Meng Yu clapped and laughed heartily. The two, their faces flushed, rejoiced at his words of praise, exclaiming, "You honor us, Meng brother. But we must excuse ourselves as there are matters to attend to at home. We shan't intrude on your enjoyment any further." Meng Yu smiled nonchalantly. It's no trouble. After consuming so much, returning to rest is indeed wise. The two men, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, stood and departed, clutching their stomachs in discomfort. The four ladies at Meng Yu's table chuckled softly, amused by the comical sight of their retreat. At that moment, all eyes in the room inadvertently settled upon the solitary figure of Chen Xinxiang at table 9. Sensing the scrutiny of the crowd, his typically proud demeanor faltered, and he felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. His hand trembled as he clutched the bottle of flying Moutai, his face reflecting a struggle within. Though he had often been ruthless towards others, engaging in strong-arm tactics, such individuals often feared the powerful and lacked the resolve for decisive action. Wang Li observed Chen Xinxiang's pathetic display, her lips curling in disdain. She had initially thought him to be a flamboyant figure in high society, but witnessing his cowardice before a wealthier heir shattered that illusion. The two women at table 9 also flashed looks of disapproval. Comparisons were inevitable among the second-generation heirs. The one at table 8 far surpassed Chen Xinxiang. Whispers circulated through the crowd. Really? He hesitates over simply downing a bottle of Moutai. My wife gave birth without a hitch. Despite his ostentatious attire, it turned out he was nothing more than a superficial fool. Those three girls have truly misjudged their company. Alas, how I wish to join the revelry at table 8. My looks and figure could rival theirs, yet no affluent suitor has invited me. The supreme 9-flavor crab and the exquisite red wine were delights anyone would yearn to savor. But alas, it was evident that the masked heir had some past grievances with table 9. Otherwise, this scene would not have unfolded. As Meng Yu graciously treated all patrons of the Golden Jade Hall to a bottle of flying Moutai, the diners clearly sided with him. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. This was all part of Meng Yu's design. Chen Xinxiang's face twitched, stung by the biting remarks of the crowd. And in a fit of rage, he abruptly coughed violently, blood flecking the tissue he clutched. Alarmed, he fumbled the bottle of flying Moutai, which shattered upon hitting the ground, the clear liquid spilling across the floor. Lowering his head, he repeatedly apologized. "I'm so sorry, brother. I've wasted your kind gesture. I shall certainly make amends in the future." Yet internally, he sighed with relief. He was finally free from an untenable situation. "It's merely a trifle," Meng Yu remarked. "Waiter, bring another case of flying Moutai to table 9. Meng Yu cast a knowing glance at Chen Xinxiang, a smile playing on his lips. "A case?" Chen Xinxiang's complexion paled, and he involuntarily shuddered. At table 8, Wang Li regarded Meng Yu with uncertainty. When he referred to himself as Meng, she had been taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. However, after a moment's reflection, she dismissed her initial assumptions. She had been in a relationship with her ex-boyfriend for 7 years. She knew what sort of background he hailed from. Moreover, their similarities in appearance were overshadowed by vast differences in taste and style. Meng Yu could not possibly be this distinguished heir. The daughter of the Murong group would never willingly associate with him. Meng Yu spoke with a calm demeanor. "Is the crab meat not to your liking, Miss Wang? Why do you gaze upon me so?" After the initial wrath of betrayal had subsided, He had regained his composure, accepting that, as Wang Li had stated at their parting, they were simply not meant for one another. With the enchanting Murong Qinyu by his side, how could he possibly remain fixated on a materialistic woman who had so callously abandoned him? Initially, his inability to discern Wang Li's true nature was merely a consequence of being blinded by love. However, now that he had regained his composure to analyze the situation objectively, he recognized that Wang Li was indeed unworthy of being brought into his home. Naturally, he would not easily let this pair of scoundrels escape unscathed. Chapter 8. The lone bottle of Romanicani red wine on the table remained unopened. In response to Meng Yu's inquiry, Wang Li waved her hands repeatedly, saying no. Thank you for your hospitality, young master. The crab meat is exceedingly delicious. I have never tasted such tender and succulent crab before. The Romanicani is also exquisite. This is the finest meal I have ever had in my life. Her words rang true. Setting aside the 5 bottles of Romanicani worth over 3 million, this 66-pound emperor crab was not something an ordinary household could afford. She gazed at the young master with longing, admitting, I must confess, my ex-boyfriend bore a slight resemblance to you, although you are worlds apart. His voice certainly pales in comparison to yours. Wu Rui interjected with a sardonic tone. Oh, so now you're calling him young master? Are you planning to call him husband once the meal is over? That unfortunate pauper who was your ex doesn't even come close to comparing with Mr. Meng. You truly know how to flatter yourself. Wang Li's close friend, Zhao Inger, could no longer tolerate it. Lily, you have gone too far. Meng Yu has supported you for 7 years. From pocket money to living expenses, salary, and bonuses, hasn't he it all been for you? You could have left for a better man, but to come back and exploit him? Have some decency. Zhao Inger sighed heavily. Though Wang Li was indeed materialistic, her behavior struck Zhao Inger as excessively cruel. Was this not bullying an honest man? Such a heartless friend was better off discarded. Who could say when she might turn against her? Stung by her friend's betrayal, Wang Li retorted, he willingly spent that money. I never forced him. Seeking a better quality of life is my personal right. Why should I endure hardship alongside him? She cast a pitiful glance at Meng Yu, softly asserting, young master. Don't you agree? Meng Yu exchanged a glance with Murong Qinyu, both wearing expressions tinged with incredulity. You make a valid point. If it is not a suitable match, it is indeed detrimental for both parties. Murong Qinyu smiled, offering an unexpected affirmation. With her support, Wang Li found herself emboldened, while Wu Rui and Zhao Inger fell silent. Meng Yu lowered his gaze, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes, an echo of his past infatuation. Waiter, what are you doing? Open the wine for Miss Wang, he suddenly declared. The waiter, visibly alarmed, hurriedly took the corkscrew and opened the bottle of Romanicani that Meng Yu had allocated to Wang Li. In truth, this was not merely an oversight on the waiter's part. He had long noted the unopened bottle and suspected that Miss Wang had no intention of consuming it during the banquet, but rather planned to return it for a refund afterward. After all, it was quite common to return excess wine at a banquet, though typically it was the host who would do so. However, many guests, eager to exploit any opportunity, often sought to return the fine wine they had been gifted by the host. The waiter, while disapproving of such behavior, had grown accustomed to it. Wang Li watched in anguish as the Romanicani 1990 was uncorked, worth a staggering 600,000 yuan, now gone just like that. She completely overlooked the fact that this wine was meant for her enjoyment at the banquet, not for her to keep for a refund. Is it possible? Someone actually intends to mooch food and drink, and even keep the wine for a refund? How shameless. Wu Rui feigned shock. Wang Li's face flushed crimson as she protested. How can you slander my character without basis? Am I that kind of person? I simply thought 4 bottles of Romanicani would suffice for the 5 of us. Leaving one for the young master to enjoy alone. Doesn't that sound better? As she spoke, she cautiously turned to Meng Yu, anxious to avoid his disdain. In her mind, any connection to the distinguished Meng Yu could be her gateway into high society, perhaps even leading to a marriage into a wealthy family. As for her ex, in this moment, he was nothing more than a distant memory. I didn't expect Miss Wang to be so considerate, but it's unnecessary. Fine wine is best enjoyed at the banquet, Meng Yu remarked, raising an eyebrow. Wu Rui, hesitant to confront Meng Yu, forced a hollow apology to Wang Li. I apologize. It seems I misunderstood you, Miss Wang. You could never be that sort of shameless person. She placed particular emphasis on the word shameless, which made Wang Li grit her teeth in frustration. The patrons in the Jin Yutang restaurant chuckled derisively at her words, but chose to remain silent. After all, Meng Yu held an exalted status, likely hailing from a prominent family in the capital, mingling with the affluent and influential, and unaware of the petty intrigues of the common folk. At that moment, a waiter brought over a case of Feiqian Mitai and placed it on table 9. All eyes once again fixated on Chen Xinxiang, eager to witness the farce of this foolish rich heir. In this era, It was common for wealthy heirs to flaunt their wealth in front of workers, a sight that had lost its novelty. Many patrons might even sympathize with the workers who were humiliated, but seeing a rich heir being confronted by an even wealthier heir was a rare spectacle, and they were eager to witness the unfolding drama. Chen Xinxiang glanced at the case of Matai on the table, tempted to leave without a thought for the consequences, knowing that Meng Yu would not stop him. However, doing so would mean losing face in front of Meng Yu, and he would undoubtedly face repercussions later. The outcome would likely be worse than ending up in the hospital. Murong Qianyu shook her empty wine glass, the crimson liquid staining her lips. The Chun family is one of the 8 great families of Nanhang. How did you let it all fall apart? If you're going to take a beating, stand tall. Refusing to drink is just inviting punishment. Chen Xinxiang shuddered at her words. If this matter was mishandled and reached the ears of the Chen family, his father would likely break his leg upon learning of it. Such was the cruelty of familial expectations. With resentment, Chen Xinxiang cast a glare at Murong Qianyu. Trembling, he reached for a bottle of Matai and opened it, gritting his teeth as he began to drink directly from the bottle. If it comes to death, let it be so, he muttered. Chapter 9. The Truth Revealed. He is actually Meng Yu? Within the Jin Yu Tang, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Chen Xinxiang poured the entire 500 milliliters of liquor down his throat in hurried gulps. Upon finishing, he erupted into a violent coughing fit, steadying himself against the table as he staggered towards the exit. In his hazy state, Chen Xinxiang swore to himself that if he ever found himself at table 9 again, he would be as lowly as a dog. Wait, Meng Yu called out suddenly. Under the influence of the alcohol, Chen Xinxiang's psychological defenses crumbled entirely. He turned around, tears streaming down his face. Young Master Meng, I truly understand my mistake. I should never have sat at table 9 in your presence. 9 is the number of supremacy, and I am utterly unworthy. Please, have mercy and let me go. At that moment, the 3 women seated at table 9 finally grasped the situation. They had been perplexed as to why Meng Yu had been fixated on their table since his arrival, and now the pieces fell into place. Meng Yu sat at table 8, while Chen Xinxiang and his companions occupied table 9. The number 9, revered as the supreme figure, is steeped in superstition among many ancient families that have endured since the dynastic era. It is no wonder that Chen Xinxiang and his friends preferred to dine at table 9 if it were occupied by workers. They would even compel them to relinquish their seats. Should they encounter a defiant worker, Chen Xinxiang would resort to the tactics of a wealthy heir, exposing the harsh realities of society. However, in this unexpected turn of events, the oppressed party became Chen Xinxiang, the perpetrator, illustrating that evil begets its own nemesis. There are greater powers beyond our comprehension. The guests exchanged knowing smiles, having long suspected this twist of fate. Otherwise, why were tables 8 and 9 conspicuously vacant? Despite their auspicious connotations? Yet, this was specific to the luxurious Jin Yu Hall of the Marriott, a venue frequented by scions of elite families. In contrast, a street-side diner would hardly adhere to such superstitions. Today's youth seem inclined to flaunt their wealth, oblivious to the wisdom that one should always be wary of those who surpass them. However, it seems that Meng Yu is indeed worthy of table 9, especially with the illustrious Murong heiress at his side. He is likely a scion from one of the grand families of the imperial capital, and few in Nanhang City would dare provoke him. The Chun family scion was unfortunate to cross paths with Meng Yu. Had he encountered the Murong or Wang family heirs, he might have received some semblance of dignity. As whispers filled his ears, a faint smile graced Meng Yu's lips as he removed his mask. Chen Xinxiang, do you recognize who I am? As his words fell, all eyes converged upon his face. A visage marked by striking contours, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, exuding an air of nobility clad in an Armani suit. He is Meng Yu? Chen Xinxiang stood frozen, unable to fathom the reality before him, furiously rubbing his eyes in disbelief. This was impossible. Meng Yu was merely a destitute nobody. He had stolen his girlfriend, toyed with her for a while, and discarded her. There was no way Meng Yu could retaliate. Surely, he must have indulged too much in drink. At that moment, he felt on the brink of madness, for the face beneath the mask belonged to Wang Li's ex-boyfriend. Chen Xinxiang had a vague recollection of that handsome face, having once pursued a military academy goddess who secretly harbored feelings for Meng Yu. When she rejected him, it had caused quite the uproar at the academy, severely damaging his pride. She had boldly proclaimed that if Chen Xinxiang dared to interfere with Meng Yu's graduation, she would send him to the border to serve his country for 3 years. This threat had terrified him, for a debauched heir like himself. 3 years of military service would be akin to a death sentence. It was precisely because he had heard that the woman remained chaste and unmarried that he had jealously sought to woo Wang Li. After all, if even that goddess desired Meng Yu, was it not a testament to Wang Li's superiority over her? Moreover, in a certain sense, Meng Yu had become a rival. Albeit indirectly, making it all the more enticing to snatch away his foe's girlfriend. Reflecting on the past, Chen Xinxiang suddenly found everything surreal. Could it be that Meng Yu was a concealed heir of great wealth? Some scions of esteemed families indeed preferred to disguise their identities while traversing the world. How else could one explain the reactions of the woman and Murong Qinyu? It is known that a goddess might be attracted to a poor boy out of love. But for two goddesses to be enamored with the same man indicates complexities beyond his understanding. Had he been nothing more than a mere jester all along? A clown in a circus, evoking laughter? Observing the calm demeanor on Meng Yu's face, Chen Xinxiang let out a bitter laugh, spewing a mouthful of crimson blood before collapsing to the ground amidst the gasps of the crowd. He had lost, defeated by Meng Yu, utterly and completely. Meng Yu spoke with an air of nonchalance. "Call an ambulance, and put the medical bills on my account." The waiter responded promptly, bowing deeply before Meng Yu. This young master at table 8 was formidable. With just a few words, he had incensed a wealthy heir to the point of vomiting blood and fainting, all while graciously offering to cover the medical expenses, leaving no room for reproach. Is this the demeanor of a scion from the imperial capital? Truly terrifying. As for whether the medical bills could be charged to the restaurant's account, it would be impossible for ordinary patrons, but for a distinguished guest like Meng Yu, the Marriott would undoubtedly arrange for dedicated service. Wang Li gazed at Meng Yu's handsome face, feeling a mixture of familiarity and strangeness. Seeing him seated beside Murong Qinyu stirred a tumult of emotions within her. You've secretly been courting the Murong heiress, haven't you? Wang Li held on to a sliver of hope, thinking that the expenses for their meal and drinks had been covered by the Murong heiress, thus sparing her any regrets. She could even mock Meng Yu as a kept man. Chapter 10. Is this the monkey's rescue? Wang Li's words had scarcely left her lips when Murong Qinyu interjected, her voice rising in indignation. What do you mean by saying Meng Yu is courting me? Do you think the well-off Meng Yu needs a wealthy woman to support him? Even if such a woman existed, who could possibly rival the world's richest? Murong Qinyu had every reason to suspect that this foolish ex-girlfriend of Meng Yu was attempting to tarnish her reputation by insinuating that she was keeping a toy boy. How could this pure maiden tolerate such slander? Wang Li, was it? Mind your words. I have preserved my virtue for 24 years. You have no right to cast aspersions. Furthermore, she added, you need not escape from reality. Meng Yu is wealthier than our Murong group. Go ahead and wallow in regret. Wang Li's complexion drained of color, as if beset by a swarm of mosquitoes. This cannot be. He is merely a poor boy, the child of laborers. He can only ever be a worker himself. I refuse to believe it. You are deceiving me. The entire world is deceiving me. For a gold-digging woman, missing the chance to marry into a wealthy family was a torment 100-fold greater than death. No, the agony of being torn apart would not even compare to her current anguish. Once, a genuine diamond love had been within her grasp, easily attainable. Yet she had kicked it away. Now, having lost it forever, she was filled with regret. In the throes of extreme remorse and self-recrimination, Wang Li's emotions spiraled out of control, her vision darkening as she collapsed onto the table. The other diners suddenly understood the true reason behind Chen Xinxiang's humiliation and began to murmur among themselves. Goodness, so Meng Yu and Chen Xinxiang truly have a history. Incredible. How could someone like Wang Li ever win Meng Yu's favor? Life is so unfair. Does this mean I too might have a chance with Meng Yu? Please, look at the love-struck expression on Murong Qinyu's face. You commoners have no hope. Well, if it's a high-flying handsome like Meng Yu, being a third party might be worth considering. Honestly, Chen Xinxiang was reckless to challenge Meng Yu's girlfriend, but in a roundabout way, he did a good deed. Otherwise, a man as young, rich, and handsome as Meng Yu would have been wasted on a gold digger like Wang Li. And these two gold diggers? They seem hardly any better. Indeed, in ancient times, such an offense would warrant a punishment of immersion in a pig's cage. Zhao Ying'er and Wu Rui exchanged a glance, both perceiving the trepidation reflected in each other's eyes, fearful of being implicated. Yet, Meng Yu paid them no heed, lost in his own world as he drowned his sorrows in drink. After 7 years of romance with Wang Li, he awakened to the realization that their past was but an ephemeral illusion. Heartache was an inevitable companion. After all, one is not made of wood or stone. Who can remain devoid of feelings? Murong Qinyu refrained from offering any platitudes of comfort, instead raising her glass to share a drink with Meng Yu. Before long, an ambulance arrived. Chen Xinxiang and Wang Li, that despicable pair, were loaded onto a stretcher and wheeled out of the Wanhua Hotel. Leaning close to Murong Qinyu's ear, Meng Yu whispered, "Let bygones be bygones. Miss Murong, would you kindly escort me home?" At that moment, he was somewhat intoxicated, his words and actions becoming bolder. Murong Qinyu softly acquiesced, feeling the warm, wine-scented breath brush against her cheek, lowering her gaze in a flurry of confusion. She harbored a flicker of trepidation about what might transpire once they arrived at Meng Yu's home, Yet deep within her, there was an undeniable anticipation. After all, she had been single for 24 years and had finally encountered a man who stirred her heart. A bit of wine could easily lead to unforeseen impulses. However, she was also curious about the understated opulence of Meng Yu's abode. Just as Meng Yu settled the bill and they prepared to leave the Wanhua Hotel, a luxurious convoy approached them. Good heavens, what an impressive display. Meng Yu marveled inwardly at the procession of over 30 vehicles, each a prestigious Porsche. This was the fleet of the Wang Group. It seemed the foolish heir had arrived, perhaps for the sake of Chinese affairs. That would be unexpected, as he had not yet sunk to such depths. Murong Qianyu furrowed her brows slightly, seemingly disapproving of the Wang family's young master, which puzzled Meng Yu. In their casual exchanges, he had gleaned some understanding of the relationship between the Murong and Wang families, which had been amicable for generations. Moreover, the young master of the Wang family was not a debauched scion like Qin Xinxiang. He ranked 20th on Forbes' list of young billionaires, undoubtedly a promising new entrepreneur. How had he earned the title of fool in Murong Qianyu's eyes? Truth be told, had he not known Murong Qianyu, Meng Yu might have sought to befriend him. For in a world where money flowed freely, cultivating connections with young, affluent individuals would undoubtedly ease his adaptation to this new realm. Qianyu, is that really you? I thought you were off experiencing life as a cashier. If only you would accompany me as the vice president of my company for 2 years. You could seamlessly take over the Murong Group. Before he arrived, his voice echoed with a hearty, authentic Beijing accent that was quite pleasing to Meng Yu's ears. The speaker was none other than Wang, the young master, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit and polished crocodile leather shoes, surrounded by his entourage of bodyguards as he approached. Wang's first impression was that of a sun-kissed, handsome success story, a quintessential Prince Charming to college girls. However, in terms of looks and physique, he fell slightly short of Meng Yu. More importantly, the chasm between being the 20th on Forbes' Young Billionaires list and the wealthiest person in the world was indeed vast. Meng Yu's keen eyes caught sight of 2 familiar figures among the approaching group, though the 2 young men kept their heads down, avoiding his gaze. They were none other than Qin Xinxiang's companions from the Jinyu Hall. So, had they summoned reinforcements? Or were they orchestrating a diversion to instigate a conflict between Meng Yu and Wang? Chapter 11. A mysterious tycoon Wang led his entourage to stand before Murong Qianyu. She appeared somewhat impatient, snapping, "Must you call me Qianyu so affectionately? Do we share any relationship? Speak plainly, or keep your distance." Alas, in front of others, you offer me no dignity. I am here with the president of the Summer Country Bank, visiting an exceedingly esteemed guest. If fortune permits me to be acquainted with him, perhaps a mere trifle could catapult me to the top of the global young billionaires list. Qianyu, would you care to join me for this experience? Wang's demeanor toward Murong Qianyu was evidently unfazed. His radiant smile remained intact as he sincerely extended the invitation. I warn you again, do not speak so intimately. Do not let Mr. Meng misunderstand. Murong Qianyu replied, her expression tinged with exasperation. Had it been anyone else clinging to her so tenaciously, she would have had her bodyguards toss him into the Huangpu River for a cold bath. Yet, given the long-standing ties between the Murong and Wang families, she could not afford to act too recklessly. Wang's expression shifted to one of surprise. Mr. Meng misunderstand? You mean the Meng who was spurned by Chen's scion? How could a man whom even a mere scion cannot best compete with me for a woman? He pondered the absurdity of the situation. It seemed Murong Qianyu was taking this matter seriously. Was this a sign of humanity's decline or a moral pitfall? The world had become utterly mad. In his recollection, Murong Qianyu had always been a rational individual, with standards for companionship that bordered on the stringent. She should not have succumbed to the folly of infatuation. Wang turned to Meng Yu, quickly scanning him with a serious gaze before extending his right hand with a smile. Greetings, Brother Meng. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Wang Zheng. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Moreover, he and Wang Zheng currently held no substantive conflict. Meng Yu allowed a slight smile to grace his lips as he reached out to shake Wang Zheng's hand. Hello, I am Meng Yu. From Wang Zheng's succinct and humble introduction, Meng Yu discerned that he was far from being a spoiled rich kid. Indeed, describing him as a young entrepreneur would be more fitting. The affluent families champion elite education. Thus, many wealthy heirs often possess exceptional skills and refinement. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Qin Xinxiang, who embodies the stereotype of a debauched heir. Typically, these scions are more ostentatious, frequently appearing in public and artistic works, reinforcing the stereotype that all wealthy heirs are wastrels. Brother Meng, I never anticipated that Qianyu would actually entertain your pursuit. I must say, I am envious. Among the myriad waters of the world, I am solely captivated by this one ladle. But alas, I cannot relinquish her, Wang Zheng shrugged. A hint of tension brewing between the two men. Meng Yu raised an eyebrow. I believe you have misunderstood, My relationship with her before he could finish, Meng Yu interrupted. It is not Mr. Meng pursuing me. Rather, it is I who wish to pursue him. Wang Zheng, must you be such a fool, seeking to vex me? Meng Yu was genuinely incensed, her large, sparkling eyes glaring at Wang Zheng. Despite their childhood camaraderie, this fool not only pursued her, but also sought to disrupt her quest for her ideal partner. What grudge could possibly fuel such animosity? As a refined young lady, was it too much to ask to maintain a semblance of modesty? Did he truly have to force her hand? What a truly inept ally. Wang Zheng stood gaping at Meng Yu, as if petrified, remaining motionless for several seconds. Meng, the esteemed heiress, was pursuing Meng Yu? How could this be possible? Those surrounding Wang Zheng were equally astonished. The illustrious heiress of the Meng group is, astonishingly, pursuing the rather obscure Mr. Meng. Should this news reach the upper echelons of society, it would undoubtedly leave many jaws agape in disbelief. Pray tell, who is this Mr. Meng that commands such intrigue? It was not until Meng Yu and Meng Yu settled into the opulent Rolls-Royce Phantom, and the driver ignited the engine, that the gathered crowd roused from their stupor. Startled by the deep rumble of the vehicle, Wang Zheng hastily interjected, Yu, are you truly not reconsidering? While romantic entanglements may be set aside for the moment, this individual is a mysterious figure whom even the president of the Bank of Xia seeks to meet personally. He possesses a staggering fortune, yet remains remarkably understated. Should you miss this opportunity, it may prove exceedingly difficult to cultivate a connection with someone of his caliber in the future. You have long harbored aspirations of entrepreneurship, and are currently in search of angel investors, are you not? This is an unparalleled opportunity. I dare say it would be challenging to find a wealthier magnate on the global stage. Meng Yu regarded Wang Zheng with an odd expression. Understated? The Bank of Xia? A vast fortune? Does this imply that Wang Zheng and the president of the Bank of Xia are eagerly hoping to meet the very person seated beside her, Meng Yu? A sudden wave of sympathy washed over Meng Yu for Wang Zheng. He, the first heir of the Wang group, was accustomed to his lofty position within the company. If he were to discover that Meng Yu was the enigmatic figure he so fervently extolled, would he be incensed to the point of coughing blood? No need, Wang Zheng. I am, in truth, rather uninterested in the angel investments of this mysterious tycoon. I simply have a fondness for understated handsome men and wish to visit his residence. She teased, blinking playfully. Meng Yu offered a non-committal smile in response. Wang Zheng, watching the Rolls-Royce Phantom recede into the distance, felt a piercing ache in his heart. The woman he adored was returning home with another man, one who was undeniably more handsome than he. Had Meng Yu truly changed? Had she suddenly lost interest in entrepreneurship, opting instead to seek a wealthy and attractive partner to spend her days with? The thought was excruciating. Yet, in his heart, he recognized that a woman could never rival the importance of power and influence. Thus, he refrained from pursuing them, remaining steadfast in anticipation of the arrival of the president of the Bank of Xia. This opportunity for a meeting was too precious to squander over matters of the heart. Chapter 12. The unanswered call from the bank president. The Rolls-Royce Phantom glided toward Meng Yu's residence. Inside the vehicle, Meng Yu cautiously explained, I must admit, that Wang Zheng can be quite bothersome, like a piece of chewing gum that won't come off. Not to worry, you served as my shield, and I assisted you in turn. We are even now. Meng Yu waved his hand dismissively, appearing quite carefree. However, recalling the matter of angel investments sparked his curiosity, prompting him to inquire, Miss Meng, do you intend to embark on an entrepreneurial venture? Given the stature of the Meng group, you shouldn't need to seek out investors, should you? Having studied at a prestigious university in Nanhang City and worked there for 6 months, he had some knowledge of the formidable Meng group. Indeed, he had even submitted his resume to one of its subsidiaries. Meng Yu let out a wry smile. No, for the heirs of such families, embarking on a business venture must be done without leveraging any familial resources. In fact, companies associated with the Meng family often intentionally exclude ventures initiated by family members. Meng Yu was taken aback. Aren't you all part of the same family? How can there be infighting? Meng Yu elaborated, it's akin to a rite of passage. The heirs enjoy the finest education, yet face considerably higher challenges. Moreover, if a family member succeeds against the odds in their entrepreneurial pursuits, they are likely to become the next head of the family, representing a significant advancement for the entire clan. Wang Zheng is a prime example. Although his company cannot yet rival the Wang Group, he is among the most successful second-generation elites in Nanhang. Of course, if that woman is still in Nanhang, the situation may differ. Meng Yu stroked his chin, beginning to grasp why noble families could endure for millennia. By the way, Mr. Meng, have you received any unfamiliar calls? Meng Yu probed, unconsciously leaning against him once more. Meng Yu scratched his head. I think I received a few calls from various bank presidents, but I couldn't be bothered to respond. Why would a bank president's call concern him, a mere employee? It was undoubtedly a scam. After all, even Emperor Qin Shi Huang would make calls to raise funds. What was so extraordinary about receiving a few calls from bank presidents? Murong Qianyu's expression turned peculiar. Ignoring calls from bank presidents? In her family, such individuals would be treated with the utmost reverence. Was this the disparity between ordinary families and those of hidden nobility? Murong Qianyu's breath quickened. No wonder she had never heard of Mr. Meng's name during her years in Nanhang. He was simply too understated. Miss Murong, are you feeling a bit tipsy? Meng Yu asked with concern. A mischievous glint flashed in Murong Qianyu's eyes. Big brother Meng, we have fought side by side. Just call me Qianyu. She confessed. I am a tad inebriated. May I lean on your shoulder? She was no longer in a hurry for investment. After all, Meng Yu possessed ample funds. If she could find an opportunity to take him around her team and present the company's prospects with Meng Yu's surplus capital, he would have no reason to decline a lucrative investment opportunity. However, if Wang Zheng were to hear of her requesting Meng Yu to call her Qianyu, it would likely send him into a fit of despair. Before Meng Yu could respond, Murong Qianyu had already nestled against his shoulder, half of her body slipping into his embrace. With the warmth of her delicate form against him, Meng Yu found his thoughts wandering, unable to deny his attraction to the ethereal beauty that was Murong Qianyu. As the Rolls-Royce Phantom sped along, the intoxicating aroma of fine red wine enveloped the couple, who sat in silence, lost in each other's presence. Murong Qianyu, half closing her elongated eyes, gazed at the handsome visage mere inches from her own, her heart racing like a startled fawn, her breath growing shallow. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the alert of Meng Yu's phone. He glanced at the screen, revealing a message from their company's WeChat work group. Zhang Rongfan. Meng Yu, what on earth is going on? Last month's sales figures were below par. And now you've shown up late to work this afternoon. Hurry and get to the office. Liu Zhang. I don't think Meng Yu is up to the task. He was late just after his probation period. Su Qiner. No? I remember Meng was well above the target last month. Lu Haifeng. Su, you must be mistaken. Meng Yu furrowed his brow. His sales performance had indeed far exceeded the standard last month. How could he possibly have failed to meet expectations? That fat supervisor, Zhang Rongfan, must be envious and has surely manipulated the figures. What was wrong with being handsome? However, Meng Yu quickly dismissed the matter. The real estate sales industry was exhausting. And after a year, he had barely earned 200,000 yuan, hardly a fortune. With that thought, he chose not to respond, simply blocking the messages. Big brother Meng. Whose messages are those? Just curious, of course. Murong Qianyu pouted, clearly displeased with the message. Meng Yu casually showed her the screen. It was the company's supervisor reprimanding me for being tardy in the work group. However, I was too apathetic to concern myself with them any further. Murong Qianyu nodded in understanding. Experiencing life as a wealthy individual didn't mean she truly embraced her work identity. Just as she was a diligent cashier when she chose to be, that role held no significance when she was preoccupied with other matters. Yet, Murong Qianyu felt a twinge of indignation. The supervisor's behavior was utterly unacceptable. Was it really necessary to criticize her tardiness in such a public manner? The choice of words was crude, bordering on toxic. To be frank, it was best if she never discovered the name of that small company. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have her father acquire it, sign a one-year contract with that supervisor, and demote him to a janitorial position for a year to reform his attitude. Such was the capriciousness of a young lady from a wealthy family. Chapter 13. Arriving at my residence, you can disembark on your own. Amidst the sounds of tires grinding against the asphalt, a resplendent Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt before the entrance of an aged community, drawing a crowd of onlookers. After all, a Rolls-Royce Phantom valued at 40 million yuan was undeniably eye-catching. Moreover, the pure gold statuette of the Spirit of Ecstasy on the hood shimmered like a firefly in the night, standing out magnificently among the ordinary vehicles. The audience was further astonished by the presence of 4 escort vehicles. What kind of distinguished individual was arriving with such an entourage? The driver bowed slightly and opened the rear door, from which Murong Qianyu elegantly emerged, her long legs stepping out as she surveyed her surroundings with a slight frown. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, and she wore a fitted purple dress that accentuated her delicate waist. Her exquisitely beautiful face, adorned with just a hint of makeup, radiated vibrant allure. Her shapely, smooth legs, clad in coffee-colored stockings with golden patterns, were complemented by sparkling crystal high heels, leaving an unforgettable impression on all who beheld her. The crowd collectively held their breath, utterly captivated by Murong Qianyu's stunning beauty and figure, rendered speechless. However, as Meng Yu exited the vehicle, Murong Qianyu joyfully linked her arm with his, shattering the hopes of the onlookers. Meng Yu cast a curious glance at Murong Qianyu. Was she intoxicated, or was she sober? Women truly are enigmatic beings. It wasn't until they entered the community that the crowd dared to murmur, "Wow, which superstar is this? She's even more stunning than on television. She's no mere celebrity. She's likely the daughter of a prominent family. Did you not notice all those bodyguards? Besides, when have we ever seen a star this beautiful off-screen? Unbelievable. What a windfall. I should have made an effort to befriend him, even if it cost me my fortune. It's too late now. He's no longer pretending. The veil has been lifted, and he'll likely return to his villa soon. I hear this experiencing life trend is quite popular among the elite. Indeed. I heard that the supermarket at Wufujing Shopping Plaza had the daughter of the Morong Group working as a cashier today. I wonder how true that is. By the time I arrived, she was already gone. Sigh. I've heard the Morong heiress is as beautiful as a celestial being, cold as ice. I wonder how she compares to the one we just saw. They must be equally enchanting, but what does it matter to us working-class folks? Even if we were fortunate enough to catch their attention, we couldn't afford to keep up. Amidst the gazes and the escorting bodyguards, Meng Yu and Murong Qinyu reached the foot of the building. Meng Yu glanced down at the crystal high heels adorning Murong Qinyu's feet, causing her to blush with a mix of shyness and pleasure. She held a strong confidence in the beauty of her legs and feet, believing herself to be on par, if not superior, to international supermodels. Meng Yu, can we wait until we get to your home to discuss this? There are too many people here, Murong Qinyu murmured. Looking down, a subtle smile played on Meng Yu's lips. No, you misunderstand. I was merely contemplating how my apartment is on the 8th floor, and there's no elevator. How do you plan to ascend in those heels? Perhaps you could come another time? He suggested. Murong Qinyu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the idealistic fantasy was met with the stark reality. However, she was not a mere frivolous heiress. She shot Meng Yu a resolute glare, her teeth biting down on her lip. This is a one-time occurrence. Don't think you can rid yourself of me. You haven't even added me on WeChat. How will you contact me? Meng Yu cleared his throat, realizing he had forgotten. You can scan me. Let us keep in touch. He pulled out his phone and opened his personal WeChat QR code. Murong Qinyu quickly scanned it, and upon receiving the friend verification prompt, a wave of elation washed over her. Her father, along with various bank presidents and Wang Zhong, had been searching for a mysterious wealthy individual. Little did they know she had gotten ahead of them. Such was the fortune that accompanied a beautiful girl. Wait a moment. Wasn't he the underlying message of let us keep in touch essentially? Don't bother me unless it's important? Meng Yu, are you dismissing me? Murong Qinyu pouted. Meng Yu shrugged and began to walk toward the entrance of the building, ascending the stairs. Murong Qinyu stamped her foot, instructing her bodyguards to wait downstairs, then hurried after him. Yet, upon reaching the second floor, she found herself slightly breathless and had to implore Meng Yu to wait for her. Climbing stairs in high heels was indeed a challenge for a young lady of her status. Ultimately, concerned for her ankle, Meng Yu carried her up to the 8th floor. For someone who had been on the track team, carrying Murong Qinyu up the stairs was a relatively easy task. There's so much dust here. And snack wrappers. Doesn't the property management take care of this? This is an old community, and there's no property management. Meng Yu, am I heavy? Not at all. Perhaps a little over 100 pounds. But with your height of around 175 meters, that weight is quite slender. Meng Yu, are you trying to get us both killed? Don't move around too much. If you fall down the stairs, I take no responsibility. Murong Qinyu cast a wary glance at the staircase, wisely silencing herself, her cheek resting against Meng Yu's sturdy back, feeling a sense of security and comfort. In less than a day of knowing each other, she found herself somewhat reliant on him. Perhaps the initial spark of attraction was ignited by wealth and looks. But after the commotion at the Golden Jade Hall, she had begun to admire Meng Yu's intellect and passion. At times, she fantasized about what it would be like to hold Meng Yu's hand for a lifetime, wondering if she would be the happiest woman in the world. Yet, Meng Yu's perfection often made her feel it was all too unreal. They reached the 8th floor. Meng Yu reached out to touch the rusted door, saying, Murong Qinyu, we've arrived at my home. You can disembark on your own. Chapter 14, Is There Gold Within the Pages of Books? Meng Yu retrieved a key from his pocket and unlocked the rusty door. He stepped inside, flipping on the chandelier in the main hall. This was a modest one-bedroom apartment with a small kitchen and bathroom, along with a tiny balcony, renting for 1,500 yuan a month. Murong Qinyu followed closely behind him, curiously observing Meng Yu's living environment. Initially, she felt a sense of disappointment due to the unremarkable arrangement and quality of the items in Meng Yu's home. It appeared almost woefully impoverished. However, when she caught sight of the coin jar on the desk, she was taken aback by a long-forgotten sense of understated luxury. To her astonishment, the jar was filled exclusively with coins and notes of denominations above 1 jiao. 1 jiao equated to 100 million na yuan, and 1 yuan to 1 billion na yuan. This diminutive jar must surely contain around 100 yuan, casually holding over 1,000 billion na yuan in cash. Was this truly acceptable? Was this not akin to a bank vault? Just remain here without moving. I shall prepare you a cup of tea, Meng Yu said, treating Murong Qianyu as an ordinary friend, eschewing any excess formality. As for the disarray of coins and notes, they were merely tossed about carelessly by Meng Yu before he activated the system's magical box, for in the past, no one deemed 1 jiao or 1 yuan worthy of concern. To speak candidly, on a rainy day, who would bother to bend down to retrieve a 1 yuan note that had fallen into muddy water, let alone a mere 1 jiao? Yet now times had changed. A single jiao could purchase an entire apartment building. Murong Qianyu, eager and somewhat restless, agreed with a nod, her darting eyes betraying her excitement. After discovering the treasure within the coin jar, she felt invigorated, surveying the room's first corner as if engaging in a live-action puzzle game. Soon, she spotted a paper airplane crafted from several 2 yuan notes on the bookshelf, which left her utterly astounded. To her knowledge, the 2 yuan banknotes had long ceased to be issued by the central bank due to their limited utility. Those fortunate enough to possess one were invariably among the elite of Xia country. Her grandfather, for instance, had a single note framed alongside several renowned artworks, which he would boast about whenever distinguished guests visited. She had always taken pride in her grandfather's possession of such a rarity, until she laid eyes on this paper airplane. To construct a paper airplane using at least 5 2 yuan notes was an act of extravagance that Murong Qianyu had never imagined anyone would undertake. Setting aside its collectible value, it amounted to over 10 yuan, or 100 billion yuan, enough to acquire a small publicly listed company. This was no mere paper airplane. It was a veritable marvel. Even the cost of a space shuttle from the United States could scarcely rival half the value of this paper creation. Forgive my lack of skill, it is not particularly well folded, Meng Yu said, approaching with 2 cups of tea, offering one to Murong Qianyu. She accepted the cup with a playful glare, feeling that if she did not know Meng Yu's humble disposition, she might suspect him of flaunting his wealth. The crux of the matter lay not in craftsmanship, but in the quality of the materials used. For what others cherished as rare treasures, the 2 yuan notes were, in Meng Yu's eyes, merely suitable for folding into paper airplanes. This was an astounding display of wealth. Feeling somewhat envious, Murong Qianyu, the pampered heiress of the Murong group, who had grown up surrounded by luxury, found herself enviously wishing to possess even more than others. Sipping the tea, she shook her head, noting its rather ordinary quality, which hardly matched the grandeur of the paper airplane. Clearly, this low-key gentleman, Meng Yu, was not one to show off his affluence without provocation, and she felt compelled to continue her exploration. With this thought, Murong Qianyu lifted her gaze to continue inspecting the bookshelf, convinced that a treasure trove awaited discovery in a particular section. Suddenly, her eyes fell upon a copy of the Book of Songs, a work she cherished, and she was pleasantly surprised to find it nestled among Meng Yu's collection. It seemed they shared more common interests than she had anticipated. On tiptoe, her delicate, jade-like fingers skimmed the spines of the books, retrieving the Book of Songs. As she leafed through its pages, her eyes widened in astonishment. To her disbelief, she discovered a 5 yuan note being used as a bookmark. Was this not a manifestation of the adage that within books lie treasures of gold? Indeed, 5 yuan converted to 50 billion yuan, enough to construct a palace made of gold. Murong Qianyu felt a surge of emotion, nearly on the verge of tears. Why was it that, despite sharing a love for the Book of Songs, she and he were so vastly different? While she toiled to devise entrepreneurial ventures, he effortlessly sat atop a mountain of wealth, with deposits in the trillions of yuan, even using a 5 yuan note as a bookmark. The understated billionaire was indeed a formidable presence. Meng Yu, noticing her reaction, felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, 5 yuan in the New World was a considerable sum. Using it as a bookmark seemed rather extravagant. Murong Qianyu, could you please help me remove the banknotes? I intend to deposit them at the bank. Today's display has been rather ostentatious, and I fear it may attract unwanted attention. I shall need to relocate, he said with a calm smile. Murong Qianyu, feeling a sudden shyness, asked, you haven't purchased a villa yet, have you? If not, you could stay at my place for a few days. It's rather empty. Just me and a few maids. Faced with the invitation to cohabit from such a stunning beauty, Meng Yu hesitated for a moment before shaking his head in refusal. He disliked the feeling of being beholden to others. Previously, he had no choice but to rely on the generosity of others due to financial constraints. But now, as the world's wealthiest individual, he could hardly impose on someone else's hospitality. A flicker of disappointment crossed Murong Qianyu's eyes. Had her cohabitation request been turned down? Chapter 15. A bold inquiry. What is your relationship with Wang Zheng? Murong Qianyu quickly recovered from the awkwardness of being declined. The two of them resumed organizing the books. Meng Yu was unconcerned about Murong Qianyu hoarding money. She hailed from a prestigious family and possessed lofty ambitions, and despite her entrepreneurial aspirations, she would never resort to theft. In the end, they uncovered a total of 180 banknotes, amounting to a staggering 1,800 billion na yuan, an impressive sum indeed, and in cash, no less. Meng Yu suddenly burst into a light-hearted laugh, and upon noticing Meng Yu's curious stare, she quickly clarified. I was just pondering whether the residents of this building would weep in regret if they knew you had so much cash stashed in your room. Meng Yu folded the 180 banknotes and tucked them into his breast pocket. I suspect they would rather remain blissfully ignorant. Understanding the truth can be a burden. With that remark, he cast a meaningful glance at Meng Yu. Indeed, there is wisdom in maintaining a certain level of ignorance. Meng Yu smiled radiantly, just as a series of knocks echoed from the door. Meng Yu raised an eyebrow and confidently approached the entrance, peering through the peephole to identify the visitor. To his astonishment, he beheld a stunning woman with a voluptuous figure, dressed in revealing attire. Her golden waves cascading down her back, standing in the dusty stairwell while on a phone call, an incongruous sight in that environment. Seriously? Just one day after acquiring the system, and already a femme fatale is at my door? At that moment, he couldn't help but wish to post on social media. What should I do if a stunning woman with golden waves blocks my door? Urgently waiting for advice. As Meng Yu found himself somewhat flustered, Meng Yu approached him, holding a pale pink phone. It's a call from the vice president of South Hang Bank, looking for you. She's quite a beauty, you know. Would you like to take it? Meng Yu's expression turned peculiar as he reached for Meng Yu's phone. Could it really be the vice president of South Hang Bank seeking him out? He felt a surreal disorientation, as a mere worker whose savings barely topped 100,000. Receiving a call directly from such a prestigious figure seemed utterly inconceivable. Yet, he quickly recollected himself. The world had indeed transformed under the new global monetary system. 10,000 was enough to acquire an entire company. The days of being unable to afford a home were behind him. He was now wealthier than the world's richest individuals. With all his funds readily available, it seemed entirely reasonable for the vice president of South Hang Bank to reach out to him. In that case, did this mean the scam calls he had previously rejected from the likes of the president of Xia Country Bank or Gongshang Bank were genuine? As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of excitement appeared on his face while holding Meng Yu's phone. Huh, Meng Yu scoffed, rolling her eyes as she turned to enter the bedroom. Hello, is this Mr. Meng? Came a sweet, syrupy female voice from the phone, akin to a piece of white chocolate, sending shivers of delight through him. I'm right outside your door. Given that I've climbed 8 flights of stairs, could you kindly let me in for a glass of water? I beg you. Meng Yu opened the door, and an intoxicating fragrance enveloped him. It was rich yet not overpowering, alluring yet exquisite, a scent of the highest quality. He inclined his head slightly. Please, come in. The stunning woman with voluminous waves gazed in astonishment at Meng Yu's youthful visage. Although she had reviewed his profile, encountering him in person left her breathless at his striking handsomeness. A heart that had long been dormant began to flutter, and her smile grew increasingly enchanting. Thank you for receiving me, Mr. Meng. You are indeed remarkably low-key and mysterious. It is truly a challenge to meet you, she said, gliding gracefully into the living room as Meng Yu effortlessly closed the door behind her. Meng Yu smiled silently, heading to the kitchen to prepare tea for his guest. Meanwhile, the alluring woman quickly surveyed the room's decor, her gaze lingering momentarily on the closed bedroom door, where she faintly heard the sound of rustling clothing, causing her expression to subtly shift. That sound. Could it be that Meng Yu and Mr. Meng had progressed to such an intimate level? Mr. Meng, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Lingyue, the vice president of South Hang Bank. The Yue in my name represents the pearl in our organization. She gracefully accepted the teacup from him. Wang, you say? Meng Yu raised an eyebrow and ventured a question. What is your relation to Wang Zheng? Wang Zheng is the son of my elder brother, making him my nephew. However, as I was born when my mother was somewhat older, I am only a few years his senior, Wang Lingyue explained with care, not wishing to inadvertently position herself as an elder to this striking young man. Meng Yu's expression turned slightly bemused. So, you are Wang Zheng's aunt. A bold thought crossed his mind. If he and Wang Lingyue were to become involved, wouldn't that make the accomplished and affluent Wang Zheng refer to him as uncle? The idea amused him greatly. Yes, that's correct. However, I am merely 3 years older than him. So there is no need for you to concern yourself with such familial hierarchies, Wang Lingyue reminded him. In ancient aristocratic families, such peculiar age relationships were not uncommon. Seated on the vintage sofa, she fanned her rosy cheeks with delicate hands, perspiration glistening on her skin. Mr. Meng, I feel quite warm. With that, she shed her outer garment and unbuttoned the collar of her shirt. Meng Yu chuckled softly. After climbing 8 flights of stairs and sipping hot tea, it would be astonishing if she weren't feeling warm. Suddenly, the bedroom door swung open with force, and a graceful figure stumbled out. Wang Lingyue, you fox spirit. I thought of you as a confidant, yet you seek to steal. However, upon seeing the two conversing a meter apart, teacups in hand, Murong Qinyu had no choice but to swallow her reprimand, replacing it with an awkward cough. She had imagined something scandalous unfolding in the living room. It turned out to be a false alarm. Yet, deep down, Murong Qinyu understood that a man as exceptional as Meng Yu could hardly be kept under wraps. With so many beautiful women in the world, it was evident that the world's richest man was right before her. Moreover, he was so remarkably young and handsome, a flawless romantic prospect. Thus, all she could do was continually elevate herself, showcasing her beauty and thoughtfulness to retain Meng Yu's interest. "Why are you wearing my shirt?" Meng Yu asked, perplexed. At that moment, Murong Qinyu had indeed donned one of his shirts, which, due to its size, appeared particularly oversized on her. Her fair, delicate shoulders were exposed, radiating an ethereal glow. Meng Yu found himself momentarily entranced. An ordinary shirt looked utterly fashionable on Murong Qinyu. Truly, beauty could elevate any attire. With a hint of pride, she made a fist and declared, "Your place is quite a mess. I believe it requires a thorough cleaning. However, this is clearly not the sort of environment suitable for hiring a cleaning service, so I suppose it's up to me to handle it." "What? Do you have any objections?" Meng Yu regarded her with skepticism. Housework. She was the daughter of the Murong group, the epitome of a refined lady who had never lifted a finger. The notion of her doing housework seemed implausible to him. Though he acknowledged that Murong Qinyu made a valid point, his place was indeed one where a cleaning service would not suffice. After all, a single yuan could equate to 10 billion nan. Meng Yu certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to test a cleaning service's integrity with such a vast sum of money. "Don't forget, when we first met, I was a competent cashier. Underestimating my abilities will leave you quite astonished." Murong Qinyu chuckled, covering her mouth. Meng Yu shrugged helplessly. "All right. Do as you wish." Wang Lingyue observed the camaraderie between the two with a pang of envy. However, she refrained from suggesting they all clean together, having caught sight of the absurdly valuable paper airplane. Goodness, a paper airplane made from a 2-yuan note? Was this the amusement of a low-key wealthy individual? Did they not realize that her entire Wang family could not even boast a single 2-yuan note in their collection? When Wang Lingyue had accompanied her grandfather to the Murong family for a visit, she had felt a twinge of envy watching the elder Murong showcase that treasured note. It was clear that the Wang family still paled in comparison to the Murong family's legacy. Afterward, her grandfather had been so inspired that he announced a bid of 30 billion nan to acquire a 2-yuan note, but due to its rarity and the wealth of collectors, he had been unable to procure even one. It was astonishing to see such a note merely used as casual material for making paper airplanes in Meng Yu's hands. At that moment, Wang Lingyue couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. Though she held the position of vice president, she still felt her imagination constrained by poverty. If she possessed a 2-yuan banknote, she would undoubtedly take great care in framing it with a sandalwood frame, constructing a dedicated vault for its safekeeping. Even if she occasionally wished to showcase it to guests, she would don white gloves and carefully extract it with tweezers. The very thought of using it to fold paper airplanes would be utterly inconceivable, even in her wildest dreams. Of course, the 2-yuan note was something that even the venerable Mr. Wang could not acquire, so she certainly would not possess it. The opulence of this room could be discerned merely from the presence of that paper airplane. Beneath the seemingly mundane decor lay an astonishing amount of wealth. In such circumstances, summoning a housekeeper to clean would be utterly out of the question. Even Wang Lingyue would not dare to undertake the task herself. If she accidentally submerged that paper airplane in water, the cost of compensation would far exceed her worth. Moreover, even if she mustered the courage to offer her assistance, would Mr. Meng allow a stranger to carelessly invade his personal space? The answer would surely be a resounding no. Thus, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Recognizing the futility of her predicament, she was akin to a bystander, enviously observing the angler, a phrase that aptly encapsulated her current situation. "Miss Wang, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit today?" Mr. Meng inquired with a dispassionate tone. The distance conveyed in his words left Wang Lingyue feeling somewhat aggrieved. Typically, when men encountered her, they displayed eagerness to please, yet Mr. Meng's demeanor was so cold. Could he not extend a modicum of courtesy to a lady with a 34F figure? However, she was indeed here with an earnest request and dared not express her discontent. "Mr. Meng, the matter is this. We at Nanhang Bank hope that you might consider depositing some funds with us. Our annual interest rate is somewhat higher than that of the Summer Country Bank," Wang Lingyue stated directly, laying her intentions bare. A slight smile graced Mr. Meng's lips as he replied, "Oh, I do happen to have a small sum to spare. It all depends on the sincerity of Nanhang, for after all, funds deposited in the 4 major banks are considerably more secure than those in local banks." Since they were engaged in a business discussion, Mr. Meng felt no obligation to be overly courteous. After all, The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. He could not afford to forego millions in interest simply because the other party was an attractive woman. Furthermore, while interest rates might be paramount for small deposits, for sums exceeding hundreds of millions, the stability of the principal and the financial institution's strength took precedence. This was why the four major banks, despite offering the lowest interest rates, attracted the most deposits. Wealthy individuals had no concerns regarding the risk of these banks collapsing. In contrast, local banks had to offer significantly higher interest rates to entice affluent clients. Wang Lingyue forced a smile, realizing that Mr. Meng was indeed a savvy financier. Very well. I shall not beat around the bush and risk your displeasure. How does an 8% annual interest rate for a demand deposit sound? She emphasized the term demand deposit deliberately. After all, the current demand deposit interest rate on certain platforms barely reached 3%, and the four major banks typically offered less than 2%. Offering 8% at the outset certainly indicated Nanhang Bank's genuine intent. However, Mr. Meng was not easily swayed. An 8% demand deposit rate is indeed attractive, but if I were to deposit 100 yuan and it were a fixed deposit, I believe the banks in Magic City would offer a better rate, he replied, a confident smile curling his lips. When does a man exude the greatest confidence? Naturally, when his pockets are full. Merely 100 yuan. He currently had a 100 yuan note in both his upper jacket pocket and his lower trousers pocket, amounting to a staggering 200 billion in total. Not even the vice president of Nanhang Bank could afford to treat such a sum lightly. Even the president of the Summer Country Bank would handle it with utmost care. 100 yuan? A fixed deposit? That does seem a tad low, Wang Lingyue replied. However, Mr. Meng, we are both alumni of Nanhang University. In the spirit of camaraderie, would you be willing to assist me? She gazed at him with a pleading expression, aware that Nanhang Bank could not compete with the financial giants of Magic City, and thus resorted to appealing to their shared history. Yet Mr. Meng remained unperturbed, maintaining a calm demeanor. What a jest! Before acquiring his system, he had been a real estate salesman. He had encountered every sales tactic imaginable. Moreover, although he graduated from Nanhang University, he and Wang Lingyue were not contemporaries. She may have graduated long before he enrolled. To be frank, the bank's bottom line is 10%. That is already the maximum allowable rate. Any higher, and the central bank would take issue with it, he stated firmly. Wang Lingyue bit her lip. Nonetheless, we at Nanhang Bank are well acquainted with the local landscape. I could offer you some special services. Special services? Mr. Meng's interest peaked. His discerning gaze swept over Wang Lingyue, lingering for a moment on her ample figure. What a generous offer. Mr. Meng, how could your thoughts stray so? What I meant to convey is that should you invest or conduct business in Nanhang, I would ensure you receive the most comprehensive assistance. After all, our family, the Wang family, is a prominent clan in Nanhang, capable of helping you navigate many local customs and avoiding unnecessary complications. Mr. Meng coughed awkwardly, straightening his posture. The saying goes, the king may be easy to approach, but the little ghosts are troublesome. Although he currently possessed ample funds, he lacked a solid foundation. Encountering difficulties could prove challenging. He could not rely on Murong Qianyu for assistance every time, as that would undermine his reputation as a potential world-renowned tycoon. Wang Lingyue's words struck a chord with him. Very well, you've convinced me, Mr. Meng replied with a slight smile, retrieving a stack of bills from his jacket pocket. He produced the largest 100 yuan note and handed it to her. In the world before the grand changes, carrying a wad of cash, interspersed with coins, might seem somewhat vulgar. However, with values now magnified a billionfold, this action appeared extravagantly opulent. Wang Lingyue's heart raced at the sight. Did she truly care about that mere 100 yuan? No. It was the extravagant manner in which Mr. Meng produced the money that captivated her. To put it into perspective, 100 yuan converted to 1,000 billion, representing less than 1% of his wealth. With a stable income of 10 billion from deposits at Nanhang Bank and the Wang family providing protection, this transaction would undoubtedly yield significant gains for him. Of course, Nanhang Bank would not suffer either. After all, Mr. Meng's cash was genuine and could easily be leveraged for loans or investment operations, generating even greater profits. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Meng. I am immensely grateful. Please allow me to add you on WeChat. So if you require any services, you may reach out to me at any time, Wang Lingyue said. Trembling as she accepted the 100 yuan note, her chest heaving with excitement, feeling parched. This represented the largest deposit she had secured since becoming vice president. Mr. Meng was indeed the most distinguished and enigmatic personal client of the Summer Country Bank. His grandeur and mystery far exceeded her expectations. It was no wonder that even the president of the Summer Country Bank had repeatedly failed to secure a meeting with him and could not reach him by phone. Had Wang Lingyue not witnessed the scene at the supermarket at noon and had a long-standing friendship with Murong Qianyu, she might have been turned away at the door. Wang Lingyue was genuinely curious about how much wealth Mr. Meng possessed in his summer country bank account. Could it possibly exceed 1,000 yuan? Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the bedroom, laden with sheer terror. Meng Yu raised an eyebrow and swiftly entered the room. Just then, a shadow darted out from the doorway, startling Wang Lingyue, who was seated on the sofa in the living room, causing her to scream as well. Murong Qianyu, her face ashen, dove into Meng Yu's embrace. Trembling softly, a mouse. There's a mouse. A huge one. Meng Yu gazed at her tearful countenance in his arms and refrained from disparaging her fears. Internally, he mused. A mouse? Is that all? Isn't it quite normal for an old community to have mice? It would be more peculiar if there weren't any. With such a timid disposition, how could she claim to have startled him? Meng Yu admitted to feeling a sense of fright. Regaining her composure, Murong Qianyu explained. I was helping you sort through your old clothes to check for any forgotten coins, and I actually found quite a few. With that, she proudly presented a small box from the bedside table to Meng Yu, containing numerous bills and coins, albeit of modest denominations, totaling only a few dozen yuan. Meng Yu surmised these were remnants he had left in his old garments. Little did he know that, in this transformed world, they had morphed into a veritable fortune. You need to invest, right? Here, take this money and make good use of it. Just don't let me incur losses, Meng Yu said, waving his hand generously. He was now the world's richest man, enjoying absolute financial freedom. Investments no longer needed to be solely for profit. He could simply pursue joy. Ever since their initial meeting, Meng Yu had held a favorable impression of the Murong Group's heiress. She was beautiful, possessed an admirable figure, and they got along well. Although he was aware that her approach to him was likely driven by ulterior motives, whether for his wealth or his person, such desires were not entirely unexpected. Had she been unattractive and ill-tempered, he doubted he would have even glanced her way. Hey, Meng Yu, what do you mean by just not incurring losses? Don't underestimate me. My company has tremendous potential. After you conduct an on-site investigation, then we can discuss your investment, Murong Qianyu declared, raising her chin proudly. As the daughter of the Murong Group, she carried an inherent pride that ordinary women lacked. Although she was indeed in dire need of investment, she certainly did not require charity. Chapter 18. A stack of red 100 yuan bills. Wang Lingyue stepped into the room, momentarily stunned. Gazing at the modest sum within the small box, she recalled the moment when Mr. Meng casually pulled out over 100 yuan from his jacket pocket. Was it true that genuine tycoons were indifferent to money? Coins and bills worth at least 100 million yuan were carelessly stored in pockets instead of being securely deposited in a bank vault? What if they were lost? That would be utterly heartbreaking. Besides, money kept in a bank accrues interest. Had Mr. Meng become so affluent that he no longer cared about interest? This was truly astonishing. Murong Qianyu further elucidated the mouse incident, stating, I'm not that afraid of mice, as I've even had hamsters before. It was just that the mouse suddenly emerged from your cotton coat, and it was large and dark, nearly biting my hand. It was terrifying. Meng Yu chuckled at her words. Mice indeed had a penchant for burrowing into wardrobes, and they had already gnawed through several of his old garments. Moreover, if an unexpected large mouse were to leap out from clothing without any warning, it could indeed be quite alarming, especially for a girl. He strolled over to the wardrobe, retrieving those cotton coats and gazing sorrowfully at the bite marks on them. This particular coat had been a gift from his parents 2 winters prior. Although inexpensive, it had been imbued with their heartfelt intent, and he had been reluctant to wear it. Now, it was damaged by a mouse. He reached into the various pockets of the coat, skillfully rummaging through them, and extracted a few coins to place in the small box. Suddenly, his hand brushed against a stack of paper. His face brightened with delight as he remembered that he had seemingly lost his red envelope money from the previous year, which had caused him considerable distress at the time. To his astonishment, it had been tucked away in this pocket. What a windfall. It had multiplied 10 billion times over. Thankfully, he hadn't found it earlier. Murong Qianyu and Wang Lingyue drew closer. Their curiosity piqued as they observed his large hand plunging into the inner pocket of the cotton coat. In their eyes, Meng Yu was a discreet scion of a hidden aristocracy, and whatever elicited such joy from him must be something extraordinary. Then, both women were rendered breathless by the sight before them. A stack of red 100 yuan bills. A crumpled bundle of bills, appearing to have a dozen or more. Both new and old, shimmered under the light with a captivating pale golden hue. Their minds momentarily blanked. How much could this be worth? Calculating at 100 yuan equating to 1,000 billion yuan, this stack must be worth over 10 trillion. Was it truly appropriate to leave such a sum forgotten in a wardrobe? What if a thief broke in? One must realize that such a fortune could tempt anyone to take desperate measures. Moreover, it seemed to have been washed. Although the special paper used for 100 yuan bills withstands water damage, there was still a risk of tearing, especially after being laundered with the cotton coat. Did Mr. Meng truly not care at all? The nonchalance of the ultra-wealthy was indeed beyond their comprehension. It was extravagance to an absurd degree. Wang Lingyue tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, feeling both tempted and unsure how to voice her thoughts. For the amount of over 10 trillion far exceeded the capacity of the Nanhang Bank. Unexpectedly, Meng Yu spoke first. Vice President Wang, please arrange for an armored cash transport vehicle. I need to move. This money should be temporarily stored in the Nanhang Bank vault. Meng Yu was well aware of the wisdom in concealing wealth. He certainly did not wish to flaunt a hefty sum of cash, as that would be tantamount to courting danger. Temporary storage in the vault? Wang Lingyue felt a twinge of disappointment. For such a temporary arrangement meant that the Nanhang Bank could not access this colossal sum. Yet, she understood that this amount of cash was beyond her reach. However, she was not overly disheartened. She believed that by cultivating a good relationship with Meng Yu, how could she not fill any gaps in her savings? The position of vice president at Nanhang Bank would likely be as secure as a fortress. Moreover, leveraging this relationship could even lead her to the position of bank president. Such a prospect was not entirely implausible. I understand, the cash transport vehicle is en route. However, such a significant action will undoubtedly attract the attention of the 4 major banks, and Mr. Meng, your identity may be exposed, Wang Lingyue remarked, lowering her gaze thoughtfully. She had resolved to firmly attach herself to Meng Yu's side, for such a robust connection was one she would never relinquish. That's fine. I no longer intend to hide my identity, Meng Yu replied nonchalantly. What was there to conceal? Before acquiring the system, he had been merely a worker with less than 20,000 in savings. There was nothing worth hiding. It was solely the system's magical box that had changed the world's price and currency system, propelling him to become the world's new richest man with a fortune of 100 trillion yuan. Suddenly, Murong Qinyu's eyes widened as she pointed to a tattered 100 yuan bill, exclaiming, "Oh my, this bill seems to have had a corner chewed off by a mouse." Well, if it's chewed, then it's chewed. It's just one bill, Meng Yu shrugged. He had already noticed the damaged note. However, this stack of 100 yuan red banknotes was indeed an unexpected windfall, having been inadvertently unearthed from old clothing, and its value had multiplied a billionfold. Even if one note were to be torn, it would not matter. He would still profit immensely, hence there was no trace of heartache upon his countenance. Yet, the 2 women remained oblivious to the underlying truth, gazing at Meng Yu in astonishment. Wang Lingyue swallowed hard, her eyes wide with disbelief as she beheld the tattered 100 yuan note. What was Mr. Meng saying? Just let it be? It's merely one note? According to the bank's policy on damaged currency, a 100 yuan note with a torn corner could only be exchanged for 75 yuan, equating to 750 billion nano yuan. Compared to a pristine note, that was a loss of 25 yuan, translating to a staggering 250 billion nano yuan. 250 billion nano yuan. Just like that, nibbled away by a foolish mouse. Good heavens, did Mr. Meng not exhibit even the slightest hint of sorrow? Wang Lingyue recalled her own exhilaration when she had managed to secure a 100 yuan deposit earlier, contrasting it with Meng Yu's calm demeanor. She felt an overwhelming pang of envy. More sour than a lemon. When would she ever be able to remain unfazed at a loss of 250 billion nano yuan, just like Mr. Meng? Of course, she first needed to possess 250 billion nano yuan to endure such a loss. Contemplating this painfully realistic prerequisite, Wang Lingyue's gaze turned melancholic. Although she was undoubtedly a wealthy second generation, why did she feel utterly devoid of the confidence typical of the affluent in Mr. Meng's presence? Why did the disparity between a wealthy heir and a true magnate seem even more pronounced than that between a laborer and a wealthy heir? Could Mr. Meng not feign a semblance of sympathy, offering solace to her fragile, wounded spirit? Chapter 19. Don't just stand there. Murong Qianyu displayed a more composed demeanor, having already been rendered numb by the shock. Witnessing this scene, she harbored but one thought. Mr. Meng, you truly are remarkable. Meng Yu, are you preparing to leave? I have already summoned family bodyguards to watch over this room in your absence, Murong Qianyu said softly. At that moment, she was clad in Meng Yu's white shirt, exuding charm and grace. If Wang Lingyue were unaware of the circumstances, she might even assume that she had become Mr. Meng's dutiful little wife. Meng Yu nodded slightly, tidying up before getting ready to depart. Engaging with a clever young lady was indeed a pleasure. Many matters required no verbal instruction from him. Murong Qianyu continued, Lingyue, you should also arrange for some personnel. Mr. Meng's wealth is astonishing, and I worry the staff may succumb to their inner greed. Her words were a deliberate attempt to distance herself from any potential suspicion. After all, while friendship was one thing, should money go missing, she would be at a loss for how to explain it to Meng Yu. Would he not suspect her of embezzlement? Naturally, an additional layer of protection was warranted. Mr. Meng is our most esteemed client at the Nanchang Bank. I will directly request personnel from the bank to provide round-the-clock security for Mr. Meng, ensuring absolute safety. Wang Lingyue affirmed solemnly. The Nanchang Bank acted swiftly. Within 5 minutes, an armored cash transport vehicle, lights flashing, arrived at the base of the building where Meng Yu resided. Fully armed security teams rushed upstairs with a specially designed safe. Wang Lingyue took the safe from the security personnel, carefully counting the cash and coins in front of Meng Yu a total of 9 times. Only after confirming the accuracy of the amount did she dare to place the bills and coins inside the safe, securely closing it and affixing a tamper-proof seal. Finally, Wang Lingyue presented Meng Yu with a deposit slip, the amount inscribed reaching an astonishing 175.23 billion. Even the trained security personnel, carrying the sealed safe, felt their arms tremble slightly. The sum contained within was simply overwhelming. Should any minor error occur, the consequences would be dire. However, the cold steel of their weapons offered some reassurance. This was the stable summer country, where gun control was stringent, and it was unlikely that any criminals would dare to attack a cash transport vehicle. Wang Lingyue departed with the security personnel, knowing she must personally oversee the transport of such a significant sum to the vault to feel at ease. Once the bank staff had left, only Meng Yu and Murong Qianyu remained in the room, 2 solitary figures. Murong Qianyu's heart raced as she toyed with the hem of the oversized shirt, her delicate shoulders exposed like creamy jade, causing Meng Yu's gaze to warm. "Qianyu, wait a moment, I need to change into some clothes," Meng Yu suddenly said gently. Murong Qianyu, her head bowed, responded with a soft, almost inaudible hum, her cheeks flushing crimson, resembling the fiery clouds at dusk. At this moment, she felt a tumult of emotions. Logically, she recognized that they had known each other for less than a day and that the pace seemed too swift. Yet, she found herself at a loss on how to refuse Meng Yu, as his conditions were simply too favorable: tall, handsome, humble, and possessing a fortune that surpassed the wealthiest in the world. Perhaps deep down, she did not wish to reject any intimate gestures from Meng Yu. The idea of confirming their relationship before nurturing feelings felt somewhat unsettling, but if it were him, perhaps it would be entirely acceptable. The sound of rustling fabric came from the bedroom as Meng Yu changed. Murong Qianyu's breath quickened, her soft sighs echoing with anticipation and trepidation. Finally, Meng Yu emerged in a set of worn clothes. "Qianyu, don't just stand there. Were you not going to help me clean the room? Just talking without action is mere pretense." Murong Qianyu was momentarily taken aback, her mind swirling in confusion. Clean the room? Pretense? After all her deliberation, was this all he had in mind? In an instant, her initial shyness transformed into indignation. She declared her desire to cease conversing with Meng Yu and hurled a sofa cushion at him. Then, armed with a bucket and cloth, she set to work. "What has got you all riled up? Hey, Murong Qianyu, did I provoke you?" Meng Yu caught the cushion effortlessly, wearing an expression of helplessness. Truly, the world is difficult to navigate, especially when it comes to women and petty individuals. The ancient sages were not wrong. Meng Yu and Murong Qianyu continued to tidy the room until it sparkled anew, after which they each took a shower and changed into fresh clothes, ready to step out. During this cleaning process, Meng Yu discovered Murong Qianyu's gentle and capable side. It turned out that the heiress of the Murong group was quite adept at household chores, her movements remarkably efficient. This revelation surprised Meng Yu and sparked his curiosity about the couple who had raised her. What kind of educational philosophy had they embraced to instill such skills in their own daughter? As he closed the rusty door behind him, Meng Yu wore a nostalgic expression. Although the life of a laborer was undeniably monotonous and bitter, upon attaining the status of the world's wealthiest through the system, and as the past became an irretrievable memory, he found himself inexplicably longing for those days. Perhaps this was simply the nature of humanity? Meng Yu reached out to brush his fingers over the rusted door, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. This return to clean up had, in a sense, provided closure, fulfilling a desire he had long held. And it had also yielded an abundance of unexpected treasures. The old life has ultimately come to an end, and he is now poised to revel in the extravagant lifestyle befitting the world's richest individual. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was his colleague, Su Qiner, calling. Chapter 20. Who is being arrogant? Meng Yu answered the call. "Hello, is this Xiao Meng?" Su Qiner's tone was somewhat anxious. Meng Yu furrowed his brows. Su Qiner was a strikingly beautiful colleague at their company, with whom Meng Yu shared a good rapport, often exchanging deliveries and takeout. Although her looks and demeanor fell short in comparison to Murong Qianyu, she was undeniably a head-turner on the streets. "What is the matter, Beauty Su? Have you been harassed by an old man again?" Meng Yu jested casually, hoping to alleviate Su Qiner's tension and help her regain her composure to articulate the situation clearly. "You're the one being harassed by an old woman." "Humph. Supervisor Zhang is furious, claiming you've been too arrogant and is about to toss your belongings out." Su Qiner replied indignantly. "Oh, understood. Please inform Supervisor Zhang that I shall be there shortly," Meng Yu responded nonchalantly. Too arrogant? Who is truly being arrogant here? Initially, Meng Yu had little desire to engage with his former superior, considering they had once worked together, having leaped from humble beginnings to great heights. He felt no need to hold on to past grievances. Yet, some superiors certainly relished overstepping their bounds. If Meng Yu were to give Supervisor Zhang any semblance of respect, he would soon forget his own place. How dare he threaten to discard Meng Yu's belongings? Such audacity was utterly outrageous. Moreover, there was indeed something of significance left at the company that he needed to retrieve. As he contemplated this item, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Meng Yu's eyes, bringing forth memories of his splendid university days and the enchanting visage of a certain lady. It was 3 months after he had accepted Wang Li's confession when he encountered her at a bookstore in Nanqing. They conversed with great delight, considering each other confidants. One moonlit night, as they shared drinks, she poured out her heart and expressed her affections. However, Meng Yu, believing he could not betray Wang Li's earnest feelings for him, gently declined her advances, despite her beauty far surpassing that of his girlfriend. This proud woman, aware of Meng Yu's harmonious relationship with Wang Li, never broached the subject of romance again. Their relationship blossomed from genuine affection but remained respectful. And as they graduated and went their separate ways, they tacitly severed contact. The only remnant she left for Meng Yu was a bracelet she had removed from her wrist, a memento of their fateful encounter, cherished yet unfulfilled. He typically kept this bracelet in his briefcase, carrying it closely as a rare token of a true confidant. It was only during the noon of the day he received the system that he had been out shopping for daily necessities at Wufujing Plaza, leaving the briefcase and the bracelet at the company. He had only just remembered it now. This was, in fact, the true reason behind Meng Yu's indifference towards women. As the saying goes, once you've seen the vast ocean, you cannot settle for mere water. In terms of beauty, elegance, and charm, even the daughter of the Murong group paled in comparison to his old friend. She was a solitary, proud blue enchantress. Who is this beauty, Sue? Does your company have other beautiful colleagues? Murong Qianyu's envious voice interrupted Meng Yu's reverie. Meng Yu replied straightforwardly, yes, she is quite nice. I plan to head to the office. Would you like to join me? If Murong Qianyu chose not to accompany him, he would have to take a taxi, and certainly, a taxi would not compare to the comfort of riding in a Rolls-Royce. He needed to find time to purchase a fine vehicle. Murong Qianyu cast him a sidelong glance. Her smile enchanting. Of course, I'm awaiting my esteemed boss to invest in me. Besides, I wish to meet the imposing Supervisor Zhang. Meng Yu chuckled nonchalantly. Had it not been for the sentimental value of that bracelet, he would have little inclination to return to the company, as he had no further use for other personal belongings. Come on, let me carry you down. Those high heels are bound to twist your ankle. Is it my fault? How was I to know your building lacks an elevator? Murong Qianyu, don't move around too much. You actually have muscles. A mere touch 1T cost you a pound of flesh. In jest, Meng Yu carried Murong Qianyu down the stairs. After their encounters at the Marriott Hotel and at Meng Yu's home, their relationship had undoubtedly grown closer, allowing for playful banter that transcended mere camaraderie. However, neither of them anticipated that the ground floor was already teeming with onlookers. Since Meng Yu's return home, the sight of a Rolls-Royce Phantom accompanied by a stunning beauty and a bank-armored vehicle was bound to attract attention. It was a well-known trait of the citizens of Xia country to gather and gossip. I tell you, a divine couple just arrived in a custom-made Rolls-Royce. The man dashing and the woman breathtaking. It was like a scene from a movie. Is that true? The car is right here. That Rolls-Royce must be worth at least 20 million. Can a young man afford such a vehicle? He must be a big boss. Did you see those 4 escort vehicles? With over a dozen bodyguards, he must be quite the figure. I suspect the lady is a major star. Come on, stars don't have this kind of entourage. She is probably the daughter or son of a prominent family. Did you see the armored truck? The security personnel were carrying a safe. Who knows what treasures were inside? They even deployed so many security personnel. Who was that stunning beauty who just came down? Absolutely mesmerizing. She must be at least a 36D. If she could be my girlfriend, I'd gladly sacrifice 20 years of my life. She is likely a high-ranking official from Nanhang Bank. I saw their logo. 20 years of life. You wish. More people just arrived. I heard they're bodyguards from the Murong group and security from Nanhang Bank. There must be 40 or 50 of them now. What is going on? Who knows? It might have something to do with that couple. Could it be embezzlement? Or perhaps an affair caught in the act? That doesn't seem likely. It feels more like a marriage proposal or a divorce. Stop speculating. I think maybe a national treasure is being unveiled. Regardless, with this commotion, something major is bound to happen. What is the rush? It might even make the news tomorrow. Who would have thought our little community could witness such a spectacle? Look, that couple is back. The man is striking, the woman stunning. They're incredible. As Meng Yu and Murong Qianyu reached the ground floor, they exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. Fortunately, the bodyguards from the Murong group and the security personnel from Nanhang Bank had arrived, and under the cover of the staff, Meng Yu and Murong Qinyu boarded the Rolls-Royce Jasmine Phantom and sped away. However, just minutes after the Rolls-Royce departed, a luxurious convoy comprising several high-ranking bank officials rushed towards the old neighborhood where Meng Yu had once resided. Chapter 21. A gathering of banks competing for supremacy. A procession of lavish Porsche sedans began to flood into the dilapidated community where Meng Yu had rented an apartment. Several more batches followed. Oblivious residents of the neighborhood could only assume that a car exhibition had mistakenly found its way to the wrong address. In truth, the aging community where Meng Yu resided had already been over 20 years old, as evidenced by the crumbling buildings and worn-out pavement. However, since its establishment, the community has never witnessed such a grand spectacle. A staggering assembly of luxury vehicles, numbering in the hundreds, has encircled the area, creating an impenetrable barrier. Yang Chengbin, the branch manager of Nanhang Bank, currently a level 6 officer and the highest-ranking official of Nanhang Bank present here, has encountered his fair share of significant events in his youth while accompanying his superiors on various expeditions. Nevertheless, he has never seen a scene as magnificent as today's. Save perhaps at an international banking conference. It is not merely the presence of hundreds of luxury automobiles, which is commonplace at international auto shows. Rather, it is the esteemed individuals seated in the back seats of those vehicles that astonishes him. The presidents of the 5 major banks of Xiagua, Xiagua Bank, Xiagua Gongshang Bank, Xiagua Jinshi Bank, Xiagua Nongya Bank, and Jiaodong Bank have all personally arrived. Furthermore, representatives from renowned domestic banks such as Zhaoshang Bank, Xixin Bank, Pufa Bank, Xiagua Kaifa Bank, Jinliku Bank, Minxing Bank, and even numerous foreign banks operating in the country have also made their appearance, without exception. Scanning the crowd, it is evident that the representatives of these banks are predominantly industry titans at least of vice president rank. Yang Chengbin swallowed hard, his eyes wide with astonishment at the scene before him. Yet, as a seasoned branch manager, he is not naive and quickly recalls Vice President Wang's instructions. Undoubtedly, the esteemed clients mentioned by Vice President Wang are likely the very high-ranking individuals present. After all, the likelihood of a single aging community harboring 2 true dragons is almost non-existent. Hence, who exactly was the enigmatic figure that Vice President Wang just visited? What could possibly warrant the simultaneous attention of so many bank presidents? Even the wealthiest individual in Xiagua, the South Hongma, would scarcely receive such treatment. It is crucial to understand that these individuals are the true heavyweights of the domestic banking sector. Their mere stamp of a foot can send ripples throughout the industry. Onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Wow, these people seem to have significant backgrounds. Just who are that pair of men and women? I have no idea, but they seem quite formidable. I recognize the one who arrived in the extended Bentley. He is the president of the Xiagua branch of Rushi Bank. I used to work as a security guard there, so I know for sure. I've seen the man's photo. He is the president of Xiagua Bank. Truly impressive. Goodness, this assembly is extravagantly luxurious. Honestly, I feel envious. I used to throw out garbage with that guy named Meng. If I had known, I should have befriended him. Who knows, I might have soared to great heights. I feel the same. Just the other day, I had a meal with him at a small restaurant. And at that time, his girlfriend wasn't even the same one. He is young and accomplished, undoubtedly has a multitude of admirers. Their curiosity was palpable. What could possibly draw such banking magnates to him? Even Yang Chengbin, amidst his shock, felt as though he were being clawed by a cat. However, he also understood that in the peculiar environment of the banking industry, excessive curiosity could prove detrimental. Given that Vice President Wang had not provided further details, he dared not inquire further. Are you the responsible party here? From Nanhang Bank? The president of Xiagua Bank approached, casting a stern glance in his direction. As his words fell, the gazes of the assembled guests converged upon Yang Chengbin, their smiles tinged with a peculiar amusement. Nanhang Bank, is that a second-rate institution? Do they aspire to partake in the pie? Beads of sweat instantly formed on Yang Chengbin's forehead. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Knowing the terrifying identities of these guests, he felt a crushing psychological pressure. To say it bluntly, if he inadvertently uttered a provocative remark, he would find himself without a foothold in the banking industry in the future. Yes, I am Yang Chengbin, branch manager of Nanhang Bank. By the orders of Vice President Wang Lingwei, I am here to oversee the residence of a distinguished guest. Yang Chengbin's back was already drenched in sweat. The president of Xiagua Bank furrowed his brow. Wang. That must refer to the Wang family of Nanhang. He had long observed that the personnel here were rather eclectic, surmising that beyond the bank's security staff, there were also bodyguards from the Wang family. However, even the entirety of the Wang family could scarcely support the financial demands of the esteemed Mr. Meng. The guests exchanged glances. Ever since news of the low-profile and enigmatic Mr. Meng's presence in Nanhang emerged, the global banking community has focused its attention on the city. These individuals were merely the first to arrive hastily, while a multitude of overseas banks were en route, boarding flights to Nanhang. After all, Mr. Meng is the individual with the largest cash deposits in the world, without exception. He stands as the singular entity capable of stirring global financial storms with his personal wealth. It is rumored in certain circles that his fortune is sufficient to elevate a small developing country to developed status. The most alarming aspect is that none of the bank presidents present possess the qualifications to ascertain how he acquired such immense wealth. The central bank has remained tight-lipped about the matter, even withholding information from the four major banks directly under its jurisdiction. Returning to the topic, should the Wang family be involved, there is one individual present who ought to possess more information regarding Mr. Meng. All the bank presidents turned their gazes toward Wang Zheng, the next head of the Nanhang Wang family. Wang Zheng, at this moment, wore a bewildered expression. To be fair, he had accompanied the president of Xiaogua Bank merely as a junior, intending to gain insights from the influential figures. Although he had achieved entrepreneurial success and garnered the unanimous recognition of the elder generation of the Wang family, his company's scale was ultimately too modest, barely reaching 100 billion yuan. Prior to assuming control of the Wang family's estate, he naturally lacked the qualifications to participate in this competition. In fact, Wang Zheng was entirely unaware of the mysterious Tycoon's name or age. All he knew was that the Tycoon was extraordinarily wealthy. Moreover, his purpose for being here was quite simple. After the mysterious Tycoon had divided the substantial cake among the banks, he merely needed to gather a few crumbs to satiate his appetite. After all, that enigmatic Tycoon was a figure that all major banks pursued eagerly. Simply becoming familiar with him could lead to investments in the tens of billions, akin to a mere pittance. Feeling pitifully humble, such is the nature of business. There is no shame in it. Chapter 22. The Tycoon reshaping the business landscape. Having regained his composure from his stupor, Wang Zheng's face was one of incredulity. He had merely accompanied the prince for education, and now he found himself in a pivotal role. Surely, this branch manager must have made a mistake. He repeatedly confirmed. Manager Yang, are you certain that my aunt, Wang Lingyue, has instructed you to stand guard here? If this turned out to be a blunder, the Nanhang Wang family would be ridiculed on a global scale. As the future head of the Wang family, he could not afford to be overly cautious. Moreover, while Wang Lingyue could not be considered a mere ornament in the family, her abilities seemed rather mediocre compared to her striking beauty, particularly in her lack of decisiveness. How could she possibly have been the first to engage with such an individual? Not to mention, the numerous banking magnates present were incapable of contacting the mysterious Tycoon. What qualifications did his aunt, Wang Lingyue, a mere vice president of a small bank, have to seize the initiative? Did that enigmatic Tycoon take an interest in his aunt? Or has she been concealing her true capabilities all along? Wang Zheng's mind raced with countless thoughts, yet his countenance gradually settled into tranquility. It was then that Yang Qingbin noticed Wang Zheng, who had been trailing behind the president of the Summer National Bank. Indeed, he was the young master of the Wang family. I was instructed by Vice President Wang to oversee the estate for our esteemed guest, he remarked, casting a curious glance at Wang Zheng. Wasn't Vice President Wang part of the Wang family? How could the Nanhang Wang family be unaware of this? Did Vice President Wang harbor ulterior motives? Yang Qingbin had initially contemplated divulging the presence of the Murong Group's heiress, but after a moment of reflection, he instinctively chose to withhold this information. After all, he was a seasoned employee of the Nanhang Bank, directly subordinate to Wang Lingyue, and the interests of the Wang family were of little concern to him. Are you suggesting that the mysterious Tycoon resides here? Is he still present? Wang Zheng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yang Qingbin shook his head. The esteemed guest just departed. I heard he returned to his company and is unlikely to return soon. Upon hearing this, the other bank presidents displayed visible disappointment, for none among them knew where Mr. Meng's company was located. It seemed they had once again drawn a blank. However, this outcome had been anticipated. Constrained by the ambiguous stance of the central bank, the presidents lacked the courage to hire private detectives to investigate Mr. Meng. Without a clear lead, their futile efforts were hardly surprising. Their continued enthusiasm was merely a gesture of goodwill, akin to the famed 3 visits to the thatched cottage, hoping that sincerity would win them the world's largest client. It would be unjust to label their domestic banks as insignificant. They were aware that the heads of international banking giants had rushed to Nanhang City on private jets the moment they learned of Mr. Meng's entry into the business world. Those not in the upper echelons of the banking sector could hardly fathom the monumental impact that a magnate like Mr. Meng could have on the global banking landscape, not to mention the entire business realm. If, during the Three Kingdoms period, Possessing either Zhuge Liang or Pang Tong could lead to dominion over the realm, then securing Mr. Meng as a client would effectively position a bank as the foremost institution in the private sector, far surpassing its nearest competitor. The fact that Nanhang Bank was the first to engage with Mr. Meng was, in truth, anticipated by the bank presidents, given that it was the local bank of Nanhang City. Though its scale was modest and its reach limited, its influence within the confines of Nanhang was undoubtedly profound. The adage that a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake rings true, sometimes. Navigating local channels proves more fruitful in identifying significant figures. It appears that collaboration with Nanhang Bank is in order, as this institution has indeed benefited from Mr. Meng's presence. It would be remiss to overlook Vice President Wang's ability to be the first to connect with Mr. Meng, regardless of the connection she employed. That in itself is a testament to her capability. Indeed, achieving results is the true measure of competence. After all, Nanhang Bank is relatively small, with the capacity to handle a mere $1 trillion in savings, which is hardly consequential. It is likely that Mr. Meng's deposits already exceed this sum, accompanied by an immense treasury of cash. Such ancient families have always held a fondness for hard currency. After all, digital currency is a novel invention. While small amounts may suffice in that realm, substantial transactions still rely on cash for reliability. From ancient silver notes to contemporary treasury bills, this principle remains unchanged. Yet, one wonders from which illustrious lineage Mr. Meng hails. This is a matter best left unexamined. Warnings have been issued against probing into Mr. Meng's personal affairs. Alas, Mr. Meng comes and goes like the wind, and one cannot help but wonder when the opportunity to meet him might arise. It is said that he is young, handsome, and exceptionally talented, with even the prestigious Dongfang family from the capital keen on an alliance. The celebrated daughter of the Dongfang family? Did she not graduate from the top military academy in Nanhang? Could it be that the two are already acquainted? Who can say? One is a scion of an elite family in the capital, while the other is the heir of a 1,000-year-old hidden lineage. They seem quite well matched. Well matched? Although I am but a banker from the land of cherry blossoms, I am aware of the overt and covert rivalries among great families. Should Mr. Meng and the Dongfang family unite their strengths, it would not only unsettle other top families within the Summer Nation, but could also provoke the Rothschilds and the Freemason Consortium into action. The bank presidents gathered in small groups, deliberating. Since their leads on Mr. Meng had ultimately run dry, they resolved to return and strategize further. Ultimately, they dared not infringe upon Mr. Meng's privacy. Securing deposits is trivial compared to the potential wrath of the discreet Mr. Meng, who could indeed wield the power to topple several banks with his formidable wealth. It must be noted that Mr. Meng's very existence presents a unique anomaly within the global banking sector. Hence, he has acquired a distinctive moniker, Bug Meng, a nod to his penchant for privacy and his unfathomable wealth. Now that Mr. Meng has finally made an appearance, albeit for a mere expenditure of over $3 million at the Marriott Hotel, he has signaled the potential for significant developments. After all, the actions of a recluse of his stature are invariably laden with meaning. This could herald an unprecedented upheaval in the Summer Nation's business community, and indeed the global market. For Mr. Meng's fortune is staggering enough to influence the fate of both the Summer Nation and the world. With expressions of regret, the bank presidents departed in their luxury vehicles. The onlookers, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, gradually dispersed, and the once bustling old neighborhood returned to its former tranquility, save for the vigilant security personnel of Nanhang Bank, who remained stationed at Mr. Meng's former residence. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Fengyuan International Trade Building, a striking Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a slow halt, flanked by 4 heavily guarded vehicles, drawing the envy and admiration of passers-by. A Phantom Series luxury car worth $40 million? Such opulence was beyond the reach of small business owners renting offices in the trade building. Who could this esteemed client be, gracing the premises with their presence? Chapter 23. Understood. Here to forge connections. As the company arrived, Meng Yu gazed out the window, observing the familiar scenery. It was still some time before the end of the workday. The entrance of the trade building remained as old and clean as ever. The convenience store at the entrance deserted, and the security personnel stationed in the lobby, along with the busy delivery staff, continued their routines, unloading small parcels from their tricycles. Only Meng Yu, having received the system, experienced a life-altering transformation. The world around him had changed drastically. Just yesterday, he was toiling away from 9 to 5, striving to purchase a home and a car. He had to navigate the treacherous waters of difficult clients while contending with colleagues' jealousy and the exploitation of his performance by supervisors. Even his materialistic girlfriend had deemed him unworthy, leading to their breakup. Today, however, he possessed a fortune sufficient to buy Apple Incorporated, savoring a bottle of 600 000 and dollar wine, pursued by the heiress of a grand family, and causing his ex-girlfriend to regret her decision to the point of fainting. The days of the working class were now behind him. The acquisition of the system had propelled him to the pinnacle of his existence. Meng Yu, so you are here experiencing life. Qianyu interjected curiously. I remember you mentioning that you worked in real estate sales for Greenway Group, a Fortune 500 company. So your monthly salary must be considerable? Meng Yu offered a nonchalant smile. It's just a small company under Greenway, with a base salary of 3,500 plus a 1% commission. That is quite a sum already. As a cashier, I only earn a meager 5,000 yuan per month. It's hardly enough to buy a lipstick. Suddenly, Qianyu's eyes glinted mischievously. How about we pool our salaries for a hot pot feast? I heard from my college roommate that money earned from part-time jobs makes even instant noodles taste exquisite. Besides, I know a nearby old establishment that serves exceptionally delectable food, and the best part is, you can't find it online. 2 salaries for a hot pot? Are we made of money? Meng Yu's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, a young lady from a prominent family is not someone one can easily support. In the past, he might have turned and walked away. However, he found himself unable to refuse. After all, having already indulged in a 9,000 yuan emperor crab, a little extra expense hardly matters. At that moment, the driver conveniently opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce. Qianyu stepped down, her long legs accentuated by the sunlight. With her coffee-colored stockings embroidered with golden patterns shimmering with an air of nobility and elegance. Good heavens, those are the Gerb Phoenix series collectible stockings. No way, no way. You must be mistaken. That series costs tens of thousands for a single pair. Unless she is truly a wealthy heiress, who could afford such luxury. They are meant for collection. There can be no mistake. The Phoenix series is crafted from premium limestone silk, which in ancient times would have been considered a tribute silk. One can easily discern the difference. Indeed, especially on the stockings. The exquisitely delicate golden rust patterns exude an air of nobility without being garish. I heard it was a collaboration with the chief designer of Hermes, with a global monthly limit of 10,000 sets, making it a favorite among the elite daughters of the Summer Kingdom. I have always longed to possess a pair. Nonetheless, let us not kid ourselves. Stockings are a consumable item, and we common girls can hardly afford them. She must be the daughter of a wealthy family. Perhaps she is here to evaluate potential partners. One wonders which fortunate company gets to collaborate with this young lady. She is so beautiful and youthful, resembling a major star. Let us not compare ourselves. Some stockings are simply beyond our reach, and will remain so for a lifetime. Qianyu smiled slightly. She had long grown accustomed to the envious gazes directed her way. Subsequently, Meng Yu, clad in a sleek black Armani suit, also emerged from the vehicle. His striking attire and chiseled features eliciting squeals of admiration from 4 working girls observing from a distance. So handsome. I think I'm in love. That must be the latest top-tier Armani. Made from snow wolf fur, right? A set costs over $1 million. I feel so envious. Why isn't the woman beside him me? Indeed, I would rather weep in a Rolls-Royce Phantom than laugh in a BMW. In this day and age, finding a boyfriend starts with a Porsche. If you encounter a Phantom, you might as well get married. Sisters, I confess I'm infatuated. I want to bear his children. Calm down. He probably has a wealthy girlfriend. How could he possibly be interested in us working girls? If you want to marry into a Phantom, you should at least have a Porsche 911 yourself, right? My idol. Wait, he looks somewhat familiar. Isn't he the sales guy from Nanhang Greenway Real Estate? I asked for his WeChat last time, but was turned down. No way. Does your sales representative really wear Snow Wolf Armani? Exactly. It's impossible. Sisters, let us not be afraid. Let us go and strike up a conversation with this young master. If one is wealthy, they should not forget their roots. Yes. Let us take a chance. What if he takes notice of us? I'm so scared. What if that young lady reprimands us? No worries. I can tell that young lady seems quite intimidated by him. She probably won't dare to say anything in person. As for men, who would complain about having too many admirers? True. Let us go for it. The 4 working girls steeled themselves and timidly approached Meng Yu and Qianyu. Observing this, Qianyu instinctively looped her arm through Meng Yu's shoulder, wishing to assert her claim in front of these aspiring girls. However, to her surprise, Meng Yu casually brushed her hand away. He shot her a puzzled glance, brow furrowing slightly, thinking to himself, what on earth is this Qianyu doing? A mollusk? Leaning on him in the car was one thing, but now she wanted to cling to him after getting out? Did she truly see him as a human crutch? This is ridiculous. The 4 working girls beamed with delight at the sight. It appeared that this wealthy couple was having a spat, presenting them with the perfect opportunity to insert themselves as third parties. Though they may not match the heiress in looks or figure, they had no shame and were willing to take their chances, perhaps even landing a fortunate encounter. And should they become pregnant, they could secure a marriage into the elite. It would be akin to a gray sparrow soaring onto a phoenix tree. Not only would they never worry about food and clothing again, but they could flaunt their status in front of old classmates and ex-boyfriends, boasting as the creme de la creme of society. Handsome, here is my WeChat. Feel free to contact me anytime. The first girl was relatively reserved, merely handing him a small note and speaking in vague terms. The next one was bolder. Boss, I'm an amateur cosplayer. Would you like to hire me as your secretary? I can be just what you need. She then handed Meng Yu a pink business card. Meng Yu scratched his head, glancing at the four girls obstructing his path, then turned to Yu, thoroughly confused. What is going on? He had been preoccupied with thoughts of managing his excessive savings and hadn't he noticed when these four street beauties materialized before him. Humph, men are so oblivious. Yu's tone was clearly displeased. After all, having been embarrassed in front of those four ordinary girls by Meng Yu, she felt a twinge of irritation. However, since she and Meng Yu had not defined their relationship, she could hardly react when women pursued him openly. All she could do was sulk. Meng Yu turned back to observe the girls' timid expressions, suddenly enlightened. Ah, they are here to network. He had heard that once one becomes wealthy, friends, relatives, and even old classmates suddenly increase in number. It seemed that was indeed the case. They had only just arrived at the office building, and already unfamiliar colleagues were trying to ingratiate themselves. Nevertheless, Meng Yu didn't refuse them outright. He smiled as he accepted their notes and pink business cards, causing Yu to stomp her foot in frustration. Witnessing this, the two girls' smiles grew even brighter. Chapter 24. What kind of divine operation is this? Meng Yu chuckled and turned his attention to the remaining two beauties. Surely they, too, are here to network? The third girl, with long hair, seemed to possess a higher caliber. Young man, I just got dumped by a scumbag, and my mother had an accident. Could you please treat me to a drink tonight? Tonight might not work, but I'll definitely make time another day. Meng Yu replied with a smile, non-committal. They were complete strangers. This beauty was asking him to treat her to drinks? While he felt sympathy for her unfortunate circumstances, there were countless unfortunate souls in the world. One cannot exploit their misfortunes to secure a free drink. The long-haired beauty sighed in regret, her enchanting eyes lingering on Meng Yu for a few seconds before producing a gilded business card, which she handed to him. As Meng Yu reached out to accept it, her fingers grazed his palm, and her gaze grew increasingly seductive, reminiscent of a cat in heat from his hometown. Meticulously observant, Yu noted her subtle movements, her expression taking on a more serious demeanor. Initially, she had presumed that this was merely a gathering of impoverished girls, akin to toads aspiring to court swans. Little did she realize that they possessed a certain degree of cunning. Suddenly, the fourth enchanting woman burst into tears, her weeping reminiscent of rain-soaked pear blossoms, evoking profound sympathy in all who heard her lament. Passers-by, drawn by the sound of her cries, gathered around. Hey, what's the matter, little sister? Yeah. Why are you crying so distressingly? Has someone bullied you? Look at her. She is truly heartbroken. It must be that rich second-generation heir who left her high and dry. Most young masters from wealthy families are not worth trusting. The onlookers instinctively empathized with the vulnerable, especially when it was a sobbing beauty. Although her allure may not rival that of the elegantly dressed heiress beside her, such circumstances only serve to intensify the crowd's inexpensive compassion. They had already conjured a narrative in their minds, one of a wealthy heiress' fickleness or a wealthy young lady's ruthless interference in love. People are often inclined to believe in their own fabrications, and the actual truth mattered little to them. No one has bullied me. I simply fell head over heels for this gentleman at first sight. I adore him so much, yet feel unworthy of him, which is why I am so terribly upset. The beautiful woman pitifully wiped her tears. Her sorrowful gaze stirred a soft, protective instinct within every man present, except for Meng Yu. His thoughts were consumed by his own savings, and in the face of such wealth, he found himself unable to contemplate anything else. The crowd's expressions dimmed, yet they forced smiles and cheered. Come on, young man. Give her a chance. Indeed, the most essential quality in a wife is true love. Your family is evidently wealthy, with a phantom worth millions in your driveway, and you are dressed in Armani. All you need is a wife who loves you. I'm rooting for you too. I also extend my best wishes. If you marry, remember to invite us to celebrate. Meng Yu raised an eyebrow. What marriage and celebration are you talking about? He and Yu have yet to even establish a connection. With newfound wealth, he had yet to indulge in the pleasures of a wealthy romance. What if he encountered a more suitable partner? Shouldn't he postpone considerations of marriage and the grave for a few more years? Moreover, he felt quite content being single. Relationships could be exceedingly troublesome if not navigated well. It was far better to remain unattached. The beautiful woman produced a business card, pressed it with her lips, leaving a crimson chun imprint, and then slightly bowed, presenting it to Meng Yu with utmost humility. He accepted it with a smile, placing it alongside the other three in his pocket before waving goodbye to the quartet of working beauties. The onlookers gradually dispersed. Morong Qinyu clenched her fists, her face dark as water, clearly unprepared for the revelation that among these four impoverished girls lay a cunning vixen. She had underestimated their depth and let them gain the upper hand. The thought of competing for a man with such lowly company left her feeling utterly frustrated. Meanwhile, the four departing working beauties reconvened, each retrieving their phones, eagerly anticipating the wealthy young man's choice. If they could connect with him on social media, they would resort to ovulation injections and employ every tactic to entice him for a night of passion. Looks like the fourth sister won. Your crying scared me half to death. You truly have the flair of a drama student from a prestigious performing arts school. Indeed, those fools were so easily duped into speaking for you. Fourth sister, if you strike it rich, don't forget about us. Rest assured, big sister, if I marry into wealth, I will help find suitable partners for you all. Actually, third sister has a chance too. You were dumped by a scoundrel and your mother had an accident. That wealthy heir is likely heartbroken for you, but with a girlfriend by his side, he can't offer you comfort. Comfort? That will eventually lead to a hotel room, another chimed in. In truth, big sister and second sister also have opportunities. Every wealthy heir has different tastes. Remember that young Master Chin? He particularly enjoys stealing other people's girlfriends. What a perverse fellow. On Meng Yu's side, after resolving the unexpected incident, he entered the lobby of the office building, turning left towards elevator B. As he passed the package lockers, he casually retrieved a parcel. Mr. Meng, what's inside? Morong Qinyu asked, curiosity piqued. However, after the earlier incident, her disappointment in Meng Yu dulled her tone considerably. Nuts. My ex-girlfriend loved them. Meng Yu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Suddenly, he recalled something. Please hold on to the package for me. If you don't mind, you can open it and have some. Morong Qinyu turned her head in disdain. She swore that even if she starved here, she would never consume anything belonging to Meng Yu. The mere thought of him sharing a bed with those lowly women made her feel nauseous. Morong Qinyu was not averse to competition, but her rivals should at least be refined ladies, not those four unscrupulous women. Competing with them would only tarnish her own stature. Watching Meng Yu approach the elevator doors, Morong Qinyu found herself perplexed. Was he in a hurry to connect with those lowly women? That would be utterly absurd. She, Morong Qinyu, born of noble lineage, stunningly beautiful, and pristine in character, was she truly so unattractive? Or was it that Meng Yu's tastes were askew? As Meng Yu paused beside the trash can, he pulled out the 4 business cards and carelessly tossed them into the receptacle before returning to stand behind Morong Qinyu. She was momentarily stunned, utterly taken aback. Goodness, what kind of divine maneuver was that? Chapter 25, Disposing of his belongings. Meng Yu, if you're not planning to contact them, why did you even collect their cards? Morong Qinyu inquired, perplexed. Meng Yu shot her a quizzical glance. Didn't your teachers teach you not to litter? Moreover, rejecting someone's business card in their presence is rather uncouth behavior. Indeed, Meng Yu's father had always taught him that if someone offered him a cigarette, even if he didn't smoke, he should accept it and later dispose of it, as it was far preferable to publicly refuse and embarrass the other person. One must admit, what a lesson against indiscriminate littering. You've made me laugh. Morong Qinyu chuckled uncontrollably, particularly as she envisioned those 4 lowly women. Eagerly awaiting Meng Yu's outreach, her heart swelled with delight, and her laughter became infectious. The cruelest reality in this world is when one harbors a firm rejection in their heart, yet leaves another with false hope. Just like those lowly women, who maintain multiple backups in their social circles. They are resolute in their quest to marry into wealth, yet they flirt with laborers from ordinary families, sending subtle signals, Valentine's Day red envelopes, Christmas gifts, the first cup of milk tea in autumn, callously draining the wallets of their backup suitors to fund their aspirations of marrying into affluence. These unscrupulous individuals encountered Meng Yu, a low-key yet affluent gentleman, and it seems they have indeed met their match, as they found themselves inadvertently toyed with by him, a fate they so richly deserve. Nevertheless, it must be said that Morong Qinyu was also flustered by her concern, which led to her losing her composure. Otherwise, with her adeptness, she would not have become so overly invested. After all, even she and Wang Lingyu could not incite Meng Yu to pursue them. One can surmise that Meng Yu, being a rational individual, would have no inclination towards those 4 unremarkable women. She ought to have anticipated this. While waiting for the elevator, Morong Qinyu deftly tore open the package, retrieving 2 bags of nuts from within, and opened one to share with Meng Yu. As for her previous vow that she would rather starve than consume anything belonging to Meng Yu, she pouted, tossing a nut into her mouth. How utterly delightful. It was simply divine. She thought to herself, have I not yet perished from hunger? Thus, indulging in Meng Yu's nuts poses no dilemma whatsoever. Besides, they are exceptionally tasty. After all, They were snacks shared with her beloved, holding a significance far beyond those she purchased for herself. Moreover, these 2 bags were initially bought for his girlfriend. Although Wang Li, that materialistic woman, was now a thing of the past, consuming these nuts now felt as if they were a gift from Meng Yu himself. Nuts are still nuts. Thus, could it be that she is akin to Meng Yu's girlfriend now? She truly is a mathematical prodigy, she mused happily. The elevator soon arrived. Meng Yu and the few waiting workers stepped inside, pressing the button for the 15th floor. Mu Rong Qianyu naturally leaned against Meng Yu, maintaining an absolute distance from the others. The workers, upon observing the elegant attire of Meng Yu and his companion, deliberately huddled to the opposite side, wishing to avoid provoking this wealthy heir. However, when their eyes caught sight of the 2 bags of nuts in Mu Rong Qianyu's hands, their expressions turned to one of astonishment. They had not anticipated that a beautiful, affluent woman would consume such commonplace nuts. Moreover, she seemed to relish them immensely. Were it not for her emanating an air of refinement and her exquisite Hermes attire, alongside a beauty that could rival the fairest of maidens, they might have doubted whether she was indeed the fabled Pinduoduo celebrity. In the B block of the Fengyuan International Trade Building, on the 15th floor, the atmosphere was tense as Zhang Rongfan, his face ashen, directed his subordinates to dispose of Meng Yu's personal belongings at the company entrance. This briefcase, that teacup, and all these items, throw them into the trash at the stairwell. How dare Meng Yu ignore him after sending more than a dozen messages? Did he truly think so little of him as a supervisor? Just because he was a son-in-law, did that mean even subordinates could disregard his dignity? He was indeed a capable supervisor, albeit a tad greedy. Is it not expected for a supervisor to withhold a modicum of performance from subordinates? If he did not exploit these workers, how could he afford a new Ferrari by year-end? The audacity of Meng Yu to express dissatisfaction was utterly insufferable. Supervisor Zhang, Meng Yu is on his way here. Even if you intend to dismiss him, must it be done in such a dramatic fashion? Su Qinair questioned, puzzled. Was it truly because Meng Yu's good looks had drawn the attention of Supervisor Zhang's wife that he had resorted to such drastic measures? The desire for beauty is a universal trait. Su Qinair thought that while Supervisor Zhang was indeed competent, he was far too petty. Mind your own business. Let men handle their affairs, Zhang Rongfan sneered. Initially, this beautiful subordinate held a degree of admiration for him. Yet ever since Meng Yu's arrival, her perspectives had shifted towards Meng Yu's allure, as she constantly spoke in his favor. This was one thing. But his current targeting of Meng Yu was not merely about work matters. If he did not expel Meng Yu soon, it would not be long before the department head bore Meng's surname. Throw everything out. All of it. Such a disorganized and undisciplined employee, no matter how exceptional their ability, does not deserve to remain at South Hang Green Dike. Zhang Rongfan bellowed, more a release of pent-up frustration and jealousy than anything else. For in Meng Yu, he saw a reflection of his own youth. Yet Meng Yu was more handsome and youthful, while he had already begun to deal with hair loss. Each time he saw his wife bring Meng Yu chicken soup, an acute sense of crisis washed over him, yet he dared not utter a word. After all, he was the son-in-law. The employees, hearing these commands, began to collect Meng Yu's belongings and discard them into the trash pile at the stairwell. To be fair, Meng Yu's relationships with his colleagues in the office were rather mediocre. As a handsome man, he naturally attracted jealousy, and having been in a relationship at the time, he did not quite fit in with the many single individuals in the sales department. Is being handsome really that impressive? His girlfriend ended up with a rich heir. He deserves it. Li Yu spat towards the trash can. A thick gob of phlegm clung to the briefcase, creating a most unsightly sight. Li Yu had previously had a minor disagreement with Meng Yu and was among the most resentful of him in the office. Though he usually feigned politeness, today, with Supervisor Zhang in a rage, he seized the opportunity to strike at Meng Yu, satisfying his own grievances while currying favor with Zhang, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The other colleagues, witnessing this spectacle, felt a chill of apprehension, knowing that if Zhang could directly dismiss the most capable newcomer, what chance did they stand? Suddenly, the elevator doors creaked open, revealing a pair of elegantly dressed young individuals. Chapter 26. Where's my briefcase? A profound silence enveloped the room as everyone stood frozen. Mao Sagape, staring at Meng Yu clad in luxurious Armani attire, alongside the breathtakingly beautiful woman in Hermes who followed closely behind him. Their minds raced with shock. How could this be? He was merely a worker. How could he afford such opulent clothing, evidently crafted from snow wolf fur? Was this stunningly beautiful heiress his new girlfriend? Incredible. Being handsome truly allows one to act with impunity. When had Meng Yu become so affluent? Had they known, they would have lavished attention on him from the start, lamenting the missed opportunity to curry favor with a powerful figure. Su Qinair's eyes dimmed, having previously spread rumors in Li Yu's office about Meng Yu's breakup. She had secretly reveled in the thought that she might finally have her chance. Yet, in the blink of an eye, He had acquired a new girlfriend, one far more genuine than Wang Li, that materialistic woman. Su Qinair knew, after over a year in real estate sales, that she had a discerning eye for true beauty. "Oh, are you the department head of South Hang Green Dyke? Feeling quite impressive, are we?" Mu Rong Qianyu suppressed the urge to slap Zhang Rongfan across the face, letting out a cold huff. Zhang Rongfan, incredulous, stared at Mu Rong Qianyu. You are the heiress of the Mu Rong group? Huh. It seems this shabby place still has someone who recognizes me. You possess some discernment. Mu Rong Qianyu frowned slightly. Now that she had been recognized, she found it rather inconvenient to seize the opportunity to retaliate. After all, the Mu Rong group had deep roots in South Hang City, and even she, as an heiress, only knew of a few key collaborators. One misstep could easily lead to harming her own interests, much to the amusement of outsiders. The employees were left astonished. An heiress of the Mu Rong group? The unexpected visit of such a distinguished guest to their modest company was indeed a source of immense pride. Good heavens! No wonder she was dressed in understated luxury. I couldn't help but sneak a glance at her exquisite stockings, which were from the renowned French brand Gerbe S. Foaming collection, worth a staggering sum. What is there to be surprised about? The daughter of the Mu Rong group, with her sights set on national prominence, is undoubtedly a pinnacle of elegance and wealth. If I were granted the chance to stand in Meng Yu's position, I would willingly sacrifice a decade of my life. Oh, could it be that Meng Yu is being kept by someone? After all, he is undeniably handsome. What a pity for such a striking figure to have compromised his dignity by becoming a mere trophy companion. I believe serving as the Mu Rong heiress's paramour would be quite a lucrative endeavor. She is so young, beautiful, and affluent. Zhang Rongfan cast a glance at Meng Yu. Indeed, it appeared that Meng Yu, like him, had entered the Mu Rong family, perhaps as a son-in-law or a kept man, for there was no other explanation for his sudden ability to don an Armani ensemble. He had correctly surmised that this $1,000,000 Armani wolfskin suit was a gift from Mu Rong Qianyu. However, Meng Yu had also treated Mu Rong Qianyu to a lavish meal of supreme crabs worth 660,000 and a bottle of 1990 Chateau Canamerle red wine valued at 600,000. Thus he owed her nothing. Moreover, far from being a kept man, Mu Rong Qianyu was eagerly awaiting Meng Yu's investment in her company. Regrettably, Zhang Rongfan had only grasped half the truth. Thus, he disregarded Meng Yu and, with a respectful demeanor, addressed Mu Rong Qianyu, "Esteemed Miss Mu Rong, how may I be of service to you?" "Just listen to him," Mu Rong Qianyu replied, her interest clearly waning. She was evidently uninterested in engaging in idle chatter and simply wished to conclude her business swiftly so she could join Meng Yu for hot pot. Reveling in their own private world, Zhang Rongfan's expression shifted in surprise. It seemed that Meng Yu, this kept man, was indeed favored. With this realization, he felt compelled to take the matter more seriously, for perhaps he truly had a sliver of a chance to join the Mu Rong family. Should Meng Yu genuinely rise to prominence, he would undoubtedly be keen to ingratiate himself. "Brother Meng, what instructions do you have?" "I will ensure everything is taken care of regarding the performance metrics. Even if you don't make a single sale this month, I will ensure your targets are met," Zhang Rongfan asserted, feigning understanding. Despite his internal disdain for Meng Yu, he recognized the necessity of maintaining appearances, for one must always respect the powerful. The onlookers were astounded, unable to believe that the same Zhang supervisor who had just berated Meng Yu was now addressing him as Brother Meng. The speed of his transformation was stunning. It was no wonder he had attained a managerial position. Yet, in the next moment, Zhang Rongfan demonstrated the ruthless nature of a supervisor. "Li Yu, what do you mean by this? Brother Meng merely arrived a bit late, and you disposed of all his belongings in the trash. Are you attempting to rebel?" Zhang Rongfan bellowed. Fury etched across his face as he pointed angrily at Li Yu. Li Yu, bewildered, was at a loss. Hadn't Zhang's supervisor been the one instructing the employees to throw things away? He had merely followed suit. How had he become the mastermind? "Supervisor Zhang, it wasn't me. I didn't do it," Li Yu protested, floundering. "What do you mean, not me? Be quiet." Zhang Rongfan's tone turned icy. "I had previously taken your considerable mortgage pressure into account and often looked out for you in the sales department. I never expected you to be such a person. It was my foolishness to heed your sweet words, which led to the minor errors that made Brother Meng's work difficult." Zhang Rongfan's voice became chillingly cold as he placed a heavy hand on Li Yu's shoulder. Today, Li Yu would bear the burden of this blame, with no option for refusal, given his mortgage obligations. As Li Yu recalled his mortgage debt, a sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Zhang Rongfan was his direct superior, and with his average performance, the down payment for his home had been cobbled together from various sources. If Zhang chose to make his life difficult, it would spell disaster for him. Shaking with fear, Li Yu began to slap his own face, exclaiming, "Brother Meng, I was wrong. I was immature and envious of your looks and skills, which led me to allow Supervisor Zhang to penalize your performance. Please, have mercy and forgive me this once. He truly struck himself hard, causing his face to swell, much to the delight of the onlookers. Such a colleague, who would kick someone while they were down, deserved this retribution. What about my briefcase? Meng Yu remarked, unimpressed. He was acutely aware of the unfolding drama and had no time for this duo's antics. Since Zhang's supervisor had yielded, and with the blame falling on an insufferable individual, this matter could be considered resolved. Brother Meng, I will retrieve it for you right away. Li Yu scampered to the trash can, retrieving the briefcase and rushing back to Meng Yu, presenting it with both hands in reverence. As Meng Yu prepared to take the briefcase and leave, his gaze fell upon a glob of phlegm on its surface, and his expression darkened immediately. Meng Yu was not one to quibble with past colleagues. His generosity did not imply that he was a pushover. However, this phlegm on his briefcase, if he did not receive a satisfactory explanation, he would ensure that the entire Nanhang Ludi company would face ruin, and even the Ludi Group's stock prices would plummet. He meant it. Chapter 27. Do you prefer cash or bank transfer? Upon witnessing Meng Yu's change in demeanor, Murong Qianyu followed his gaze to the briefcase, and her expression soured instantly. Goodness! To dare spit on Meng Yu's briefcase, and with such thick phlegm at that, was tantamount to playing with fire. How bold of them! Has the Ludi Group become so arrogant after joining the ranks of the Fortune Global 500 that they no longer regard the Murong family? Murong Qianyu was genuinely furious. Zhang Rongfan's complexion shifted dramatically. If the headquarters learned that he had offended the Murong Group's heiress, he would undoubtedly be cast aside to bear the blame and pacify the Murong Group's wrath. Dead friends are better than dead Taoists. Zhang Rongfan's eyes turned bloodshot as he frantically scanned the employees. Who did this? Step forward, he demanded, his voice laced with fury. The employees, now thoroughly panicked, were merely ordinary workers and had no capacity to withstand the wrath of the Murong heiress. Consequently, they all pointed fingers at Li Yu. It was him. Yes, it was him. I saw him spit into the trash can. Supervisor Zhang, it was Li Yu who spat. I was just scolding him for being two-faced. Another employee chimed in. Li Yu trembled as he was singled out, attempting to defend himself. Though he had indeed spat, he could not bear the weight of this accusation. His instinct for self-preservation prevented him from admitting the truth. Initially, he had hoped to curry favor with Zhang's supervisor through this act, but it had backfired catastrophically. With a swift motion, Zhang Rongfan approached Li Yu and delivered a resounding slap across his face. The force of the blow left Li Yu dazed. What are you waiting for? Lick it clean. You can't just spit it out and not take it back, can you? Zhang Rongfan commanded coldly. Though his words held no logical fault, the implications were clear. Any individual of sound mind, to some degree, has undoubtedly tasted their own saliva. However, the thought of consuming what has already been expelled into a refuse bin is likely an experience few have ventured to attempt, as it provokes a visceral sense of revulsion that can render one unable to eat. Li Yu found himself hesitating, casting his gaze around the room. He observed his stern-faced superior, the illustrious Miss Murong, and then swept his eyes over the indifferent expressions of his colleagues, finally resting on Meng Yu's nonchalant demeanor. Regret washed over Li Yu. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have acted so treacherously against a former colleague. The saliva he had expelled would ultimately need to be licked back. Miss Murong, if I clean it thoroughly, will you spare me? Li Yu approached Murong Qianyu, collapsing to the ground in despair, and wept inconsolably. Murong Qianyu huffed in annoyance. Do not inquire of me. If Meng Yu is satisfied, then I shall be as well. Clutching his briefcase, Li Yu crawled on all fours to Meng Yu's polished shoes. Meng Ji, I acknowledge my transgressions. Grant me but a chance. Meng Ji, my son is not yet a year old. I have formula to purchase and a mortgage to repay. I cannot afford to lose this job, he sobbed profusely. He began to lick the briefcase, cleaning not only the phlegm he had expelled, but rendering the entire briefcase spotless. Meng Yu crouched down to meet his gaze, unzipping the briefcase to retrieve an exquisite women's bracelet, precisely the one left to him by a beautiful former friend. If you are in such dire straits, why then did you choose to spit that phlegm? Had you merely discarded my belongings, I would have been disinclined to engage with you. Meng Yu stated with a calm demeanor. Those who are pitiable often possess qualities that are equally detestable. Li Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground like a defeated canine, repeatedly expressing gratitude for Meng Yu's clemency, his expression somewhat blank, perhaps rendered dazed. However, this was evidently not of concern to Meng Yu, as it was Zhang Rongfan who had delivered the physical reprimand. Meng Yu had not instigated Zhang Rongfan to strike Li Yu. He merely sought a resolution with Greenfield Group, for the act of spitting had crossed the threshold of his tolerance. Meng Yu, you returned to the company solely to retrieve this bracelet? Wang Li's. Murong Qianyu interjected with a hint of jealousy. Why was this bracelet deserving of such significance from Meng Yu? Meng Yu shook his head. No? It belonged to a dear friend of mine who is no longer in Nanhang. Murong Qianyu's narrow eyes narrowed slightly. She thought to herself, so a man of Meng Yu's exceptional caliber must indeed attract the attention of women. It turned out the original owner was not in Nanhang. Zhang Rongfan was momentarily taken aback by Meng Yu's words. Holy smokes! In this day and age, one can be so brazen as a kept man? Enjoying both the meal in front of him while gazing at what's on the stove? Why, in my youth, did I not encounter Murong Qianyu? After all, as the son-in-law of the Qian family, I have endured my fair share of disdain since marrying in. Meng Yu toyed with the bracelet, casually strolling over to Su Qiner. He was a man who valued gratitude. Su Qiner had treated him well in the past, and now that he had found success, he could easily extend a helping hand without incurring a loss. I recall you possessing a second-hand apartment building near Nanhang University? Meng Yu inquired nonchalantly. He remembered the building well, as he had just come to view it the day before. The owner was on the brink of bankruptcy and was eager to liquidate the property, which had substantial appreciation potential, albeit at a loss. However, the total asking price was 90 million, and only cash transactions were accepted, making it difficult for potential buyers to gather such an amount promptly. Moreover, the seller was anxious to sell, and those buyers hoped for a reduction to around 88 million. After all, only a select few could muster 90 million in cash. And if the seller was in a hurry to cash out, prices would inevitably drop over time. Indeed, Meng Yu, that apartment building is in a prime location. 90 million for the 24th floor is quite reasonable, Su Qiner replied, her expression one of confusion, unsure why Meng Yu had suddenly brought up this matter. She was not particularly astute, and one might say rather dull. Otherwise, she would not have found herself in such mediocrity. Nevertheless, Meng Yu had a fondness for simple-minded women, for they were far more endearing than those cunning and opportunistic social climbers. All right then, I shall take it. Do you prefer cash or a bank transfer? Meng Yu casually extracted a 1-cent coin from his pocket. What could a mere cent accomplish? Not even sufficient to purchase a bottle of mineral water. Yet now, in an era where currency had depreciated a billion-fold, it equated to a staggering 100 million na yuan. More than enough to procure a high-quality apartment priced at 90 million. Chapter 28. What do you think? Meng Yu, am I impressive? Su Qiner was left in a state of shock by Meng Yu's words. Her gaze fixated on the 1-cent coin in his palm, glimmering with a faint metallic sheen. More alluring than precious gems, more captivating than diamonds. Could this be the legendary treasury note? It was said that such notes were reserved for substantial transactions between major banks, corporations, and even nations. Ordinary people like her would find it nearly impossible to encounter one in their lifetime, only witnessing them in extravagant scenes depicted on the silver screen. How had Meng Yu acquired this 1-cent coin? Regardless of its origin, Su Qiner did not question its authenticity. All coins above 1 cent bore anti-counterfeiting markings and were tied to specific identities, making stolen or illicitly obtained currency impossible to exchange for na yuan at banks. Even if such treasury notes occasionally surfaced at black market auctions, they seldom sold for their face value. Furthermore, due to the enormous value of such illicit treasury notes, their use, possession, or manufacture constituted a serious crime globally, with severe penalties for those caught. In summary, treasury notes were scarce, the associated criminality was considerable, and their liquidation was challenging. Wait a moment. Meng Yu, I will contact the seller. Su Qiner fumbled, hurriedly dialing the seller's number. Meng Yu smiled faintly, casually settling onto the guest's sofa, crossing his legs while playing with the 1-cent coin. Just yesterday, he had been a mere real estate salesperson. Today, he had transformed into a cash-buying property mogul, enveloped in the envious gazes of former colleagues. This sensation was indeed exhilarating. All of his colleagues' eyes widened in disbelief. That was a mere cent, equivalent to an astonishing 100 million na yuan. To toss it around carelessly was a risky endeavor. Meng Ji, put that coin down. Let them come. If they could earn a cent in their lifetime and simply deposit it in the bank to earn interest, they would never have to worry about sustenance for the latter half of their lives. The call connected. Hello? Is Sister Lan there? Su Qiner asked, a bit anxious. Is this Xiao Qina? Have those buyers come to pester you again? Fine, 88 million it is. As long as I can get cash to address this urgent matter. I Wei Yulan will concede, came a mature, gentle voice from the other end, tinged with palpable fatigue. Su Qiner steadied herself, excitement bubbling within her. Sister Lan. That's not it. I have a colleague who is interested in purchasing. He quoted 1 cent. Your colleague? The woman on the line was taken aback. Could it be that real estate salespeople are now so affluent? Had it not been for her prior experience of purchasing a property from Su Qiner, where she gleaned a modicum of understanding regarding Su Qiner's rather anxious intellect, she would surely have assumed that Su Qiner was jesting with her. Could a mere real estate agent possibly possess a fortune? That would equate to a staggering sum of 100 million yuan. Is this not absurd? Su Qiner herself recognized that her statement might appear peculiar and thus supplemented it with a factual tidbit. Sister Lawn, you are aware of the esteemed Miss Morong from the Morong Group, correct? She is present at the scene as well. The genuine heiress, hee. Su Qiner chuckled innocently. Morong Qinyu, standing nearby, was rendered speechless by this convoluted exchange. At this pace, by the time the real estate transaction was completed, that hot pot restaurant would have already shuttered for the night. Could Su Qiner not exhibit a tad more efficiency? Initially, influenced by the 4 women she encountered at the company entrance, she had harbored reservations about Su Qiner. But it was now evident that Su Qiner was merely an unrefined simpleton, devoid of guile. Morong Qinyu snatched the phone with a decisive motion, her impatience evident. You are the seller, correct? I am Morong Qinyu. My friend has his eye on your apartment building and is prepared to offer a flat price of 88 million. Kindly provide your account details promptly. She was unperturbed by the prospect of paying before receiving the goods. In the city of Nanhang, only the Morong Group would dare to appropriate funds from other companies, for no other entity would have the audacity to claim Morong Group's money. Even if a fraudulent group were to mistakenly swindle them, they would be compelled to return the funds. It is crucial to note that the Morong clan, a venerable family that has flourished in Nanhang for over a millennium, may not boast the overt scale of the Ali Group. Yet their intricate web of relationships within Nanhang far surpasses what the Ali Group could achieve in merely a few decades. Should one dare to defraud even a fraction of a penny from the Morong Group, come this time next year, would there be anyone to burn paper money for the swindlers? Thus, Morong Qinyu's only concern was that this transaction might impede her dinner plans with Meng Yu that evening. She was certain that Meng Yu would concoct some excuse to delay their outing. Account number, XXXXX. Name, Wei Yulan. The seller, perhaps recognizing Morong Qinyu's voice, readily provided an account number. Morong Qinyu recorded it on her phone and promptly relayed it to Wang Lingwei, instructing her to expedite the transfer of 88 million. Wang Lingwei, undeterred, leveraged her special authority as vice president to complete the transaction within half a minute. Only after the transfer was finalized did Wang Lingwei send a text message. Qinyu, why are you accessing the Morong Group account? Aren't you in the midst of establishing your own venture? It is not for my personal expenditure. Meng Yu is purchasing the apartment building. I find the intermediary cumbersome, so I covered the cost up front. Please confirm the subsequent transfer procedures with Meng Yu and then reimburse me, Morong Qinyu replied. Wang Lingwei responded with a message conveying her envy. How enviable it must be to be in the presence of a titan like Mr. Meng. Morong Qinyu returned Su Qiner's phone, stating, I have resolved this for you. You may collect the commission from Wei Yulan. Just mention that it was Morong Qinyu who referred you, and she will undoubtedly oblige. Such confidence. Is this the demeanor of the heiress of the Morong Group? Su Qiner was momentarily stunned by Morong Qinyu's assertive and self-assured words, standing there with her phone in hand. Dazed, the staff present were also captivated by Morong Qinyu's commanding presence. Indeed, she was the scion of the Morong Group, acting without restraint, effortlessly transferring 88 million. Devoid of the hesitance typical of an ordinary young woman. How extraordinarily bold. Yet, amid the awestruck gazes of those around her, Morong Qinyu casually sauntered over to sit beside Meng Yu. So how is it, Meng Yu? Am I impressive? She inquired eagerly. Her demeanor reminiscent of a schoolchild seeking praise from a teacher after achieving commendable grades. Meng Yu, engrossed in fending off flattery from the president of Nanhang Bank, nonchalantly responded. Very impressive, but there's always room for improvement. Indeed, Miss Morong was both formidable and resourceful. Otherwise, why would he keep her close? As for the property transfer of the apartment building, he had full confidence that Wang Lingwei would handle it adeptly. The Wang family, being one of Nanhang's prominent clans, and with Wang Lingwei as vice president of the bank, had a network of influence that could be trusted. The onlookers felt a pang of jealousy. Why did their goddess, who held such an exalted status in their eyes, appear so submissive and docile before her former colleague, Meng Yu? Was it truly the case that good looks afforded one unbridled privilege? And what of that fraction of a penny in Meng Yu's possession? Where had he obtained such wealth? Was he, perhaps, a hidden scion of a wealthy family? Their envy was palpable. As events unfolded, Zhang Rongfan, observing the peculiar dynamics, began to sense something amiss. The reverence with which the Morong heiress regarded Meng Yu bordered on servitude. Merely observing Meng Yu toss about a fraction of a penny, his casual demeanor was not that of an ordinary individual. Zhang Rongfan recalled a rumor about the Morong heiress working as a cashier at a supermarket in Wufujing Square. Could it be that Meng Yu was also a wealthy young man experiencing life in a different guise? The possibility was indeed strong, as his thoughts spiraled into unsettling conjecture. Zhang Rongfan's gaze fell on the fraction of a penny in Meng Yu's hand, and he recalled every detail since Meng Yu's arrival at the company. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. Meng Yu, I must confess, I was rather ignorant in the past. If I have wronged you in any way, I sincerely apologize in person, he implored, desperation evident in his tone. Meng Yu regarded Zhang Rongfan's panicked expression and could not suppress a chuckle, amused by the contrast of his former commanding superior now appearing so flustered. It was quite entertaining. Had this been in the past, even if he had juggled stacks of 100 yuan bills, his superior would have likely dismissed him as a nouveau riche lacking worldly experience. The system had truly bestowed upon him a magical box of prices that had multiplied his wealth 1,000-fold. It was exhilarating. Moreover, Meng Yu recalled that his parents had prepared 20,000 yuan as a dowry for his future wife. If that sum had also escaped depreciation, his wealth would be unimaginable. Merely relying on bank interest, his daily earnings could eclipse those of most wealthy individuals. Meng Yu waved dismissively, indicating that past grievances need not be revisited. He had come to the company primarily to retrieve a bracelet left behind by a deceased friend, which held special significance. As for other acquisitions, such as the apartment building purchased for 88 million, it held little weight in his mind, akin to casually buying a bottle of water by the roadside. Meng Yu, it's nearly time for dinner. Let us hurry to the hot pot. Morong Chinyu cooed. Meng Yu did not respond to her, but turned his attention to the despondent Su Qiner. Su Daybody, I may not be around here much longer. Would you like to join me for a farewell dinner? Su Qiner looked up, astonished at Meng Yu's invitation. Did she want to go? The handsome Meng Da, extending an invitation. How could she possibly refuse? However, she cast a timid glance at the turned-back Morong Chinyu, preparing to decline. Unexpectedly, Meng Yu took her hand and gently led her toward the company exit, casually stating, Supervisor Zhang, is it all right for Su Qiner to leave early? Zhang Rongfan forced a radiant smile, replying, Of course. No problem at all. As Meng Gu has spoken, all concerns have been rendered trivial. Moreover, if Su Qiner should find herself excessively burdened this evening, a paid day off tomorrow poses no issue whatsoever. Upon concluding his remarks, Zhang Rongfan displayed a knowing smile that only a man could understand. In response, Morong Chinyu let out a disdainful huff and swiftly exited the company premises. In truth, she wished to express her thoughts, yet as she was not Meng Yu's girlfriend, she felt it inappropriate for a mere admirer to interject. This self-awareness she possessed. Meng Yu shook his head with a chuckle, clearly realizing that this former superior had misinterpreted the situation. However, he refrained from clarifying, lest he inadvertently hurt Su Qiner's pride. He held a considerable fondness for this former colleague who had taken such good care of him. Hey, since when has Supervisor Zhang become so accommodating? During the Mid-Autumn Festival, I wanted to request a few extra days off to return home, and you wouldn't allow it. Su Qiner remarked, puzzled. Nevertheless, she felt delighted at the prospect of spending more time with Meng Yu. Meng Yu casually explained, perhaps Supervisor Zhang has had a moment of conscience. Realizing that exploiting workers is not commendable, the other employees could only roll their eyes at this statement. It seemed that this newfound conscience was solely directed at Su Qiner. Unavoidably, they still had to willingly work an extra hour today to organize client data. Yet, their feelings towards Su Qiner were merely envy. After all, who could truly harbor animosity towards a beauty? Not to mention, her past relationship with Meng Gu was well known. It was regrettable that they had previously ostracized Meng Yu, the newcomer, thereby missing the best opportunity to befriend a benefactor. Without a doubt, this would haunt them with regret for a lifetime. Years later, one might hear, brothers, let me tell you, I once had a private opportunity to drink with Nan Hongma. Yet, I failed to cherish it until Nan Hongma's Ali Group was established. Alas, what a shame. Meng Sheng, who once worked in our company, I could have flattered him daily, but I never did. Is that the Meng Sheng? He is wealthier than the world's richest man. Indeed, how tragic is my fate. Tears well up at the thought. The trio descended the stairs and, after a brief ride of over 10 minutes in a Rolls-Royce, arrived at the entrance of an old alleyway in Nanhang City. Despite being a large city, Nanhang retains many such historical alleys, including the very neighborhood Meng Yu once rented in. The reasons for not demolishing these areas are complex. Some relate to the high costs of redevelopment by the developers, while others stem from the local government's unique urban planning. Within the short journey, the three became much more familiar with one another. Meng Yu, this Armani suit you're wearing feels a bit lacking. It's standard fitting, not tailored. When you have time, let us go for a stroll at Nanhang Tower. I'm quite busy for now. I need to return home to see my parents and pick up some things. All right then, remember to visit the lakeside apartment tomorrow. Wang Lingwei should be able to handle the other formalities. As the manager, all you need to do is sign off on the final documents. By the way, regarding the car, do you prefer a sports car or a sedan? Would you like a stretch version? What brand do you fancy? Hey, you're quite talkative, woman. Be careful no one wants you in the future. Haha, if I'm unwanted, I'll just rely on you. You'll be mine then. And I promise to treat you well for a lifetime. At this point, Morong Chinyu burst into laughter, leaving Meng Yu feeling somewhat helpless. This girl, once familiar, had a remarkable knack for flirtation. In contrast, Su Qiner seemed considerably more reserved. Sudamain, don't sit so far away. I want to actually eat you. Meng Yu teased casually. Su Qin'er tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a sapphire earring, her expression growing more flustered. I didn't mean it that way. Meng Yu, I'm just not used to it. It's all Meng Dashuai's fault. She had almost adjusted to the situation, but his teasing immediately brought her back to her original state. Perhaps her father was right. She was too shy and not cut out for sales. Chapter 30. Unlocking the Unlimited Scanning System. I've always been curious. You graduated from the archaeology department, so why pursue real estate sales? Meng Yu inquired nonchalantly. Although sales indeed does not discriminate by major, one could observe graduates from various disciplines in the field, yet Su Qin'er's demeanor seemed ill-suited for sales. While her neighborly appearance could reduce strangers' guard against salespeople, this trait would be equally beneficial in other professions. Because I'm not good at sales, I want to conquer it. Su Qin'er replied softly. This was indeed a significant reason behind her choice of real estate sales. She believed that by challenging her weaknesses, her abilities would continue to improve. Otherwise, her shortcomings would persist as her flaws. However, she seemed unaware of how audacious this sentiment was, prompting a bemused smile from Meng Yu. As Meng Yu turned to offer a brief explanation to Murong Qinyu, hoping to prevent his beautiful colleague from being targeted, he noticed Murong Qinyu was fixated on Su Qin'er's sapphire earring. Such a discourteous display was rarely seen from Murong Qinyu. Su Qin'er, aware of this, felt a flicker of panic and instinctively moved to conceal the earring with her hair. It resembles the tears of the stars, or perhaps the sun and moon candle shadow. Su Qin'er, could you take it off for me to see? Or name a price? You know our Murong group is not lacking in funds, Murong Qinyu said playfully, tapping her chin with her alabaster fingers. For a woman, jewelry holds an allure akin to weapons for men. If Su Qin'er's earring were indeed one of those lost pieces, especially the sun and moon candle shadow, she would gladly pay a staggering sum of over 10 million yen for it. Su Qin'er's expression stiffened. I'm sorry, Miss Murong, but these earrings are my mother's heirloom and hold special significance for me. I cannot part with them. Only bargaining chips that cannot be purchased. How about this? If it truly is the earring I suspect, I'll offer 20 million yen. What do you say? Murong Qinyu smiled. Knowing that Su Qin'er had been Meng Yu's colleague for 6 months and shared a relatively close bond, she refrained from playing tricks with the price. Now it was Meng Yu's turn to be astonished. Could it be that Su Qin'er was an unassuming heiress? Otherwise, how could she afford earrings worth over 10 million? No wonder she always gave him a sense of indifference toward money. Yet, that didn't quite fit. Su Qin'er's subtle self-doubt didn't seem to indicate any pretense. Ding. The system activated, detecting the host was in danger. Please select from the following 3 services provided by the system. Option 1. Invincible mode. The system will automatically protect the host, eliminating any threats. Option 2. Challenge mode. The host will independently face challenges, with the system providing substantial support, but not actively resolving any hazards. Reward. Unlimited scanning system. Option 3. Survival mode. The host will confront all challenges alone, with fate determining life and death, relying entirely on the host's personal capabilities. Meng Yu was bewildered. He had thought the system would merely present him with a beginner's gift before shutting down. It turned out that it had been dormant due to his lack of encountered threats. This is truly outrageous. However, it seems that each of these 3 choices possesses its own merits and demerits. At first glance, the first option appears to be the most exhilarating, as the system autonomously manages everything, allowing one to merely play a passive role. Yet, this is akin to a master player in a game effortlessly dominating novice opponents. While it may initially be entertaining, the novelty will eventually fade, leading to a rather limited enjoyment. To phrase it rather cheekily, Meng Yu does not wish for a future devoid of challenges, living life akin to a flower in a greenhouse, which would be rather dull indeed. The third option appears to be quite challenging, yet Meng Yu is acutely aware of the saying that there are always others more capable than oneself. Without the assistance of the system, despite possessing substantial wealth, ensuring his safety would likely be a formidable task. Should he encounter any form of threat, an abundance of riches might only hasten his demise. Let us not even mention bodyguards. While they may be trustworthy to some extent, one cannot place absolute faith in them. Who knows who pulls the strings behind the bodyguard agency? And what on earth is the reward of a dog and a knife? Is he to abandon his life as a wealthy gentleman to become a mercenary abroad? That would indeed be a struggle for survival. Weighing all options, Meng Yu ultimately believes that the second choice is the most suitable for him. An unrestricted scanning system sounds decidedly sophisticated. I choose the second option. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the unrestricted scanning system. The host panel has also been unlocked. Host, Meng Yu. Balance, 12,830 yuan. Assets, Nanhu apartment building. Trusted aides, none. Potential partners, Dongfang Diqing, 62, 100. Murong Qianyu, 33, 100. Wang Lingyue, 21, 100. Su Qiner, 17, 100. Meng Yu gazed at this host interface, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. With the formidable support of the system, he could easily assemble his own team, making it significantly easier for him to embark on grand ventures in the future. Having a system is truly remarkable. However, who is Dongfang Diqing, whose favorability rating surpasses that of Murong Qianyu by nearly double? Meng Yu was certain he had never heard the name Dongfang Diqing before. Could it be that a stunning beauty harbors a secret affection for him? This possibility cannot be dismissed. In his earlier days, Meng Yu was indeed the most sought-after heartthrob at Nanhang University. After the freshman military training, his bed was inundated with love letters from female admirers. He thought to himself with pride, but soon recalled the pivotal reason for the system's awakening, namely, the detection of a looming threat. From where, then, does this unknown threat originate? After pondering for a moment, his gaze fell upon Su Qiner. If something were amiss, it undoubtedly lay with her, as Murong Qianyu had been by his side for a considerable time without triggering any alerts from the system. Scanning system immediately scanned for the source of the threat. Ding. 7 malicious targets detected nearby, with a danger level of 5. The system advises the host to maintain observation. Of course, the host also has the option to hire the night organization to eliminate potential threats in advance. Meng Yu smiled slightly. As long as he knew he could address the situation at any time, there was no need to act hastily and risk alarming the enemy. In fact, he was quite curious about the backgrounds of these so-called malicious targets. Chapter 31. The young master from the capital in Nanhang. Faced with Murong Qianyu's undeniable determination, the once gentle Su Qiner revealed a resolute expression for the first time. Miss Murong, I have already stated that this was left to me by my mother. It holds immense significance for me, and I cannot sell it for any price. I understand. So you want more money, right? Murong Qianyu replied nonchalantly, a smile gracing her lips. You are rather greedy, but I like that. Since you are just like me, why not leave Green Tide and come work for me in finance? Su Qiner clenched her small fist and turned her head away, gritting her teeth. Meng Yu shot Murong Qianyu a sidelong glance. Her jest had gone too far. If she truly wanted to earn money, she wouldn't be lingering at Green Tide selling properties. However, the earrings Su Qiner wore appeared quite expensive. What does your family do? He inquired. Well, it's not convenient to answer that. She hesitated. Actually, my father usually doesn't let me speak about it. But if it's you, Meng Yu, I suppose it's fine. My family runs a pawn shop. If it's okay, you can just call me Qiner, Meng Yu. Suddenly receiving attention from the one she admired, Su Qiner shyly lowered her gaze to her dress hem. The anger that had once burned within her quickly transformed into gentle affection. From Meng Yu's perspective, he could see her swan-like fair neck and the delicate curve of her collarbone peeking from her neckline. Initially, Meng Yu had not scrutinized Su Qiner closely, as it would be rather impolite. However, now that curiosity had taken hold, he could no longer ignore the details. This examination revealed numerous discrepancies. The skin tone on Su Qiner's neck contrasted significantly with her face, and aside from the faint freckles on her cheeks, her features were undeniably exquisite. Scanning system, please compare the information of Su Qiner and Murong Qianyu. I wish to conduct a comparison. Ding. Scanning complete. Name, Murong Qianyu. Appearance, 95. Figure, 95. Capability, 97. Family background, 92. Name, Su Ningyun Qiner. Appearance, 97. Figure, 90. Capability, 72. Family background, 97. Upon reading both sets of data, Meng Yu was left utterly bewildered. The figures for Murong Qianyu aligned closely with his estimations. Yet, what on earth was Su Qiner's dual score of 97 for appearance and family background? After working alongside her for half a year, how had he remained oblivious to this? This hidden depth was astounding. Ningyun, where is your family's pawnshop located? Meng Yu suddenly probed. Su Ningyun instinctively smiled and replied, in the magic capital. Eh? Meng Yu, how did you know my name is Ningyun? Did I let it slip? I knew I'd messed something up. She stared blankly at Meng Yu. Oh no. My father always said not to reveal my real name when out and about. If he finds out, I'll be in serious trouble. Meng Yu chuckled silently, his doubts regarding the system's scanning results dissipating entirely. He had long heard that some extraordinarily beautiful women from humble beginnings preferred to downplay their attractiveness to avoid unnecessary attention. However, with Su Qiner's score of 97 for appearance, she was nearing perfection. Even if she were to adopt a less flattering guise, she would still surpass the so-called goddesses on the streets by a significant margin. Furthermore, Murong Qianyu hailed from the esteemed Murong Group, a conglomerate ranked among the top 500 globally, with a family background rated at 92. What then could possibly account for Su Ningyun's family background score of 97? And why was she present at Green Tide Group? Were it not for the system, Meng Yu might have remained blissfully ignorant. Nonetheless, he did not harbor any suspicions regarding Su Ningyun herself. After all, their 6 months of working together had afforded him ample opportunity to discern her character. No matter how beautiful she was simply a naive girl. Perhaps she had a few secrets, but she did not equate to a scheming woman. Although Su Ningyun felt a twinge of unease, recalling their shared experiences over the past 6 months, her affection and trust for Meng Yu prevented her from saying anything further. Murong Qinyu, after receiving a sidelong glance from Meng Yu, sulked and refused to speak to him. However, with her innate grace and intelligence, she likely sensed a hint of the underlying truth. Amidst the sound of tires grinding against the pavement, the Rolls-Royce Phantom gracefully halted before a quaint establishment. Meng Yu gazed at the 3-story restaurant before him, its ancient marble walls, bamboo fences, and glazed tiles adorning the roof. Outside, an array of luxury vehicles lined the street, exuding a somewhat inexplicable cyberpunk aesthetic. Meng Yu felt a flicker of astonishment, silently marveling at the extravagance of the wealthy. Although he was now one of the richest individuals in the world, having recently come into his fortune, it was commendable that he maintained his composure without succumbing to arrogance. Transforming into a seasoned magnate overnight was, after all, an unrealistic expectation. Table 17 on the 2nd floor, murmured Murong Qinyu, addressing the host with an air of nonchalance. The host beamed, certainly. Please, follow me inside. With that simple exchange, he recognized them as regular patrons and spared further elaboration. Table 17 was well appointed. A pearwood table nestled by the window. Meng Yu discerned that the restaurant championed a vintage elegance, from its decor to the attire of the servers, including the understated luxury of its antique wooden furniture, each detail imparting a unique aesthetic charm. The trio ordered a Inyong hot pot along with several side dishes, engaging in lively conversation as they savored their meal. A few minutes later, a man and a woman occupied the adjacent table 18. The man, clad in humble attire, appeared as if he had emerged from a street market. The woman, however, was youthful and radiant, donned in leather gloves and white stiletto heels. Her purple hair styled in playful twin ponytails, catching Meng Yu's attention more than once. Observing the scene, the young man at table 18, Tang Yu, smirked slightly, realizing it was time for him to play the fool and showcase his prowess. Despite his unassuming appearance, he was, in fact, a scion of a prominent family from the capital, and he had intentionally dressed down. His aim was to enjoy some fried fish in South Hangzhou without scaring them away with ostentatious attire. The adage beauties bring disaster rang true. By appearing so unremarkable beside a stunning companion, he anticipated that some wealthy second-generation heir would inevitably rise to challenge him, thus providing the perfect opportunity to flaunt his superiority. He had executed this strategy several times before, and indeed, it proved far more effective than aggressively pursuing women with wealth. After all, the thrill of a passive confrontation was far more satisfying than an overt display of affluence. However, as he awaited Meng Yu's reaction, nothing transpired. This perplexed Tang Yu, for he could discern from the glances exchanged between the two women accompanying Meng Yu that they harbored considerable affection for him. It was inconceivable that Meng Yu, a man straddling 2 boats, would show interest in a third target. Chapter 32. The unruly Meng. As Tang Yu grasped his wine glass, eagerly anticipating Meng Yu's move, the purple-haired woman, Bei Mingyin, unexpectedly rose and seated herself at table 17 across from him, leaving Tang Yu momentarily stunned. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. He had envisioned himself playing the fool, only for Meng Yu to come along and be outmaneuvered, culminating in a triumphant display that would win him the hearts of 3 beautiful women. Good grief. This Meng is utterly devoid of decorum. Not adhering to the script. Tang Yu exclaimed inwardly. Do you know him? Tang Yu inquired, puzzled. Bei Mingyin shot him a sharp glare. Tang, your curiosity knows no bounds. I merely agreed to dine with you. You are leagues away from being my boyfriend. Mind your own business. Meng Yu coughed slightly, nearly choking on his drink. He was accustomed to refined ladies, and the sudden appearance of such a feisty character was somewhat disconcerting. It was fortunate he had refrained from making a move, otherwise, he would have faced a harsh rebuttal. While he possessed both wealth and looks, it did not guarantee that every woman would be enamored by such attributes. Is that you? What brings you to South Hangzhou? Su Ningyun asked softly. Without responding, Bei Mingyin dashed over, enveloping Su Ningyun in a warm embrace. Indeed, it is you. Princess Qin, I thought no one else could possess such an aura. What has happened to your face? I hardly recognized you without your voice. Su Ningyun quickly shook her head. It's a long story. Release me, and let me introduce you. This is my brother, Meng Yu, who has been exceedingly kind to me. And this is Murong Qinyu, the daughter of the Murong family. Bei Mingyin's brows furrowed slightly. The Murong family of South Hangzhou? Why on earth is a princess dining with her? She spoke candidly, seemingly unperturbed by the potential offense. completely disregarding Murong Qianyu's visibly displeased expression. Had Meng Yu not been present, a real-life showdown might have ensued, as most scions of esteemed families placed great importance on their lineage. Meng? I haven't heard of any prominent Meng family. The largest would be the Meng clan from Shandong, which pales in comparison to the Murong family of South Hangzhou, she mused. He is quite handsome, though. Shall we be friends? I could introduce you to some lovely ladies. Bei Mingyin grinned, her words catching Meng Yu off guard as he was mid-sip of his beer, causing him to spray it all over her. Introduce ladies? Isn't that a bit too forward? Meng Yu thought, feeling his heart race at the unexpected directness. Bei Mingyin's expression darkened immediately as she delicately wiped the beer from her face, casting him a malevolent gaze that sent a chill down Meng Yu's spine. With a face full of apology, Meng Yu offered her a napkin. I sincerely apologize for my indiscretion, Miss Yin. Please wipe it off. As a gesture of goodwill, I shall cover your expenses tonight. Miss, you dare refer to me as Miss? Yin is far too familiar. I am Bei Mingyin, and if it weren't for your acquaintance with Princess Qin, I would have you crawling out of here. She retorted. My apologies. Miss Bei, I am an only child, so I have no sister. If you seek compensation, we can negotiate, but if you insult my relatives, the consequences may be rather serious. Meng Yu's apologetic smile slowly turned cold. Bei Mingyin was about to retort when Su Ningyun quickly intervened, covering her mouth. Yin, please. Meng Yu did not mean it. Besides, he has already apologized. Under Su Ningyun's pleading gaze, Bei Mingyin huffed and nodded, though still displeased. What a nuisance. His saliva is all over me now. She exclaimed, ugh. Why would a boy enjoy such bitter beer? This incident surely could not be brushed aside. After all, she had no interest in the Lamborghini gifted by Tang Yu, and the cost of a meal was hardly a concern for her. Yet, she decided to retreat for now to avoid causing Princess Qin discomfort. Eventually, she relinquished her hold, glaring at Meng Yu before exchanging contact information with Su Ningyun and returning to table 18. Murong Qianyu, having witnessed the entire exchange, wore a contemplative smile. While Tang Yu sensed that his opportunity had finally arrived, it is time to perform a lesson for the wicked. Though whether one can feign ignorance to outsmart the tiger remains uncertain, yet, he has always been adept at putting on a show of dominance. Are you covering her expenses? I fear you may find the bill beyond your means. Tang Yu chuckled with confidence. Waiter, bring forth an entire dompa feast. Bei Mingyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, while martial prowess may elude her, she can certainly excel in the realm of culture. The dompa feast is notoriously extravagant, and adding a few bottles of century-old wine would undoubtedly eclipse the cost of those Western reds, such as the 90-point La Tach or the 82-point La Fight, by a considerable margin. Altogether, one would expect the total to reach a staggering 50 million nan. Goodness, although her family's wealth is substantial, even they would not permit such a lavish meal costing 50 million. That crosses the line from luxury to sheer wastefulness. Such delicacies are typically reserved for momentous family events, like the coming-of-age ceremonies of firstborn sons or the 60th birthdays of esteemed elders, where such ostentation might be indulged, albeit rarely. Waiter, bring me a vat of Suha fragrant wine, a vat of rose-dew wine, and, a vat of Pujong wine. Bei Mingyin provocatively glanced at Meng Yu. She was eager to witness Meng Yu's reaction of sheer terror. After all, while the restaurant may be modest, those who can secure reservations here are predominantly from noble families. Commoners lack the connections to gain entry, hence they should possess some knowledge of the wine she ordered. Murong Qianyu's expression changed dramatically. She felt a pang of sympathy for Meng Yu, for this extravagant feast would surely cost at least a considerable sum. However, knowing Meng Yu's financial background, she refrained from voicing her concerns. While the expenses may seem exorbitant, they were merely daunting for her. For someone like Meng Yu, a super-rich individual, it would likely amount to nothing more than a mere trickle. Meng Yu, on the other hand, remained remarkably composed. After all, money was the least of his worries. Prior to obtaining his current status, he was merely an ordinary worker, entirely oblivious to the names of these ancient summer wines. Indeed, a typical modern individual might never have heard of these court tributes from the Northern Song dynasty, let alone tasted them. Ignorance breeds a certain fearlessness. Even if he were to learn the truth, it would matter little. He was the epitome of that sentiment. The waiter, attired as a server from the Northern Song era, a white towel draped over his shoulder, approached with a wry smile. Having witnessed the earlier exchange, he recognized that this table of patrons was indulging in a display of defiance. Esteemed guests, this table accommodates only two. It may be challenging to complete an entire dompa feast. Would you prefer to select a few dishes instead? Perhaps forego the ancient wines and settle for some aged matai? The waiter suggested, attempting to mediate. This establishment was unlike ordinary restaurants. It catered to the elite. And the owner had retired in southern Hangzhou after a prosperous career in the capital, amassing wealth sufficient to fashion a coffin of gold. Therefore, profit was secondary. The primary goal was to provide a refined venue for the upper crust to gather. How dare you lecture me on my affairs? Surely you recognize this insignia? Meng Yu brandished a medallion in front of the waiter. As the waiter's gaze fell upon the character for Ming emblazoned in the center of the medallion, his pupils dilated, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. I recognize it. I shall inform the kitchen immediately, he stammered, wiping the sweat from his brow and bowing deeply. Chapter 33. Waste? What I meant was to order another serving. A barely perceptible smile played at the corners of Meng Yu's mouth. He disregarded the raucous remarks from the neighboring table, deftly picking up a slice of thin lamb, briefly dipping it before savoring the exquisite flavor, far surpassing the texture of the commercially farmed lamb outside. After all, one gets what one pays for. Yet, had it not been for Murong Qianyu's presence, the former worker would have had no means to access such elite venues. Reflecting on this, he placed another slice of lamb into Murong Qianyu's bowl, encouraging her to eat it while it was hot. Enjoy, he said casually. Murong Qianyu blinked, her gaze fixed on the lamb slice in her bowl, and for some reason, her eyes grew misty. Even when her father gifted her a 40 million Nan Rolls-Royce Phantom upon her graduation this year, she had not felt such profound emotion. Perhaps this was the lamentable fate of unrequited affection. Nevertheless, she did not refuse and consumed the slice of lamb, despite her usual fastidiousness. She felt no aversion to the fact that Meng Yu's chopsticks had touched it. The entire Dompa feast would cost around 10 million. And when added to the wines Meng Yu ordered, the total would likely reach 60 million Nan, equating to 6 million in currency. As for the significance of Meng Yu in the capital, Meng Yu, you should be more aware than I, Murong Qianyu whispered softly into his ear. Meng Yu's expression shifted slightly. After all, the notion of a 60 million meal was indeed daunting. Who knows what kind of wine Meng Yu ordered? Surely it must be some ancient relic. Damn, that extravagant little lady. However, upon realizing it amounted to just 6 million, he felt at ease. Merely 6 million? What of it? He could indulge freely, having expected her to seek revenge. It seemed she was not quite as fierce as she appeared. As for the implications of Meng Yu's status in the capital, Meng Yu was utterly perplexed. He was just an ordinary worker who had never even set foot in the capital. How could he possibly know anything about Meng or Nanming? Yet, Meng Yu still wished to leverage his hidden identity as a scion of an esteemed family, so he maintained a facade of ignorance, nodding ever so slightly. Murong Qianyu harbored no suspicions. After all, Meng Yu's origins were shrouded in mystery, potentially surpassing even the illustrious Ming family. Perhaps only the seemingly unremarkable Su Ningyun could be compared to him. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. If one were to claim that these two heirs of hidden aristocracy had merely chanced upon one another, Murong Qianyu would never believe it. Understanding this, she felt a twinge of disappointment, for she recognized the disparity between her and Meng Yu's backgrounds, and the prospect of crossing that chasm seemed exceedingly daunting. The family legacy served as both a formidable support and a heavy shackle, compelling each family member to prioritize the family's interests above all else. Yet, she did not lack opportunities entirely, should she assist Meng Yu in ascending to the patriarchal throne. There remained a possibility for them to unite, if only Meng Yu would not disdain her at that time. Murong Qianyu's current sentiments resembled those of a moth drawn to a flame, fully aware of the potential for self-immolation, yet resolutely undeterred. Had she truly fallen for him in just half a day? Though he was undeniably exceptional, akin to the blazing sun illuminating her soul's expanse. A flicker of confusion crossed Murong Qianyu's eyes. Su Ningyun's face reflected envy. Only the heiress of the Murong group could be deemed worthy of him. While she was merely a girl from an ordinary family, just as her father had once said, "We are poor and cannot afford college. Do not compare yourself to others. Just focus on being the best version of yourself." Yet, for a fleeting moment, Su Ningyun felt an impulse to reveal her true self to Meng Yu. Perhaps her beauty might serve as her final bastion of dignity. Yet, she also recognized the futility of such an endeavor. What a pity. Perhaps letting go would be for the best. It was time for her to journey to the next city and embark on a new adventure, allowing Meng Yu to remain an eternal memory within her heart. Tang Yu and Meng Yu exchanged glances, puzzled by Meng Yu's indifference. Even if he were the wealthiest second-generation heir in the Summer Kingdom, one would expect him to protest against a 60 million Nan meal, for that is indeed excessive. In truth, these two individuals are not as malevolent as portrayed. They harbor no deep-seated enmity. Their intention is not to genuinely extort 60 million from Meng Yu, but rather to await his capitulation, seeking an opportunity to mock him. Ultimately, they may settle for a mere 10 to 18 million, indulging in a sumptuous feast while simultaneously vexing Meng Yu. "Hey, Meng Yu, are you truly certain you wish to treat us?" Northern Yanin suddenly questioned, her confidence wavering. What if Meng Yu were to jest, bro? I was only kidding. She would then find herself in a predicament akin to that of Uzi, who once stayed up all night to claim the top spot in the national rankings. Such a tactic must not be underestimated. Meng Yu nodded affirmatively to the attendant, a man of his word who would not backtrack when it came time to settle the bill. After all, why be overly cautious about a trivial matter of mere pennies? Northern Yanin felt a prickle of discomfort under Meng Yu's scrutinizing gaze. Did she sense his disdain? Did he truly consider a lavish meal costing several million to be commonplace? The attendant, wearing a wry smile, was just about to turn away when, suddenly, Meng Yu called him back. The attendant turned with an expression of inevitability. Northern Yanin and Tang Yu exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with sarcasm. Indeed, he was putting on a facade. What deep skill he possessed! Meng Yu's earlier confidence was likely a ploy to entice them into submission. This was much like a card game where the landlord tosses down a bomb of 5,555 while still holding 3 sevens and a scattered card. Meng Yu was betting that his opponents would hesitate to play their trump card, for should he lay down another bomb, he would effortlessly finish his hand while the stakes soared. The onlookers shook their heads in amusement. Since the moment Northern Yanin had been doused with wine, they had been discreetly observing the two tables. After all, such a dramatic scene was a rarity. When Meng Yu orchestrated his empty city stratagem, they nearly believed him to be a billionaire capable of feasting for tens of millions. Yet, upon reflection, even Buffett's lunch auctioned for merely $56 million in 2019, equivalent to around 54 million yuan, just a measly 3 cents. Not even enough to cover the wine that the young lady had just ordered. Why then, did this young man appear so unfazed? Did he truly believe his father was the world's wealthiest? Even if his father were the wealthiest, that fortune still belonged to him. The divide between the second-generation wealthy and the first is not merely numerical. It represents a chasm of experience and privilege. The attendant, relieved, approached Meng Yu, bowing respectfully. Sir, may I inquire which dishes and wines you wish to cancel? It seems you have ordered an excessive amount, which would indeed be wasteful. Being an experienced attendant, he refrained from mentioning Meng Yu's financial situation, instead asserting that the order was simply too extravagant, thus preserving Meng Yu's dignity. Wasteful? No. What I meant was to order another round at this standard. After all, in making amends with that young lady, I cannot neglect my two friends here, can I? Meng Yu replied calmly, his words leaving the entire room in stunned silence, gasping collectively. 60 million not sufficient? He intended to order another 60 million? Do you hear this? Is it even conceivable? Chapter 34. Could I trouble the establishment for assistance in splitting the bill? Sir, while your reasoning is sound, it is unprecedented for a single meal to cost an astounding 120 million yuan. That equates to a staggering 12 cents. The attendant stammered, clearly taken aback. He had received professional training and typically spoke fluently, barring moments of sheer fright. He hesitated to continue, but Meng Yu, having experienced the struggles of the lower echelons of society, instantly grasped the attendant's predicament. Indeed, it would be more appropriate to settle the bill for such expensive food and drink in advance. Meng Yu reached into his inner pocket, retrieving a 10-cent coin and placing it on the table. After doing so, he instinctively felt a twinge of embarrassment. Had this been yesterday, before the world had devalued a billionfold, pulling out a 10-cent coin in such a setting would have been deemed exceedingly lowly. How mortifying, especially with 3 stunning beauties observing him. He was making a fool of himself in front of the wealthy. This was undeniably embarrassing. However, the attendant gazed at Meng Yu in astonishment, for in his memory, only those from ancient and noble families carried such old-fashioned currency, distinguishing themselves from the newly affluent. This represented a high-end hierarchy of currency, as the historical weight of ancient banknotes far surpassed the modern convenience of credit cards and mobile payments. Tang Yu and Northern Yanin exchanged incredulous glances, realizing that this young man, named Meng Yu, was indeed a top-tier second-generation wealthy individual, one who carried ancient currency worth a staggering 100 million yuan with him. Could he truly do so without concern? While the likelihood of being robbed was low, money kept in banks accrues interest. Annually, it could yield at least 5 to 6%, equating to 5 to 6 million yuan, a sum sufficient for an ordinary person's lifetime of toil. Only an ancient aristocrat, one whose family had accumulated wealth over millennia, could afford to remain indifferent to money. Wait a moment, Meng? Northern Yanin felt a tempest of emotions surging within her. Could he be the esteemed Mr. Meng, whom she idolized? She recalled the news from her family about Mr. Meng's appearance in South Hang City. Alas, he was like a dragon that revealed its head but not its tail. Despite the efforts of numerous banking moguls to seek an audience, they had all failed to capture his attention. When she learned this news at South Hang University, she had pondered it for quite some time. She found herself looking down upon her suitors even more. At the same age, that man stood at the pinnacle of the world. while the giants of industry clamored for his attention in vain. What a towering figure he was, while the worthless company around her were like stubborn gum, impossible to shake off, driving her to frustration. Why was the disparity between people so vast? Next to Meng Yu, Qianyu smiled softly, entirely unfazed by the reactions of the crowd, for she recognized him as the man worth her utmost devotion, a singular presence on a global scale. Should she let go of such an unparalleled figure, countless exceptional women would undoubtedly vie for her position without hesitation, akin to concubines vying for favor in ancient palaces. The confusion in Qianyu's eyes dissipated, replaced by a steely determination. She had made her lifelong choice to stand by his side until the end of days, even if it meant foregoing any formal recognition. Ding! The system detected a significant increase in Qianyu's affection for the host, currently at 50,100. Random reward for the host, 100 yuan. Was Qianyu's affection truly soaring? Meng Yu looked at her in surprise. He had not done anything particular, yet her affection had surged to half. As for the system's reward of 100 yuan, Meng Yu felt a twinge of disdain. However, in the present day, 100 yuan translates to a staggering 100 billion nan, and he reluctantly accepted this reality, knowing that a sustainable source of income would undoubtedly be far preferable to the hollow feeling of living off past riches. Yet, it seemed that his supply of coins had run dry. Under the intense gazes of the crowd, Meng Yu fumbled through his inner pocket for what felt like an eternity. But he failed to locate even a single dime, let alone a yuan coin. How careless of him. He should have stashed away a few more coins back then. What if he felt the urge to toss a coin someday? Would he have to trek to the vault of the Nanhang Bank for that? What an inconvenience. I'm afraid I seem to be out of change, Meng Yu said, his smile tinged with embarrassment. The server, meanwhile, breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, carrying even a single dime, equivalent to 100 million nan, was already pushing the limits. Who would walk around with 200 million casually in their pockets? Surely, investing in funds to earn interest would be far more appealing, even for a young master from an old and wealthy family. The money in his pocket was not simply blown in by the wind. Beside him, Su Ningyun lowered her head, a dreamy expression on her face, stealing glances at Meng Yu, reminiscent of their time in the office. She recalled how he had once pulled out that very coin during their house-hunting escapade, so she was not particularly surprised. However, she felt a surge of anger towards her friend Zi for trying to extort money, merely because Meng Yu had inadvertently sprayed her with wine. Meng Yu was undeniably handsome, and being splashed with wine by him wasn't so hard to accept. If it had been her, she wouldn't have minded at all. Besides, it wasn't as if Meng Yu had done it on purpose. At another table, Bei Mingyin and Tang Yu also let out a sigh of relief. The Meng family's dime coin contains an identity recognition chip. Are you certain this is yours? They thought. If you can't afford it, just say so. We are not such cruel people. The upper crust of Xia country is not overly vast. We see each other frequently. How about this? You admit your fault, and we let this matter slide. In their eyes, Meng Yu had merely taken some cash from his family's vault to show off. Had he spilled it now? Fortunately, they had ordered dishes worth 120 million nan. If it hadn't crossed the 100 million mark, Meng Yu's little ruse might have actually fooled them. Especially Tang Yu, who was already plotting how to turn the tables on Meng Yu. He was counting on this opportunity to embarrass Meng Yu in front of the three beautiful ladies, for without the contrast of a defeated scion, it was indeed challenging for him, a mere rich kid in his streetwear, to appear impressive. The crowd shook their heads in amusement. For those who could dine in such a place, all possessed some degree of wealth. Although most carried no change, borrowing a dime from friends or family was easily accomplished. If they had that kind of money, wouldn't they rather deposit it in a bank or invest it? They did not voice their disdain for Meng Yu's behavior, yet secretly, they looked down upon it, much like how ordinary folks would react upon hearing wealthy patrons ordering extravagant meals at Starbucks. Meng Yu, feeling a bit ashamed, smiled apologetically as he fished out a crumpled bundle of cash from his inner pocket. I'm terribly sorry. I truly have no 1 yuan or 10-cent coins. Could you please ask the establishment for assistance? The server. Tang Yu. Bei Mingyin. The diners. Wait. Do you have a gold mine at home? Chapter 35. I am your number one fan. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Meng Yu bashfully scratched his head and withdrew the smallest denomination of 5 yuan from his bundle of cash, handing it to the server. Sorry for the inconvenience. I brought too few coins. Not at all a bother, esteemed guest. Please wait a moment while we contact the owner. After all, 5 yuan is quite a sum, and we lack sufficient cash to make change here. The server trembled as he held the 5 yuan bill. This was 5 yuan, equivalent to 50 billion nan. He had never seen so much money in his life, let alone held it in his hands. Who was this young man, strolling about with such a wad of cash? Was he, perhaps, the fabled human bank on the move? How terrifying. Tang Yu craned his neck, swallowing hard at the sight of the substantial cash. He had initially thought that the rich second generation from the capital could roam freely in Nanhang, but aside from the Morong and Wang families, other clans paled in comparison to the Tang family of the capital. It seemed he had been naive. Suddenly, he noticed that the little witch from the Bei Ming family was giving Meng Yu an unusual look, one filled with a fanatical admiration. Wasn't there supposed to be a united front against scoundrels and rascals? Hey, Bei Mingyin, you're acting strange. He asked the one who sprayed you with wine. Get away from him. If you speak ill of Meng Yu again, I'll make sure you leave here on a stretcher. So what if she got splashed? She didn't mind at all. Bei Mingyin retracted her adoring gaze and shot Tang Yu a fierce glare. It was all this pesky sidekick's fault for making her offend Mr. Meng. How could Mr. Meng be a scoundrel? Where in the world could one find a man so wealthy that he could rival nations? He was clearly charming and suave. No, she needed to apologize quickly to avoid any misunderstandings with Mr. Meng. The diner's eyes were glued to the bundle of cash in Meng Yu's hands. And from that disordered heap of high-denomination bills, they could almost envision countless villas, luxury cars, and a life steeped in opulence that was beyond the imagination of ordinary wealthy individuals. No wonder he could casually order meals worth 120 million nan. After conversion, it was merely a paltry sum of 1 dime and 2 cents. That amount of cash could easily suffice for a year's worth of indulgence. Of course, even if Meng Yu wished to indulge, such extravagance was difficult to maintain, as vintage spirits were rare, and even with his wealth, they were not guaranteed to be obtainable. As the diners turned their gazes back to the bundle of cash, it seemed to exude an air of understated majesty amidst its disheveled appearance, elevating Meng Yu's figure in their minds to that of a colossal giant striding across land and sea, holding the stars in his grasp. Wow! When did a deity arrive in our Nanhang circle? This amount of money is simply outrageous. In my 50 years of life, I've never seen so much cash in one place. Alas, my little granddaughter is only 11. If she were older, I would certainly have brought her here. It seems this distinguished gentleman has a fondness for beauty. To be honest, my granddaughter is 18 this year. Perhaps I should let her try her luck. What if this big shot takes a liking to her? Speaking of big shots, word has it that Mr. Meng has appeared in Nanhang City, attracting the attention of banking magnates eager to pay their respects, yet none have caught a glimpse of him. Mr. Meng's understated mystery has been a topic of intrigue for quite some time now, so it's not surprising. Do you think there is a chance that this gentleman before us is Mr. Meng? The likelihood is slim. It's said that Mr. Meng, wealthy enough to rival nations, shuns the spotlight and prefers to blend in with the common folk, enjoying life alongside them. Of course, this gentleman before us possesses incredible wealth, so he could very well be a young master from a hidden aristocratic family. True, I should also let my daughter try her luck. Who knows? She might ascend into a hidden family and soar to great heights. As the diners gathered in small groups to whisper among themselves, they remained captivated until Meng Yu finally tucked away that bundle of cash, reluctantly drawing back their fervent gazes. Bei Mingyin stood up from her seat and, taking delicate steps, approached Meng Yu from behind, clasping her hands in a gesture of prayer. Mr. Meng, I am your #1 fan. I sincerely apologize for my earlier offense. Please don't take it to heart. She earnestly implored. Meng Yu turned his head, gazing at the adoring, infatuated smile adorning her face, and was instantly engulfed in a sea of confusion. The #1 fan? When did he ever debut? What on earth was happening? Wasn't she supposed to be the fiery and willful type? Could this be an entirely new prank? No matter, ultimately it was I who had been remiss. Meng Yu regarded Bei Mingyin with a peculiar expression, his eyes landing on the twin purple pigtails atop her head. Setting aside the erratic thoughts that the post-2000 generation might struggle to comprehend, the youthful vigor of this girl was undeniably captivating. No, how could Mr. Meng be at fault? The blame lies entirely with me. If I hadn't spoken so abruptly, a person of your stature would undoubtedly not have been so offended. Bei Mingyin resolutely shook her head. It appeared that this burden was hers to bear today. Truly, she was a self-proclaimed #1 fan of Meng Yu, demonstrating signs of late-stage fanatical devotion. In her eyes, her idol could never be at fault. Ding! A new suitable partner has been detected near the host. Name, Bei Mingyin. Favorability progress, 20,100. Appearance, 96. Figure, 88. Ability, 92. Family background, 94. How could the initial favorability progress be 20? Could this Bei Mingyin be a gold digger? Meng Yu found this possibility unlikely, for Bei Mingyin appeared more akin to a carefree heiress, seemingly devoid of any concrete concept of money. Thus materialism was out of the question. Unable to fathom this for the moment, Meng Yu chose not to dwell further. With the system as a formidable ally, he could handle whatever came his way. There was no need for excessive suspicion or hesitation. Well then, let us not dwell on this any longer. The dishes have arrived. Please, have a seat, and let's enjoy a meal together. Meng Yu said with a slight smile. Extending a polite invitation, Bei Ming-yin, disregarding any pretense, leaned against Su Ningyun's fragrant shoulder and settled down. As for Tang Yu, that tale from the capital? Before her idol, he was utterly insignificant. Inzi, how do you claim to be Meng Yu Gu's idol? Is he truly Mr. Meng? Su Ningyun exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. She had already held Meng Yu in high regard, but never anticipated he was indeed a legendary figure. Bei Ming-yin sipped her rose and, upon hearing this, exhibited a look of surprise. My dear Princess Qin, you mean to say you didn't know? I thought you and Mr. Meng had a haven tea. I'm not. Don't say such things. I'm merely a Cinderella. Su Ningyun hastily covered Bei Ming-yin's mouth. Her starry eyes dimmed slightly. As a sense of inferiority crept in, Mr. Meng was a legendary figure. How could she dare to aspire to such heights? Furthermore, her father had taught her from a young age that one should never quarrel with other girls due to their family's poverty, leading to her somewhat timid and self-effacing demeanor. The mere thought of a man as exceptional as Meng Yu was beyond her imagination. Bei Ming-yin blinked, her long eyelashes seemingly whispering to her. She genuinely wished to convey to this esteemed Princess Qin, Cinderella, don't be foolish. Your status and beauty surpass all others present. None are more deserving of Mr. Meng than you. Yet, considering the icy gaze of Princess Qin's father, she wisely chose to remain silent. The Bei Ming clan of the capital, though notoriously domineering, still had powers they feared. They were far from the realm of someone as unfettered as Mr. Meng. This was the very foundation of her fervent admiration for him. Chapter 36. Trouble for the establishment to feed stray cats and dogs. Misunderstanding resolved. Meng Yu and his companions began to enjoy their meal with merriment. Only at the neighboring table did Tang Yu sit alone, surrounded by a feast. Glancing enviously at the three beauties at Meng Yu's table, his appetite lost. Although the Dongpa banquet was exquisite and rare, was he merely here to dine? He had come to flirt. What troubled him most was that this lavish banquet was being treated by Meng Yu. How utterly humiliating. When had he, a distinguished young master of the capital, fallen to the level of needing his rival to treat him? Yet, if he were to pay, he realized he might not be able to afford it. In such circumstances, no matter how delectable the delicacies, they turned into unpalatable scraps in his mouth. At that moment, a server returned, handing Meng Yu a stack of banknotes. Here is your change, totaling $4.88. Thank you. Meng Yu accepted it, merely glancing at it before pocketing it. The server couldn't help but marvel internally. This young Master Meng was truly a scion of a prestigious family. Last time, a patron had spent a mere cent and requested change 9 times before feeling satisfied enough to take it. After all, every penny represented a whole 10 million yuan. The server understood, for he too had confirmed the exact amount, counting it 18 times to ensure there was no mistake before presenting it to Meng Yu. However, it was a rare sight to witness someone of Meng Yu's stature treating money with such casual indifference. Several minutes later, satiated and ready to depart, Meng Yu stood up. The server quickly interjected, "Sir, would you like these dishes packed? They are all made from the rarest ingredients. To prepare these 2 tables of Dongpa banquet, our establishment's reserves have been entirely depleted. Normally, in a restaurant of Dongpa Xian's caliber, he wouldn't mention packing leftovers. Yet, these 2 tables were excessively extravagant, and many dishes had barely been touched. Aside from Meng Yu, who had indulged a bit more, the 3 ladies had restrained themselves and set down their chopsticks. How much could one person eat? It was enough to prompt the server to speak up. Meng Yu paused, glancing at the exquisite delicacies on the table and feeling a twinge of regret. Although he was indeed full, it seemed wasteful to leave these uneaten. How about this? I noticed some stray cats and dogs outside on my way here. Please have the establishment pack up the leftovers to feed them. Upon uttering these words, the room fell silent. Bei Ming-yin gazed at Meng Yu with admiration. Indeed, her lifelong idol not only possessed wealth that could rival nations, but was also so kind-hearted. The men around her were unworthy of even carrying Meng Yu's shoes. Su Ningyun's smile grew ever warmer. Meng Yu Gu remains the same as ever, always revealing his kindness in the most unassuming of ways. She admired not only Meng Yu's handsome visage, but also his gentle demeanor towards the weak in the world. However, using rare delicacies to feed stray cats? He truly had a penchant for saying the most astonishing things. Muron Qinyu looked at Meng Yu with infatuation. Kind-hearted, handsome, he was faultless, with the only drawback being his overwhelming excellence, which made her feel an increasing sense of competition. Oh, my beloved, could you perhaps tone down your brilliance, lest you attract too many remarkable women? The server was nearly brought to tears. Was this the reality where humans were outdone by dogs? He truly wished to say, "Young Master Meng, there's no need to go through such trouble. We could simply leave these leftovers for him to enjoy. He could host a grand feast with them." However, in the face of Meng Yu's serene smile, he dared not utter a word. The other diners were also on the verge of tears. Why not offer the leftovers to the other patrons present? This is a Dompa banquet worth 10 million na yuan per table. We wouldn't disdain it simply because it's leftover. Please don't send it off to the stray cats and dogs. Those ruffians could simply feast on their leftovers. There was no necessity for them to indulge in the Dompa banquet. Yet, ultimately, no one dared to voice their thoughts, although unspoken. Once Meng Yu revealed that substantial wad of cash, they instinctively elevated him to a higher echelon in their minds. And what about the wine? The waiter inquired, posing a crucial question. For the exorbitant expenditure of 120 million yuan, the majority was indeed concentrated on those aged, exquisite wines. While the ingredients of the Dompa banquet were precious, they paled in comparison to these ancient vintages. Ning Yun and Yin Zi, please each select a bottle to take home. Meng Yu said nonchalantly. Su Ning Yun and Bei Ming Yin were both elated. They recognized that Meng Yu was genuinely affluent. So they refrained from excessive politeness and began to choose their preferred wines. Since the selection was made by Bei Ming Yin, there were indeed several options suitable for ladies. Ultimately, Su Ning Yun chose a jar of century-old Snow Lotus Moonlight Elixir, while Bei Ming Yin selected a jar of Su He Fragrance Wine, a rare court medicinal liquor known for its remarkable health benefits, historically reserved for emperors and their consorts. Murong Qianyu, seeing herself left out, lowered her head and pouted, feeling a tinge of grievance, yet she did not voice any demands. In truth, she was not lamenting Meng Yu's favoritism. She had surmised the esteemed backgrounds of Su Ning Yun and Bei Ming Yin, indeed two formidable figures worthy of receiving a jar of wine from Meng Yu. As Bei Ming Yin had remarked, what was the Murong family? They might dominate in Nanhang, but beyond its borders, who knew of the Murong clan? She merely felt a simple sense of injustice. Although Su Ning Yun had known Meng Yu first, she was the first woman to follow him, and she prided herself on her dedication to him. Did Meng Yu not care? The rest can be left with Qianyu. You may dispose of it as you wish. Meng Yu added. In such a high-end establishment, having spent 120 million yuan, Meng Yu trusted that the waiter would handle these trivial matters adeptly. Indeed, they were trifles. A total expense of 120 million yuan, equivalent to merely $1.20. If this were in his original world, even a beggar would scorn such an amount. Was it not but a trifling matter? As Meng Yu's words hung in the air, they were spoken thoughtlessly. Yet they struck a chord with Murong Qianyu, who was instantly moved to tears. Was she touched by the distribution of wine? No. What truly moved her was the elevation of her status in Meng Yu's eyes. Murong Qianyu recalled their initial, awkward encounter in the supermarket, the subsequent trip to the Marriott to confront that troublesome couple, and the warm moments of bickering when he carried her up to the 8th floor. It turned out that all her efforts had not gone unnoticed by Meng Yu. He was, after all, a man of great stature, much like her father, who would not vocalize tender sentiments, instead revealing his profound tenderness through subtle gestures. Such a deeply caring man was worthy of her lifelong devotion. Ding. Detecting a significant increase in affection for Murong Qianyu. Current affection progress is 60,100. 60%? This meant that from this day forth, Murong Qianyu would be exclusively his. This foolish girl was far too easily moved. Chapter 37. Still moaning and groaning? A slight smile graced Meng Yu's lips as he gently lifted Murong Qianyu's delicate chin, which shone like jade. Why are you crying, Qianyu? Has someone bullied you? No, just got sand in my eyes, she stammered, her heart racing as she swiftly turned away. Despite her deep feelings for Meng Yu, her upbringing in a prestigious family made her uncomfortable with his playful teasing in public. By the way, Meng Yu, would you like to stay at my place tonight? Just for one night. Her gaze was shy yet hopeful. Meng Yu reached out to wipe the tear from her eye. All right, as you wish. However, I might not have time to visit your team. Let's do this. You can use $1 for the seed round, and I will check in during the angel round. It was evident that his former residence was no longer suitable. Initially, he had planned to stay at a hotel, but since a lovely lady had extended an invitation, it would be no trouble to accept. Whatever you say, Murong Qianyu replied, her eyes sparkling with tenderness. She understood that $1, equivalent to 10 billion yuan, was merely pocket change to him. Given their current relationship, there was no need for excessive formality. If her team members were to witness her in such a demure and affectionate manner, they would surely be left in shock. After all, before meeting Meng Yu, Murong Qianyu had always been a fiercely independent modern woman. Yet, even the most formidable ice queen can melt in the presence of a superior man. The two ladies cast envious glances at Murong Qianyu. Although sharing a night together did not guarantee anything would happen, it nonetheless signified Meng Yu's trust in her. And trust is among the most beautiful things in the world. All good things must come to an end. Ultimately, Meng Yu, basking in the awed gazes of the crowd, departed the understated yet luxurious restaurant, flanked by the three ladies. Several waiters swiftly packed up the wine from the table. As for Tang Yu, Seated at the same table in his humble garb, the waiters bore no disdain for the less affluent guest. However, since the bill for the two tables was settled by young Master Meng, and the dishes at table 18 were a form of apology to Miss Bei Ming, it was only natural that the male guest should take his leave. Yet, he lingered on, continuing to indulge in the feast. Meng Yu was taken aback. What? Why did the waiters take all the wine? I wanted a taste of that ancient vintage. But he quickly realized, Meng Yu was his rival. Not only would Meng Yu not offer him any wine, but even if he did, he would have to refuse it resolutely. How could he drink the wine of his rival? Meng Yu suddenly realized he was the most miserable person in the room, a scion from the capital, yet feeling as small and insignificant as a mere housewife in front of his rival. Frustratingly, he felt constrained by his limited funds and could say nothing. That was the most infuriating part. Perhaps the only consolation he had was the lavish Dompa banquet before him. A table priced at 10 million Nyan was undeniably exorbitant. Although he was a wealthy heir, his car was worth merely 50 million, and he simply could not justify spending a fifth of its worth on a single meal. That would be madness. It was perhaps for the best that Bei Ming Yin had left. At least now he could abandon any pretense of elegance while dining. Meng Yu comforted himself as he reached for the specially prepared Dompa elbow and took a bite. Admittedly, the quality of this dish was impeccable. A true testament to the Dompa Xian's ancestral legacy. Though modest in size, the taste was undoubtedly the finest, worthy of its astronomical price tag. I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Ming instructed us to take the leftovers to feed stray cats and dogs, the waiter said with a strained smile. With this apology, the attention of the other diners shifted to table 18, where they suddenly noticed that the previously overlooked male guest had yet to depart. How shameless can a person be? Not only does he come dressed like this to indulge in free food and drink, but even after Master Meng has settled the bill and departed, he shamelessly continues to eat. Truly, one can be invincible when they have sunk to such depths of depravity. Among men of similar age, how is it that he and Master Meng are worlds apart? No wonder Miss Bei Ming, upon leaving with Master Meng, couldn't even spare him a glance. She must have felt that dining with him was a source of embarrassment. Meng Yu felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, the gazes of the other diners piercing his back like 1,000 needles. The specially prepared Dompa elbow in his mouth suddenly lost its appeal. He should have anticipated this scene, but he was momentarily dazed by Meng Yu's affluence and failed to connect the dots. Upon reflection, this Dompa elbow was meant for stray cats and dogs. By relishing it so heartily, wasn't he effectively competing with them for food? Ah, what a disgraceful act. What left Meng Yu feeling utterly powerless was that Meng Yu hadn't even regarded him with a serious look throughout, rendering the $5 he had spent trivial in Meng Yu's eyes. Meng Yu lamented deeply. Why was he, Meng Yu, born into this world, only for Meng Yu to exist as well? He, a small tyrant of the imperial city, never expected to meet his downfall in this insignificant city of Nanhang. How unfair the heavens can be. The other diners whispered among themselves, speculating about Meng Yu's mental state. Could it be that he has been so utterly crushed that he has lost his mind? I would wager that his beloved has run off with another man. And to make matters worse, his rival is none other than Master Meng, a wealthy heir devoid of compassion. I would be dumbfounded too. Alas, why couldn't Team Master Meng linger a little longer? My granddaughter is on her way here. Old chap, you are quite direct. Aren't you concerned about your granddaughter being led astray? TSK. As granddaughters grow up, they inevitably marry. Master Meng is wealthy and handsome, and at my advanced age, I have some confidence in my judgment. He is not the type to abandon someone after a fling. That is indeed true. A person of Master Meng's background must have received an ancient and rigorous education. Your granddaughter hasn't arrived, but mine is already here. Young lady, why not give it a try? An elite heir like Master Meng is a rare opportunity that won't come again. Grandpa, sigh. I believe Master Meng is not that kind of scoundrel, but he is surrounded by beautiful girls. I lack the confidence to attract his attention. Indeed, sister, Master Meng exudes an overwhelming presence, especially when he pulls out cash. All the self-assurance I have accumulated over the years crumbles before him. Even as the campus belle, I lack the courage to confess to him. In his presence, I felt the pressure those less fortunate men must feel when they look at me. I truly stuttered when he was around. Hey, why hasn't he that freeloader left yet? Does he think we sisters would be interested in him? He should take a good look at himself, dressed in shabby clothes. How could he possibly compare to Master Meng's exquisite Armani? Uft. We are all here to see Master Meng. Speaking of which, Master Meng is quite low-key, as even a few 100,000 worth of Armani is completely unworthy of his status. The murmurs of the diners reached Meng Yu's ears. Blushing furiously, he rose from his seat and, under the slightly mocking gazes of the other diners, awkwardly exited the grand doors of Dompa Pavilion. Chapter 38. Staying over at Miss Morong's house. Under the luminous full moon, Meng Yu and his companions emerged from the intricately carved doors of Dompa Pavilion. Approaching the Rolls-Royce Phantom, followed by a long line of attendants carrying ancient wine. Meng Yu, has the driver arrived? Would you like me to have someone from Dongpa Pavilion escort you home? Meng Yu inquired with a gentle smile. As the host of this private gathering, he was determined to see it through to the end. Su Ningyun hesitated for a moment, but Bai Ming-yin interjected, Brother Meng, I brought a driver. I'll take Su Ningyun home. Meng Yu nodded slightly, not overthinking it, and left with Murong Qianyu in the Rolls-Royce. Su Ningyun looked at Bai Ming-yin, puzzled by her statement, as she had initially intended to hitch a ride with Meng Yu, allowing her to spend more time with the one she admired. Your attendants from the Wanqing clan have arrived, Your Highness. You surely wouldn't want Mr. Meng to confront them directly, would you? Bai Ming-yin explained with a wry smile. Just as she finished speaking, an old, dilapidated Santana came to a ghostly halt in front of Su Ningyun. Your Highness, the 3-year term has ended. The clan leader has sent me to escort you home. A chilling, elderly voice emanated from the Santana, yet it was laced with deep respect and an unyielding authority. Su Ningyun appeared accustomed to this eerie scene, showing no signs of fear. Instead, she muttered, but there are still 10 days left. Father is so untrustworthy. Sighing, she conceded, well, since you're already here, I might as well go home. Meeting him was worth it. As the Santana whisked Su Ningyun away, Bai Ming-yin finally snapped back to reality. The Wanqing clan, as the foremost covert organization in Xia country, had a history tracing back to the Tang dynasty. Initially functioning as a funerary organization, over a millennium, it gradually expanded its reach, now wielding global influence, rivaling the Western Freemasons, which was an immense source of pressure for her. Perhaps only the Dongfang family of the imperial capital could hope to contend with it. Speaking of which, Bai Ming-yin recalled Mr. Meng. His hidden family background should be at least on par with the Wanqing clan. It was best that no conflict arose between the two. After all, what purpose does infighting serve? Wouldn't it be more fruitful to unite against external threats? If the two forces could ally, they could elevate Xia country to become the world's foremost nation, capturing vast international markets and ensuring that history remembers the names of Meng Yu and the Wanqing clan. Ding. The potential threat has been neutralized. The host need not worry about safety issues any longer. As Meng Yu sat in the back seat of the car, the streetlights outside reflected in his pupils. The threat has been neutralized? It seems my suspicions were correct. The source of the threat was indeed related to Su Ningyun, my former colleague. Ironically, I am merely a false heir of a hidden family, while Su Ningyun might genuinely be a daughter of one. System. Hire a group of people to protect Su Ningyun, Meng Yu silently commanded, recommending the Dark Knight organization's Black Rose Mercenary Corps, guaranteed to protect Su Ningyun's safety. With a monthly fee of 10 yuan, an annual fee of 100 yuan. Let us go for the annual plan. Meng Yu dismissed the trivial cost. What could 100 yuan accomplish in a world about to change? Besides, during our time as colleagues, Su Ningyun had spent quite a bit on breakfast and lunch for him, certainly over 1,000 yuan in total. Meng Yu, I'm feeling a bit nervous. Murong Qianyu nestled against him, her delicate face tinted with a charming blush. Meng Yu playfully toyed with her silky hair. Why be nervous? I want to devour you tonight. We've only just met. I'm not that impatient. You're so naughty, taking advantage of my feelings for you. Murong Qianyu shyly buried her head in Meng Yu's embrace. Perhaps under the influence of the ancient wine, their conversation became increasingly audacious, causing the female driver in front to feel overwhelmed. Fortunately, joyful moments are always fleeting. A Rolls-Royce glided into an opulent villa district, seamlessly passing through the grand gates, before coming to a halt in front of a resplendent mansion. What do you think? My villa is quite spacious, isn't it? It boasts a swimming pool, a garden, an orchard, and a gym, among other amenities. Though it may not rival your family's estate, it certainly qualifies as having both a house and a car, right? Marrying me would surely be a worthwhile investment. Murong Qianyu, leaning on Meng Yu, slurred playfully. Meng Yu, possessing a stronger tolerance for alcohol, chuckled silently at her words. It is often said that drunkenness brings out a person's true self. The inebriated Murong Qianyu, in contrast to her usual composed demeanor, appeared adorably silly and charming in her speech. Observing this scene, the female driver and maid discreetly withdrew. As exemplary servants of the Murong family, they were acutely aware that overhearing such drunken musings could be considered a transgression. They gathered near the entrance, engaging in idle chatter about their young mistress with the bodyguards who had accompanied them. Is that the young Master Meng? He truly is a remarkable figure, perfectly matched with our young lady. Indeed, his handsomeness is beyond compare. Moreover, I heard he spent over 100 million yuan on meals today alone, equivalent to a fortune in cash. Isn't that extravagance beyond belief? I heard he carries hundreds of thousands of cash on him. No wonder our usually aloof young lady has gotten herself intoxicated today. She must be harboring feelings for him. If it were me, I would crawl to young Master Meng's bed if it came to that. That's excessive. Our young lady is still the daughter of the Murong group. Her dignity is not as thin-skinned as yours. Oh no, I forgot to inform young Master Meng. It seems Madam has arrived today. Darn, I forgot as well. I noticed the handsome gentleman seemed overly anxious. Ah, I hope Madam is all right. Meanwhile, Meng Yu pushed open the mansion's grand door, his eyes widening in astonishment at the lavish decor before him. This was no mere villa. It resembled a royal palace. It was hardly surprising that Meng Yu was taken aback. Before acquiring the system, he had been merely a worker from a modest family in a small county, and it would be unjust to claim he had encountered such grandeur before. Given this background, maintaining composure in such an extravagant setting would indeed be a remarkable feat. The Murong household is truly opulent. These paintings on the walls must be masterpieces from around the world, and the decorations on the chandeliers must surely be diamonds. No wonder she is the daughter of the Murong group. This place far exceeds my humble rental. Meng Yu marveled. Yet, the old adage rings true. Old habits die hard. Clearly, Meng Yu's mindset had not evolved since the world had changed. He failed to recognize that the paper airplane he had folded from 2 banknotes was worth more than all the possessions in the mansion combined, including the mansion itself. Suddenly, an imperious and frosty voice echoed from above the European spiral staircase. Of course, they are genuine diamonds from the south, and yes, my daughter Qianyu is indeed the daughter of the Murong group. But who are you to dare lay your filthy hands on her? Filthy hands. Was Murong Qianyu's mother disparaging him? Meng Yu raised an eyebrow, looking up at the middle-aged noblewoman on the staircase, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. If that were the case, he would gladly take his leave. His earlier admiration had been merely to honor Murong Qianyu. Given their ambiguous relationship that hovered between friendship and something more, mutual flattery was a common practice among friends, was it not? Furthermore, would anyone genuinely believe that he, the world's richest man, would grovel before a mansion? What an absurd notion, let alone a chandelier adorned with diamonds. Even if the entire mansion were fashioned from diamonds, it would pose no financial burden to Meng Yu. Problems solvable with money were trivial to him. What are you staring at? An uncouth individual lacking manners. That Armani suit you wore was bought for you by my daughter at noon, wasn't it? I wonder what potion you have fed Qianyu to make her so infatuated with you. Murong Madam descended the European spiral staircase, her tone laced with disdain. The air of superiority emanating from her made Meng Yu's temples throb. Were it not for the fact that Murong Qianyu's affection for him had reached a solid 60, he would have demanded that the entire Murong family grovel at his feet for such insolence. As a man with a system, he would face the world's elite without batting an eye, let alone a mere family from Nanhang. You must be Madame Murong, then? Qianyu mentioned in the car that you are a business iron lady. I must say, I am rather disappointed upon meeting you today. It seems Qianyu is indeed quite intoxicated. So I shall take my leave. Meng Yu gently helped the dazed Murong Qianyu to the sofa in the hall, carefully draping his Armani snow wolf coat over her abdomen. Regardless of how irksome Murong Madam may be, the sincerity of Murong Qianyu's feelings for him had been validated by the system, without a shadow of a doubt. Humph, a sharp-tongued brat. Since you have taken liberties with my daughter, do not expect to leave so easily. Murong Madam's gaze was piercing. After her subordinates reported Murong Qianyu's unusual shopping habits, she had promptly taken action, identifying Meng Yu and launching a thorough investigation into his background, tracing his life from birth to graduation. Although she had heard rumors of Meng Yu's immense wealth, she remained skeptical. She trusted her findings over hearsay. A mere child from an ordinary working-class family could not possibly possess such riches, let alone produce hundreds of thousands in cash at a supermarket. Fake. All a ruse. Having spent over 30 years in business, Murong Madam had seen her fair share of scams. She had encountered countless con artists, and the tales of wealth were often just that, tales. After reviewing Meng Yu's entire dossier and considering the exaggerated rumors surrounding him, she had already categorized him as yet another charlatan. In a fit of rage, Meng Yu laughed, sitting confidently on the sofa. Initially, he had intended to overlook Murong Madam's remarks, as she could potentially be his future mother-in-law. However, since she had chosen to disregard his courtesy, he would gladly entertain her. Oh, is that how it is? So frivolous? Meng Yu gently pinched Murong Qianyu's smooth chin, leaning down to place a soft kiss on her lips, then casting a sidelong glance at Murong Madam with a faint smile. When it came to arrogance, Meng Yu feared no one. While others might find themselves cornered by demands for dowries and excessive expectations in front of their in-laws, he was different. Even if Murong Madam were indeed his future mother-in-law, when his temper flared, he would show no mercy. He cherished Murong Qianyu's affection, not her mother's. As for the dowry, what? He was wealthier than the world's richest man. He had no reason to fret over such trivial matters. That was simply out of the question. Murong Madam's face turned pale with rage as she pointed at Meng Yu, admonishing, "You scoundrel! How dare you have the audacity to lay hands on my pure and virtuous daughter?" Meng Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he remained silent. Was he a scoundrel? Certainly not. Murong Qianyu's invitation for him to stay overnight. Doesn't that signify something quite evident? After all, women of noble families are inherently reserved, unlike the brazen women of the brothels who speak with such lewdness. Furthermore, Murong Qianyu is exceptionally astute. If she feigns drunkenness at the banquet, it is undoubtedly intentional. A woman does not become intoxicated without purpose, for how could a man seize the opportunity otherwise? These are merely conventions of social gatherings. And look at the ragged attire you wear. Do you really believe you are worthy of my daughter? Here is a check for 1 million. Take it and leave swiftly. Or I shall summon my bodyguards, and you will receive nothing. Observing Meng Yu's obstinacy, Mrs. Murong's tone grew increasingly acerbic. Clearly, she was vexed by his impudence. However, her intent in offering a check was far from benevolent. Once Meng Yu accepted it and departed, she would turn around and accuse him of breaking and entering. Meng Yu glanced down at his undergarments, and truth be told, they were indeed cheap, akin to a ragged item from a street market, especially when compared to the Armani Snow Wolf coat. When Murong Qianyu had once bought him a full Armani outfit and accompanied him to the Marriott to create a scene, she could not have anticipated her mother would later use it to belittle him. Alas, at this moment, Murong Qianyu was so inebriated that she was oblivious to it all. It is one thing to be fooled by one's father, but to have one's daughter deceived is another matter entirely. She had endeavored to win Meng Yu's affection. But why must her mother meddle and tarnish her image? A check for 1 million yuan? Meng Yu picked up the check from the coffee table. A faint smile gracing his lips as a mischievous idea crossed his mind. After all, Mrs. Murong was Qianyu's mother. He ought to exercise restraint, lest he put the woman smitten with him in an awkward position. However, a slight maneuver to diminish her arrogance should not pose a problem. If I, in love with Murong Qianyu, were to leave with this 1 million yuan check, what would that make me? Meng Yu feigned deep sentiment. Mrs. Murong's expression shifted slightly. Her greatest fear was indeed a man who played at being genuine, and truth be told, Meng Yu was quite handsome. Setting aside her daughter's concerns, Mrs. Murong found herself somewhat favorably inclined toward him. Observing his apparent sincerity, her tone softened slightly. I do not doubt your feelings for my daughter. It is simply that the two of you are ill-suited, regardless of whether your deception stems from genuine affection or financial motives. You must understand this. To enter the Murong family, even through marriage, one must at least be of noble lineage. Some women, from the moment of their birth, are beyond your reach for a lifetime. Meng Yu abruptly interrupted her, his tone turning icy. No, she is my lifelong love, add money to that. Chapter 40. This wine is truly a celestial delicacy. No, she is my lifelong love, add money to that. The moment Meng Yu's words fell, the opulent hall of the villa seemed to freeze in the air. Mrs. Murong stared, dumbfounded, at the handsome visage before her. Could it be that the old adage holds true, that the more handsome the man, the more ruthless his heart? What audacity it must take to utter such words. Humph, I knew you were no good. Name your price. The Murong Group is, after all, a Fortune 500 enterprise. Providing you a more generous severance package is hardly a burden. Mrs. Murong sneered disdainfully. Meng Yu raised a finger. 100. I only require 100. Mrs. Murong's expression changed dramatically. What? You are indeed an insatiable wolf, daring to make such gluttonous demands. Do you realize that 100 equates to 1 billion yuan? You truly speak without thought. I tell you, the maximum is a single cent. It cannot be more. Is there such a thing as bargaining? Are you truly unable to play this game? Well then, I shall return the check. I no longer desire it. Meng Yu shrugged, carelessly tossing the check back onto the coffee table. Truth be told, teasing this future mother-in-law was quite amusing. Watching her impeccably maintained visage shift from pale to flushed, was it not far more entertaining than being at the mercy of another? As for jeopardizing their relationship, Meng Yu was utterly unperturbed. With his current wealth and influence, the prominent families in Nanhang were eager to curry favor with him. If relationships soured, it would be the Murong family that would be anxious. You, impudent rogue, how dare you mock me? This has gone too far. Someone, drag him to the courtyard and give him 100 lashes. Mrs. Murong finally realized the gravity of the situation, her fury reaching a boiling point. This man was toying with her. As the esteemed wife of the Murong Group's chairman, even the mayor of Nanhang treated her with respect. When had she ever endured such indignity? Now, she was being made a fool of. The situation had escalated beyond what she could tolerate. Initially, she thought to stabilize Meng Yu, the alleged fraudster, to avoid damaging Murong Qianyu's reputation, and then to find a way to bring him to justice. But now, in her rage, she could no longer hold back. The female attendants waiting outside the villa rushed in, hesitating to act as they glanced at Mrs. Murong. A rogue? Where? I see no rogue. Besides Mrs. Murong and the inebriated Miss Qianyu, the only other person here is the esteemed Meng Gongzi. Miss Qinyu had repeatedly instructed them not to intervene, regardless of what Meng Gongzi might do. What are you hesitating for? Go, drag him out and punish him. Mrs. Morong ground her teeth in fury. This Meng Yu had first disrespected her daughter before mocking her. It was utterly intolerable. If she did not vent her frustrations today, she would be unable to sleep tonight. This cannot be. Miss Qinyu said that seeing him is like seeing her. Meng Gongzi, what is happening here? The maids were utterly perplexed. Meng Yu smiled indifferently. It's nothing, just a small misunderstanding. Go prepare some hangover tea for Qinyu. And bring a jar of ancient wine as well. The maids nodded in agreement. Meng Gongzi is correct. After all, Morong Qinyu is the true master of this villa. If there is a conflict between the son-in-law and the mother-in-law, she is undoubtedly the most qualified to mediate. They, as servants, should not interfere. Mrs. Morong's expression grew darker upon witnessing this scene. What is happening? The words she spoke seemed to carry less weight than those of this man, named Meng. Was this not a slap to her face? As the wife of the chairman of the Morong group, when had her authority sunk below that of a mere impoverished youth? Suddenly, Mrs. Morong flared her nostrils, inhaling deeply. Fragrant. How delightful. What wine is this, so intoxicating? She focused her gaze and realized that Meng Yu was pouring from the ancient wine brought by the attendants. Would you care for a taste? I hear this jar of Yaoqi wine was reserved only for ancient concubines and emperors. Meng Yu smiled and raised his glass toward Mrs. Morong. After a series of exchanges that had thoroughly vexed Mrs. Morong, his own indignation had long since dissipated. After all, one must consider the situation. Even if Mrs. Morong were to be harsh, for the sake of the foolish girl Morong Qinyu, he would not truly take offense. Moreover, Mrs. Morong was merely a mother acting out of concern. In her anxiousness, her words had turned sharp, but that was hardly a grave sin. It was best to let it go. If a cup of wine could dissolve grievances, it would indeed be splendid, sparing Morong Qinyu the embarrassment upon awakening. How shameless you are, donning the attire purchased by my daughter, sipping the wine she bought, and lounging on the sofa she selected, all while wearing such a self-satisfied expression. Morong Madam remarked with a tone laced with sarcasm. Seeing that Meng Yu would not yield to either soft or hard tactics, she resorted to verbal jabs to vent her frustrations. After all, once Morong Qinyu regained consciousness, she would undoubtedly expose his ruse on the spot. And it would be amusing to see how he would feign innocence then. Meng Yu rolled his eyes, too indifferent to engage in a war of words. After all, Morong Qinyu had consumed the hangover remedy, and it would not be long before she awakened. He would leave the resolution of these trivial matters to her. He would simply sit back and enjoy the spectacle. The attendants exchanged glances. Did Morong Madam truly not realize that this exquisite ancient wine, valued at a staggering 100 million nyan, was a gift from young Master Meng to the young lady? And as for her comments regarding clothing and the sofa, combined, they hardly compared to the exquisite wine now gracing the coffee table, freshly unsealed. Was it not perfectly acceptable for Miss Qinyu to indulge in young Master Meng's fine wine while she had merely gifted him a few garments? Such blatant double standards were hard to bear, even for those in her service. This wine was indeed a celestial delicacy. Surely a single jar would fetch several million. How could Miss Qinyu, with such a treasure at her disposal, not honor her parents, but instead offer it to this scoundrel? Truly, a daughter should not be kept. Morong Madam shook her crystal goblet, her face reflecting a mix of emotions. After her musings, she shot Meng Yu a resentful glare. What are you smiling about? Such an extravagant wine is hardly befitting of you. Oh, my apologies, I merely recalled something amusing, Meng Yu chuckled. You dare to laugh. How brazen and wasteful of my daughter's fine wine, Morong Madam sighed, shaking her head. In her lifetime, she had never encountered a man so audacious, particularly one of such striking handsomeness. Hearing this, the servant's expressions turned peculiar. It seemed the madam was genuinely unaware that this wine belonged to young Master Meng. She had praised it as a worldly treasure while appearing to relish it herself. If the truth were to emerge, and the madam realized that the so-called scoundrel was, in fact, the true owner of this exquisite wine, would she not feel so embarrassed that she would wish to bash her head against the wall in shame? Chapter 41. How could he possibly be Mr. Meng? Once the effects of the hangover remedy took hold, Morong Qinyu gradually awakened on the sofa. Instinctively, she checked her attire and, upon feeling the luxurious Armani Snow Wolf leather jacket, a gentle smile graced her lips, filling her heart with a profound sense of security. Hey, miss, you're awake. Then I'll take my leave, Meng Yu said, tugging at the Snow Wolf leather jacket and casually draping it over himself as he strode toward the villa's entrance. If he were to claim he felt no reaction to Morong Madam's barbs, that would be a lie. He felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, he was the world's richest man, a man of means, and why should he endure such treatment in Morong Qinyu's grand villa? If he wished to stay, it would be an easy task. A quick message to Wang Lingyue or Bai Mingyin would ensure that these two lovely ladies would be waiting for him, freshly prepared. Moreover, with his immense fortune, could he not expect to be treated like royalty at any five-star hotel? As Murong Qianyu watched Meng Yu's indifferent silhouette fade away, her mind was awash with questions. She could not fathom why his demeanor had shifted so drastically upon her waking. Had she committed some egregious act in her intoxicated state? Yet, even so, given Meng Yu's nature, he should have afforded her at least an opportunity for explanation. Meng Yu, don't go. Wait for me. Murong Qianyu suddenly felt a surge of clarity and sprang to her feet, pursuing him. Having just forcibly awakened from her slumber, her mind was still somewhat foggy. As she ran, she swayed unsteadily, as if she might topple at any moment. Stop! Aren't you afraid of falling? Meng Yu turned around, and upon seeing Murong Qianyu chasing after him with reckless abandon, his heart softened. He quickly returned, sweeping her into his arms. Murong Qianyu laughed dreamily, unafraid. After all, you would catch me. Even if I fell to the ground, it wouldn't matter. Perhaps if I fell enough times, I would awaken from this dream. And then I wouldn't cling to you anymore. Meng Yu felt a pang of bittersweet emotion upon hearing her words. Indeed, as Murong Qianyu had articulated, in relationships, there often comes a time when one party must invest first, hoping for a response, though sometimes all efforts may simply vanish into the abyss. Hey, Meng, let go of my daughter. Murong Madam shouted as she caught up to them. Preconceptions are like mountains in one's heart. After sending someone to investigate Meng Yu's background, Murong Madam had concluded in her mind that he was an unworthy, impoverished worker, unfit for her daughter. Such a rigid stereotype held far too much weight to be easily shattered. Mom, what do you mean by that? He is Mr. Meng, Murong Qianyu exclaimed, astonished. She had never considered that her parents would oppose her pursuit of Mr. Meng. As the only daughter of the Murong couple, she understood her parents well. Her father, without a doubt, had long wished to meet the elusive Mr. Meng. If he knew Mr. Meng was embracing her, he might even smile in disbelief. Her mother was also an ardent admirer of Mr. Meng, but she was self-aware enough to approach him with reverence, likely not daring to entertain such thoughts. It was simply too unrealistic. After all, if one disregards fate, the daughter of the Murong group would need to stand patiently in line just to catch a glimpse of Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng? Murong Madam's expression was rife with questions. The distinction between young Master Meng and Mr. Meng was merely a matter of title, yet in Murong Madam's eyes, only the latter could be deemed worthy of such respect. What merit did the Murong family possess to stand before the titans of banking and meet Mr. Meng, let alone the fact that her daughter was being affectionately cradled by him? Such an honor could only be attributed to the blessings accumulated over 8 lifetimes. But is it truly so? Murong Madam harbored doubts. Yet, he is wearing the Armani Snow Wolf leather jacket you purchased. Would someone of Mr. Meng's stature require you to buy him clothing? Murong Madam questioned, perplexed. Murong Qianyu, her delicate arms wrapped around Meng Yu's neck, smiled sweetly. Theoretically, he wouldn't need to. I took the initiative to assist in making the purchase. This is perhaps the most satisfying Armani shopping experience of my life. Moreover, Mr. Meng invested a single coin in my company. Mother, surely that means I have benefited from Mr. Meng's favor? Murong Qianyu retorted. She was not the traditional obedient daughter. When her decisions clashed with her mother's, she would thoughtfully weigh right and wrong rather than simply acquiescing. A woman who merely obeys has no right to inherit the Murong family legacy. Murong Madam's expression grew complex. She found herself at a loss for words. A single coin. That amounted to a staggering 10 billion nyan. In the face of such a monumental investment, what were a few 100,000 nyan for the Armani Snow Wolf leather jacket? Was it possible that this young man named Meng was indeed the elusive Mr. Meng? But dear, he did kiss you while you were intoxicated. Surely Mr. Meng would not be so reckless. Murong Madam refused to accept this reality. Because once prejudices form in a person's heart, no ironclad reality can awaken them. Given even a glimmer of possibility, they will cling to hope. Murong Qianyu was astonished. She turned her gaze to Meng Yu's enchanting face. Her cheeks flushed like the crimson clouds at dusk. Is it true, Meng the lecher? Meng Yu cleared his throat, primarily because your mother is rather difficult to converse with. And I merely played a harmless prank on her. How does it taste? Murong Qianyu suddenly inquired. Meng Yu instinctively replied, soft and glutinous, far superior to my ex-girlfriend. Humph. You dare to mention her? Can she even be compared to me? No way. If you kiss me secretly, I've been wronged. You must compensate me adequately. Murong Qianyu mischievously blinked. All right then, propose any condition. Even if it were the stars in the sky, I could fetch them for you. Meng Yu replied with a calm smile. With a bank balance of 10,000 yuan, equivalent to over 100 billion yuan, he was indeed confident in making such an audacious claim. However, the mention of compensation by Murong Qianyu reminded him of his materialistic ex-girlfriend, Wang Li, and a hint of tenderness dissipated within him. Women who covet wealth only deserve vast riches. Engaging in emotional affairs with such women is indeed somewhat of a waste. Suddenly, Murong Qianyu wrapped her delicate arms around Meng Yu's neck and, lifting her head, pressed her lips against his. For the first time, Meng Yu felt the fervent passion of Murong Qianyu up close, akin to a tempest, while he stood steadfast like an unyielding mountain. After a long moment, Murong Qianyu's beautiful eyes regained clarity, and she whispered softly in Meng Yu's ear, "Now we are even. Meng Yu, you may not like me, but do not compare me to those gold-digging women. Everything I cherish, I strive to attain, not through the flaunting of my body. Please do not regard me as a mere vase." "Silly girl, I know." Meng Yu tenderly scratched her nose. She certainly deserved his affection, did she not? Chapter 42. You are too polite. I am married. Ding. The system detected a substantial increase in Murong Qianyu's affection for the host. With the current affection progress at 8100, and a random reward of 10,000 yuan has been granted, Meng Yu was not surprised by the system notification echoing in his mind. From that heartfelt kiss earlier, he could sense Murong Qianyu's ardent feelings. This woman was undeniably devoted to him. The rise of her affection to 80 was anticipated. However, the unexpected bonus of 10,000 yuan brought him great delight. 10,000 yuan equated to 100 trillion yuan, another company's market value at his fingertips. How delightful. This system truly was exceptional. To offer substantial cash rewards while conquering a girl was akin to public funds being used for romance. What a thrilling experience. As for whether Murong Qianyu was fond of his looks or his wealth, it was not particularly significant. In other words, the reason Meng Yu favored her among many worthy candidates was indeed due to her beauty and talent, was it not? He had no interest in women who were both unattractive and overweight. Of course, the most critical factor was undoubtedly Murong Qianyu's loyalty. With a thought, Meng Yu conjured Murong Qianyu's profile in his mind. Name, Murong Qianyu. Affection progress, 8100. Attractiveness, 95. Figure, 95. Capability, 97. Background, 92. After pondering the system's prompts, Meng Yu easily comprehended their implications. The affection progress evidently represented a quantification of intimacy in reality, while it is easy to cultivate casual friendships. Forming true bonds of deep friendship is exceptionally challenging and often requires unique shared experiences. For instance, enduring hardships together or embarking on entrepreneurial ventures. In the mundane ebb and flow of daily life, forging a bond that transcends ordinary friendship is nearly impossible. Take, for instance, some elderly couples who, after years of mundane coexistence, still prioritize their own survival in the face of life-threatening crises. "Daughter, where's your modesty?" Murong's mother gazed at the two, momentarily bewildered. Was this delicate fairy, who leaned so affectionately against a man, truly her astute and composed daughter? How could she possibly initiate a kiss with a man? Surely, this Meng fellow must have cast a spell upon her. The attendants were equally taken aback. Many had followed Murong Qianyu for years, having witnessed her consistently reject suitors. And this was the first time they had seen her present such a youthful demeanor. Most astonishingly, she had even taken the initiative to kiss young Master Meng, leaving them utterly astounded. Indeed, no matter how formidable or aloof a young lady may be, she will ultimately be conquered by a man of superior merit. Undoubtedly, young Master Meng was that man. Meng Yu gently lowered himself onto the sofa, cradling Murong Qianyu, her delicate head resting against his broad chest. Modesty, it seemed, was unnecessary in Meng Yu's presence. Mr. Meng's circumstances, mother, you are well aware of, are you not? If I were to maintain my modesty before him, I fear another woman would have whisked him away by now. Reality is not a fairy tale. There are many women who surpass my qualifications. Murong Qianyu stated with an untroubled expression. She was acutely aware of the disparity in wealth between herself and Meng Yu. Although she resided in a villa, drove a Rolls-Royce, and had numerous attendants at her beck and call, in comparison to a man of Meng Yu's stature, it was undeniably insufficient. Not only her wealth, but even the combined fortunes of the entire Murong group paled in comparison to the balance in Meng Yu's bank account. 10,000 yuan equated to 100 trillion yuan. What a staggering astronomical figure. Moreover, as Murong Qianyu knew, this bank deposit merely represented Meng Yu's liquid assets at the Xia Country Bank, a man whom even the central bank regarded with utmost importance. One could hardly fathom the extent of his wealth. Could it truly be, as the legends suggest, capable of transforming a small developing nation into a developed one? That would be an unfathomable level of wealth, likely surpassing even the limits of the term wealthy, only to be described as a titan of the business world. In the face of such wealth and handsome charisma embodied by Meng Yu, what right did she, Murong Qianyu, have to feign modesty? Would her best friend Wang Lingyue merely stand by, or would the two young ladies from the capital adhere to some unwritten code of precedence? But what of this ancient wine? Morong's mother's eyes widened, her shock rendering her somewhat incoherent. Suddenly, she recalled her earlier acerbic remarks, a feeling of foreboding rising within her. She had just exalted this ancient wine to the heavens, even claiming that Meng Yu was unworthy to partake. Of course, it is the ancient wine stored by Meng Yu. He purchased 1 billion yuan worth of it tonight at Dongpa Pavilion. Each jar is a century-old exquisite brew. One can hardly imagine how delectable it is. That's why I indulged a bit too much. Morong Qianyu's eyes glimmered with a hint of embarrassment. However, whether it was the intoxicating aroma of the wine or her desire to intoxicate herself, thus providing an opportunity for someone, only heaven knows. Morong's mother felt an immediate wave of embarrassment, wishing to vanish into the ground. What had she just said about the wine being her daughter's? How she had derided Meng Yu as a kept man. In retrospect, it was utterly ludicrous. Who would have imagined that the wine belonged to Meng Yu? She, Morong's mother, was the one who shamelessly sought to drink for free. Moreover, she audaciously instructed Meng Yu to refrain from drinking. What audacity must one possess to utter such words? Reflecting upon Meng Yu's generous invitation for her to indulge in wine, and contrasting it with her petty and sardonic demeanor, Madame Morong's face flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss for words. Of course, seated across from her was Mr. Meng. Even with a silver tongue, she likely lacked the courage to engage in any form of rebuttal. Her previous offense could be attributed to ignorance, but now that Mr. Meng had revealed his true identity, any further disrespectful remarks would be akin to courting disaster. The attendants stifled their laughter, astonished that the formidable iron lady of the business world could find herself so thoroughly bested in the presence of her son-in-law. In most households, sons-in-law maintain a courteous demeanor before their mothers-in-law, often hoping to negotiate a reduction in the bride price, along with various other extravagant fees. Yet, Mr. Meng was exceedingly extravagant. Truly a legendary figure, not only had he captivated Miss Qianyu, but he had also made Madame Morong acutely aware of her situation. Out of the corner of her eye, Morong Qianyu caught sight of a check on the coffee table and, seizing it in her palm, glanced at Meng Yu. How is there a 1 million check on the table? Is this your bride price, Meng Yu? You are far too considerate. I will marry. Marry? Meng Yu's expression darkened. Goodness, was Morong Qianyu dreaming of peaches? He had just been backstabbed by his materialistic ex-girlfriend earlier that day. The thought of an engagement with Morong Qianyu was utterly out of the question for at least the next 3 years. Madame Morong coughed awkwardly, turning away to avoid the sight of that check, her expression shifting dramatically. Chapter 43. Please do not stand on ceremony. Grasping the check, Morong Qianyu met Meng Yu's peculiar gaze, feeling a twinge of disappointment. It seemed she had been overly imaginative. Setting aside the fact that Meng Yu was not known for carrying a checkbook, given his dining expenses reaching a staggering $12 million, it was clear that a bride price of 1 million was far too paltry to be his doing. Moreover, the elegant script on the check felt eerily familiar to her. Your mother just tossed a 1 million check at me, insisting I take the money and leave you. I agreed, Meng Yu remarked with a slight smile. Though to Morong Qianyu, it appeared somewhat cruel. You agree? Morong Qianyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to her mother, her gaze filled with reproach. Mom, am I truly just a child you picked up from under a bridge? The attendants shared a look of incredulity. They had heard of parents who burdened their children, but this was their first encounter with a mother who so blatantly undermined her daughter. Considering Madame Morong's lifelong intelligence, it was astonishing that she had stumbled in such a significant matter as her daughter's marriage. What manner of person was Mr. Meng? Not only the Morong family of South Hangzhou, but even families of the imperial capital and the Rothschilds would eagerly await an audience with him. If any young woman from the younger generation had the opportunity to engage in a delightful romance with Mr. Meng, her entire clan would undoubtedly rally to support her, rather than, like Madame Morong, toss a mere 1 million check onto the table and demand Meng Yu vacate the premises. Madame Morong felt the weight of her folly. Had she known that Meng Yu was the world-renowned Mr. Meng, she would never have acted so foolishly. Her arrogance and prejudice had led her astray. Upon discovering Meng Yu's humble background, she had initially dismissed him, failing to recognize the gravity of her error. Had she displayed even a modicum of business acumen, she would have sensed the disparity in his status. Now, the atmosphere had grown so tense due to her own missteps. Mr. Meng is merely jesting. I indeed offended you earlier, but you also mentioned that Qianyu is your one true love, did you not? Madame Morong attempted to sidestep the issue. Morong Qianyu's eyes sparkled with hope. Is that true? Did Meng Yu really say that? Although she hadn't consumed any wine, she felt intoxicated by her beloved's words. However, Morong Qianyu understood Meng Yu well. Despite their brief acquaintance, they had shared numerous experiences together. Meng Yu was not the type to utter such romantic sentiments. Something felt amiss. Yanzi, what else did Meng Yu say? Morong Qianyu inquired of her driver. The female attendant's face soured, yet she felt compelled to comply, mimicking Meng Yu's tender tone. $1 million? Morong Qianyu is indeed my one true love. Then, her tone turned icy, but I need more money. To leave, I require $100. Miss, that is exactly what Mr. Meng said. The attendant shrugged. Morong Qianyu shot Meng Yu an exaggerated glare. $100? For others, that might be a significant sum, considering it equates to $1 trillion. But for Meng Yu, it is likely mere pocket change. Meng Yu was insinuating that her mother was oblivious to social hierarchies, and Madame Morong grasped this implication. Her shame deepening. Indeed, $100 in cash might be an astronomical amount for the Morong group, as cash and market value are hardly synonymous. Yet, for the immensely wealthy Mr. Meng, it was likely trivial. Thus, in light of this economic disparity, Madame Morong's actions resembled those of a foolish jester. Unaware of her own folly, a sense of defeat washed over Madame Morong. Should her daughter ever be fortunate enough to marry into the Meng family, she might become the most embarrassing mother-in-law in the world. Other mothers-in-law held their heads high, imposing stringent conditions for their daughters' marriages, alongside exorbitant bride prices and wedding expenses, leaving their prospective sons-in-law in dire straits. How had it come to pass that she had faltered so dramatically? Morong Qianyu noticed her mother's disappointment and quickly attempted to defuse the situation. It's getting late. We should all disperse and rest early. The attendants echoed in agreement, promptly vacating the villa. In the expansive hall of the villa, only the Morong mother-daughter duo and Meng Yu remained. Madame Morong bowed with an apology. Mr. Meng, I sincerely apologize for the earlier offense. I hope you can forgive me. Meng Yu smiled nonchalantly. It's of no consequence. For Qianyu's sake, let bygones be bygones, but you should also set aside your arrogance and prejudice. Your wisdom is duly noted, Mr. Meng. The entire Morong family will forever remember your teachings. Madame Morong responded, nodding in deference. Despite the Morong Group's standing as a global top 500 enterprise, enjoying great prestige, offending a figure of Mr. Meng's stature could lead to its swift demise. After all, when scrutinized closely, how many corporations could claim to be blameless? Mr. Meng undoubtedly possessed the power to overturn the Morong Group. Hence, Madame Morong's humility before Meng Yu was only fitting, akin to a small business owner seeking favor from the chairman of the Morong Group. Mr. Meng, allow me to assist you with your coat. You are the most esteemed guest of the Morong Group. Please, let us know if there is anything you require. Qianyu and I will gladly attend to it. Madame Morong approached Meng Yu, taking his coat with both hands. The expression of awe upon his face resembled that of one holding a dragon robe. Madame Morong, you are being overly courteous. Meng Yu shook his head in refusal. To speak candidly, he had grown accustomed to life at the bottom of the social ladder and had never experienced the pampered existence of a young master, where one could simply extend a hand for clothing or food. The sudden gesture from Madame Morong, a figure seemingly plucked from the realm of television, personally assisting him with his attire left him rather unaccustomed. Upon reflection, it was indeed a rarity, let alone someone from a working-class family like his. Even those from moderately prosperous households seldom had servants to assist with dressing. Once past childhood, dressing became a task one must handle independently. To suddenly acclimate to such treatment would indeed be an extraordinary feat. Mr. Meng, please do not stand on ceremony. Allow me to assist you with your garments. And treat this place as your own home. Madame Morong insisted with genuine hospitality. She dismissed Meng Yu's reluctance entirely, as this was the custom in Xia country, where subtlety and politeness reigned supreme. One could refuse a gift for a while, only to ultimately accept it. Anything less would raise suspicions about one's background. Amidst the polite exchange between Meng Yu and Madame Morong, a bundle of crumpled banknotes fell from his coat, scattering across the floor. The crinkled cash, illuminated by the brilliance of the diamond chandelier, emitted a peculiar glow. Chapter 44. How did you know I locked the door? Upon seeing the scattered bills, Meng Yu's immediate reaction was one of embarrassment. The bills not only looked disheveled, but also included a considerable number of 1-cent coins and crumpled notes, making them appear particularly shabby in contrast to the opulence of the villa's grand hall. This was a disaster. He had made a fool of himself. Meanwhile, Madame Morong stared in shock at the money spread across the floor. 1 cent, 10 cents, 1 yuan, 5 yuan, 100 yuan. Is this truly the legendary Mr. Meng? She thought, astonished that his portable cash exceeded that of a small bank's vault. She would dare to proclaim Mr. Meng as the wealthiest man on earth. A titan of the business world, indeed. My apologies. My apologies. I should have anticipated that a person of your esteemed lineage would carry such a substantial amount of cash. Madame Morong crouched down to help Meng Yu gather the scattered notes, repeatedly expressing her apologies. It was at that moment that Meng Yu realized the world had transformed since yesterday. Under the influence of the system's magical box, The value of currency had depreciated a billionfold. The trivial change on the floor was no longer a symbol of poverty, but rather a representation of wealth that an ordinary person could scarcely hope to attain in a lifetime. Even the esteemed Madame Moreau, chairwoman of the Moreau Group, likely could not produce 100 yuan in cash, as that amount symbolized an enormous cash flow of 1,000 billion nanos. In this world, other than Meng Yu, no one else would carry such a sum of cash. Not even the current world's richest man, Jeff Bezos, could boast of such liquidity, for his wealth was tied up in company stocks. And he likely carried no more than 5 yuan in cash. Not a problem, Madame Moreau. But since you insist on assisting, kindly hang my coat on the rack and simply tuck the money into the pocket, Meng Yu replied with a serene smile. Madame Moreau was left utterly bewildered. Over 100 yuan in cash, and he was suggesting she merely stuff it into his coat pocket? Surely she misheard. Such a sum of cash should be stored in the villa's most secure safe. What if a careless servant accidentally threw the coat into the dry cleaners and ruined it? Or what if a pet cat or dog tore it apart? The very thought of such an accident sent shivers down her spine. What she did not know was that Meng Yu indeed possessed a 100 yuan note that had been gnawed by a mouse, resulting in a loss of 25 yuan. Yet, his mindset remained unchanged from the time before the devaluation. He hardly concerned himself with the loss of 25 yuan. What did that amount signify? Before the devaluation, it was scarcely enough for a decent lunch. Mr. Meng, should I deposit this money in the bank for you overnight? It could accrue quite a bit of interest. Madame Moreau suggested, her demeanor somewhat tentative. It was as though she were not the mistress of the villa, but rather a distant, impoverished relative of Moreau Yu. Meng Yu's ostentatious display of wealth had truly reshaped her perspective. Suddenly, she understood why her daughter had fallen for him so swiftly. Had she been 20 years younger, she would undoubtedly have pursued him without hesitation. His nonchalance towards over 100 yuan indeed exuded a certain masculine charm. Meng Yu chuckled softly. What need is there to deposit money in the bank for interest? 100 yuan deposited would yield a mere 10 yuan in a year. Besides, do I seem like someone who lacks funds? Just earlier, when my rapport with Moreau Yu reached 80, I earned 10,000 yuan from the system. Compared to that amount, this little over 100 yuan is but a trifle. No need for that. Just tuck it into my pocket, he instructed as he turned toward the guest room. Earlier, when Moreau Yu was still asleep, he had already inquired about the location of the guest room from the servants. Yes, rest assured, I will ensure that a bodyguard is stationed 24 hours a day. Madame Moreau bowed respectfully as she saw him off. Mr. Meng's astounding wealth permitted him to disregard a mere 100 yuan, but the Moreau Group could not afford to take such risks. Thus, they must remain vigilant and treat the matter with utmost caution. Suddenly, Moreau Yu called out to him, Hey, Meng Yu, I want to lock the door at night. With that, she turned and hurried up the spiral staircase. All right, I understand. Meng Yu scratched his head. Isn't it a bit irrelevant whether Moreau Yu locks the door or not? Why bring it up? He found himself somewhat exasperated by the seemingly trivial conversation that followed the increase in her affection. The following day, as dawn broke, Meng Yu rose with clarity of mind and stretched lazily. Upon stepping into the hall, he spotted Moreau Yu seated at the dining table, sporting 2 dark circles under her eyes, resembling a reincarnated panda. Madame Moreau and the attendants exchanged odd glances as they observed Meng Yu. Good morning, Yu. Why do you have dark circles? Did you not sleep well last night? Meng Yu casually inquired as he approached the table. When he reached the dining area, the attendants respectfully pulled out the chair for him, and he made no effort to decline, taking a seat directly. How dare you mention last night, you odious Meng Yu? Moreau Yu ground her teeth in irritation. The expressions of those around them grew increasingly peculiar. It seemed that not only was young Master Meng tall and handsome, and fabulously wealthy, but he also possessed remarkable athletic prowess. Miss Yu was indeed fortunate. Where could one find such a perfect son-in-law? Madame Moreau reprimanded, Yu. How can you speak to Mr. Meng in such a manner? To earn Mr. Meng's favor is a blessing accrued over centuries by our Moreau family in Nanhang. Moreover, as a mother who has been through this herself, I assure you, once you become accustomed to Mr. Meng's exceptional abilities, it will be you who enjoys the fruits of your labor. She still believed that her daughter was merely unable to endure Meng Yu's vigorous demeanor from the previous night, which was the source of her complaints. Moreau Yu, being exceptionally astute, naturally comprehended the underlying meaning of Madame Moreau's words, her delicate face flushing with embarrassment. Akin to a fresh, dewy red apple. What are you all thinking? Meng Yu did not even come to my room last night. Moreover, to make matters worse, he actually locked the door. Moreau Yu exclaimed, her frustration palpable. It wasn't that she was eager to engage in intimate relations with Meng Yu. After all, she still retained her dignity as a daughter of a prestigious family. Rather, she simply yearned for the warmth of Meng Yu's embrace. For a woman of her caliber, there was no greater romance than awakening in the arms of the man she adored. The servants and Madame Mouron were utterly astonished. They regarded Meng Yu with expressions as if they had stumbled upon a new world, questioning whether such feats were indeed possible for a mere mortal. Meng Yu, however, felt no sense of impropriety. My father always says that with the rampant human trafficking by outsiders, boys must take care to protect themselves when venturing out. By the way, Yu, how did you know I locked the door? The crowd was rendered speechless. Chapter 45. Unlocking the Special Scoring System. How did you know I locked the door? Mouron Yu found herself at a loss for words in response to Meng Yu's inquiry. Was she to confess that she had spent the night tossing and turning, unable to sleep, contemplating a stealthy visit to Meng Yu's room, only to discover this harsh reality? And then, angered to the point of insomnia? How would Meng Yu perceive her thereafter? Would he harbor any misunderstandings? Mouron Yu acknowledged her current state of anxiety. My daughter, you ought to focus your thoughts on the right path. I've heard that Mr. Meng has invested a sum of 1 yuan into your project, which translates to a staggering 10 billion in Na yuan. You must work diligently. Mr. Meng hails from a respectable family and would never consider marrying a mere pretty face. Madame Mouron admonished in a timely manner. Upon hearing her mother's counsel, Mouron Yu fell into silence. Indeed, if she wished to sit at Meng Yu's left side and gain the acknowledgement of his family, rather than fading away as a mere plaything, she needed to prove her own capabilities. Ding! Meng Yu's phone chimed. He casually opened it to find a message from Wang Linghua. Mr. Meng, my Maserati is already parked in the villa's courtyard. Whenever you have the time, you may proceed to the apartment building for the final signatures before the transfer. Meng Yu recalled that he had indeed spent less than a dime to purchase a prime apartment building near Nanhang University, with arrangements made for the final transaction confirmation with the original owner that morning. Vice President Wang is already downstairs regarding the building matter. Yu, would you like to join me to take a look? Meng Yu said, taking a generous bite of caviar and stuffing a piece of bread into his mouth as he prepared to head outside. Mouron Yu hesitated for a moment before responding with a charming smile. Meng Yu, I want TV going today. I plan to catch up on some sleep and then confirm the company's address. I'll come find you once the product framework is ready. Upon hearing this, Meng Yu looked at her with surprise. Great. I'm curious to see whether you possess genuine skill or merely eloquent words. Though he said this, he held considerable confidence in Mouron Yu. For a woman with a capability score of 97 was the highest he had ever encountered. She was undoubtedly a rising star in the business world, even surpassing Madame Mouron, a formidable figure in the commercial sphere, who only scored 90. Go ask Wang Linghua for 100 yuan. You are part of my inner circle. Since you're embarking on a venture, go big. We can't let outsiders underestimate you, Meng Yu added with pride. With Mouron Yu's affection progress at 80 to 100. There was no doubt she was currently his most loyal person, deserving to be called a confidant. Moreover, through Mouron Yu, he had earned 100 from the system. Thus investing 100 in her company was hardly excessive. All right, Meng Yu, I've ordered 5 sets of Armani casual wear for you, which will fit you far better than what you're currently wearing. Go change. Mouron Yu beamed with delight. She refrained from expressing her gratitude or mentioning company shares, as that would have felt too distant. The moment Meng Yu referred to her as someone close to him, she had already found her place. As Mr. Meng gradually revealed his true potential, it was inevitable that his circle of charming companions would expand, yet she intended to be his most capable ally. Meng Yu donned a brand new Armani suit and stepped out of the villa. The servants were thoroughly stunned by Meng Yu's lavish demeanor. Heavens! Is this truly the young lady's boyfriend? Learning that his girlfriend is starting a business, he casually invests 100 yuan? Let us not jump to conclusions. Master Meng and the young lady have not yet formalized their relationship. Indeed, they are in a relationship that hovers between friendship and romance. Though it seems Master Meng is rather generous. I too desire a boyfriend like that, so I could roll in money. Yes, 100 yuan equals 1.000 billion Na yuan. If converted into regular currency, it could likely fill this villa. Just imagine sleeping on a pile of cash. What an enviable life that would be. Wake up. Stop dreaming. Right. Master Meng wouldn't he look at someone like you? Can you compare to the young lady in looks or figure? Or even in capability? What gives Master Meng the reason to be your boyfriend? Ladies, she is delirious. Let us each give her a wake-up call. Spare me. Is it wrong to daydream a little? Ugh, at least you have self-awareness. As Meng Yu stepped out of the villa, he immediately spotted a wine-red Maserati Gran Turismo parked in the courtyard, with Wang Linghua leaning sensually against it. His gaze was momentarily captivated by her alluring figure, particularly the impressive 34F beneath her fitted robe. Wow, truly impressive. Mr. Meng, thank you for the 10,000 yuan you deposited with our bank last night. I have personally transferred it to the Summer Country Bank to ensure that your principal remains completely risk-free. Wang Linghua greeted him with utmost respect upon seeing him emerge. Meng Yu waved his hand dismissively. Oh, There's no need for such gratitude. I initially intended to deposit it with the Summer Country Bank, but upon reflection, it seemed more convenient to keep it with you. Transferring funds at the Summer Country Bank requires personal handling. While it's secure, it's quite cumbersome. That 10,000 yuan was, in fact, a random reward from the system upon reaching Murong Qinyu's affection progress of 80 to 100. When the system prompted him to choose a bank, he selected Nanhang Bank. Receiving your praise is an honor for our bank. Lingyue will continue to strive. Whatever Master Meng requires, Lingyue will do her utmost to serve you. And this time, truly, any service is available, Wang Lingyue said, her lips curling into an enticing smile, emphasizing the phrase, any service. Ding. The system detected the host's peculiar request and initiated a scan for an upgrade. The upgrade was successful, adding a special attribute panel. Name, Wang Lingyue. Affection progress, 32 to 100. Special, 95. Appearance, 91. Figure, 98. Ability, 89. Family background, 90. Meng Yu immediately grasped the significance of the special scoring. The scanning system was indeed impressive. Not only did it feature an affection progress bar, but it also prevented Meng Yu from being backstabbed by a white lotus. Moreover, a special rating has been introduced, effectively preventing Meng Yu from inadvertently embarking on a trip to the verdant grasslands of Qingqing, alleviating his concerns about the hidden dark pasts of the enchanting women he admires. The moment Meng Yu laid eyes on Murong Qinyu's special rating, he was astounded, an impressive score of 98. Truly deserving of her reputation as the once aloof young lady, she was indeed flawless like a jade pendant. The sensation of being pursued by such a woman was undeniably exhilarating. Chapter 46. The Greedy Tycoon. A business deal rated 8. 8. Meng Yu regained his composure, his gaze sweeping over Wang Lingyue's refreshing qipao, lingering on her long, fair legs. No wonder she boasted a figure rated 98. Those long legs were simply mesmerizing. However, with a special rating of 95 and a favorability progress of 32100, it was evidently a case of being able to admire but not possess. Regardless of how alluring Wang Lingyue appeared in her revealing attire, Meng Yu chose not to dwell on it too much. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Having a scanning system is indeed beneficial. No longer would he waste effort on futile conjectures, thus avoiding the awkwardness that arises from misinterpretation. Mr. Meng, Ms. Wei has arrived. Should we proceed now? Wang Lingyue gracefully opened the passenger door for Meng Yu. Sensing the calmness in his gaze, Wang Lingyue's opinion of him elevated. Recognizing that a man capable of great achievements may indeed appreciate feminine beauty, but would never be ensnared by it, Mr. Meng clearly embodied such a formidable figure. Meng Yu nodded slightly. Yes, let us go. The Maserati emitted a deep engine roar as it whisked the two toward the South Lake Apartments. The location of the South Lake Apartments was exceptional, with Nanhang University just 100 meters to the north and the renowned South Lake to the west. Priced at $88 million, undeniably below market value. At that moment, beneath the apartment building, a multitude of luxury cars had gathered. Wei Yulan, clad in a Chanel blazer, awaited in the garden pavilion, surrounded by a dozen exquisitely dressed local tycoons from Nanhang, who were either seated or standing around her, engaged in animated discussions. Ms. Wei, we initiated the talks first. How could you sell to an outsider midway? One voiced, while another chimed in, indeed. We've always known Ms. Wei to be meticulous in her dealings. We are quite disappointed by your conduct in this matter. Surely business should adhere to a first-come, first-served principle? Actually, everything is negotiable. We understand that Ms. Wei is in a difficult position. Another added, we all offered 88 million. Why is he favored over us? Exactly. We've is spoken highly of you before the magnates. Don't be ungrateful. Calling you Ms. Wei is merely out of respect, but once your company goes bankrupt, you'll be nothing. Ms. Wei, disregard their foolishness. We come with sincerity. This building is worth 90 million, and it has substantial potential for appreciation. Selling it for 88 million is a grave loss. We are prepared to offer 91 million. 91 million is 3 million more than 88 million. Ms. Wei, there's no need to be obstinate about money. Besides, you haven't signed a contract. Indeed, although their words are harsh, they hold some truth. As the saying goes, fat water should not flow into outsiders' fields. We are, after all, fellow townsfolk. The price is negotiable, and it's better to keep the business within our own community. That is indeed a valid point. Wei Yulan observed the local tycoons, half playing the role of the red-faced and the other half the white-faced. Her polite smile became somewhat strained. $91 million? Where were you all when I needed it? If these so-called compatriots had offered this price earlier, I would have sold it 3 days ago. After all, I am not ignorant of the rules. When in urgent need of funds, my first recourse would be the wealthy circle of Nanhang. Yet the reality is harsh. Upon learning of my urgent need, these tycoons remained eerily calm, merely enjoying tea and theatrics, never discussing the sale. They forced me to sell a small plot at a paltry price to tide me over. What is more infuriating is that the entire circle of wealthy Nanhang appears to have colluded, uniformly offering prices below market value for my assets. Isn't this blatant opportunism? In this moment of crisis, Wei Yulan has come to recognize the greedy faces of these individuals. Thus, when Meng Yu stepped in to purchase and she heard Murong Qinyu's name, she agreed to the sale without hesitation, even at the same price. She would rather sell to a friend of the Murong family than endure the nauseating presence of these self-righteous compatriots. These individuals can be more ruthless than strangers when it comes to business. Inzi, I really made a fool of myself in front of you. How about we wait inside? Wei Yulan turned away from them, glancing at a spirited girl with purple twin tails. The girl, named Bai Mingyin, had rented the entire 24th floor 6 months ago and was currently attending Nanhang University. They had encountered each other several times at a cafe near the West Lake and gradually became friends. Bai Mingyin, wearing a Bluetooth headset, was engrossed in sending messages to Meng Yu. Since parting ways with him at Dongpa Pavilion last night, she had sent him 35 messages, each one crafted with great effort, only to receive replies of and okay, I understand. Frustrated, the usually vivacious Bai Mingyin found herself at a loss for words. How she longed to have an intimate chat with her idol, Mr. Meng. However, it seemed he was quite busy. After all, a person of his stature must be occupied with significant business dealings, likely starting at $1 million. Upon hearing Wei Yulan call her name, she looked up with a gentle smile, casually removing her Bluetooth headset. It's no bother, Sister Yulan. You all discuss your business. I'm just a student and know nothing of such matters. Did she truly know nothing? The answer was a resounding no. She was a direct descendant of the Baiming clan from the capital, having been exposed to various business dealings since childhood. She was well aware of the intricacies involved. Once money reaches a certain threshold, even brothers can turn against one another, let alone compatriots. The reason she was present here was to ascertain who would become the new owner of the apartment building. If she found the new owner unsatisfactory, she might resort to utilizing the Baiming family's influence to acquire the building. After all, although living in an apartment is not as comfortable as a villa, the South Lake apartments are situated right next to South Lake, allowing one to wake up each day to breathtaking views of the Broken Bridge, Leifeng Pagoda, and Su Causeway, truly a delightful prospect. Having lived there for half a year, she had grown accustomed to it. Moreover, being able to enjoy the company of female roommates her age was far more appealing to Bai Ming's exuberant nature than residing in a cold, empty villa. Wei Yulan nodded slightly. Indeed, although Bai Mingyin has rented 6 rooms on the 24th floor by herself, she is still a university student. Perhaps her family is quite affluent, but she likely has little say in this major business deal rated 8. 8. The wealthy tycoons exchanged knowing smiles. This beautiful girl with a capital accent certainly possessed self-awareness. This 8 rated business deal was indeed not something an ordinary second-generation rich kid could participate in, even for them. Mobilizing such a substantial amount of cash was no easy feat yet. The purple-haired girl before them was undeniably striking. Moreover, the youthful vitality she exuded was unparalleled by the models at the club, possessing an irresistible allure for these wealthy older gentlemen, whose fervent gazes flickered momentarily. Miss Een was truly a vision of beauty, and it was uncertain whether she was already betrothed. Coincidentally, my son was also single. Perhaps they could exchange contact information? How fortunate. My son is also unencumbered, and there is a soiree this evening. Would Miss Een be available? I could arrange for a Ferrari to pick you up tonight. If you wish. Young lady, you reside in this apartment, do you not? Once we acquire this building, your rent and utilities could be amicably reduced. Bai Mingyin detected the underlying implications, her heart swelling with indignation. Suddenly, a wine-red Maserati glided into the garden, halting before the pavilion and capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 47. Who approaches? It is indeed the Vice President Wang himself who opens the car door. With the sound of tires grinding against the pavement, the Maserati parked gracefully before the pavilion. It appears quite lively here. Meng Yu peered through the car window, observing the numerous luxury vehicles parked in the garden, and faintly heard the brazen discussions of the affluent, a cold glimmer passing through his eyes. Acquiring the building? Reducing utility costs? It seemed these individuals were indeed the wealthy buyers interested in the property. Their audacity was remarkable. They hadn't even secured the building yet were already contemplating management issues. While he preferred to avoid unnecessary entanglements, he would not shy away from confrontation. Regardless of the disputes that existed between the previous owner and these tycoons prior to his decision to purchase the building, since he had already set his sights on it, he had no reason to relinquish it. Moreover, he had already transferred the funds for the acquisition to that Mrs. Wei. Tonight, It was merely a matter of finalizing the signature. For these magnates to leap forward at this moment was a blatant disregard for his presence. Wei Yulan felt a weight lift from her heart upon hearing this. She recognized the vehicle as Vice President Wang's new car, and the occupant within was undoubtedly a friend of the esteemed Murong family. During her conversation with Vice President Wang yesterday, she had learned that the potential buyer of her apartment building was a person of considerable stature. Vice President Wang had kindly advised her not to offend him, for it was likely that there would be no refuge for her in the entire Xia Nation's business sphere. He was a titan whose mere stamp of a foot could send tremors through the global market. Bei Mingyin's heart soared with elation. It was him. It must be him. Her lifelong idol. That voice was one she would never forget, even in death. What brought him here? Could it be for her? Excitement coursed through Bei Mingyin, leading the wealthy men to mistakenly believe she was swayed by their lavish offers. Observing her vibrant and adorable excitement, the affluent felt a surge of bravado. It seemed that even the purest and most beautiful young lady could not resist the allure of the upper echelon. Perhaps seeing their multitude of luxury cars had already ignited her desire to mingle within the elite circles. They certainly had the patience to endure. With that thought, the wealthy magnates swallowed hard and began making enticing promises. Missine, once we complete the purchase of the apartment building, shall we take a stroll around the Nanhang Tower? I'm feeling generous today. Buy whatever luxury items you desire. Another chimed in, indeed. A beauty like Missine deserves nothing less than world-renowned brands. By the way, Missine, I presume you haven't purchased a car yet? I just happen to have a pink Lamborghini in my garage. Feel free to take it for a spin. You're still in university, aren't you? Come work as my secretary once you graduate, with a starting salary of $1 million. The wealthy weren't merely foolish with their riches. It was that Bei Mingyin truly possessed a beauty that could topple kingdoms, her charm captivating. Thus, they were willing to lavish her with material promises, hoping that a more intimate connection might yield a worthwhile return. They hardly regarded the arrival of the Maserati, even feeling a sense of superiority. After all, this Maserati, valued at merely $2 to $3 million, was modest when juxtaposed with the plethora of vehicles worth tens of millions. Suddenly, the driver's side door swung open. A slender, snow-white leg clad in a red high heel emerged from the Maserati, drawing the gaze of the entire assembly. Meng Yu gracefully descended from the sports car, clutching a Louis Vuitton crocodile leather briefcase, her expression impassive as she surveyed the crowd. She swiftly approached the passenger side, respectfully opening the door for Meng Yu. My apologies for the delay, I was changing shoes. The affluent stood dumbfounded, their disdain for the Maserati transforming into reverence. All of the local magnates recognized Vice President Wang, many having engaged in loans and deposits through her. It hardly mattered if the vehicle was a Maserati worth millions or a modest BYD. The fact that Vice President Wang herself was personally attending to this individual warranted their utmost respect. The Wang family, to which Meng Yu belonged, was a prestigious lineage in Nanhang, their deep-rooted heritage and immense influence far surpassing that of mere upstarts. Furthermore, Meng Yu was a powerful vice president at Nanhang Bank, a formidable contender for the future presidency, holding a significant standing within the local business sphere. Moreover, they had recently heard rumors that Nanhang Bank was fostering close ties with Xia Nation Bank, potentially leading to a comprehensive strategic collaboration. Should Nanhang Bank secure such an alliance, its influence would extend far beyond the confines of Nanhang City, undoubtedly increasing their dependency on the bank. Yet, what were they witnessing now? The esteemed Vice President Wang was serving as a chauffeur for an unknown individual, displaying a demeanor of subservience. Who could this person be? Worthy of such esteemed treatment? Surely even the wealthiest individual in Xia Nation would not enjoy such privilege. After all, no matter how formidable the Ali Group led by the Nanhang Ma family was, it could never rival the stature of the four major banks. And within the elite circles of banking, its financial power was merely above average. Onlookers from a distance began to murmur among themselves. Wow, that driver in the Qipao is absolutely enchanting. Could she possibly be a reincarnated seductress? And who is that man inside the car? He seems devoid of any gentlemanly demeanor. Gentlemanly demeanor? Are you jesting? Clearly, there is a person of distinction within that vehicle. Do you think a chairman would have a secretary open the door for him? That is precisely the point. But is this distinguished individual here to purchase the building? Do you think he might be the buyer? It's possible. I truly hope he secures the apartment building. The way those magnates eyed Bei Mingyin is akin to wolves, if they acquire the property. Even this fairy would dare not continue renting. Dear sister, who could disagree? I sense that there is a strikingly handsome man in that car. His deep voice exudes a potent masculinity. If he were to purchase the apartment building, it would be nothing short of splendid. Meng Yu, clad in a tailored Giorgio Armani suit, stepped from the vehicle with an air of composure. his sharp brows and captivating eyes revealing a calm demeanor as he strode directly toward the pavilion. Wang Lingyu maintained a posture of humility behind him, her smile unwavering as she kept a respectful distance of 2 steps. The wealthy exchanged uncertain glances, their hearts rife with suspicion as they beheld Meng Yu approaching. Although they felt that Meng Yu was a stranger and were unaware of his background, the presence of Vice President Wang Lingyue served as a prelude. They were not fools. It was easy to surmise that this enigmatic figure's status must far surpass their own. Perhaps he hailed from a prestigious family. Or perhaps he was a scion of some powerful elite. Yet, what could possibly bring such a person to this place? Was it merely for this modest apartment building rated at 8 out of 10? Chapter 48. Targeted drugs for leukemia? Upon laying her gaze on Meng Yu, Bei Mingyin seemed as if she were glued in place, unable to tear her eyes away. "Brother Meng Yu, are you here to play with Inzi? I'm so happy," she exclaimed, darting over to him, hands clasped behind her back, gazing up at him with a charming smile. Meng Yu's eyes flickered with surprise. Wasn't this the same girl who had doused him in wine last night at Dongbaxian? It was amusing that she claimed to be his #1 fan. Her WeChat messages a mix of eccentricity and artistry, veering far from ordinary conversation. She was particularly chatty, leaving Meng Yu regretting adding her as a friend. "No. You've misunderstood. I'm here to purchase the apartment building. What are you doing here?" Meng Yu shook his head in denial. With a thought, he activated his scanning system and accessed Bei Mingyin's profile. Name, Bei Mingyin. Favorability progress, 21100. Special attributes, 96. Appearance, 96. Physique, 88. Capability, 92. Family background, 94. A special rating of 96? This revelation surprised Meng Yu. He had initially assumed that such a rebellious and stunning girl would lead a tumultuous private life. Yet it seemed that ladies from prestigious families generally maintained a more conservative demeanor. Indeed, the education of such families often adhered to the traditional Confucian values of Xia country. Growing up in such an environment, even a rebellious girl would find it challenging to be liberated. "I'm a tenant in the apartment building." Bei Mingyin beamed brightly. Suddenly, a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes as she addressed the assembled wealthy men, proclaiming loudly, "By the way, you middle-aged, greasy uncles, listen up. Regardless of whether your sons are single or not, this young lady is already being supported by this Mr. Meng. Truly, only a rebellious girl would dare to make such a wild jest, leveraging her innocence as a bargaining chip." As a fervent fan of Meng Yu, she exhibited a level of enthusiasm that could intimidate even the most formidable of foes. The wealthy men's expressions shifted, as if they had just swallowed something unpleasant. Middle-aged greasy uncles? Was she referring to them? Such bluntness was indeed unrelenting. Was it true that girls with twin ponytails possessed such sharp tongues? And what was this about sons? That was a term of endearment, yet she had crudely translated it into modern vernacular. This was utterly disconcerting. However, Meng Yu's status loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, rendering them unable to breathe freely. If Bei Mingyin were truly his lover, they would dare not offend her. For should she divulge their previous remarks, Meng Yu would not be inclined to treat them kindly. Wang Lingyue gazed at Bei Mingyin's lithe form with uncertainty. No wonder her proud physique failed to capture Meng Yu's attention. Could it be that he preferred a more unembellished appearance? Wei Yulan was equally taken aback. The sudden revelation of her friend being supported was unsettling, especially considering that the benefactor was the buyer of the apartment building. This was rather unexpected for her. None dared to doubt Bei Mingyin's words, for they subconsciously believed that no woman would jest about her own purity. "Silence. If you continue to misbehave, don't ever claim to be my fan again." Meng Yu shot a fierce glare at Bei Mingyin, clearly indicating that she was a mischievous girl in need of discipline. Bei Mingyin looked at him with an expression of feigned innocence. Habitually inclined to defend herself, she hesitated, fearing she might anger her idol. For a devoted fan, inciting the disdain of their idol would be more painful than death. "Brother Meng Yu, please don't be angry. It's just that they keep calling their sons, so I thought I'd use your name to frighten them off, lest they keep bothering me." She pointed at the wealthy men. Meng Yu merely cast a mild glance at the group, and they shivered as if they were schoolchildren caught misbehaving by their teacher. Yet, he couldn't help but feel somewhat dismissive. What was Bei Mingyin's identity? A direct descendant of the Bei Ming family in the capital, combined. These ordinary wealthy men would scarcely pose a threat to her. "Vice President Wang, please arrange the transfer process. I need to return to my hometown to visit family by noon," Meng Yu stated calmly, seated at the stone table. Wang Lingyue nodded softly, retrieving 2 folders from her Louis Vuitton briefcase, placing them upon the stone table in the pavilion. The transfer contract was prepared in duplicate. Once signed by both buyer and seller, it would become effective. The South Lake apartment building, valued at over 100 million yuan, was successfully purchased by Meng Yu for the remarkably low price of 88 million yuan. Wei Yulan exhaled a long sigh of relief. Only she understood the dire financial straits her company faced. With every bank loan exhausted, she was struggling to meet the next month's payroll. This infusion of cash provided a temporary reprieve, but whether it would help her navigate this crisis remained uncertain. For now, employee wages should be secure. But if push came to shove, she would have to accept foreign investment terms, which was her last resort. If all is well, I'll take my leave. If there are any suitable properties for transfer, please feel free to contact Vice President Wang. Meng Yu smiled gently, preparing to depart. The smooth transaction had fostered a sense of goodwill towards Wei Yulan. Should she possess any quality assets for sale, he would be more than willing to invest. Given his ample liquidity, Wang Lingyue, noticing Meng Yu's intent to leave, quickly exchanged glances with Wei Yulan. She was acutely aware of the predicament Wei Yulan's company faced. It was an urgent moment that required a cash infusion. Meng Yu, with his ability to produce a substantial amount of cash, was undoubtedly the ideal candidate to assist. Mr. Meng, please hold on. To be candid, my pharmaceutical company has been developing a new targeted drug for leukemia for the past 5 years. We are now in the 4th phase of clinical trials, but the costs have far exceeded our budget. Therefore, if possible, I would like to transfer Longjing Commercial Street to you, Wei Yulan said with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Meng Yu paused and turned to Wei Yulan, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Targeted drugs for leukemia? Is it akin to the Gleevec featured in Dying to Survive? At the mention of targeted leukemia drugs, images from that film flooded his mind. When he had watched it, he had wished for his country to develop excellent targeted medications. He even whimsically considered pooling funds to collaborate on creating such a drug. However, after researching the staggering costs involved in bringing a new drug to market, he had closed the webpage with a bitter smile, his fervor quelled by the cold, chilling figures amounting to billions. In retrospect, he realized how naive and unrealistic his aspirations had been. Youthful exuberance had indeed clouded his judgment. A mere 200,000 as the capital for marriage pales in comparison to the immense financial chasm faced in the development of targeted drugs. It scarcely suffices to fill the gaps. Yet, the fervent zeal of youth does not evoke shame in him now, but rather a subtle sense of wistfulness. Why must the superior targeted medications in our great nation be imported? Are foreign pharmaceuticals inherently more noble? Why is it that we, the people of Xia, cannot pioneer the development of such life-saving medical technologies? Chapter 49. This street can be acquired for 20 yuan. One might ask, among our 13 billion industrious and intelligent citizens, who have successfully launched satellites and developed atomic bombs, how can we not create powerful targeted drugs? The answer is unequivocal. We can. However, national development must prioritize certain sectors, with the significance of national defense industries undoubtedly taking precedence over the research of targeted drugs. And what of private capital? Profit drives investment. Developing a new drug, particularly a high-tech targeted medication, entails a long and perilous journey. Any venture capital firm with sound risk management would hesitate to engage in new drug research. Indeed, the prototype of the drug featured in the film is imatinib mesylate, produced by the foreign company Roche, which was launched in Xia in 2002. With its patent expiring in 2013, my new drug is undoubtedly superior to that foreign medication from over a decade ago, and even in contemporary terms, it ranks among the top 3 global treatments for leukemia. A proud smile illuminated Wei Yulan's face. The development of targeted drugs had been her childhood dream, and now, standing just a step away from realization, her joy was ineffable. The thought of leukemia patients being able to access more affordable and effective targeted medications made all her sacrifices worthwhile. To save a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Nothing in this world is more precious than human life. However, as Wei Yulan contemplated the funding gap, a mask of anguish swiftly replaced her smile, and she continued with a wry laugh. The 4th phase of clinical trials is quite the financial drain. Even with substantial support from the government, the remaining funding shortfall is still considerable. Otherwise, I wouldn't be compelled to sell the Longjing Commercial Street, a legacy from my grandfather. Her gaze grew nostalgic at the mention of Longjing Commercial Street. Yet deep down, she understood that selling off a few minor assets would only be a drop in the bucket. To truly bridge the vast funding gap, she would have to relinquish the entire Longjing Commercial Street. If her grandfather were to know, resting in peace, that she was selling it for the sake of developing a targeted new drug, he would surely forgive her perceived disloyalty, wouldn't he? Surely he would. Wei Yulan bit her lip, gazing at Meng Yu with profound hope. Meng Yu stared at her, momentarily at a loss for words. The endeavor he had once aspired to, yet reluctantly abandoned, was now being fervently pursued by someone else, indeed, a woman at that. Wang Lingyue's expression shifted dramatically. Casting aside any pretense of humility, she strode directly to Wei Yulan, grasping her shoulders and shaking her fervently. Wei Yulan, have you lost your senses? Longjing Commercial Street. That is the lifeblood of the Wei family in Nanhang. Are you not aware of the current state of your family's prominence? Longjing Commercial Street is your family's last stronghold. Without it, the Wei family may well fall from the ranks of the 8 great families of Nanhang. The once subservient wealthy patrons surrounding Meng Yu now reveled in the unfolding drama, relishing the spectacle. The vulnerability of the Wei family was evident in their audacity to take advantage of Wei Yulan, the head of the Wei family. Were it the head of the Wang or Murong families in her position, they would have undoubtedly made offers well above market value for the property to curry favor with the prominent families. Yet, despite bearing the title of one of the 8 great families of Nanhang, the Wei family had weakened to the point of being preyed upon. While it is true that a malnourished camel is larger than a horse, the Wei family had long since become a mere skeleton of its former self, devoid of flesh and blood, offering no intimidation to those opportunistic tycoons. Wang Lingyue, I appreciate your concern, but I am well aware of my actions. Wei Yulan implored once more. Mr. Meng, or perhaps it would be more fitting to address you as Mr. Meng. Could you assist me in acquiring Longjing Commercial Street? Meng Yu pondered for a moment before conceding to her request. Very well. Name your price. Wei Yulan exhaled in relief. She had vaguely heard of the close ties between Nanhang Bank and Mr. Meng, so upon his arrival, she surmised he was indeed the Mr. Meng in question. After all, who else could command the admiration of Wang Lingyue while sharing the Meng surname? She refrained from hastily stating a price, instead retrieving a document from her briefcase and presenting it to Meng Yu. As he perused the contents, she revealed, Longjing Commercial Street spans 800 meters, making it one of the most renowned pedestrian streets in Nanhang. I have consulted 2 industry experts for an appraisal. One estimated it at 22 billion yuan, while the other quoted 19.5 billion yuan. I am willing to sell it for 19.5 billion yuan. 19.5 billion yuan. Meng Yu was taken aback by the figure, his heart racing. My goodness, before the world changed, that amount would have been staggering. In cash, it could likely pile into a veritable mountain. However, upon further reflection, he realized, wait a minute, 19.5 billion yuan converts to less than 20 yuan. What could 20 yuan have once bought? A mediocre pack of cigarettes? Perhaps a bowl of rice topped with a modest portion of meat? Yet now, it could purchase an entire Longjing Commercial Street. How exhilarating. Nevertheless, Meng Yu was no fool, having witnessed countless sales tactics during his time in real estate. He would not be easily swayed by Wei Yulan's one-sided claims. Thus, he handed the dossier to Wang Lingyue, the vice president of Nanhang Bank, who was well-versed in asset valuation. Professional matters should be left to professionals. After reviewing the appraisal, Wang Lingyue confirmed, this valuation is sound. The Wufujing Commercial Street in the capital is valued around 200 billion yuan. Thus, the 19.5 billion yuan valuation for Longjing Commercial Street is indeed below market value. If it weren't for her urgency to sell, it could likely fetch around 23 billion yuan, or roughly 2.3 yuan. Wang Lingyue comprehended Meng Yu's intent and responded respectfully. Only then did Meng Yu reveal a sincere smile, warmly grasping Wei Yulan's hand. You are Wei Yulan, are you not? I would be honored to be your friend. I, too, once harbored dreams of developing targeted new drugs, but due to various circumstances, I could not act upon them. Reflecting on it now fills me with shame. Let us do this. I will acquire this street for 20 yuan. Thank you for your generosity. You may call me Yulan. Wei Yulan replied, suddenly feeling the warmth of Meng Yu's hand enveloping hers, a charming flush rising to her cheeks. Yet, she understood that Mr. Meng's actions stemmed from excitement, a sentiment shared by every patriot yearning for domestically produced targeted new drugs. She deeply empathized with this surge of emotion, thus offering no resistance as Meng Yu held her hand tightly. Moreover, this Mr. Meng was indeed quite handsome. His physique was robust and imposing, exuding a quintessential masculinity that perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences. If she were not currently engrossed in the development of a new drug, wholly disinterested in romantic entanglements, she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity for happiness that lay before her. It is truly a pity, Wei Yulan lamented. Chapter 50. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over merely 20 yuan? Very well, I shall acquire this street for the sum of 20 yuan. Listening to Meng Yu's bold declaration, Bei Mingyin gazed admiringly at his confident, handsome visage. He is her lifelong idol. The audacity of spending 20 yuan to rescue a damsel in distress is nothing short of breathtaking. Wang Lingyue also expressed surprise at Meng Yu's decisive generosity. After all, 20 yuan is not a trifling amount. It converts to a staggering 2 billion new yuan. Moreover, Wei Yulan's asking price was merely 1,950 million new yuan, meaning Meng Yu had overpaid by 5 million new yuan, enough to purchase 5 additional South Lake apartment buildings. However, Wang Lingyue could understand his rationale. Firstly, The actual value of Longjing Commercial Street is 2,300,000,000 new yuan. Acquiring it for 2 billion new yuan would be a profitable venture, while the asking price of 1,950,000,000 new yuan smacks of opportunism. Secondly, Wei Yulan's willingness to liquidate her assets for the sake of developing targeted new drugs evidently moved Meng Yu. His additional 5 million new yuan appears to be a silent act of charity, supporting the advancement of domestically produced pharmaceuticals to benefit patients sooner. Lastly, that 5 million new yuan, when converted, amounts to a mere 50 cents. For Mr. Meng, it is indeed a drop in the ocean. Just last night, he deposited 10,000 yuan at the Nanhang Bank. Wang Lingwei remarked that even as the vice president of the bank, she had become numb to the staggering wealth of Mr. Meng. The gathered tycoons collectively gasped in astonishment. What on earth is happening? Is this truly the legendary Mr. Meng, whose wealth rivals that of nations? His casual declaration of purchasing a commercial street for 20 yuan is akin to a laborer buying a cigarette at the roadside. Moreover, the precarious Wei family, on the brink of decline, has somehow managed to latch onto Mr. Meng's substantial support, truly a stroke of fortune. The wealthy elite felt compelled to mend relations with the Wei family. Otherwise, should the Wei family rise to prominence on the coattails of Mr. Meng, they would be akin to an ant attempting to stop a chariot, inviting their own demise. Congratulations, head of the Wei family. We once believed your lineage was dwindling, destined to fade into the annals of history, yet you have befriended Mr. Meng. His noble intent to support the development of national pharmaceutical enterprises commands our deep respect. We acknowledge our past transgressions and humbly ask for your understanding. In the future, we shall certainly reform our ways and present substantial gifts when we visit your residence. Indeed, reflecting on our earlier greedy visages fills us with immense shame. As compatriots, we ought to assist one another rather than seize upon misfortune. However, under the illuminating benevolence of Mr. Meng, we have awakened to our folly. We hope the head of the Wei family can forgive our indiscretions. The onlookers were equally astounded by the shamelessness of the wealthy. No wonder they have managed to ascend to affluence. With such audacity and the ability to change their demeanor quicker than one turns a page, it is indeed challenging not to profit in this materialistic society. Truly, the depths of human depravity render one invincible. Indeed, these tycoons were brazenly arrogant before Mr. Meng's arrival, yet upon his presence, they groveled like eager lapdogs. In essence, they are merely bullies who fear the strong. What manner of man is Mr. Meng? He seems to possess an aura as lofty as a two-story building. Have you seen the headlines? The leaders of the 4 major banks in Xia country sought an audience with Mr. Meng, yet they could not even catch a glimpse of him. His status is undoubtedly unparalleled, and it is not merely the 4 major banks. I caught the morning news. Global banking magnates have converged upon Nanhang City solely to pay their respects to Mr. Meng. Furthermore, the central bank has declared that Mr. Meng is a special guest, and to protect his privacy, no form of private investigation is permitted. Should the prosecutorial authorities wish to investigate him, they must first obtain the Supreme Court's approval. Is this not an astonishing display of extravagance? As Wei Yulan listened to the discussions among the crowd, her heart grew ever more astounded. Busy with the new drug project, she had not had the chance to catch the morning news. Little did she know that Mr. Meng was even more formidable than the legend suggested, having even drawn the attention of the central bank. Just how immense is his wealth? Wei Yulan felt her imagination constrained by her modest means. Yet she was certain that even at the zenith of the Wei family's prosperity, their collective strength could not be compared to Mr. Meng's. Young Master Meng, the transfer contract provided by Ms. Wei is flawless. Will you be paying in cash, or shall I arrange for a transfer? Wang Lingyue's face radiated with humility. Meng Yu took the transfer contract, signed it, and replied, "Thank you for your efforts. I will pay in cash." With that, he set down the pen, unzipped his Armani jacket, and retrieved a stack of cash from his inner pocket, extracting a 20 yuan note to hand to Wei Yulan. The 20 yuan treasury note shimmered brilliantly in the bright sunlight, its surface intermittently displaying the national emblem, shifting to the image of a Qilin, then transforming into the People's Hero Monument. This showcased a top-tier anti-counterfeiting technology exclusive to high-denomination treasury notes, which no counterfeit organization in the world has yet managed to replicate. Wei Yulan's eyes instantly welled with tears, 2 streams spilling down her cheeks. For the past 3 months, she had tirelessly traversed the landscape in pursuit of funding for the new drug. The emergence of this 20 yuan treasury note now alleviated the heavy burden on her heart. However, when Wei Yulan opened her briefcase and rummaged through it, her expression turned awkward. "Mr. Meng, I apologize, but I do not have the receiving equipment with me. Would you mind waiting while I retrieve it?" Receiving equipment? For merely 20 yuan. Is it truly necessary to complicate matters? Meng Yu scratched his head. Is there some special device needed to accept cash? Just tuck it away in your pocket. as I do with the over 100 yuan in change I have. Upon hearing this, Wei Yulan felt even more embarrassed. She had witnessed Meng Yu's nonchalance toward the treasury note, yet she recognized the disparity between individuals. She could not afford to treat a 20 yuan note with such casualness. If it were damaged, the consequences would be dire. For the Wei family, now in decline, this sum represented a significant portion of their dwindling fortune. Mr. Meng, our Wei family, as a once noble lineage now fallen on hard times, cannot compare to your wealth. This treasury note holds immense importance for me, and I must handle it with care. Not to worry, I happen to have 2 sets with me, Wang Linghua chimed in, producing a gold-plated, diamond-studded titanium alloy box for treasury notes of such staggering value, equivalent to 2 billion new yuan. The process of transaction or storage is typically governed by strict regulations. The titanium alloy box she held contained a portable treasury note transfer device. With a deft flick of her fingers, Wang Linghua entered the initial password, opened the box, and laid out 5 items on the table: a pair of white gloves, a piece of silk cloth, a bottle of clear gel, a rabbit hairbrush, and a pair of silver tweezers. Chapter 51. I am not particularly interested in money. Thank you. Wei Yulan donned the white gloves, spread the silk cloth across the stone table, and then respectfully accepted the 20 yuan note from Meng Yu with both hands. The reverence in her eyes was akin to holding a sacred decree. Indeed, in the eyes of Wei Yulan, who was in dire need of money, this 20 yuan note was undoubtedly far more precious than an imperial edict in ancient times. After all, not every decree is worth 200 billion nyan. This scene left Meng Yu momentarily stunned. Perhaps it was due to his immunity to the effects of inflation that he found it difficult to harbor any reverence for the 20 yuan note, thus failing to comprehend the solemnity and sanctity that Wei Yulan imbued it with. Even though a day and a night had passed since the world had transformed, he understood all too well just how substantial 20 yuan represented in a world where prices had depreciated a billionfold. However, the ingrained perceptions formed over the course of years could not be altered overnight. All eyes in the room were fixated on that 20 yuan note, their gazes ablaze with envy. It was, after all, 20 yuan, equivalent to 200 billion nyan. Aside from occasional glimpses on screens, how many individuals in reality could claim the privilege of possessing such a sum? How could they not feel a pang of jealousy? Wei Yulan gingerly placed the 20 yuan note on a silk cloth, her delicate fingers, clad in white gloves, smoothing out its creases. Then, using silver tweezers, she carefully pressed it down to prevent it from being whisked away by the breeze. Next, she took a bottle of colorless gel and squeezed it into a titanium alloy box. This was a special gel-like filler formulated for the transportation and preservation of banknotes, ensuring that the currency would not sustain damage during vigorous movement, significantly reducing the oxidation process, and effectively sterilizing any microorganisms present on the note. After brushing it evenly with a rabbit hairbrush, she finally placed the 20 yuan note into the titanium box with the silver tweezers. To conclude the meticulous procedure, Wei Yulan applied another layer of gel to protect the note before sealing the box and setting both a numerical and a fingerprint password. Watching this elaborate process, Meng Yu felt a bit overwhelmed. Yet the others regarded it as perfectly natural, for transactions involving banknotes of such magnitude were conducted in this manner on television. Casually pocketing such substantial currency would indeed be deemed abnormal. They understood Meng's casual demeanor as well, for he was a person of immense wealth, whose indifference to the deterioration of banknotes, or even the interest accrued in a bank, was entirely justifiable. Wei Yulan carefully tucked the titanium box away, wrapping her tools in the silk cloth before signing the transfer agreement and respectfully presenting it to Meng Yu with both hands. Thank you once again for your generosity. If it were not for your timely assistance, I would find it exceedingly difficult to liquidate my holdings in Longjing Commercial Street in the short term. Indeed, the 20 yuan price tag for Longjing Commercial Street required full cash payment within the entirety of Xia country. It was unlikely that more than 100 individuals could immediately manage such a sum, and even fewer resided in Nanhang City. After all, even the wealthiest tycoons typically did not maintain large quantities of cash on hand. Would they not find it more appealing to invest that money or convert it into assets or gold for preservation? Ding. The system detected an increase in Wei Yulan's affection for the host, with the current affection progress at 20,100, randomly rewarding the host with a deposit of 200 yuan. Meng Yu's heart soared with joy. The system was indeed reliable. Having just spent 20 yuan to acquire a commercial street, the affection system promptly rewarded him with 200 yuan. This back and forth meant that he not only spent no money, but actually profited tenfold. How exhilarating. Additionally, Meng Yu noticed that the rate at which each potential partner's affection progressed varied significantly. He summoned the host panel in his mind. Host, Meng Yu. Deposits, 23,030 yuan. Assets, Nanhang Apartment Building, Longjing Commercial Street. Confidence, none. Potential partners: Dongfang Diqing, 62100, Murong Qinyu, 80100, Wang Lingyue, 34100, Su Ningyun, 17100, Bai Mingyin, 35100, Wei Yulan, 20100. Aside from Dongfang Diqing, whose initial affection score remained unchanged at 62, the affection scores of the other 5 potential partners had gradually increased with interaction. Notably, Murong Qianyu's score surged rapidly, overtaking the others to claim the top position, while the affections of Wang Lingyue, Su Ningyun, and Wei Yulan saw a more gradual rise. Even Bai Mingyin, his most ardent admirer, managed to increase her affection at a swift pace despite his neglect. As for Meng Yu's savings, they continued to grow steadily. Amidst extravagant expenditures, his deposits had not only remained intact, but had increased to over 23,000, thanks to the system's generous rewards. Meng Yu, in fact, had always taken a rather laissez-faire approach. He had not deliberately sought to boost the affection scores of the ladies. As he felt no shortage of beautiful companions and his finances were ample, he believed he had reached the pinnacle of life. Working was out of the question. Even if it were to earn rewards for the system, he preferred to rely on the system's benefits while charming lovely women to sustain his lifestyle. I shall take my leave now. By the way, Miss Wei, should your pharmaceutical company encounter difficulties, do feel free to reach out to me. I remain quite invested in the launch of your targeted new drug. To be honest, I am not particularly interested in money, but if I can save more leukemia patients, I believe that would bring me greater joy than earning a few coins, Meng Yu said with a smile as he bid farewell. It was time for him to embark on a journey of returning home in triumph. After all, the toil endured away from his homeland was all for the purpose of returning to bask in the glory among his kin. The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. Not particularly interested in money? Could a person genuinely utter such words? If it's Mr. Meng who said it, then it must be fine. Indeed, Mr. Meng was so wealthy that he had little left but money. Very well, should I encounter insurmountable difficulties, I will certainly contact you at the earliest opportunity. I can sense your commitment to the launch of the new drug. And on behalf of the leukemia patients and their families in Xia country, I extend my highest respect to you. Wei Yulan graciously accepted Meng Yu's goodwill. She understood that even with ample funding, a targeted new drug faced numerous challenges before it could reach the market. Bai Mingyin's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. Was this truly her idol? A figure who, after completing their tasks, quietly departed, concealing their achievements and renown. He appeared to care little for fame or fortune, living life in a relaxed manner. One could only say that he was indeed a scion of a hidden aristocracy. It was simply too cool. Why was her idol so perfect? It left her with some peculiar, transgressive thoughts, yet it seemed her idol did not harbor any affection for her. Surely it was her figure that he found unappealing. After all, this was her eternal sore spot. How frustrating. Was it true that all boys preferred voluptuous figures? Wasn't a flat-chested girl with twin ponytails appealing? Chapter 52. Mr. Wang, having you as my driver is rather inappropriate. Meng Yu sat in the Maserati driven by Wang Lingyue, departing amidst the reluctant gazes of the two women. As he left, he cast a cold glance at the assembled wealthy individuals. Now that he had gained Wei Yulan's favor, he felt compelled, both morally and emotionally, to ensure that she would not be targeted by these affluent individuals again. He had little interest in revisiting old grievances, but he would protect Wei Yulan from now on. The wealthy individuals understood the warning conveyed by his gaze and collectively shuddered. Wei family head, we have acknowledged our mistakes. You must advocate for us before Mr. Meng. One of them presented an old jade bracelet, a small token of goodwill. Miss Yin, the preceding remarks were all in jest. The Ferrari I promised you shall be delivered shortly, as a token of my apologies. My son, that fool, is unworthy of you. Bai Mingyin and Wei Yulan exchanged a glance, their eyes sparkling with light-hearted amusement. These arrogant tycoons appeared as humble as dogs before Mr. Meng. Though they would never admit it, as beautiful women, they genuinely reveled in the feeling of being cherished by their beloved. Arm in arm, they disregarded the pleas of the wealthy and conversed about Meng Yu as they strolled into the South Lake apartment building. Inzi, how did you come to know Mr. Meng? Last night, Tang Yu was so persistent in inviting me to Dongpa Pavilion, and by chance, I encountered brother Meng Yu, who treated me to the exquisite Dongpa feast. Was it the one worth 1,000 per table? Indeed. Moreover, he also treated us to ancient wine, all rare vintages. How enviable. He even allowed me to select a bottle to bring back, just in time for us sisters to celebrate. Once your new drug hits the market, I fear the Wei family of South Hangzhou will be reborn in glory under your stewardship. Indeed, with a funding of 20 million, the financial concerns should be resolved. Yet, I am more apprehensive regarding the technological embargoes imposed by Western corporations. Alas, those Western companies are nefarious, perpetually seeking to undermine our national enterprises. Their hearts are deserving of condemnation. I truly hope that one day, Brother Meng can exact retribution for our domestic businesses. If he intervenes, it should be a mere trifle to discipline those Western firms, no? It seems so. Mr. Meng appears even more formidable than the rumors suggest. The wealthy, gazing helplessly at the departing duo, looked on in despair, reluctant to impede their exit. Their predicament was utterly pitiful. After receiving a cold glance from Mr. Meng, they would likely find themselves living in a state of trepidation for a considerable time, anxious and sleepless, humbled into submission. For they were acutely aware of the uncertainty surrounding Mr. Meng's true displeasure and the potential threat of being summoned to court, or even vanishing without a trace overnight. This ambiguity, this dread of the unknown future, is what torments them the most. This is the price they must pay for their opportunistic behavior against their own kind. The onlookers were thoroughly entertained by the spectacle, chattering animatedly. How hilarious! Where did the arrogance of these individuals disappear to? The most amusing part was the proposal to reduce rent. It should be enshrined in the Bible of the wealthy for eternity. What an absurd suggestion. I thought they intended to purchase the South Lake apartments. Yet when Mr. Meng arrived to buy the property, they didn't dare utter a word. A classic case of the loudest barkers being the most cowardly. After all, talking big costs nothing. Indeed, throughout the entire affair, these affluent individuals merely served as a backdrop for Mr. Meng, lacking the freedom we mere passers-by possess. They even dared to covet Mr. Meng's women. How amusing. Huh. Those two ladies are Mr. Meng's women? They hardly seem like it. Brother, you look quite young. Let me ask you, if you've seen the ocean, would you still wish to linger by the creek? These two ladies, having encountered such a legendary figure as Mr. Meng, how could they ever settle for an ordinary man again? That makes sense. I too wish to bear Mr. Meng's offspring. Wake up, miss. Do you truly believe you compare favorably to those three ladies? Moreover, in the entire city of South Hangzhou, the number of women wishing to date Mr. Meng could stretch from south to north. Mr. Meng's life, so unassuming and mundane, is enviably blissful. I truly admire him. Who wouldn't he? As the Maserati sped towards Meng Yu's hometown, Meng Yu, seated in the passenger seat, casually remarked, Vice President Wang, you've struck it rich and acquired a new car. It dawned on him that Wang Lingyue seemed to have changed her vehicle. Indeed, Mr. Meng, thanks to your assistance, I am now the president of South Hangzhou Bank. So naturally, I needed a new car, Wang Lingyue replied with a radiant smile. She had longed to share this joy with Meng Yu, yet out of respect, she refrained from boasting about it, as overshadowing Meng Yu would be counterproductive for her. She was acutely aware that her ascension to this position was entirely due to Mr. Meng's collaboration with South Hangzhou Bank, all facilitated through her. It could be said that she owed her elevation to Mr. Meng's brilliance. Oh, you've already become the bank president? Would it not be inappropriate for President Wang to serve as my assistant? Meng Yu mused, stroking his chin. In his mind, a bank president was a figure of considerable stature. The distinction between a vice president and a president might be a mere word, yet their statuses were worlds apart. Even though South Hangzhou Bank was merely a local institution, the bank president held the highest position among the elite, while the vice president likely struggled to even break into the top 100. Having such a woman as his driver felt almost like an unwarranted luxury to Meng Yu. Wang Lingyue playfully tossed her hair, smiling alluringly. What is inappropriate about it? You are our bank's most esteemed guest, and ensuring your satisfaction is my foremost duty. Though Meng Yu understood the flattery inherent in her words, it did little to diminish his delight. Indeed, his choice of South Hangzhou Bank had proven wise. Had he opted for one of the four major banks, he would find their presidents to be middle-aged men, and even if they were attractive mature women, their demeanor would never be so subservient. After all, the executives of the four major banks would undoubtedly carry a sense of pride, never groveling to him to such an extent. Furthermore, the financial foundation of the four major banks was robust. They would not depend on Meng Yu's deposits as heavily as South Hangzhou Bank did. Mr. Meng, are you feeling fatigued? Would you like President Wang to pull over and provide you with special service? Wang Lingyue inquired, her cheeks flushed, her voice seductive. It was not that she harbored any ulterior motives. She simply wished to flirt with the charming and wealthy Meng Yu. What if she succeeded? Marrying Meng Yu would be an undeniable windfall for her. As for Meng Yu being her best friend Meng Yu's boyfriend, not to mention she knew they had yet to establish a romantic relationship, but could she not pursue a connection with her best friend's boyfriend? Every woman has the right to seek happiness, does she not? Wang Lingyue's smile was enchanting, her lips curling enticingly. Chapter 53. Mom, she particularly enjoys driving. I'm not fatigued at all, President Wang. I slept very well last night, not tired in the slightest, Meng Yu shrugged, his gaze fixed on the scenery outside the window, unaffected by Wang Lingyue's advances. Special service? What a joke. Was this enchantress genuinely attempting to seduce him? In the end, would she leave him breathless while she secretly reveled in her triumph? That was too much. Wang Lingwei responded with a playful eye roll. Ever since her first day at the bank, countless men had coveted her alluring figure. Yet, she had never acknowledged them. As the younger sister of the Wang family's head in South Hangzhou, any scoundrel who dared to harbor ill intentions towards her had vanished into the night before they could act. However, she never anticipated that she would encounter repeated failures with Meng Yu. However, contemplating the rumors surrounding Mr. Meng, she found herself at ease. A man of such formidable wealth, one whose stature rivals that of nations, would likely regard even the most exquisite beauty as commonplace. After all, the women who could draw near to him, Murong Qinyu, Bai Mingyin, Wei Yulan, and herself, were all of noble birth, possessing exceptional beauty, figure, and grace. Suddenly, a frantic ringtone pierced the air. Meng Yu glanced at the screen displaying the word mom, a faint smile gracing his lips as he pressed the speakerphone button. Mom, why are you calling? I just hit the road. I still have 2 hours to go, and I should make it in time for lunch. You. Isn't that the girl from the Qin family, returning home to visit her family? I thought you two, being of a suitable age and having played together as children, could share a meal and catch up. His mother's gentle voice resonated from the other end. A bitter smile crossed Meng Yu's face. He hadn't even arrived home yet. Before he could savor a warm meal, his mother had already arranged for him to go on a blind date. Was that not a bit too much? That may not be appropriate. I actually have a girlfriend. He coughed lightly. Upon hearing this, his mother's tone shifted noticeably. What do you mean not appropriate? At your age, children are already walking. That chubby boy next door is the same age as you. And didn't he get married last year? His wife is already 6 months pregnant. And you dare to mention a girlfriend? You've been dating for 7 years, yet you've never brought her home? You rascal, you will attend this blind date, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, you want to have lunch. Perhaps his mother was experiencing menopause, as she began to enumerate a litany of complaints, nearly revealing the story of when he wet the bed at 5 years old. Meng Yu could only laugh helplessly. During his high school and university years, his parents had repeatedly warned him against dating, urging him to focus on his studies. Under such circumstances, how could he dare to confess his relationship with Wang Li? In hindsight, it was evident that Wang Li was not the right fit for him. Yet, as graduation approached, the tables turned completely. His mother was eager to transform his graduation ceremony into a wedding, enthusiastically encouraging him to boldly confess to any female classmates he liked, lest he miss out on a potential match. Meng Yu had been left speechless for quite some time. Did his mother truly believe that today's universities operated like those of the past, where job placements and marriages were arranged? Mother, times have changed. Nowadays, interns are treated worse than dogs. There are university graduates everywhere. He muttered under his breath. Each time Meng Yu returned home after starting his career, he found himself not only contending with the insatiable curiosity of relatives, but also enduring a series of blind dates orchestrated by acquaintances, something he had never anticipated. It was during this period that his relationship with Wang Li began to cool, as they transitioned from the sheltered environment of academia to the competitive arena of society. They had not officially broken up, but their connection had undeniably grown distant. If one were to inquire about Meng Yu's current feelings towards his ex-girlfriend, Wang Li, he had come to terms with it. He felt no hatred. After all, he had already vented his frustrations, and the lingering resentment had dissipated. It could only be described as a mismatch. The paths of life diverged, and each would shine in their own way. Listening to his mother's incessant chatter, Meng Yu reached his limit. Glancing at the focused Wang Lingwei driving beside him, an idea struck him. He held the phone to her lips. Wife? My mom says I don't have a girlfriend. Please tell her whether or not I do. Wife? Girlfriend? Wang Lingwei was taken aback. However, she quickly gathered her composure and spoke softly into the phone. Mom, I am indeed Yu's girlfriend. I came back with him to see you. We had planned to surprise you. On the other end, Meng's mother was momentarily stunned, halting her relentless admonitions towards Meng Yu, and instead showering concern upon this unexpected daughter-in-law. Wang Lingwei responded with grace and humility, her demeanor shifting from playful to that of a refined lady, earning Meng Yu's newfound admiration. Mom, perhaps we should end our conversation here. She is still driving. We can chat more when we get back, Meng Yu interjected. If he allowed them to continue talking, it might lead to discussions about his future wife. And that would be a considerable loss for him. After experiencing betrayal from his ex-girlfriend, Meng Yu had come to a realization. It was not worth sacrificing a forest for a single fine tree. Besides, he was still young. Matters of the heart could wait a few more years. Why not observe the market trends for a while? You little rascal, do you really let your wife drive? Didn't you get your license? I raised you to understand that a wife is to be cherished. Did you not heed my lessons? Meng's mother expressed her discontent. It was clear she was exceedingly pleased with Wang Lingwei, already defending her before even meeting her. Ah, well, Meng Yu acknowledged his oversight. Yet he quickly formulated a response. Mom, it's just that she particularly enjoys driving, and I couldn't dissuade her. He shot a glance at Wang Lingyue, who cast him a reproachful look. What a clever double entendre. He was using this opportunity to tease her. She could have countered. But the reality was that the future of the entire Nanhang Bank was now irrevocably tied to Mr. Meng. To put it plainly, if Mr. Meng abandoned Nanhang Bank, it would plummet from great heights, shattering into pieces. Yes, Mom, I truly love driving, Wang Lingyue thought, her heart heavy. Who genuinely enjoys driving? Although she appeared enchanting and alluring, she was, in fact, quite capable. Wasn't Mr. Meng taking advantage of her? Oh, I see. Lingyue, you are so virtuous. Our little rascal is truly fortunate to have found a wife like you. It's a blessing from his past life. Meng's mother mused wistfully. Meng Yu quickly interjected. Mom, let us discuss this when we get home. Please keep an eye on the stove, don't let it burn again. Truly, this was a mother's love. He felt utterly powerless. Had it been any other woman, whether a middle-aged matron or a scheming old lady, if they dared to call him little rascal, Meng Yu would have ensured they experienced the terror of being at the mercy of the world's wealthiest. Little rascal, although you have found a good wife, you must still visit the Qin girl to apologize and treat her to a nice meal. Don't hesitate to spend money. After all, they are fellow villagers. And maintaining good relationships is essential, Meng's mother advised earnestly. Yes, yes, Meng Yu replied with a wry smile. While he understood that his mother's nagging was an expression of her love, comprehension was one thing, and tolerating it was quite another. He was truly reaching his limit. Like the monkey under the spell of the monk Tang, he felt overwhelmed. Mom, I'll transfer you 1,000 yuan now, if that's not enough. Just ask the family for more. If a girl from the city is willing to be with you, don't treat her poorly, all right? Little rascal. You should hang up now, Meng's mother said reluctantly. A mother's worry for her son spans 1,000 miles. What mother is not concerned for her child? Chapter 54. That 1,000 yuan is too much. Mom, it's really not necessary. 1,000 is excessive, don't transfer it. Meng Yu sighed in relief after hanging up the phone. His mother's nagging brought him a blend of pain and joy. Beep beep. The notification sound of a WeChat transfer resonated. Meng Yu gazed at the 1,000 naira sent by his mother, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Meng's mother was merely an ordinary supermarket employee, while his father was just a common chef. In their small county, wages were generally low, and this 1,000 naira likely represented a substantial portion of their earnings for half a month. After a moment's hesitation, Meng Yu ultimately chose to accept the transfer. Although he certainly did not lack for this sum and had no desire to spend his parents' money, he understood that refusing it would only prompt his mother to scold him. After all, he had returned with the intention of relocating his parents to Nanhang City, and an additional 1,000 naira would not be unwelcome. He had already purchased an apartment building and a commercial street near South Lake, planning to concoct an excuse for his parents to live in the apartment. While it would certainly not compare to Murong Qianyu's grand villa, it would undoubtedly be far more upscale than the apartments in their county. Furthermore, he intended to find a reason to help his parents secure a storefront, thus providing them with a stable source of income and allowing them to live comfortably in the metropolis. As for the matters regarding the world's richest individual and vast savings, Meng Yu had no intention of revealing these to his parents just yet. The reality was simply too astonishing for him to accept, let alone for his parents, who had limited education. Wang Lingyue continued to drive her Maserati along the highway, a slight smile playing on her lips. Clearly, her harmonious interaction with Meng's mother had instilled a sense of pride in her. As the sister of the Wang family's patriarch, she understood that navigating the complexities of family dynamics, particularly the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship, was among the most challenging aspects of marrying into a wealthy family. If this relationship were to falter, a dutiful man like Meng Yu would undoubtedly be disinclined to consider her as a spouse, especially given the plethora of exceptional women vying for his attention. Conversely, if she maintained a good rapport with his mother, it would undoubtedly enhance her standing in Meng Yu's eyes. Thus, Wang Lingyue recognized this as a significant opportunity for herself. Although Mr. Meng was astute and she dared not engage in any pretense, it was an excellent chance for her to interact closely with Meng Yu's elders. Such was the advantage of her role as an assistant. Moreover, what had Wang Lingyue just overheard? A transfer of 1,000? Her mind immediately conjured the notion of nair. But this fleeting thought was soon cast aside. 1,000 nair? The mother of the world's richest man sending her son 1,000 nair? Wang Lingyue shook her head at the absurdity of it. This was simply impossible. Could it be 1,000 micronair? That would equate to a staggering 1 million nair. While this amount might be considered a generous sum for an ordinary affluent family, enough to purchase a third of a Maserati, it seemed rather pedestrian for the mother of the world's wealthiest individual, the hidden matriarch of a prestigious family. Moreover, Meng Yu had remarked that even 1,000 was excessive, And for someone like Mr. Meng, who could easily spend tens of thousands on a single meal, was this truly a significant amount? The answer was a resounding no. Could it be merely 1,000 yuan? At this realization, Wang Lingyue's heart raced, her cheeks flushed. Indeed, it must be 1,000 yuan. This was the lavish spending one would expect from a family of hidden affluence. 1,000 yuan. Converted to naira, that amounted to a staggering 1 trillion. Wang Lingyue mused that she too wished for a mother who would casually bestow such extravagant pocket money. No wonder Meng Yu folded paper airplanes with 2 yuan bills, while casually keeping over 100 in his pocket. If only she had such a mother, she too could indulge in such luxury. Envy and resentment welled up within her. Although she was also a member of a wealthy family, the offspring of wealth could be outdone by their peers of equal status. Ding! Meng Yu received a WeChat message from his mother, sharing a contact card with the nickname AXINXIN Smile. The photo on the card depicted a fashionable urban girl. Yet Meng Yu could vaguely discern the outline of a childhood companion from her familiar features. Could it be her? Qin Yusin, the exemplary student from their elementary school class? Meng Yu flipped through the pages of his faded memories, recalling the moments they had shared in their youth as if they had transpired yesterday. However, as they matured, connections with childhood friends gradually faded. He recalled that over 4 years prior, during college entrance examinations, his mother had mentioned that she had likely been accepted into a university in the capital. She even hosted a graduation banquet, inviting Meng Yu's family. But he had been unable to attend due to prior commitments. Returning to the present, Meng Yu sent a WeChat message. He felt obligated to fill the matchmaking pit his mother had dug for him, even if he had to do so with a heavy heart. After all, he had achieved success but could not forget his roots. Lending a hand to an old friend from childhood was not out of the question. Qin Yusin, this is Meng Yu. Shall we meet at the Old Garden restaurant? His words were neither timid nor arrogant, striking a balance between humility and confidence. Neither bowing before a woman nor exhibiting the haughty demeanor of a wealthy heir. Meng Yu, right? The only son of Aunt Meng? The Old Garden is too low class. How about we go to the Yumi Jixiang restaurant in the new town? You don't mind treating, do you? I hope you don't mind if I bring a few friends along. The reply came swiftly, eliciting a flicker of fondness for the long-lost Qin Yusin. But upon reading the content, that fondness dissipated. The Old Garden restaurant is low class? It had been in operation for over a decade, since Meng Yu was in elementary school. While the establishment may not be grand, the quality of the food was beyond reproach. How could it be deemed low class? Nevertheless, he conceded that the choice of venue belonged to the woman, and he had no grounds to contest. Even her request for him to treat was understandable, given the nature of a blind date. After all, it was customary in their culture for the man to pay, akin to a bride price. However, her insistence on bringing several friends raised a red flag. Was this a matchmaking event or merely an opportunity for her friends to dine at his expense? Given that, there was little left to discuss. It was clear that she regarded him as a mere benefactor and had no genuine interest in his family's circumstances. This was a matchmaking effort devoid of sincerity. Meng Yu replied succinctly before closing his phone. As for treating at Yumi Jixiang, it was of little consequence. What was a few dollars to him? Hadn't he just hosted a gathering at the Marriott, treating every passerby to a bottle of flying mitai? And at Dongpaxian, he had dined at 2 tables worth millions of naira, merely nibbling at the fare and having the leftovers sent to feed stray cats and dogs. Mr. Wang, once we arrive, please discuss the investment matters with the county officials. Profitability is secondary. Enhancing the development of my hometown is paramount. After all, this is the land that raised me, Meng Yu instructed calmly. Since he had returned to his roots, the world's wealthiest man felt compelled to make a gesture, lest he feel guilty. Moreover, his wealth was simply too abundant to ever exhaust. Understood, Wang Lingyue replied, her charming demeanor fading as she adopted a serious tone. Rest assured, Mr. Meng, I will ensure that your investment in the development of your hometown is executed without losses. Despite her disappointment at not being included in the matchmaking banquet, Wang Lingyue hoped to glean information about the woman involved. In her eyes, the prospective match was undoubtedly a beauty arranged by Meng's mother. Perhaps even a daughter of a hidden affluent family, certainly a rival worthy of her attention. Chapter 55. Renting high-quality imitation brands for blind dates? 2 hours later, amidst the sound of tires skidding against the pavement, a Maserati came to a halt outside the Yumi Jixiang restaurant. This time, Meng Yu did not wait for Wang Lingyue to open the door. He exited the vehicle and walked directly toward the restaurant. Mr. Meng, may I come to pick you up later? Wang Lingyue leaned out of the car window, her expression tinged with reluctance. She truly cherished every fleeting moment spent alone with Meng Yu and was willing to set aside her stature as a bank president to seize every opportunity for their interaction. Meng Yu paused, turning back with a tranquil smile. Certainly. I hope you can complete the tasks I entrusted to you before our blind date concludes. In that case, I might consider allowing you to play the role of my wife for a bit longer. Rest assured, I shall ensure the tasks are accomplished, Wang Lingwei replied, brimming with determination. After watching Meng Yu disappear into the restaurant, she suddenly jerked the steering wheel, executing a swift drift as the Maserati sped away. On the second floor of the Yumi Jixiang restaurant, in a lavish private room, Qin Yusin was enjoying a meal with a group of relatives and friends. However, she was far from the slender figure portrayed in her photographs, and her face bore faint freckles. This group of relatives and friends numbered at least 15. My blind date is probably arriving soon, Qin Yusin remarked with irritation. Having spent 4 years in university in the capital, she had encountered numerous affluent scions and had little regard for the rustic men from her county. Yet her parents persistently made introductions, insisting that young women should marry early. She was a spirited girl from the north, a modern, independent woman. Why marry so soon? How could she understand men without experiencing a few relationships? The relatives and friends chuckled. Sister Xin, this trick I learned on Douyin is absolutely effective. Don't worry, I've inquired. The Meng family lad is said to be involved in real estate sales in South Hangzhou and doesn't have much money. Exactly. When he sees our lavish setup, he'll probably turn on his heel and flee. Even if he lacks self-awareness and stubbornly continues the blind date, the bill's total will surely pale him, leaving him to ponder whether he will honor a man's promise to pay or make an excuse to dash to the restroom. If that Meng fellow shirks his responsibilities, he might think twice before pursuing you again in the future. Even if he begrudgingly covers today's bill, after such an extravagant meal, he will undoubtedly recognize the disparity in your spending levels, never daring to ask you out again. This way, it won't affect the relationship between our families, and he will retreat gracefully. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Qin Yusin feigned modesty, nodding in agreement, as this was precisely her sentiment. Regardless, it was beneficial to extinguish any extravagant notions Meng Yu may harbor. It was for his own good. She didn't want Meng Yu to be captivated by her beauty and warmth, wasting his youth in futile attempts to gain her attention. After all, Qin Yusin aspired to marry a local man from a big city. It wasn't that Meng Yu was unworthy. Rather, she yearned for the lifestyle of a metropolitan. With Meng Yu's income, would he ever be able to afford a decent apartment in a big city? Material wealth forms the foundation of relationships. Without such a foundation, there is no need for a relationship to commence. Alas, it was unfortunate that her natural beauty attracted endless suitors, requiring her to reject one after another. Just as Qin Yusin was basking in her self-satisfaction, suddenly, Meng Yu strolled into the private room, clad in an exquisite Armani ensemble, capturing everyone's attention. The more discerning men gasped in astonishment. What the hell? That's an Armani Prive custom piece. Which wealthy heir has stumbled into our midst? No way. I've never seen an Armani design like this. You're clearly unaware. Armani has various tiers. A set costing a few thousand yuan differs vastly from one priced in the millions. Just look at the design and the leather. It must be worth several millions. Millions for a suit? That's absurd. What's so strange about it? I heard several leaders from Lighthouse Nation have donned custom Armani suits, not to mention princes from Dubai and Eagle Nation. For ordinary folk like us, such clothing is extraordinary. Yet for someone who casually conducts business worth millions, it's merely pocket change. Have I lost my mind? Why would this person come to our private room? He can't possibly be the blind date, can he? You're joking. Someone wealthy enough to dress like that would need to resort to blind dates? If he truly is the blind date, I might as well eat this entire table. I'll eat the cutlery too. What a laugh. It's impossible, right? You all know what Meng's parents do. Indeed, I visited his home for tea last time. It was quite ordinary, still using an old box television. Upon hearing the mention of the box television, Meng Yu's expression shifted slightly. He had long wished for his parents to upgrade to a flat-screen TV, but they always insisted that the old one was still functional and that replacing it would be a waste of money. Remembering the 1,000 yuan his mother had just transferred to him, a heavy weight settled in his heart. I am Meng Yu. You must be Qin Yusin, correct? Oui. However, before Meng Yu could finish his sentence, Qin Yusin abruptly interrupted him. We're not suited for each other. Meng Yu was taken aback. I didn't expect you to transform into someone who rents imitation luxury brands for blind dates. How can you waste your parents' hard-earned money like this? Doesn't your conscience ache? Qin Yusin exclaimed, her tone filled with indignation. To be fair, due to her mother's influence, Qin Yusin maintained a relatively amicable relationship with Meng's mother. Otherwise, she would have outright rejected Meng Yu without further ado. Why bother with all this theatrics? Meng Yu raised an eyebrow, casting an odd look at Qin Yusin. You may have misunderstood. What piece of clothing on him was an imitation Armani? Which item was rented? Was he unaware of this? Had Murong Qinyu been duped by a swindler while shopping? The likelihood seemed slim. In South Hangzhou, which unscrupulous shop would dare to pull a fast one in front of the Murong heiress? Qin Yusin sneered, crossing her arms defiantly. Do you dare claim that you purchased these clothes with your own money? Meng Yu faltered for a moment before chuckling. Well, not precisely, but what? There's nothing more to say. I don't wish to waste my time on someone like you. Let's eat. I'll be sure to discuss this with my mother later. Qin Yusen pouted. Having been interrupted twice, Meng Yu's expression soured, but out of respect for the cordial relationship between their families, he refrained from retorting. He decided to let her revel in her pride a little longer. The higher she soared, the harder she would fall when the truth finally emerged. What he had intended to say was that while the clothes were indeed purchased by Murong Qinyu, he had also invested 100 yuan in her, equivalent to a staggering 100 billion yuan. By that calculation, these garments were hardly of consequence. Chapter 56. You lack basic decorum and refinement. Within the private room, the relatives and friends began to murmur among themselves, particularly those who had made bold claims, now feeling thoroughly embarrassed. What a shameless individual. To use his parents' hard-earned money to rent designer clothing for a blind date? Such a man, who squanders his parents' hard-earned money merely to satiate his own vanity, truly makes me want to slap him across the face. I shouldn't have set such a flag earlier, for I was swiftly proven wrong. However, this man named Meng is undoubtedly unworthy of kindness, isn't he? I concur, clad in designer clothes purchased by others. He carries himself with an air of entitlement that is utterly shameless. In my opinion, this is not genuine Armani, but rather a high-quality counterfeit produced by a factory. It is indeed convincing enough to deceive even a connoisseur like myself, and had I not known that Meng's mother is a supermarket employee, I might have doubted its authenticity. Alas, I had a modicum of sympathy for this Meng fellow, considering that bringing 15 relatives to a blind date is rather excessive, yet he is truly a despicable character. Meng Yu smirked slightly. These individuals possess some self-awareness, recognizing that bringing 15 friends and relatives to a blind date is indeed excessive. The waiter approached to refill the dishes. The food on the table had already been served, but Meng Yu had no interest in consuming leftovers. A young female server entered the private room with a menu. Though she said nothing, her gaze toward Meng Yu was tinged with disdain. After all, living off one's parents and flaunting wealth is hardly commendable. Sir, what additional dishes would you like to order? Bring me 2 servings of your finest dishes, and as for the wine, let us start with 20 bottles of the best. After all, there are so many of us, Meng Yu replied nonchalantly. A flicker of disdain crossed the server's eyes, yet she maintained a polite smile. Sir, our portions are quite generous. 2 servings may be too much for you. As for the finest wine, it is quite expensive, the aged Feitian Matai. Approximately 30,000 nyan per bottle. Meng Yu waved his hand dismissively. Just arrange it as I instructed. Expensive? 30,000 nyan for a bottle of Feitian Matai is considered costly? What about the 600,000 nyan bottle of 1990 Chateau Canamerle? And where do we place the multi-million nyan imperial vintage? However, Meng Yu was aware that his small hometown could not be compared to a first-tier city like Nanjing, not only in terms of food and drink, but even in service quality. At the Marriott Hotel and Dongpa Pavilion, even if the servers were displeased with the guests, they would not display it overtly. Yet this young female server nearly wore her disdain for him on her face, which did leave Meng Yu feeling slightly uncomfortable. Naturally, he had no intention of letting the attitude of a server affect him, nor would he target her. That would be beneath him. Meng Yu sat at a less crowded table, while Qin Yusen occupied another. However, the guests at her table stood up, preferring to squeeze into another table of 10 rather than share a table with Meng Yu. As the exquisite dishes and fine wines were served, Meng Yu found himself dining alone, indulging in the feast with a relaxed demeanor. After a day and night, he had begun to acclimatize to the life of the affluent, sampling everything, discarding what he could not finish. After all, he need not worry about money, and leftover food would not go to waste, destined instead for a pig farm. The murmurs from the neighboring table grew increasingly brazen. His audacity is astonishing. Could he possibly be a fool with low emotional intelligence? TSK, flaunting his parents' hard-earned money. What a remarkable specimen he is. What sins must Meng's parents have committed in their past lives to bear such an ungrateful wretch? I suppose all the savings they have painstakingly accumulated over the years have been squandered by him. I heard from Qin's mother that Meng's parents' savings accounts were all handled by him. I bet the money has been misappropriated. If that is true, then this Meng Yu is indeed a beast. Indeed, Meng's parents have worked diligently for most of their lives, now aging, relying on those funds for their retirement. I truly wish I could give him a good beating. Dazhuang, don't be impulsive. Such a shameless man might just collapse onto the floor and pin the blame on you. You would have no recourse. Sigh. It suddenly struck me that this Meng fellow ordered so many fine dishes and wines. Could he be planning to flee? We must keep a close watch on him to prevent him from slipping away. If he does run off, it matters not, after all. The wine at our table remains untouched, and only the bottle he opened has been consumed. Worst case, we treat him to a meal, merely feeding the ungrateful wolf. Strangely enough, Meng Yu did feel a slight urge to relieve himself. After all, He had not visited a restroom since traveling from Nanjing to the county, and having just feasted, it was only natural to feel the need. "Excuse me, where's your restroom?" All eyes in the private room turned toward Meng Yu, their gazes filled with unabashed disdain. Was it merely an attempt to escape? In this day and age, who is foolish enough to fall for that? The young server's lips twitched violently. She felt her worldview shattered by this man before her, wondering how such shameless individuals existed in the world. Escaping a blind date bill is one thing. After all, the female party was not entirely innocent either, bringing along 15 relatives. But to rent clothes with his parents' hard-earned money while ordering a lavish feast, such parasitic behavior is truly appalling. The combined cost of these two tables is nearly 10,000 nyan. The wine alone is around 30,000 a bottle. He isn't afraid of being struck by lightning at this rate. Now he dares to employ the ruse of needing to relieve himself. Over there. The young server forced a strained, polite smile, raising her middle finger to indicate the direction of the restroom. Meng Yu chuckled, not bothering to explain, and rose to head toward the restroom. However, Qin Yusin suddenly called out to him, "Meng, if you intend to skip out on the bill, just say so. No need to play tricks. Are you not a man? Am I not a man? Would you like to accompany me to see? As for escaping the bill, do not presume to judge my character. I would never stoop to your level by bringing 15 people to a blind date." Meng Yu's eyes flashed with impatience, a sarcastic smile gracing his lips. Is this girl overly sensitive, her words so loud and confrontational? Does she take others' tolerance as a given? Or does she truly believe he has no temper? It is worth noting that Meng Yu possesses wealth surpassing even the world's richest. So would he need to resort to escaping a bill? That would be utterly absurd. Qin Yusin, feeling scorned by this man she secretly looked down upon, lost her composure. Casting aside her facade of grace, she began to berate him, "Rogue. How can you, a university graduate, lack even the most basic manners and decorum? Is your intention to skip out on the bill under the pretense of needing to use the restroom? The bill exceeds 40,000. You drank 3,000 worth of wine alone. If you cannot afford it, don't order it. Yet you pretend to be wealthy, ordering over 20 bottles. Do you truly think you can pay for this?" Meng Yu's lips curled upwards slightly as he unzipped his Armani jacket, retrieving a wad of cash from his inner pocket and slapping it on the table. "Server, bring me the bill." The crumpled bills shimmered under the light of the private room, casting a radiant glow. The patrons in the room gaped at the stack of cash, their minds racing with thoughts of the immense wealth it represented, and for a moment, their breath caught in their throats. Chapter 57. Does Meng need to escape the bill? The young server's eyes widened in shock. "Mr. Meng, you need not use so much cash. A single 1-cent note would suffice. And we shall require some of your precious time to process the transaction." Meng Yu deftly extracted a 1-cent note and placed it in her hand. He then turned and cast a dispassionate glance at Qin Yusin, dismissing the matter as mere pocket change for drinks and snacks. Did he, Meng, truly need to evade the bill? Such a narrow-minded perspective. After speaking, Meng Yu briskly exited the private room. The young waitress hurried after him, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile, trailing behind him while gently directing him to the restroom's location, her demeanor having undergone a complete transformation. This shift in attitude stemmed from her encounter with a substantial stack of money, leading her to believe she had been deceived by these freeloading patrons. Renting clothes to flaunt wealth using their parents' hard-earned money? Skirting the bill? What nonsense is that? A young master carrying over 100 banknotes surely did not need to rent clothes to show off. The preposterous lines she had spoken had ensnared her own reasoning. Did these freeloaders think that by banding together, they could distort the truth? As for the blind date who mentioned skipping the bill, that was nothing short of a farce. Over $100 equated to over 1 billion nyan. It could easily purchase every restaurant in the entire county. Did such a prominent figure truly need to evade a bill? And for over 40,000 nyan, no less? Was this blind date woman considering him a fool? Or was she begrudging him his affluent background? While others prayed to deities for a chance to meet such a high-ranking heir, here she was, repulsively discrediting him. For heaven's sake, she could have graciously relinquished this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, bringing along 15 relatives and friends to a blind date while slandering a wealthy young masteress character? If she had recorded the events of that evening, it would surely qualify for a compilation of bewildering blind date behaviors. Qin Yusin was utterly bewildered. The Meng and Qin families had maintained a close relationship. Meng's mother treated her like a daughter, yet she had never heard of Meng Yu's immense wealth. Although Qin Yusin had always believed herself to be no gold digger, after all, she held a degree from a prestigious university and had secured a mid-level management position in a major corporation with promising advancement opportunities. Her own achievements now felt trivial when faced with the revelation of over 100 banknotes. It was as if her entire life's worth had become as fragile as soap bubbles, shattering at the slightest touch. Watching Meng Yu vanish from sight, she recalled her earlier biting remarks, and a bitter smile crept across her lips. From the moment Meng Yu had entered quietly, she had prematurely judged him, suspecting that the millions worth of Armani Prive he wore were mere replicas, simply because she was aware of his family's circumstances and instinctively assumed he could not afford such attire. She had never considered that he could have purchased it with his own money. Reflecting on his humble demeanor juxtaposed with her own sharp tongue, she felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. Whether Meng Yu was a deity or merely human, she felt like a fool. She had even doubted that he had used his parents' hard-earned money, a ludicrous notion indeed. How could a man carrying over 100 bills possibly be a parasitic dependent? The total earnings of Meng's parents throughout their lives likely did not even amount to a single dollar. No, it was patently impossible. $1 amounted to 10 billion Nyan. Not even a well-off family could fathom earning a dollar in their lifetime, let alone someone from Meng Yu's background. Thus, he could not possibly be a freeloader. Her and her relatives' accusations had been unfounded slanders against Meng Yu. But had he uttered a word in his defense? No, he had simply smiled serenely, remaining silent while enduring their idle gossip, calmly enjoying his meal, and even generously treating them to the finest delicacies of the region. Such magnanimity, compared to her actions. He was as high as the heavens while she was as low as the earth. No wonder he could amass such wealth, while she would probably toil her entire life without even earning a single dollar. The most absurd moment came at the end of the meal, when Meng Yu merely went to the restroom, and she suspected he intended to slip away without paying. Given Meng Yu's formidable financial prowess, would he need to escape from the bill? Absolutely not. There was no conceivable reason for him to do so. Now, reflecting on her own lack of decorum, she realized she was the one devoid of manners. Not only had she brought 15 relatives and friends to the blind date, but she had also maliciously speculated about Meng Yu's every action, forcing such a refined gentleman to finally reveal himself, tossing a stack of banknotes onto the table. The sound of those bills hitting the surface was akin to a resounding slap to her face. Renting clothes for a blind date? Living off parental wealth? Evading the bill? All the slanderous doubts were obliterated the moment those 100 bills appeared. Along with them, Qin Yusin's long-held pride and resolve crumbled. Meng Yu's image in her mind transformed instantaneously from a worthless dependent to a formidable titan of the business world, and this titan opened its jaws wide, consuming her heart and soul entirely. Qin Yusin lowered her head, dazed. Working in a major corporation in the capital, she understood better than most what it meant for a man to carry over 100 banknotes. 100 bills represented over 1 billion Nyan. Typical wealthy individuals would safeguard such wealth in banks, yet Meng Yu carried it casually, displaying an air of nonchalance. Such extravagance was beyond comprehension. Even her company as chairman treated money with utmost caution, unlike Meng Yu's apparent disregard. This brought to mind a widely circulated legend about Mr. Meng, whose wealth was said to rival that of nations, enough to transform a small developing country into a developed one within 6 months. Her chairman had once proclaimed Mr. Meng as the wealthiest individual in Xia country and perhaps the entire world. Unfortunately, Mr. Meng preferred to remain low-key and enigmatic, with no one knowing his whereabouts or endeavors. However, during her visit home, she had heard rumors of Mr. Meng's appearance in Nanhang, and if she recalled correctly, Meng Yu also worked in Nanhang. Could it be? A look of sheer terror spread across Qin Yusin's face, cold sweat soaking her clothes. Chapter 58. Our little shop cannot afford a single cent. Inside the private room, the expressions of the 15 relatives and friends Qin Yusin had brought were extraordinarily vivid. This Meng kid is indeed from a wealthy family. Who do you think you're talking about? A young master like Meng, carrying over 100 bills, is someone we can casually refer to as kid? If you want to get into trouble, keep your distance from me. Don't drag me into offending young Master Meng. Hadn't you just been the loudest in your criticisms? I have not. Do not speak nonsense. I am unlike you all. I have always been a staunch supporter of young Master Meng, aspiring to be the woman who bears his children. Good heavens, how utterly shameless of you. Young Master Meng is not a scion of a wealthy family. His parents are quite impoverished. Although I am unaware of how he suddenly amassed such wealth, I believe there is a truly inspiring story of humble origins behind it. Indeed, I sensed something amiss earlier. How could a parasitic layabout possess such refinement and upbringing? We have been sarcastically bantering for quite some time, and yet he remained unfazed. How infuriating. Why did you not speak up and alert us earlier? I knew that Armani's suit was genuine. How embarrassing. I nearly fell into your trap. Unable to discern the difference between imitation and authenticity. It must be authentic. Young Master Meng is a man who carries over 100 bills with him, which equates to over 1,000 billion Nan in our currency. He is simply extravagantly wealthy. I wonder what it would be like to befriend such a low-key tycoon. I cannot help but wonder if young Master Meng is in need of any accessories on his legs. I feel as though I have missed a chance to change my fate, had I merely lingered at that table and gotten acquainted with young Master Meng. A mere gesture of support from him in the future could have elevated me beyond my family's status. The same goes for me. I am also filled with profound regret. Earlier, I must have been struck by a donkey's kick to have looked down upon young Master Meng. You truly have lost your senses. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would never consider young Master Meng as a freeloader, and yet you dare to disdain him. How self-important you are. Do you think young Master Meng might look down upon us and take the opportunity to slip away while excusing himself to the restroom? That would be such a pity. Especially for Sister Xian. Qin's mother arranged for her such an exemplary match, and she has carelessly let it slip away. Will she live her life in regret? Absolutely. If I found myself in such a misunderstanding, I would have likely lost my composure long ago. But what can be done? Words, once spoken, are like water poured out. They cannot be retrieved. Young Master Meng's impression of her from this blind date must surely be quite poor. Given her aggressive demeanor and persistent interruptions of his speech, she presented herself as a shrew. Alas, in truth, Sister Xian is quite a decent person. It is merely that due to this misunderstanding, she has indeed forfeited one of life's greatest opportunities. Who can argue otherwise? Had she performed even marginally better, even if she could not marry young Master Meng, she could have gained a significant benefactor in her life. Observing her current state, one can surmise that she has been thoroughly crushed by the truth. Qin Yusin has indeed retreated into herself. Upon vaguely discerning Meng Yu's concealed identity, she felt as though the entire world had turned bleak. Her profound regret over this blind date, mixed with fear of the legendary figure, shattered every psychological barrier within her. She now resembles a weather vane in a tempest, on the verge of plummeting into an abyss. Mr. Meng, I sincerely apologize. Our boss is unreachable, and our humble establishment in this small county cannot produce a single penny from the treasury. I hope you will forgive us. However, our general manager from this bountiful land has stated that this meal is on him, and he hopes to befriend you. The young waitress said carefully. She pointed to the impeccably dressed man standing straight in the hall. Look, that gentleman is our general manager. Yet, Meng Yu merely waved his hand dismissively, walking past without a glance. I apologize. I have grown accustomed to life in the big city. How about this? I will transfer the payment to you via Alipay. There is no need for a treat, as I, Meng, do not enjoy being indebted to others. It was not that Meng Yu was aloof. Rather, if he were to meet with every small-town restaurant manager, he would never have time for anything else. Little did they know, banking magnates from around the world were converging in Nanhang, seeking an audience with Mr. Meng. The suited man, witnessing Meng Yu walk past without a glance, understood he had overstepped. Compared to young Master Meng, who casually carries over 100 bills, he was akin to a vendor at a roadside stall, with an insurmountable gap in status. He was well aware of this disparity, yet clung to hope, thinking that perhaps if he could befriend such a wealthy heir, he would gladly relinquish his position as a restaurant manager. Following in the wake of young Master Meng would undoubtedly offer a brighter future than languishing in a small county. I am so sorry, Mr. Meng. You are right. Our general manager's desire to meet you is indeed an overreach. I will fetch the payment code for you right away. The young waitress said respectfully. Meng Yu smiled non-committally and strode into the private room. Qin Yusin's eyes reflected Meng Yu's silhouette, and in that instant, she felt her world regain its color. From the moment she was born until now, she had never imagined that one day a man would have such a profound impact on her. Young Master Meng, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please do not take it to heart. I am here to drink 3 cups as penance and seek your forgiveness. Qin Yusin stood and deeply bowed to Meng Yu. The mere fact of 100-odd bills may not warrant such a display, but coupled with the various rumors surrounding Mr. Meng, Qin Yusin was thoroughly intimidated. Meng Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. No need for formality. Everyone should enjoy themselves. Since I am treating, please eat and drink to your heart's content. In truth, he had never felt offended in the first place. After all, they were criticizing a freeloader who relied on borrowed clothes and mooched off others. What connection did that have with him? To take it personally? That would be a fatal mistake. However, those within the private room did not share this sentiment. They were all captivated by Meng Yu's magnanimity. If they were in his shoes, endowed with such wealth, and were subjected to the sarcasm of a group of impoverished individuals, they would have likely erupted in fury long ago. Perhaps this is what true refinement and upbringing entail. Young Master Meng is indeed no ordinary nouveau riche. He surpasses them not only in wealth, but in every aspect. Reflecting on this, their regret deepened. If time could be reversed, they would have started ingratiating themselves with Meng Yu the moment he entered the room. They would have even seized the opportunity to pursue him, as there is no fault in prioritizing romance over friendship when faced with such a suitable partner as Meng Yu. Who would care that today was Qin Yusin's blind date? It is worth noting that even a fleeting romance with Meng Yu could grant them a significant boost in status within their county. Alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. What remains is an endless sea of regret. Chapter 59. No matter how well one fares, It pales in comparison to your worth. Though Meng Yu appeared unfazed, seemingly indifferent to the earlier incident, Qin Yusin dared not act recklessly. She lifted a full glass of matai and downed it, followed by two more, and even with her decent tolerance, 2 flushes of color crept onto her cheeks. Meng Yu remained seated alone at a table, and witnessing Qin Yusin's self-punishment softened his feelings of disdain towards her somewhat. After all, who among us is made of stone? Devoid of feelings? Qin Yusin had been a childhood companion, and their families had maintained close ties, though they had grown apart. Meng Yu could not treat her as an enemy. The drinks are flowing. Let us indulge in the dishes as well. No need to hold back. It's rare for me to return to my hometown. Meng Yu casually invited. The others in the private room eagerly opened the aged matai. They had refrained from drinking earlier out of fear that they would end up footing the bill, especially considering the hefty price of 30,000 for a bottle of vintage matai, which would be beyond the means of an ordinary family. Now, Meng Yu has revealed her identity as a wealthy individual. Naturally, the others no longer feel any reservations. Missing this opportunity would mean losing it forever. Like the rare vintage matai, an exquisite liquor, they might never have the chance to indulge in a bottle throughout their lives. Even those young ladies who typically abstain from alcohol found themselves partaking for a bottle of 30,000 yuan matai, even if filled with plain water. Would taste divine and provide ample material for bragging on social media for months. As for Meng Yu, sitting alone at her table, the others gazed longingly, but none dared to approach her. Previously, they had looked down upon her as a slacker, a product of parental indulgence, sneering at her frivolous spending of her parents' hard-earned money on clothes and blind dates, while evading the bill. Petty behaviors indeed. Now, however, they were too intimidated to join the table of the esteemed Meng, fearing that should they sit with her, they might be dismissed and sent back in disgrace. An embarrassment too great to bear. They had witnessed how the manager of the restaurant had attempted to treat her, but was gently rebuffed by Meng. What a stark contrast in status. Most of them were merely ordinary working girls, their standing far inferior to that of the restaurant's manager, let alone someone of Meng's caliber. Within the private room, they could not help but acknowledge that after Meng Yu's revelation and witnessing the bundles of cash worth over 100 yuan, they felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. In contrast, Qin Yusin, a 985 elite returning from the capital, bore her inferiority complex with somewhat less weight. After pouring herself 3 cups as a form of self-punishment, the effects of alcohol seemed to rekindle a semblance of her childhood spirit. With a wistful gaze at Meng Yu, she lamented, "Brother Meng, are you soon returning to Nanhang?" Meng Yu, taken aback, glanced at Qin Yusin and, to her surprise, saw a faint reflection of her childhood self in her, back when Qin was simply a diligent student focused solely on academics. Small and slender, she had been isolated by her peers due to her exceptional grades, often bullied by the class ruffian. It was commonplace for them to draw on her school uniform or toss caterpillars into her teacup. On one occasion, unable to bear it any longer, Meng Yu intervened and gave the bully a good beating, resulting in a bloody nose. Subsequently, both were reprimanded by the disciplinary officer, and their parents were called in. After that, the bully tended to steer clear of Meng Yu. In time, Qin Yusin often sought Meng Yu out during breaks, and they would walk home together after school. Yet, those were merely memories now, as the passage of time had distanced childhood friends, both physically and emotionally. "Brother Meng, I only felt some frustration earlier. Not wanting you to grow into a morally bankrupt leech," Qin Yusin confessed. "Of course, I may have also allowed my pride to cloud my judgment, thinking that having entered a 985 university and holding a managerial position in a large corporation, I could look down upon you. Allow me to self-punish again." She poured herself another glass and downed it in one gulp. Under the influence of the alcohol, she shed her facade and spoke the words that had long been bottled up within her. No scheming, no ostentation, no ulterior motives. This was not a blind date, but rather a simple reunion of 2 childhood friends, sharing their lives after a long separation. "You seem to be doing quite well, too. After we parted ways in elementary school, you have always been the star in the eyes of teachers and classmates, smoothly sailing through the entrance exams and ultimately securing the position you desired," Meng Yu remarked with a calm smile. Aside from him, it seemed Qin Yusin had fared the best among their childhood companions. Moreover, like her mother, Qin's sharp tongue concealed a heart willing to lend a hand when needed. Meng Yu recalled having eaten the farm-fresh eggs sent by Qin's mother. In their rural community, there were no deep grudges, and even if they quarreled, they would soon reconcile over tea the following day. However, Meng Yu felt that a blind date was unnecessary. After experiencing the tenderness of Murong Qinyu, he found himself disinterested in Qin Yusin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained indifferent since entering the private room, allowing the blind date to lose its charm. No matter how well she was doing, it didn't compare to even a fraction of his accomplishments. It was amusing to think that he had once believed they had drifted into entirely different worlds. Now, It seemed that indeed was the case. Albeit, she occupied a realm just beyond his reach. Brother Meng, you still have that same fondness for being low-key as you did in childhood. Qin Yusin said with a bittersweet smile. During their 5th and 6th grades, she had harbored a secret crush on Meng Yu, even having pinned several love letters that found their way into his desk. Looking back now, it seemed Meng Yu had been well aware of his own potential even then, far too preoccupied to concern himself with the affections of a young girl. Indeed, it was only natural for someone as legendary as him to exhibit an old soul even in youth. Meng Yu raised his glass, savoring its contents, his fingers tracing the rim, remaining silent with a smile. Brother Meng, your return this time is to bring your parents to Nanhang, isn't it? Qin Yusin inquired, rising from her seat to lean close, whispering in his ear. This was hardly a difficult guess. After all, she had already learned of Mr. Meng's emergence. Since he no longer intended to conceal his identity, it was only logical that he would return to bring his parents to the city to enjoy the comforts of urban life. With her breath brushing against his ear, Meng Yu smiled faintly. You are quite perceptive. However, it seems we may not have the opportunity to meet again. Qin Yusin sighed softly, aware that the city of Nanhang was now a bustling hub teeming with prominent figures from the banking and other industries, all eagerly awaiting the arrival of the legendary Mr. Meng. Under such circumstances, how could she hope to see Meng Yu again? It would be easier for an ancient maiden to meet the emperor than for her to encounter him again, especially considering her previous dismissive attitude towards him. Every year during family visits, she had been too preoccupied with gatherings to engage in conversation with such a legendary figure. Regret washed over her, and tears began to stream down her face at the thought of the lost opportunities for perfect love. If only tears could bring back what was lost. She would weep endlessly, cleansing her face with sorrow each day. But was that truly possible? Chapter 60. A voucher with love notes on the back. Meng Yu picked up a tissue to wipe away the tears from Qin Yusin's eyes. Why are you crying? Is there another bully bothering you like back in the day? Upon hearing his magnetic voice and gazing at his handsome face, the realization that in the future she might not even have the chance to pursue him sent more tears rolling down her cheeks like pearls on a jade plate. No, it's just something in my eye, Qin Yusin replied, her voice trembling. Who could have bullied her? Certainly, it was Meng Yu himself. But could one truly blame him for being too low-key? Absolutely not. The fault lay solely with her for failing to recognize his stature and for peering through the cracks to gauge his worth. Mr. Meng, your QR code is ready. If you do not return the wine, the total comes to 612,532 yuan. According to our restaurant's discounts, large purchases come with a 10 rebate in vouchers, totaling 7 vouchers of 10,000 yuan each. The server approached with the payment code and the 7 vouchers. Upon seeing the sobbing young lady, her brows furrowed. It seemed rather shameless of her to feign pity after having previously acted so haughtily. What's wrong? Have you finally realized your regrets? If you had known it would come to this, why act so disdainfully in the first place? Such a pity for your family. They must have exerted considerable effort to arrange a date with a wealthy heir. Yet, this young Master Meng was also perplexing. If he desired a girlfriend, he could have simply said so. In terms of appearance and physique, she is certainly not inferior to the woman set up for this blind date. Perhaps her only drawback lies in her somewhat modest educational background. Moreover, she demands neither a betrothal gift, nor a marital home, nor a wedding car. All she desires is for Mr. Meng to beckon her with a finger, and she would obediently do anything for him. The young waitress bit her lip, clutching the vouchers, her palms sweaty with nervousness. The reverse side of each voucher bore her contact information and a line of affectionate sentiment, which explained why she had spent so long scribbling a payment QR code. Though she was aware that such efforts might be in vain, she still held on to a glimmer of hope. Meng Yu casually took out his phone and scanned the code, making a payment of 620,000 na yuan. Do not inquire why he did not pay 612,532 na yuan. The answer is simply that he found it tedious to input each digit. Tapping zeros after 60 was far more satisfying. Furthermore, having already treated Qin Yusin's relatives and friends to a sumptuous meal, he didn't mind tipping the waitress a little extra. After all, while her professional demeanor left much to be desired, her youth and beauty were undeniable. Flattered by her attentive service, addressing him as you repeatedly, Meng Yu felt quite at ease. Since she had succeeded in making him comfortable, a reward was certainly in order. This was Meng Yu's philosophy of generosity. Mr. Meng, you have overpaid by 7,468 na yuan, the young waitress reminded him. Meng Yu responded nonchalantly. That is your tip. The young waitress was visibly thrilled. It is worth noting that in a small county, the wages for restaurant staff are generally low. Her monthly salary was merely 2,000 na yuan, making this tip equivalent to more than 3 months' worth of her earnings. This was the largest tip she had ever received in her life. Meng Yu's gesture undoubtedly solidified her determination. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Meng. Please be sure to accept these vouchers, and we look forward to your next visit." The young waitress trembled as she handed him 7 vouchers. However, to her astonishment, Meng Yu took them and casually passed them to Qin Yusin. "Here, you take them. I'm not accustomed to using vouchers." Indeed, in a situation where money was abundant and unspent, the few tens of thousands of Na yuan saved by the vouchers were insignificant to Meng Yu. They were more of a hindrance, akin to refuse. The young waitress was momentarily taken aback. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts, watching helplessly as the vouchers, inscribed with her contact details and sweet nothings, were taken by the blind date girl. Meng Yu remained oblivious to the young waitress's sentiments, and even if he were aware, he would likely remain indifferent. After all, he only ordered the finest dishes, drank the most expensive wines, and as for women, he naturally sought only the most exquisite. Moreover, not all beautiful women were mere adornments. Someone like Murong Qinyu, a distinguished scion from a prestigious family, possessed attributes that far surpassed those of Qin Yusin. Additionally, with a favorability rating soaring to 80 to 100, as long as Meng Yu did not mistreat her, she would likely devote herself to him wholeheartedly, expecting nothing in return. Of course, Meng Yu was not foolish. He understood who treated him well and who was worthy of his trust. With the 70,000 Na yuan worth of vouchers tucked away in her bag, Qin Yusin gazed longingly at Meng Yu as he prepared to leave. "Big brother Meng, may I call a car for you?" "No need, my girlfriend is here to pick me up." He had intended to inform her from the very beginning that he already had a girlfriend, but she had interrupted him. Meng Yu shrugged. After all, Wang Lingyue was already posing as his girlfriend, and she likely wouldn't mind acting as a shield, would she? Qin Yusin couldn't help but recall the moment Meng Yu entered the private room, looking impeccably handsome in a tailored Armani suit. Yet she had foolishly assumed he was merely flaunting his parents' hard-earned money. What a ludicrous accusation that was. She truly was unworthy to be his blind date. "Well then, let me at least escort you to the door. Please don't refuse me, even if I am not fortunate enough to marry you. At least I could be your childhood companion. After today, I fear I might only see you on screen." Qin Yusin implored softly. Being sent off by the former model student, a high achiever in school, and a top graduate from a prestigious university, brought a slight thrill to Meng Yu's heart. He nodded slightly in acquiescence. As Qin Yusin followed Meng Yu out of the private room, her 15 relatives and friends also spontaneously followed suit. Having enjoyed a sumptuous meal, it would be remiss not to send off their host. At the entrance of the Fish and Rice County restaurant, Meng Yu surveyed the familiar streets of his hometown with interest. Though it was a small county, it held special significance for him, filled with countless memories. From kindergarten to primary school, then to middle school and high school. It was only after receiving his acceptance letter from Nanhang University that he ventured forth to South Hang City for his studies. 4 years of university life drifted by, and the path to employment post-graduation was fraught with challenges. Suddenly, looking back, he felt as though he were still a child, with Qin Yusin trailing behind him. Her gaze filled with a mixture of awe and subtle affection. Suddenly, a wine-red Maserati sped towards him, skidding to a halt just 3 meters in front of Meng Yu. "Ah Yu, I have fulfilled your command without fail." Arriving 54 minutes early, came Wang Lingyue's dulcet voice from the car. The last vestige of hope remaining in Qin Yusin's heart shattered upon the appearance of the stunning Wang Lingyue. It was evident that a man of Meng Yu's caliber would never lack for beautiful companions. Chapter 61. Building a railway for the hometown county. "Ah Yu, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" Wang Lingyue stepped out of the Maserati, her long, radiant legs drawing all attention as she sauntered towards Meng Yu. She played the role of his girlfriend with remarkable ease, donning a fitted red qipao adorned with golden phoenix patterns that accentuated her alluring curves, instantly captivating everyone present. Not only in this small county, but even in major metropolitan areas like Modu, her stunning figure would outshine many international supermodels. Onlookers, both diners and passers-by, were left gaping in awe. "Wow, since when did our phone county have such a divine beauty? I refuse to believe it's not 1,000 years of cultivation," exclaimed one. "Great heavenly dragon, such a marvel, reveal your true form." Another joked, "I can't take it anymore. I'm applying to renounce my vows." "Stop teasing, you spirited young man. She is obviously a star from a big city. She looks even more stunning in person than on TV. Just look at that figure. What are you staring at? If you keep gawking, your eyeballs might pop out." "Darling, let me explain." "Oh no, I meant to clarify. Wipe your drool. There's nothing to explain. If you like her, go ahead and pursue her. But if your annual salary can't afford the Hermes handbag she is carrying, don't get your hopes up. Don't overthink it. She is clearly here for that Armani handsome guy." "Wow, that handsome guy is so understated. I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. He is both handsome and charismatic. And he looks quite wealthy. Not just wealthy. I'm a waitress from the Fish and Rice County, and I just overheard a colleague saying that this Mr. Meng carries over 100 blocks of golden currency with him. You know, the kind that is particularly large, with anti-counterfeiting measures. OMG, over 100 blocks? Over 100 yuan amounts to more than 1,000 billion yuan. Astounding, isn't it? When my colleague mentioned it, I too was taken aback. No wonder others have such beautiful girlfriends. Indeed, the allure of a partner is often proportionate to the depth of one's wallet. A subtle smile graced Meng Yu's lips. Good news? Bad news? It appears he had indeed instructed Wang Lingwei to engage with the Feng County authorities regarding investment matters. After all, now that he is as wealthy as a nation, it is only natural to not forget to give back to his hometown and assist in its development and construction. However, why did Wang Lingwei mention both good and bad news? Let us address the bad news first. I am curious to see just how badly you can botch this up. Meng Yu said calmly, having mentally prepared himself for the worst. Wang Lingwei looked somewhat embarrassed. I inadvertently spent 100 yuan of yours. I heard that your hometown is currently preparing for railway construction, and thinking that building a railway is a commendable endeavor, I inquired with the officials. They mentioned they were short of 100 yuan, so I went ahead and donated it on your behalf. After speaking, she gazed timidly at Meng Yu, fearful of his anger for her reckless spending. In truth, she had contemplated seeking Meng Yu's approval before making the donation, but ultimately dismissed the notion. Since he entrusted her with this task, it was meant for her to complete independently. If every decision required his input, then what purpose would her role as a special assistant serve? If she were merely a messenger, anyone could fulfill that role. Furthermore, while 100 yuan is a significant amount, in light of Meng Yu's wealth, it is but a trifling sum. Repairing the railway? What a splendid initiative. A mere 100 yuan is inconsequential. Meng Yu smiled faintly. To attain prosperity, one must first pave the roads. 100 yuan is nothing. In a time when currency was devalued a billionfold, it would scarcely cover a meal, let alone purchase a segment of railway track. Though in the present context, 100 yuan equates to a staggering 1,000 billion yuan. Such an astronomical figure. But if it can be utilized to support the construction of a railway directly linking to Feng County, then that 100 yuan is indeed well spent, benefiting the local populace. Moreover, investing in railway construction, from a long-term perspective, is far more advantageous for Feng County's development than direct financial contributions. Wang Lingyue's approach to investment is commendable, and Meng Yu found himself quite pleased. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. This principle applies aptly to the developing Feng County. Had Wang Lingyue allocated that 100 yuan towards commercial investment, it may have temporarily boosted the local government's financial reports, creating a facade of economic prosperity. However, how long could such an illusion, built solely on monetary infusion, possibly endure? This is a remote county with limited access, and no matter how much money one possesses, it will ultimately be exhausted. At that point, Feng County might revert to its former state, rendering Meng Yu's investment futile, merely enriching local merchants. Those surrounding them were astonished, erupting into animated discussions. Goodness, we have a remarkable figure in our county, donating 100 yuan for railway construction. If true, that would benefit our hometown and etch his name in history. But can this man truly be so affluent? Indeed, this Maserati is worth several million. Yet he donates a mere 100 yuan for railway construction? That seems implausible. You may not believe it, but I heard from a friend at a construction company that our county indeed plans to build a railway. However, they are experiencing a funding shortage and have yet to finalize the project. Don't dismiss it. Look at the official website, there's news. Let me see. The county's official letter of gratitude states that Mr. Meng has donated 100 yuan, which will be allocated for railway construction. Unbelievable. It's true. The officials have confirmed it. What a sight to behold. This man is incredibly generous. Indeed, what kind of extraordinary individual is he? Others donate millions of yuan, and he contributes a mere 100 yuan for a railway. This is beyond belief. Worship the Great One. Qin Yusin and her companions were left speechless in shock. They initially intended to bid farewell to Meng Yu, but when Wang Lingyue descended from the vehicle, captivating everyone present, they felt dwarfed and dared not speak. They were struck by the realization of true talent and beauty. However, they could never have anticipated that Meng Yu's return to his hometown would involve such a grand gesture. A donation of a full 100 yuan for the construction of a high-speed railway directly connecting to the county. Is this something a mere mortal can achieve? Although the Feng County authorities had long had plans, they simply lacked sufficient funds, yet it is still 100 yuan. That translates to a staggering 1,000 billion yuan. Who besides Meng Yu could accomplish such a feat in the entire Feng County? Indeed, who among the prominent figures in Xia country could donate 1,000 billion yuan to fund a railway for their hometown? They would forever regard Meng Yu as Feng County's eternal deity. The countless beneficiaries in the area would undoubtedly remember his kindness for generations to come. Yu, do not forget, I have another piece of good news, Wang Lingyue said with a mysterious smile. Chapter 62. A monument of commemoration? Not necessary. Yu. There is more good news. Following preliminary discussions, the Feng County officials have decided to erect a monument in your honor, so that your generosity may be remembered by the people of Feng County. I think it's wonderful, and I have already agreed on your behalf. Wang Lingyue felt a surge of joy, for in her heart, she regarded Meng Yu as her fiancé. The thought of her fiancé being commemorated by the local authorities in his hometown, leaving a lasting legacy, filled her with pride. Truly, he was the man who had entered her innermost thoughts. Not only was he tall and handsome, but he was also accomplished and wealthy. However, it was his unwavering dedication to benefiting his hometown that made her heart flutter. A man of such loyalty and passion, if she could enter his heart, surely he would remain steadfast by her side, just as the vows of love exchanged in a wedding ceremony promised to endure through all of life's trials and tribulations. Wang Lingyue quietly encouraged herself. After all, someone like Wang Li, with her average looks and poor character, had enjoyed 7 years of Meng Yu's affection solely because she happened to meet him first. Wang Lingyue was far superior to Wang Li in every aspect. However, Meng Yu's calm words interrupted her daydreams. A monument of commemoration? That is wholly unnecessary. I have merely performed a small act of kindness, a trivial gesture at best, which hardly merits mention. Meng Yu's lips curved slightly. While the idea of having one's name etched in history is indeed gratifying, he truly did not view his actions as anything particularly remarkable. After all, it was merely a matter of donating 100 yuan for road construction. In a time when the currency was devalued a billionfold, 100 yuan? That was hardly even a day's wage for him. To be recorded in the county annals for such a small sum. Does that seem appropriate? Meng Yu felt it was rather misplaced. Wang Lingyue let out a wry smile, recognizing his tendency for humility. Had it been someone else, they would have likely fought tooth and nail for such an opportunity for eternal renown. Do you not see how many literary figures and wealthy elites strained themselves to leave a mark on history, while he casually declined with ease? Indeed, a young and accomplished individual like him has a long road ahead, brimming with opportunities to leave a significant mark in the annals of history. However, what Meng Yu did not anticipate was that his indifference to such matters would provoke a strong reaction from Qin Yusen. Meng Gu, you've already donated 100 yuan for the railway construction. Isn't it only fitting for the county to erect a monument in your honor? You really shouldn't refuse, or else the folks in Feng County will feel quite indebted, she implored with admiration. It was only now that she truly comprehended the situation. The previously unremarkable demeanor of Meng Yu was merely a manifestation of his humility. He was, in fact, a genuine powerhouse, albeit one who preferred to remain inconspicuous. Her 15 relatives and friends chimed in, urging him to relent. Meng Gu, please agree. Your contributions to the railway in Feng County will benefit generations to come. This recognition is well-deserved. Indeed, this is but a small token of appreciation from the locals. We all know your worth is at least in the thousands. You might not care for such trivial recognition, but it's the only way we can express our gratitude. They marveled at how someone as modest as Meng Gu could emerge from their humble county, feeling as if fortune had smiled upon them. Meng Gu is so dashing. He exudes the essence of a true gentleman, exclaimed one. I can't contain my youthful heart. I feel like charging into battle. Another added enthusiastically. As bystanders learned of the situation, they too joined in the chorus of encouragement. Mr. Meng's noble deed in funding the railway deserves commemoration in the county records. It's only right. Absolutely. You donated 100 yuan, which translates to a staggering 10 billion nan yuan. In my opinion, not only should there be a monument in your honor, but the entire county should express their gratitude personally. A grand banquet should be organized to celebrate Mr. Meng's benevolence. I wholeheartedly agree. With Mr. Meng's railway, traveling will become so much easier. No more crowded buses. Moreover, I heard he has funded the highest quality high-speed railway, the fastest in the world, with the most advanced trains. Indeed, Mr. Meng has invested 10 billion nan yuan. Even with the best specifications, it's more than sufficient. Truly, Mr. Meng is remarkable. Yes, I'm a second-year student and have already decided to apply to Nanhang University, even foregoing Qingbei, simply because it's Mr. Meng's alma mater. Once I enroll, I intend to follow in his footsteps. And did you hear? Mr. Meng's wife has taken on the role of supervisor at the Nanhang Bank branch to ensure every penny is well utilized. Rumor has it, she is actually the president of Nanhang Bank. Good heavens, Mr. Meng is incredible. Attending Nanhang University and marrying the bank president. What a remarkable achievement. Furthermore, Madame Meng is young and beautiful. To attain such a position at her age suggests she hails from a distinguished family. To marry someone like her would be a dream come true. Wake up, Mr. Meng and the bank president are a perfect match. While you should just settle for a village girl. Stop daydreaming. Do you really think you can fantasize about Madame Meng? What if the locals find out and give you a beating? I stand corrected, wishing Mr. Meng and Madame Meng a lifetime of happiness and early offspring. Thus, Mr. Meng should not refuse the heartfelt sentiments of the people. Otherwise, the county folks will feel quite guilty. Meng Yu was taken aback. Could his refusal lead to feelings of guilt among the county folk? This was indeed a consideration he had overlooked. The simplicity and warmth of his hometown's people were evident. It was surprising they would feel indebted over such matters. He found himself hesitating. You look how enthusiastic the folks are. If you refuse, they might even kneel to beg you not to leave. Would you truly want to witness that? Besides, I believe what they say is true. Wang Lingyue wrapped her arms around Meng Yu's sturdy waist, leaning into him, her breath fragrant like orchids. What the villagers say resonates deeply with me. Wang Lingyue felt a surge of joy as she listened, especially when they wished Mr. Meng and Madame Meng a lifetime of happiness and early offspring. Such words were music to her ears, and she hoped to hear them every day, as they struck a chord within her heart. With a resigned smile, Meng Yu thought, since it is difficult to decline such warm intentions, I shall not feign superiority any longer. Let the county handle the matter of the monument and the records. Just remember, do not fabricate details. If it was 100 yuan, let it be recorded as such. Do not exaggerate for appearances. Do you understand? Your wisdom is duly noted. I shall keep it close to my heart. She replied sweetly. But dear husband, shouldn't we head home? Mother is likely waiting anxiously for us. Wang Lingyue smiled coyly. Since she had a rare chance to play the role of Madame Meng, she relished the opportunity to express her feelings openly. To her, it felt delightful. Unfortunately, once they left Feng County, she would no longer have the privilege of such an identity and would not dare to speak so freely. Thus, the couple bid farewell to the villagers and departed. Chapter 63. Mr. and Mrs. Meng are truly admirable. As Meng Yu and Wang Lingyue drove away in their Maserati, the crowd watched the car's silhouette linger in their sight. Mr. and Mrs. Meng are indeed commendable. So young, yet already giving back to society. Indeed. Did you notice that this Maserati isn't even the top model? It likely costs only a few million yuan, which hardly aligns with Mr. Meng's wealth. Oh, you don't understand. Truly remarkable individuals drive based on preference, not price. To be honest, for Mr. and Mrs. Meng, what difference does it make between a few million yuan and a few hundred billion? They can afford to spend 100 yuan on a car. Do you think they couldn't spare a dime for a supercar? They could buy it, but it's unnecessary. A few million for a sports car is more than adequate. Is it really worth spending a billion on a luxury car? Mr. Meng is wealthy, but not foolish. How much of that expense is just paying a tax on ignorance? Exactly. Those wealthy individuals often try to show off, but Mr. Meng is different. With his wealth, he doesn't need to flaunt it with a billion yuan luxury car. Exactly. Tell me, how many of those driving luxury cars worth over a billion are truly significant figures? They are likely just spoiled second-generation rich kids. Any ambitious second generation would not waste a billion on a car, as cars are depreciating assets that lose value in 3 years. Let us disperse. Those of us with monthly salaries in the thousands need not concern ourselves with the affairs of billionaires. It's enough to know that Mr. Meng is the most remarkable. Mr. Meng is so handsome. What should I do if I no longer wish to be with my current boyfriend and want to have children with Mr. Meng? I feel the same. After all, I am the school beauty of Feng County No. 2 Middle School. Surely I deserve a hero like Mr. Meng. School beauty? Don't be ridiculous. Madame Meng is a stunning bank president. How can you compete? I see you are dreaming. Have you seen Madame Meng's figure? Even international supermodels would yield to her. You, a mere inexperienced girl, are you even worthy? You, I'm just harboring dreams. Dreams do not equate to daydreaming. With your looks, you probably wouldn't even qualify to be Mr. Meng's mistress. A mistress? If it were someone like Mr. Meng, a grand hero with a heart for the world, I would certainly consider it. After all, a figure of his caliber would have been a statesman in times of peace and a warlord in chaos during ancient times. I could entirely accept the idea of him having multiple wives. Goodness, what happened to the demand for male fidelity? Emotional exclusivity? That applies to ordinary men. But for someone like Mr. Meng, endowed with imperial might, I dare say no woman would have the confidence to claim him entirely for herself. Throughout the ages, how many remarkable women have known that a harem could consist of 3,000 beauties, yet still yearned for such a life? My word. It seems you are not merely contemplating peaches, but rather your thoughts are overrun with peach trees. I, the campus belle, cannot be bothered to explain myself to you straight-laced men. You are simply incomparable to Mr. Meng. Sisters, let us go and establish a fan club for Mr. Meng at second high school. What is wrong with this gaggle of girls? Mr. Meng is extraordinary, yet they have no connection to him, to even approach him. They would have to be deemed worthy in his eyes. A bunch of infatuated kittens, utterly inconsequential. Alas, in truth, it is quite all right. We boys admire ladies like Mrs. Meng, with fair skin, beauty, and long legs, and it is only natural for them to be enamored with Mr. Meng, which is certainly preferable to idolizing some manufactured shooting star. Indeed, Mr. Meng surpasses those individuals by 1,000-fold. Spending 100 to improve the railway in his hometown is the mark of a true man. I am utterly in awe. Who wouldn't he be? Wang Lingyue was driving a Maserati en route to Meng Yu's residence. Originally, Meng Yu intended to drive, but she gracefully declined, though she was masquerading as Mrs. Meng. She was not foolish enough to take that role too seriously. Ultimately, she remained merely an assistant to Meng Yu, even though Wang Lingyue had ascended to the esteemed position of president of Nanhang Bank. She never dared to forget that her ascent to such heights was wholly supported by Meng Yu. She still vividly recalled the parting words of the former president before his voluntary resignation. He had advised her to cling tightly to Mr. Meng's leg. For as long as he stood behind Nanhang Bank, no one in the global business realm would dare to threaten it. Moreover, with Mr. Meng as their formidable backing, the bank's growth would be exceedingly rapid. While it might not challenge the positions of the four major banks, surpassing local banks such as Wuxi Bank, Boning Bank, and Jiazhuang Port Bank was certainly within reach. Now, with news of Nanhang Bank's close relationship with Mr. Meng spreading globally, the bank's status as the premier local bank of Xia country was gradually solidifying, validating the former president's words. Wang Lingyue couldn't help but reflect that age brings wisdom. Had it not been for Mr. Meng's sudden emergence, allowing her to rise, it would likely have taken her 7 or 8 more years to vie for the presidency. I estimate that after spending 100 on the railway, there will still be plenty left over. I plan to arrange for personnel from the bank to establish a branch there. This will not only enhance our oversight of financial movements, but also offer continued financial support for Feng County's development, Wang Lingyue proposed. Meng Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Of course, it seems you are not merely a figurehead as president. To be fair, prior to this railway investment, he had regarded Wang Lingyue as somewhat dull, thinking her rise to the position of vice president of Nanhang Bank was solely due to the Wang family's influence. However, Wang Lingyue had pleasantly surprised him. Ow, you shouldn't bully me like this. I'll tell Qianyu when we return to Nanhang, Wang Lingyue pouted. Alright, I know my capabilities do not match those of Murong Qianyu. After all, we are best friends, and I understand how formidable she can be. I doubt any young woman in Xia country could rival her, save for that individual from the Dongfang family in the capital. Mr. Meng, you may not be aware of this, but Qianyu is known as the Phoenix Chick of Nanhang. However, if we are speaking solely within the banking sector, I am indeed the professional and surely do not fall short of Qianyu, Wang Lingyue asserted with quiet confidence. Regarding her perceived inadequacies, she had long resolved to specialize in a singular field. The Dongfang family in the capital? Qianyu is the Phoenix Chick? Meng Yu mused thoughtfully. He remembered that on the host panel, there was a potential partner with a fondness rating of 62100 for Dongfang Diqing. Yet he had never even set foot in the capital. How could Dongfang Diqing possess such a high fondness rating? This was indeed an intriguing matter. Meng Yu suddenly inquired. If there is a Phoenix Chick, then who is the sleeping dragon? Why, it is Dongfang Diqing, of course. That woman is a true prodigy, drawing countless young talents to bow before her. Yet she is exceedingly proud and has never shown a hint of warmth. I seriously suspect her sexual orientation is peculiar. Wang Lingyue chuckled as she gripped the steering wheel. Speaking ill of that woman behind her back, the thought was quite exhilarating. However, engrossed in her driving, she did not notice the peculiar expression on Meng Yu's face. The sleeping dragon of the capital is Dongfang Diqing? This, Meng Yu found it hard to accept. Had he been secretly admired by a prodigious woman before he even acquired the system? Was it merely because he had a girlfriend that she had not approached him? Contemplating this, Meng Yu touched the bracelet in his pocket, the very one he had retrieved from the company. Could it be her? If it were, everything would fall into place. We are almost home, Wang Lingyue gently reminded. Chapter 64. The only son of the old Meng family has made something of himself. Kangtai Community, Old Street. The sign of an antiquated breakfast shop was closed, while in the chilly fruit shop, the female proprietor was engrossed in her phone. And in front of the grocery store, 3 elderly women were chatting animatedly. At that moment, a wine-red Maserati drove into the street, parking in a roadside space, drawing the attention of several passers-by. The female owner of the fruit shop put down her phone, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the Maserati. The elderly couple who owned the grocery store stepped outside, and, upon seeing the a license plate, whispered among themselves, speculating as to whose child had returned so successful as to drive such an impressive sports car. However, the windows of the Maserati were tinted, making it impossible to see inside. And they could only guess that it might belong to the contractor Fat, who from room 201 of Building A, or perhaps to Zhang San, a figure of the underworld from room 501 of Building C. In any case, no one mentioned Meng Yu, who among the neighbors, living above and below, did not know that he was merely a real estate salesman, at most able to afford a 200,000 yuan Audi? Let's south, just park here. My father has a weak heart, so please be mindful when you speak, Meng Yu remarked, gazing out at the familiar streets, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. He had returned during the recent Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holiday, and everything in his hometown remained unchanged. What had transformed was his mindset. Although he still had just over 100 yuan in his pocket and over 20,000 yuan on his card, with the devaluation of currency, he had transitioned from an ordinary worker returning home to a figure whose savings surpassed that of the world's richest. I understand you. Shall we just go in like this? Should we change into something more ordinary? There are 2 suits in the trunk, Wang Linghua inquired. She was aware that from this moment on, she would be playing the role of Meng Yu's girlfriend, albeit a pretense. Yet the prospect of meeting Meng Yu's parents made her exceedingly nervous. Living in such an old community, Meng Yu's parents must also be understated wealthy individuals like him. Or so she imagined. Wang Linghua found it difficult to envision. What kind of exceptional parents must exist to have given rise to a man as perfect as Meng Yu? No need, Meng Yu replied with a calm demeanor. Although the high-end custom-made Armani was undeniably expensive, even the standard Armani pieces were merely tens of thousands. Moreover, among the ordinary residents of the county, few could recognize an Armani, let alone distinguish between custom and standard designs. Wang Linghua nodded obediently, her demeanor reminiscent of a dutiful young bride, her gaze towards Meng Yu brimming with unreserved affection. If it were possible, she truly wished to become Meng Yu's genuine girlfriend. Yet, of course, that was not particularly realistic. Turning off the engine and engaging the handbrake, Wang Linghua slipped off her flats and began to don her Chanel heels. Since this was her first meeting with his parents, even if merely playing the role of a pretend girlfriend, she hoped to leave the best initial impression on Meng Yu's family. As Meng Yu opened the car door and stepped out of the Maserati, his tailored Armani suit captivated the attention of everyone present. Onlookers were left speechless, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. How could this be? Wasn't the Meng family's son selling houses in Nanhang City? Is it truly possible to earn such an income from selling real estate these days? In less than a year, could one afford such an impressive luxury vehicle? When my son returns, I shall have him sell houses too. Old man, don't be ridiculous. This car is a Maserati Gran Turismo, and it costs no less than 3 million upon purchase. Can the meager commissions from selling houses afford that? Is Meng Yu truly a real estate salesman? Indeed, that's what Meng Yu's mother said. Then this is quite the mystery, for Meng Yu is clad in Armani. And not just any ordinary version. It must surely cost at least 100,000 nan yuan. Goodness, 100,000 nan yuan. That's equivalent to my son's annual salary. Has the Meng family struck it rich? That figure is likely an understatement. The price of custom Armani is not easily determined. However, it is also possible that the car and clothes are rented. Nowadays, people in the city often indulge in such appearances. Perhaps Meng Yu has taken to such ways. However, before this observer could finish his thoughts, he was rendered speechless by the scene before him. Meng Yu approached the passenger side, gentlemanly opening the door for Wang Linghua. My dear, have you changed into your shoes? Would you like me to carry you upstairs? Wang Linghua looked at Meng Yu in astonishment. How could she, of all people, merit such chivalry from Mr. Meng? Was this not an affront to her very being? Yet, she quickly realized that today she was playing the role of Meng Yu's girlfriend, and his kindness was entirely to be expected. Gazing at the gentle smile gracing Meng Yu's lips, Wang Linghua felt her heart melt. If only time could stand still in this moment, though she intended to decline, recognizing that allowing Mr. Meng to open the door for her was already a significant breach of decorum. The words that escaped her lips were, "Then I must trouble you, my lord." A classic case of her mind protesting while her mouth betrayed her true feelings. After uttering those words, she covered her lips with her small hand, casting a pitiful glance at Meng Yu, fearful that he might take offense. However, she had little time to worry, as she was suddenly swept off her feet into Meng Yu's strong embrace, a startled gasp escaping her lips as he shut the car door with his leg. The observer from a distance wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth and remarked to the elderly gentleman beside him, "Am I dreaming? A Maserati can be rented, and Armani can be rented. But a wife as stunning as this would require selling both of those to even make a dent in the cost. Her poise, her beauty, and that extraordinary figure, simply unparalleled. Why is that man not me?" Yet, the elderly gentleman did not respond. Instead, he found himself entranced by Wang Linghua, muttering phrases like a fairy descended from the heavens. The onlooking aunties, upon recognizing Meng Yu's familiar handsome visage, suddenly became fervent. They held no ulterior motives, seeing him in a sports car, adorned in designer attire, and accompanied by a beautiful girlfriend. Their immediate reaction was that Meng Yu had indeed achieved great success. "Young Master Meng, it's me, your Aunt Lu. Have you forgotten me? I used to carry you when you were little." The only son of the Meng family has made it big. Young master, where have you found your fortune lately? Please take my good-for-nothing child along with you. He is in high school and only plays on his phone all day. Honestly, he might as well learn from you. Yes. And my daughter. Do you happen to know any reliable friends to introduce? Meng Yu was left bewildered. Truth be told, he was only vaguely familiar with these aunties and uncles. Unable to recall their names, he had no time to assist them with their children's affairs. However, knowing they were all old neighbors and likely acquainted with his parents, he felt it inappropriate to outright refuse, not wanting to put his parents in a difficult position. Suddenly, Meng Yu's mother approached, carrying an array of bags filled with chickens, ducks, pork, beef, and an assortment of fruits and vegetables. It appeared she had just returned from the market. Mom, why are you carrying so much by yourself? What will happen if you tire yourself out? The moment Meng Yu saw his mother, he gently set Wang Lingyue down and hurriedly rushed to her side, taking the heavy bags from her hands. Wang Lingyue looked on in astonishment, hardly able to believe that the wrinkled, calloused woman before her was Meng Yu's mother. This was entirely different from her imagined image of a low-profile socialite. Regardless of how understated a woman might be, there was no reason to forego self-care. Yet, Meng Yu's mother appeared as simple as a peasant woman. Surely, Mr. Meng could not have mistaken his mother. However, Meng Yu's icy gaze met hers. My dear, why are you standing there? Shouldn't you help my mother carry some bags? You little rascal, have you grown wings? You shall not scold my future daughter-in-law. City girls are delicate. I am used to hard labor. It's no trouble to carry a bit more. The market is just a few steps away. Making 2 trips would be bothersome. Meng Yu's mother shot him a glare, but smiled kindly. Meng Yu wore a somewhat helpless smile. A slap may sting, but harsh words are a sign of affection. His mother, despite her brusque manner, labored tirelessly for whom, if not for her family? Maternal love deserves the utmost respect. For every person is born from their mother's 10 months of toil. Wang Lingyue's face paled. Oh no, oh no. She had just made a significant blunder at their first meeting. Meng Yu's mother would surely think less of her now. And those words, city girl, how could they sound so harsh? Was this a subtle jab at her for thinking too highly of herself? Heaven knows. Wang Lingyue was merely taken aback by Meng Yu's mother's appearance. She had not intended to come across as presumptuous. In front of Meng Yu's mother, she, the president of a bank in Nanhang, held no status whatsoever. If Meng Yu's mother could manage physical labor, why could she not? Mom, I'm sorry. I was distracted and didn't realize how humble you are. Wang Lingyue quickly stepped forward, seizing a couple of shopping bags from Meng Yu's mother. Yet, despite her insistence, Meng Yu's mother would not let go of the remaining 2 bags. It is indeed quite hefty. If Meng Mu can carry so much, one can only imagine the strength of her hands. Is it possible that Meng Mu is integrating herself among the farmers? Wang Lingyue believes this to be highly plausible. Her actions undoubtedly stem from a desire to experience the hardships faced by the common people. This is akin to Mr. Meng transforming into a real estate agent, while Murong Xinyu takes up the role of a supermarket cashier. Meng Mu has completely immersed herself in the life of an ordinary citizen, casting aside her beautiful exterior to wholeheartedly pursue noble virtues. Such a transcendent and exalted woman, detached from worldly concerns, possesses insights far beyond Wang Lingyue's imagination. Furthermore, Wang Lingyue recalls the dilapidated house rented by Meng Yu. Is it not also a rundown rental? This is a reflection of the older generation's nostalgia for hardship and sweetness, integrating with the masses to truly understand human suffering. Wang Lingyue feels she has unraveled the truth. Indeed, her intelligence shines through. Meng Mu gazes compassionately at Wang Lingyue, sighing. My daughter-in-law, although my son may speak harshly at times, he has a kind heart, is diligent in his endeavors, and devoted in love. Following him will not lead to hardship. In truth, Meng Mu had not anticipated that Meng Yu would find a city wife so stunningly beautiful, yet diligent and sensible, far from the spoiled and willful portrayal seen on television. However, prior to Meng Yu's return, he had briefly mentioned in their WeChat group that he had caught the attention of a major figure, Murong, and not only earned a substantial sum, but also secured a higher-paying job. At that time, Meng Mu was somewhat skeptical, but upon meeting Wang Lingyue, her belief solidified. She had heard from young workers returning from the city that, in large urban areas, a man without wealth struggles to find a wife. With a spouse as beautiful as Meng Yu's, it seems his new job must be quite promising. Meng Yu has undoubtedly encountered a fortunate turn of fate. She has heard that city dwellers often cherish local specialties. If the opportunity arises, she is determined to bring some local delicacies to express her gratitude to that esteemed Murong. As the crowd observed that Meng Yu was impervious to their flattery, they shifted their focus to ingratiating themselves with Meng Mu, seeking to curry favor. Meng Yu's mother. Your son has truly made a name for himself. I have always said that he is destined for greatness. They exclaimed. But now that your family has prospered, do not forget your neighbors. Meng Yu's mother. Could you possibly assist my child in finding work? I imagine Meng Xiaoga is quite the figure in the city now. You are certainly blessed in your later years. Amidst the flattery from the neighbors, the humble Meng Mu, accustomed to a simple life, readily acquiesced. Her beaming smile reflected a joy she had never experienced before. With limited education and no exposure to the big city, having toiled diligently for half her life, it was only natural for her to be swept away by such compliments. Meng Yu shook his head, amused. Clearly, his decision to withhold his actual assets from his parents was indeed the right one. Otherwise, he feared he would become a caretaker for the neighborhood children. Such a fate was utterly unacceptable. While he felt a moral obligation to benefit his hometown and serve the nation, he would never allow himself to become a mere servant to others. After all, why should he? Whatever wealth he possessed was earned through his own efforts. Why should it be given away without reason? Yet, seeing the radiant smile on Meng Mu's face, he contemplated offering a small gesture of assistance to the neighbors, an investment in a living version of a praise group. After all, how he chose to help, and to what extent, was entirely within his control. He certainly would not become an easy target for exploitation. Wang Lingyue observed this scene with admiration, noting how convincingly Meng Mu had played her role. Were it not for Meng Yu's status, she might have been led to believe that Meng Mu was merely an unsophisticated farmer. Such profound depth of character. Suddenly, Wang Lingyue comprehended why Meng Yu could seamlessly blend into the streets without anyone being able to see through his facade. It was clearly the result of Meng Mu's teachings. In the realm of affluent individuals experiencing life as commoners, she would dare to declare the Meng mother-son duo as the most formidable. Their immersion was flawless, devoid of any blemish, resembling reality itself. All right, everyone, please disperse. We do have a neighborhood group chat, so feel free to contact my mother if you need anything. I will assess the situation and assist accordingly, Meng Yu stated nonchalantly. He could already envision Meng Mu becoming the object of adulation within various groups. Yet, was this not a good thing? What woman does not appreciate words of praise? Moreover, his mother deserves such reverence, and in the future, she would carry even greater honor simply for being his mother. However, his concern lay in whether his parents would be able to adapt, fearing they might struggle to adjust their mindset, potentially leading to complications. As for assistance, he had already indicated it would depend on the situation. If it was appropriate, he would lend a hand. If not, he would remain indifferent. There was no issue with that. Upon hearing Meng Yu extend an invitation for assistance, the neighbors gradually dispersed. The three of them departed the old street and entered the neighborhood. Chapter 66. Does even Mr. Meng need to save pocket money? As the trio entered the community, Meng Yu's family residence was purchased in 2002, when property prices were still quite affordable. His parents managed to acquire a modest apartment of about 100 square meters. Over a decade has passed, and Meng Yu has now come of age. The iron gate of the community has rusted and fallen into disrepair. Yu, is this the place where you grew up? Wang Lingyue inquired curiously, surveying the sparsely greened community. It is hard to imagine that within such an ordinary and somewhat shabby neighborhood resides a family of such esteemed recluses as the Mengs. Meng Yu smiled slightly. Yes, my father and I used to play badminton in that empty lot. Looking back now, it is filled with memories. As Meng Yu mentioned his father, he turned to his mother, puzzled, and asked, Mom, where is Dad? Is he still busy at the shop? He was certain his father would not allow his mother to carry so many bags alone if he were home. Yes, son, daughter-in-law, let us head upstairs first. Meng Mu replied with a smile. The three ascended to the second floor, where Meng Mu opened the door. Meng Yu placed the numerous bags on the large round wooden dining table and was about to enter the kitchen to help with the cooking when Meng Mu shooed him away. Xiao Yu, go spend some time with Lingyue. Don't be in the kitchen getting in the way. Meng Mu entered the kitchen, busily attending to the meal. While they ascended the stairs, they had a casual chat, and she learned about Wang Lingyue's general circumstances, such as her employment at Nanhang Bank and how she met Meng Yu. Of course, she followed Meng Yu's instructions and refrained from divulging any crucial information. Wang Lingyue stood in the living room, somewhat reserved, her eyes curiously scanning the hall, the large old television, and the vintage wooden furniture that exuded a strong sense of nostalgia. Since her last visit to Meng Yu's rented apartment, where she encountered everything from paper airplanes crafted from 2 yuan bills to boxes filled with currency, and even a stack of 100 yuan bills casually stashed in a cotton-padded jacket pocket, her perspective on Meng Yu's understated luxury had greatly expanded. Now, visiting Meng Yu's childhood home, her previous experiences led her to harbor high expectations. After all, this was the home where Meng Yu had lived for over a decade, and its heritage surely surpassed that of a rental. However, reality delivered a heavy blow. The arrangement of everything in the living room was remarkably ordinary, akin to that of a typical household in a county town. Wang Lingyue's heart was filled with confusion. Could it be that Mr. Meng truly hailed from a humble background? Or perhaps Mr. and Mrs. Meng had acquired such wealth that they embraced a return to simplicity? showing no interest in valuable possessions? If one has wealth yet chooses not to spend it, what difference does it make from being impoverished? Wang Lingyue found it hard to accept this meager existence. She was merely an ordinary woman of the world, deeply concerned about her appearance and physique. And she had no desire to toil in domestic duties, transforming into a weary matron. Ding. The system detected a slight decrease in the affection progress of the esteemed partner Wang Lingyue, currently standing at 25,100. Would the host like to revoke her eligibility as a partner? Not for now. Meng Yu silently recited this in his mind, casting a blank stare at Wang Lingyue. His bringing her to his hometown served dual purposes. Firstly, it was due to Murong Qianyu's involvement in a company project, and secondly, it was a test of sorts for her. If, after a period of interaction, Wang Lingyue's affection could not stabilize, then there would be no need for him to invest further in her. Reality was indeed cruel. After all, finding a woman with 3 legs was a rarity, while those with 2 legs were abundant everywhere. With his current terrifying savings that surpassed the world's richest by multiple folds, and with the assistance of the system, finding a rare beauty among the masses was as effortless as crushing an ant. How could he possibly revolve around one woman? Even if her figure was undeniably alluring, she would merely be relegated to the status of a plaything. What he sought in those around him was unwavering loyalty. Otherwise, how could he entrust significant matters to them? Moreover, Wang Lingyue was not his only option. Bai Mingyin and Wei Yulan were also viable candidates for nurturing, particularly Bai Mingyin, the little fan, whose adoration might easily elevate her affection with the slightest kindness from Meng Yu. Had he not known Wang Lingyue earlier, and being somewhat sentimental, he might have preferred to cultivate Bai Mingyin first. With this thought in mind, Meng Yu shook his head and entered his bedroom, leaving Wang Lingyue's fate to chance. Although he held a favorable view of her, the human heart was ever so elusive. As Meng Yu pondered this, he pushed Wang Lingyue from his mind and walked straight into his room. Wang Lingyue, feeling a chill from Meng Yu's fleeting glance, lowered her head and hurriedly followed him, uncertain of what displeasure she had caused him. Being the only child in his family, Meng Yu had his own independent room since elementary school, and his parents had taken a fairly relaxed approach to his upbringing, resulting in a room that reflected his unique personality. System, did you not claim that my assets are immune to devaluation? Why has the spare change in my room depreciated to the point of being merely a handful of cents? Meng Yu questioned as he casually picked up a coin from his desk. The system's voice echoed in his mind, esteemed host. During the transformation of the world by the price magic box, reasonable guarantees must be ensured. Should the currency belonging to the host in this room remain unaffected by devaluation, it would inevitably create unforeseen troubles during your mother's cleaning or when guests arrive. However, rest assured, private savings and bank books are immune to devaluation as long as they remain undiscovered. And this system will compensate the host for any losses incurred from these adjustments with a sum of 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan in compensation? Meng Yu nodded in satisfaction. Undoubtedly, the trivial amounts he had lost would not sum to 1,000 yuan. This was a net gain. Yet, since the system had mentioned his hidden savings, a slight smile crept onto Meng Yu's lips. It seemed that stashing away some money had been a prudent decision. As for the rationale behind hiding private funds, it was perhaps difficult for the average person to comprehend. It was the sense of security that cash provided, something that a string of numbers on a phone screen could never replicate. Keeping some cash and gold at home was a safeguard for any unforeseen chaos that might arise. Nevertheless, as he was planning to move his parents, he would certainly need to take his hidden funds with him. Meng Yu reached for the old wooden drawer of his desk, rummaged through it, and withdrew a small ingot of silver along with a stack of banknotes. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Lingyue's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape, as if a large egg could fit inside. Goodness, even someone as prominent as Mr. Meng needs to keep private savings in this day and age, she thought. Indeed, Mr. Meng, being a young man like herself, undoubtedly shared none of his mother's simplistic mindset and could not accept a life of wealth without expenditure. In that moment, Wang Lingyue felt she comprehended everything. No wonder Mr. Meng had asked her to conceal certain matters from his mother. It turned out that Mr. and Mrs. Meng were entirely unaware that he had already revealed his affluent identity. With this realization, Wang Lingyue swiftly locked the door. Matters concerning private funds must be handled discreetly. One could not afford to attract unwanted attention. Chapter 67. Earned 1,200 yuan during university part-time jobs? Meng Yu heard the sound of the door locking and glanced at Wang Lingyue, handing her the stack of banknotes and indicating she should place them in her Hermes bag. Wang Lingyue opened her bag with a sly demeanor, resembling a clumsy thief in the act. Wow, 1,200 yuan. You've hidden away quite a bit of money, ah you, she exclaimed in a hushed tone. 1,200 yuan equated to a staggering 12 billion cents. That could buy an entire large company. Indeed, Mr. Meng was not lacking in wealth. How could such a significant sum be carelessly left on an ordinary wooden table? If it were to catch fire, it would be a calamity. Wang Linghua pondered for a moment. Yet, this perception might be flawed. To her, as a bank president, this was indeed a considerable amount, but for Mr. Meng, it was likely just a drop in the bucket. After all, he was a prestigious figure whom global banking giants yearned to meet. Just how much wealth did Mr. Meng possess? This remained an unsolved mystery of a global scale. Perhaps even the investment mogul Warren Buffett would shake his head in disbelief. Lamenting how poverty had limited his imagination, Meng Yu scoffed, observing her naive expression. This money is what I earned from part-time jobs during university. Even if my mom found out, it wouldn't be a major issue. Just a bit cumbersome to explain. To be fair, Meng Yu truly had not yet figured out how to explain to his parents the sudden increase in his bank savings that had surpassed the world's richest individual. Perhaps he could postpone the conversation indefinitely. As he experienced more of life, his parents might eventually come to accept it calmly. Earned 1,200 yuan during university part-time jobs? Oh, really? Wang Linghua was taken aback. Earning money during university? No wonder she had heard that Mr. Meng had been mediocre in university, rarely participating in various activities. It seemed he had focused all his energy on making money. Indeed, during her university years, if she had the opportunity to earn 1,200 yuan from a significant project, she would hardly have had the time to join clubs. She would likely have dropped out to concentrate on earning that staggering sum of 12 billion. Compared to such wealth, attending university seemed trivial. With a few more billion, she could build her own university and become a board member. How delightful that would be. Wang Linghua felt a pang of envy, sourer than a mouthful of lemons. Once, she had harbored a modest goal of 100 million. That seemed achievable. But now, hearing that Mr. Meng had earned a staggering 12 billion during university was a different story altogether. She could only gaze in awe at the vastness of her circumstances. Not to mention in this lifetime, but even across 10 lifetimes, it seemed improbable that she could amass such wealth. The cumulative assets of the entire Wang family in Nanhang might just barely reach the trillion mark, and yet this was merely a side income for Mr. Meng? Was he robbing the stock market of the lighthouse country? It felt as though his earnings surpassed even the speed of printing money. Mr. Meng, you are truly remarkable. Ling Yu admired you to the core, managing to earn 1,200 yuan while balancing academic pursuits in university. If it were not for Mr. Meng, the business world would remain shrouded in eternal night. Wang Ling Yu sincerely expressed her admiration. Regardless of how substantial Mr. Meng's initial capital might be, or what noble lineage and connections he possessed, the fact that he earned 1,200 yuan is a testament to his genuine capabilities. Wang Ling Yu believed that this alone was more than sufficient. President Wang, you flatter me. It is merely 1,200 yuan. You could probably earn much more than that with a casual part-time job during university. Meng Yu instinctively shook his head. But isn't that the truth? What is 1,200 yuan worth in a world where currency is devalued a billionfold? Surely, even with a casual gig, one could easily make around 1,500 yuan in a month, right? Not to mention someone like Wang Ling Yu, a woman from a prestigious family. She must have been a top-tier campus goddess in her university days. If she were to engage in work-study, wouldn't employers be clamoring for her? Not to mention, with Wang Ling Yu's stunning figure scoring 98 points. Participating in a modeling contest would likely earn her the crown, and perhaps even the title of Miss Asia, making money far too easily. Of course, in reality, Wang Ling Yu would never consider such endeavors. Women of noble descent possess their own pride. She would have no interest in a profession that relies on public exposure and physical appearance. Moreover, as the younger sister of the head of the Wang family in Nanhang, she would never need to worry about basic necessities. Even in her luxurious villa, she was attended to by dedicated maids for her wardrobe and meals, embodying a true aristocrat untouched by the mundane. Wang Ling Yu cast a resentful glance at Meng Yu, feeling a mix of embarrassment and inferiority as she lowered her head. Isn't it just 1,200 yuan? A casual part-time job? Do you not hear what others say? Does Mr. Meng think he is so exceptional that all the scions of noble families are on par with him? Had I emulated Meng Yu's part-time efforts back then, perhaps I would have managed to earn at most 10 million yuan, and that would have relied on my family's connections. And 1,200 yuan? That's actually 12 trillion yuan. Wang Ling Yu could not even dare to dream of earning such an amount in her lifetime, let alone during her university years. No film would dare portray such a scenario. No web novelist would risk writing it. Mr. Meng, how could I possibly compare with you? You are a legendary figure in the banking world, possessing unfathomable reserves. To say such things is truly humbling for a mere girl like me. Wang Ling Yu said with a bitter smile. At that moment, Meng's mother was busy in the kitchen, and there was no need for her to pretend to be Meng Yu's girlfriend to gain any advantage. Furthermore, Knowing that Meng Yu had casually earned 1,200 yuan during his university years made her acutely aware of the vast chasm between them. It was not a mere difference of 1 or 2 points. It was as distinct as the sky from the earth, perhaps even separated by an entire galaxy. Even someone as capable as Murong Qinyu would only be worthy of being an assistant in the presence of Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng resembled a slumbering lion, possessing an expansive territory and unparalleled strength, yet he would not easily engage in hunting unless faced with a truly formidable prey, one that the lionesses could not handle. This intangible majesty instilled an inexplicable reverence in the proud Wang Lingyu. Ding. Detection of admiration from the esteemed Wang Lingyu. Affection progress has significantly increased. Current affection level is 40,100. Random reward of 2,000 yuan granted to the host. What is happening? Hadn't this woman's affection level just decreased slightly? Why the sudden shift to reverence? Meng Yu found himself perplexed. Nonetheless, the 2,000 yuan rewarded by the system was undeniably enticing. Converted to Na yuan, that amounted to 20 trillion, enough for Meng Yu to purchase an entire villa district in the heart of Nanhang City. Upon learning of Wang Lingyu's increased affection, Meng Yu found her more pleasing to the eye. After all, human relationships are reciprocal. If Wang Lingyu regarded him as a friend, then naturally, he need not perceive her merely as an assistant. This is the advantage of having a favorable system. Otherwise, with the complexities of human nature, how could Meng Yu ever discern which of the women surrounding him were sincere and which were duplicitous? The system made everything so much simpler. Chapter 68. President Wang, could you rise for a moment? Please do not be too reserved. Relax. And consider this place as your own home. Meng Yu gently caressed the slightly arched back of Wang Lingyu. Upon hearing this, she nodded earnestly, understanding Mr. Meng's intent. However, her small hand gripping the handle of her Hermes bag turned increasingly pale, indicating her growing anxiety. It was inevitable. Sharing a room with the wealthiest man in the world made it nearly impossible not to feel nervous. She gazed at Meng Yu's handsome profile, holding the bag containing the 1,200 yuan, her head swirling with thoughts. Undoubtedly, if Meng Yu wished to make a move at that moment, even she, a conservative lady from a noble family, would find it challenging to refuse. Particularly when Meng Yu's hand caressed her back, she felt as though her very bones were melting. If you were tired, why not sit on the bed for a while? Standing in high heels can be exhausting. Let me think about where else I could stash the money. I clearly remembered before getting home, yet now I cannot recall it all. Meng Yu scratched his head. The so-called cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Since this money was meant for special circumstances, Meng Yu must have stored it separately to avoid losing it all to thieves. Wang Lingyu, her mind blank, obediently followed Meng Yu's instructions and sat on the soft double bed in the room. As she felt the edge of the bed beneath her, a serious realization struck her. Since she was temporarily playing the role of Meng Yu's girlfriend, she would likely need to share the same bed with him at night, or else Meng's mother would surely grow suspicious. The mere thought of sharing a bed with Meng Yu made her cheeks flush a deep crimson, akin to the fading glow of the setting sun, enhancing her already alluring beauty. Enchantress, demure, old bed. Meng Yu admitted that witnessing this scene made his heart race, and he could not help but walk over to Wang Lingyu and gently push her onto the bed. The beauty of Wang Lingyu was distinct from that of Murong Qinyu. Murong Qinyu embodied the grace of a refined heiress, gentle and virtuous with a hint of casualness, akin to an exquisite jade ruby, making him yearn to embrace and caress her tenderly. In contrast, Wang Lingyu's beauty exuded an extreme allure. She resembled a serpent that had cultivated for a millennium, possessing an exaggerated serpentine figure and a bewitching charm that ignited a fiery desire within him, compelling him to conquer and ravage her, wishing to press her down on the bed repeatedly. Wang Lingyu's eyes were glazed, her delicate lips biting down softly. Lying quietly on the bed without any resistance, clearly having long since developed feelings for Meng Yu. If Meng Yu were to turn this charade into reality, she would eagerly anticipate becoming his genuine girlfriend. Moreover, she understood the magnetic allure her devilish figure and seductive presence held for men. As she gazed into Meng Yu's domineering eyes, which seemed as if they could devour her whole, Wang Lingyu felt a delightful shiver coursing through her bones. With a gaze imbued with affection, her elongated and beautiful eyes resembled a serene autumn lake. Come to me, my beloved. In this moment, she belonged entirely to Meng Yu, a willing offering for his taking. Meng Yu, with his hands pressed against the bedsheet, slowly leaned closer until their faces were a mere 10 centimeters apart, and Wang Lingyu could feel the warmth of his breath against her skin. Caught in a whirlwind of emotions, she still clung to the last vestiges of propriety expected of a woman of her stature, refraining from making demands and instead gently closing her eyes. Forgive me, Murong Qinyu, she thought. Love is selfish, and she harbored feelings for Mr. Meng as well, making it impossible to yield her desires to Murong Qinyu. Suddenly, A look of realization illuminated Meng Yu's face. Ah, the second sum of money is hidden in the compartment beneath the bed. I've finally remembered. Would you kindly rise? President Wang? Perhaps triggered by the recollection of this crucial matter, his once fervent blood cooled instantly, and he swiftly got off the bed without hesitation. In comparison to the matter at hand, their intimate encounter seemed trivial. Moreover, with Meng Yu's immense wealth, he lacked for willing partners in bed, rendering any sense of urgency utterly non-existent. Hidden compartment beneath the bed? Excuse me? Wang Lingyue was taken aback. Ah, this? She had already assumed a seductive pose, ready for his affection. Yet this was the outcome. What happened to the passionate and tumultuous love story she had envisioned? It seemed the romantic tales were misleading. The notion of an emperor loving a beauty more than his empire was nothing more than a fairy tale. In truth, a legendary figure like Mr. Meng, akin to an emperor of the business realm, appeared to have no particular obsession with beautiful women. Nonetheless, Wang Lingyue dared not voice her dissatisfaction. The disbelief etched upon her face lingered as she shot Meng Yu a look of sorrow before reluctantly rising from the soft mattress. At that moment, Meng Yu was consumed by the thrill of recalling the hiding place for the money and paid no heed to Wang Lingyue. Upon noticing her departure, he eagerly rolled up the bedding and began to search the bed frame. He pried open a small square panel, revealing a shallow hidden compartment. Finally, he extracted a small, flat wooden box from within. As he beheld this box, memories flooded back to him. It was crafted during his middle school years. Inspired by his fascination with the mechanisms of the Mo family from Qin's moon, he had secretly commissioned a carpenter to create this small box and, unbeknownst to his parents, borrowed the carpenter's tools to carve out a hidden compartment in his bed. Reflecting on those youthful days, he recognized how excessively naive he had been. However, he bore no resentment towards his past self. Rather, he occasionally felt a twinge of embarrassment when recalling those times. President Wang, forgive my childish antics. Meng Yu coughed awkwardly and opened the lid of the wooden box. Inside lay a pristine stack of 100 yuan red notes, with an old jade bracelet resting atop the pile. When Wang Lingyue beheld the thickness of those notes, her initial irritation was swiftly replaced by shock. With her years of experience in banking, she estimated that this substantial stack amounted to roughly 5,000 yuan, equivalent to an astounding 50 trillion in national currency. Moreover, these were the coveted 100 yuan notes with dark golden edges, the creme de la creme of banknotes, any single one of which would command reverence from the titans of the global banking industry. Though Wang Lingyue was aware of Meng Yu's wealth surpassing 10,000 yuan, a figure far exceeding the market value of her bank, the sheer presence of that thick wad of cash was far more awe-inspiring than any abstract number in the banking system. As she watched the notes shimmer under the light, she couldn't help but swallow hard. She could swear she had never witnessed such a sum of cash in her life. Even during her time accompanying the old president to international banking conferences, she had only encountered a mere 3,000 yuan in banknotes. What normal bank would display 5,000 yuan, equivalent to 50 trillion in national currency, in such a manner? Even if secured in an underground vault, it would still seem insufficiently protected. However, Meng Yu merely shoved the wooden box into her hands and, with a serious expression, extracted the jade bracelet from the box, gently rubbing its surface with his fingertip. You should deposit this money in your bank. It seems almost as if he values the bracelet more than the 50 trillion in cash. Wang Lingyue was taken aback. What kind of divine bracelet was this? It seemed to hold greater significance to Mr. Meng than the staggering sum of cash. Chapter 69. Do you think I would be unprepared? In Meng Yu's room, she reassured him, rest assured, I will ensure the safety of this money with my very life. With excitement coursing through her, Wang Lingyue clutched the wooden box tightly to her chest. This was nearly 50 trillion in national currency. Not even a local bank like Nanhang Bank could dream of handling such a sum, let alone the big four banks or international institutions, who would surely salivate at the sight of it. Deciding to follow Mr. Meng was undoubtedly the right choice. Had she not allied herself with him, Wang Lingyue would have spent her life toiling away, never amassing such a fortune. Not to mention, Meng Yu had also deposited an additional 100 trillion the previous night. This was precisely the reason she felt no hesitation in reciprocating his earlier advances. Any woman would find it difficult to resist a man of such wealth and charm, especially when she was a bank president, and this deposit would greatly benefit her career. Yet, as she gazed at the jade bracelet in Meng Yu's hand, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her mind. Could this bracelet truly be more valuable than the 50 trillion in cash? That seemed improbable. No matter how exquisite an old jade bracelet might be, it could not possibly be worth 50 trillion in national currency. Even as an antique with added collectible value, it would barely reach 100 billion. Furthermore, to Wang Lingyue's eye, the quality of this jade bracelet seemed rather ordinary, albeit perhaps aged. Nevertheless, despite her lingering doubts, Wang Lingwen knew she must first verify the amount of cash in the box to avoid any misunderstandings that could lead to disaster. After all, this was a hefty stack of 100 yuan notes, and combined with the previous 12 bills, it constituted a staggering sum of cash. If she were to miscount even a single bill, even unintentionally, it would equate to a loss of 100 billion for Mr. Meng. Such an act would be an unthinkable burden for Nanhang Bank to bear. Not only Nanhang Bank, but even the Big Four or banks from the United States would hesitate to engage in such self-destructive behavior. Mr. Meng was simply too wealthy. The phrase wealth beyond nations was not an exaggeration. What if she were to miscount and add an extra bill? Wang Lingwen knew Nanhang Bank could not afford a loss of 100 billion in cash. That would spell disaster for the institution. To put it in perspective, Nanhang Bank's net profit for the year was merely 6 billion. Thus, if she miscounted even one bill, it would mean Nanhang Bank had effectively worked for Mr. Meng for over a decade without compensation. This catastrophic responsibility was something the new president could not bear. Thus, Wang Lingwen approached this task with utmost seriousness, donning white gloves and focusing intently as she counted repeatedly, fearful of making a mistake. Fortunately, she had practiced the fundamentals of cash counting. Her fingers danced swiftly, and soon she concluded that there were a total of 63 bills. After quickly counting again, the number remained consistent. However, this tedious process caused Meng Yu to roll his eyes in exasperation. All right, it's indeed 63 notes, President Wang. Could you please hurry and put them away? Clicking through like this won't make the money reproduce. Mr. Meng, kindly bear with me for a moment longer. I will meticulously recount them once more. If it still amounts to 63 notes, I shall proceed to package these banknotes into the transfer device, Wang Lingwen replied with a wry smile. Goodness, does she truly enjoy being meticulous? The issue is, the sum is rather substantial, and the consequences of an error could be dire. Even though her relationship with Meng Yu is quite amicable, she would never dare to be lax in this matter. In fact, if time permitted, she would wish to transfer a couple of capable subordinates from Nanhang City to have each recount the money 100 times. Furthermore, she would arrange for 4 fully armed cash transport vehicles to safely escort the funds into the central bank vault in Nanhang. Only then could she feel entirely at ease. After all, caution is the mother of safety. More packaging? Fine, do as you wish, Meng Yu shrugged. He genuinely acknowledged Wang Lingyue's dedication and professionalism. Despite his wealth, it did not imply he would tolerate a loss of even 100 yuan. Wouldn't that render him a fool? If anyone dared to rob him of 100 yuan, they might as well run to the ends of the earth. For Meng Yu would mobilize his resources to exact revenge and reclaim what was rightfully his. After all, 100 yuan equates to a staggering 10 billion yuans. He could donate it to rebuild railways in his hometown or invest in Murong Qianyu's entrepreneurial ventures. Such expenditures reflected his values. Yet, this does not mean he would be indifferent to the theft of 1,000 billion. 10 million could incite discord among brothers. 100 million could lead to a father and son turning against each other. What then of a full 1,000 billion in hard currency? Surely, there cannot be anyone who is truly apathetic. To speak frankly, should Wang Lingyue truly be consumed by greed and dare to embezzle, next year on this date would mark her demise. Once fundamental interests are jeopardized, enmity ensues, and Meng Yu would not care for the beauty or demeanor of the betrayer. Only sworn enemies are worthy adversaries. Moreover, Meng Yu firmly believed that the sentiment of cherishing the delicate should be reserved for loyal women like Murong Qianyu, while traitors should be eliminated without hesitation. Of course, Meng Yu held a degree of trust in Wang Lingyue. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to deposit his money in the Nanhang Bank. With the favorability system now in place, it was likely that he would never encounter a traitor, for anyone with insufficient favor would be scrutinized, relegated to trivial matters. As for normal occurrences like subordinates changing jobs, Meng Yu was utterly indifferent. His stringent standards of loyalty applied exclusively to those closest to him. Wang Lingyue, after carefully recounting the banknotes and confirming they still totaled 63, proceeded to meticulously seal them in a titanium alloy box, which she then placed in her Hermes bag. You need not worry excessively. Not only is the current security in Xia country exemplary, with virtually no motorcycle bandits and thieves being a rarity, but do you not realize that since you are by my side, I would be unprepared? Meng Yu casually reassured her. He suspected that this young lady was overly anxious due to the substantial amount of money she carried. Indeed, with his unlimited scanning system, he could foresee all potential dangers, be it bad luck leading to an accident or encountering troublesome ruffians. Such threats were entirely predictable for him. His system was adept at safeguarding its host. This was the reason Meng Yu could remain perpetually calm and composed. With a system capable of devaluing global currencies by a billionfold, what conceivable danger could bypass its predictive capabilities and inflict harm upon him? Such a scenario was inconceivable. As for neutralizing threats once aware of them, the system had already provided Meng Yu with a satisfactory solution regarding Su Lingyun. He could employ various formidable covert organizations to assist him, much like when he engaged the Black Rose Mercenary Corps to protect the enigmatic Su Lingyun. After all, wielding a sword in hand, whether to guard or to eliminate foes, was entirely within his discretion. He was not a typical wealthy individual, merely possessing vast riches without any means of self-protection. You are right. It is but a trivial concern. Wang Lingyue sighed in relief upon hearing his words. One must acknowledge, it was entirely natural for a person of Meng Yu's legendary stature to possess his own influence. This did not surprise her in the slightest. However, she had overlooked this point due to Meng Yu's solitary demeanor. In retrospect, it was likely that those covertly safeguarding him were top-tier experts, making it perfectly reasonable for her, an unassuming woman, not to perceive their presence, much like undercover security personnel. If they could be easily discerned by the average person, their disguise would be woefully ineffective. They might as well don uniforms. The protectors chosen by Meng Yu were undoubtedly among the world's elite security personnel. Perhaps even the undercover bodyguards of the leaders of the lighthouse country would pale in comparison to those assigned to Meng Yu. Chapter 70. He never initiates romantic advances. With this thought, Wang Lingyue promptly abandoned the notion of summoning armed cash transport vehicles. In this world, there was no place safer than in the vicinity of Mr. Meng. It was no wonder he casually carried over 100 yuan and resided in a dilapidated community without property management, yet never seemed to worry about his safety. Mr. Meng, I was just curious earlier. This jade bracelet in your hand appears to be of average quality, yet you seem to hold it in high regard. If it is too personal, consider my inquiry presumptuous, Wang Lingyue remarked, zipping up her Hermes bag and adopting a curious demeanor as she winked at Meng Yu. She was genuinely intrigued by this question. Meng Yu had consistently impressed her with his nonchalant demeanor, making it difficult to discern any emotional shifts on his face. Even when she took the initiative to donate 100 yuan in his name to the Feng County government for railway construction, Meng Yu's smile remained effortlessly serene. For him, it seemed that whether he donated 1,000 yuan or 100, as long as the money was spent in the right place, it made no difference. Furthermore, he exuded none of the ostentatiousness typically associated with nouveau riche individuals. He was the type of man who truly grasped the essence of wealth, ensnaring Wang Lingyue, the bank president, further into his allure with each interaction. Even though she was acutely aware that she and Meng Yu hail from entirely different worlds, rendering their chances of togetherness minuscule, a woman in love often loses her capacity for rational thought about the future. As long as she perceived a glimmer of hope, she would pursue it relentlessly, akin to the palace maids of ancient times who harbored ambitions of winning the emperor's favor and ascending to the rank of consort. However, Wang Lingyue was also cognizant of her own advantages. With a background in dance, her figure was impeccable, and her flexibility remarkable. Moreover, she possessed a rare innate charm. Although her abilities fell short in comparison to Murong Qianyu, she was not devoid of qualifications to vie for affection. After all, there is an old saying, a woman's lack of talent is her virtue. Although this statement may appear somewhat trite, it inadvertently highlights a subtle truth. For formidable men, a woman's exceptional capabilities in a partner may not always be the most prudent choice. After all, familial resources are finite. A dynamic of support and output undoubtedly proves more advantageous than two output-centric individuals. In this context, Wang Lingyue willingly embraces the role of Mr. Meng's virtuous assistant, a small aide trailing behind the illustrious Meng. With this thought, Wang Lingyue felt a renewed sense of purpose. Mr. Meng, it seems, embodies a peculiar contradiction. While he possesses unfathomable wealth, he appears to transcend the material allure of money, rendering him an enigmatic individual. His perspective on finances is notably indifferent, a fact Wang Lingyue firmly believes, leading her to conclude that he requires a meticulous steward for his accounts rather than an ambitious businesswoman. This can be observed in Mr. Meng's casual treatment of his treasury, a nonchalance that ordinary affluent individuals could scarcely feign. Before encountering Meng Yu, Wang Lingyue found it difficult to fathom a man who could dismiss a dime, a dollar, or even a 5 or 10 yuan note with such careless abandon. It seemed only a 100 yuan bill could compel Mr. Meng to regard it with any seriousness. Yet, his demeanor was far from that of other wealthy individuals who treat their fortunes as sacred. He truly is a puzzling man. However, Wang Lingyue's reverie was interrupted by Meng Yu's words. This bracelet? There's nothing to conceal. It holds little monetary value, merely a family heirloom of the Meng clan. My great-grandfather gifted it to my great-grandmother, and after my great-grandmother bore my grandfather, she passed the bracelet to him upon reaching adulthood. My grandfather then bestowed it upon my grandmother, who later passed it to my father after his birth. When my father fell in love with my mother, he gifted it to her. It was only when I was accepted into university that my mother entrusted it to me. While others may see it as worthless trinket, for me, it is an irreplaceable treasure. It may sound convoluted, but as a scion of a distinguished family, you should grasp the significance of such heirlooms. Meng Yu smiled serenely, his fingers caressing the jade bracelet as one would a beloved partner. Such is the nature of humanity. When wealth reaches a certain zenith, attachments to objects that cannot be purchased with money often evoke profound emotions. Wang Lingyuan nodded gently, gazing at the bracelet in Meng Yu's hand, her eyes shimmering with longing. According to Meng Yu, this bracelet is not merely a treasured artifact of the Meng family, but also a token of affection exchanged between generations of family heads and their spouses, far surpassing the worth of any eternally coveted diamond. It is likely that a diamond, no matter its carat weight, would seem inconsequential in Meng Yu's eyes, especially considering he remains unfazed by a staggering 63 trillion yuan. As for the bracelet's intrinsic value, it is trivial. Even if it were merely a piece of glass passed down through generations, its commemorative significance would remain profound, symbolizing familial heritage and embodying sacred meaning. Naturally, Mr. Meng would never consider auctioning it off, as it is intended to be preserved for his future wife, ensuring the continued legacy of the jade bracelet. Undoubtedly, Wang Lingyue harbors a deep desire for this bracelet. If given the chance, she would willingly exchange all her accumulated jewelry for this ordinary old jade piece. However, she is self-aware enough to recognize the impossibility of such a trade and refrains from expressing her longing. Understanding its familial significance, she mused on the love stories it had witnessed, pondering which fortunate woman in the future might have the privilege of wearing it. The thought alone filled her with envy. Wang Lingyue was unreserved in her admiration, leaning slightly closer to Meng Yu, her affection evident in her gaze. Ding! The system detected a substantial increase in Wang Lingyue's affection for Meng Yu, currently at 50,100, and awarded the host 1,000 yuan. Over half. That's quite satisfactory. The system rewarded an additional 1,000 yuan? What a delight. Meng Yu felt reasonably pleased with Wang Lingyue's affections. After all, she is the president of a prominent bank in Nanhang, a far cry from the infatuated Bai Mingyin. Unlike the latter, this powerful woman, accustomed to international circles, would not easily surrender her heart to a man, even one as illustrious as Meng Yu. The charade of pretending to be his girlfriend was nearing its conclusion. Meng Yu had no intention of rushing into a new relationship. Moreover, should Meng Yu find himself in a relationship while engaging intimately with another woman, he would be labeled a cad, something utterly reprehensible. Conversely, if he remains single, every unattached individual possesses the right to pursue happiness, though Meng Yu's struggle with decision-making complicates matters. He has never taken the initiative to court women. Reflecting on their interactions, he realized that Wang Lingyue had always approached him first. As a good man, one must remember the 9-word mantra: do not initiate, do not reject, do not remember. Thus, he left the women with no ammunition to strike. Chapter 71, A Thin Summer Country Bank Book. The two engaged in light conversation in Meng Yu's room. Noticing Wang Lingyue's increasingly forthright remarks, he chuckled softly. President Wang, I believe you may have forgotten. I was just recently jilted by my ex-girlfriend and am currently not considering embarking on a new relationship. Wang Lingyue pouted, her enchanting eyes tinged with melancholy. Will you not reconsider? I graduated from the dance department, and my physique is quite supple. To squander such a rare opportunity for solitude feels utterly regretful. As for Meng Yu's previous girlfriend, Wang Lingyue had heard Murong Qinyu mention her, a materialistic woman from an ordinary family, who, upon abandoning Mr. Meng for a boy from the Qin family, faced Meng Yu's wrath. Rumor has it she now finds herself unemployed and estranged from her friends, her future looking rather bleak. We can discuss it later, Meng Yu replied casually, checking the time on his phone. It's getting late, and my father will be returning soon. Thank you for your assistance in pretending to be my girlfriend, President Wang. You may return to the star-rated hotel now. Ensure the county arranges for your protection. Furthermore, I will cover all expenses incurred during your visit to Feng County. Do not feel obliged to limit yourself. Wang Lingyue was left utterly perplexed. How could such a stunning beauty, whose figure eclipsed even the most celebrated international supermodels, be so thoroughly rejected? And to be sent to a star-rated hotel? Was this even reasonable? Having always been the center of admiration, Wang Lingyue began to question her allure for the first time. Was it that she was no longer beautiful enough, or perhaps Mr. Meng's standards were simply too high? Wang Lingyue felt the latter was more likely, for she had never neglected the upkeep of her beauty and physique. If given the opportunity, Wang Lingyue truly yearned to perform an enchanting bed dance exclusively for Meng Yu, unveiling her genuine allure in a bid to captivate Mr. Meng's heart. However, such a chance could only be granted by Meng Yu himself. Mr. Meng, your kindness overwhelms me. It is my utmost honor to play the role of your girlfriend. This cherished memory will eternally reside in the depths of my soul. I am grateful for your generosity, and now I shall take my leave. With a heavy heart, she let out a soft sigh. Deep down, Wang Lingwei understood that aspiring to become Meng Yu's true wife after merely 2 days of acquaintance was nothing short of a fanciful dream. The mere experience of being Meng Yu's girlfriend, if only for a fleeting moment, sufficed to satisfy her heart's desire. As she calmly opened the door to depart, Meng Yu nodded slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction with Wang Lingyue's display of deference. She understood the subtleties of social grace and the nuances of gain and loss. Engaging in conversation with a wise woman who comprehends the ebb and flow of circumstances is indeed a delightful experience. Of course, Wang Lingyue emerged from this encounter unscathed, having merely pretended to be Meng Yu's girlfriend while securing a substantial deposit of 300 yuan from him. In terms of Nan dollars, that equates to a staggering 63 billion Nan, even though the Nanhang Bank would eventually need to transfer it to the central bank. The enhancement for Nanhang Bank was immense, signifying that they need not worry about savings, but rather focus on lending, thereby generating a continuous stream of profit. It is not an exaggeration to say that if Meng Yu publicly announced his intention to deposit 300 yuan in the bank, countless women from the banking sector would line up to be chosen as his girlfriend, let alone a mistress. Such is the enchanting power of wealth in the banking world. Naturally, Meng Yu's standards for potential partners had also become discerning. He found little interest in conversing with women whose looks fell below a score of 90. Upon the mention of women, Meng Yu casually opened his WeChat. To his surprise, within a short span of time, he was greeted with hundreds of messages, with Meng Yu accounting for a substantial portion. To make matters worse, they were all filled with pretentious drivel. Had this infatuated admirer lost her mind? Where had she learned such a barrage of cheesy pickup lines? Meng Yu could hardly be bothered to respond. Additionally, there were several concerned messages from Yu, subtly revealing her deep longing for Meng Yu. For this individual, whose affection level stood at an impressive 80 out of 100, Meng Yu felt compelled to respond thoughtfully to each of her messages. After all, with such a high level of affection, her loyalty to him was unwavering, leaving him devoid of any reason for concern, and thus, he chose to treat her sincerely. Then came some complaints from his beautiful colleague, Su Lingyun, lamenting how her father had taken her back to their hometown, expressing nostalgia for their days working together. There were also tentative advances from Wei Yulan. The remaining messages were a hodgepodge of miscellaneous content that Meng Yu glanced at before dismissing. He tucked away his phone, locked the door, and swiftly lifted the bed, prying open a section of the wooden floor to retrieve a square wooden box. The reason Meng Yu had sent Wang Lingwei away was also to protect this hidden stash. The contents within were of a remarkable nature, and given Wang Lingyue's current affection level, 50 out of 100, she was not yet worthy of such knowledge. While Yu was nearly at the threshold, as he opened the lid of the square box, he discovered a slender bankbook from the Summer Kingdom, unchanged in size, but now adorned with a layer of black and gold. The lower section bore the emblem and full name of the central bank in both Chinese and English, while the center featured an exquisite 5-clawed golden dragon, exuding an aura of understated luxury. Meng Yu recognized that this was a consequence of the devaluation of currency, just like how ordinary paper money transformed into exquisite vault notes. Within this bankbook lay the savings meticulously accumulated by his parents since his birth, a total of 200,000 yuan. Owing to Meng Yu's filial piety and maturity, this sum had been entrusted to him during his sophomore year, and he had never squandered a single cent. Upon receiving the substantial amount, he promptly deposited it into the more secure Summer Kingdom Bank, locking it in a 3-year term. And now, the time for thawing was approaching. Reaching for the bankbook, Meng Yu opened it to behold the glaring golden figure, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. 200,000 yuan. It was indeed 200,000 yuan. In terms of Nan dollars, that equates to a monumental 2 trillion. To put it into perspective, the lighthouse nation, as the world's foremost superpower, had a fiscal revenue of merely around 4 billion Nan dollars in 2019. This sum represented the entirety of the lighthouse nation's government revenue for 4 years. How astonishingly terrifying. Should this sum flow into the financial markets of Sakura Nation, it would be akin to a bullet exploding in an island factory, causing chaos among the Japanese. After confirming the figure of 200,000 and its unit, Meng Yu tucked the bankbook into his pocket, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips. With such a fortune, he could contemplate grander aspirations. Thoughts of the 7 continents and 4 oceans, of geopolitical maneuvering. After all, establishing a name for oneself, bringing glory to one's ancestors, and leaving an indelible mark in history sounded exceedingly appealing. However, he understood that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Meng Yu would not be overly ambitious. He needed to acclimate to his new identity before considering long-term matters. This 200,000 yuan savings served as a formidable bullet of deterrence, granting him greater confidence in confronting any eventuality. Just like how our summer kingdom enjoys the pride of being a formidable nation. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Chapter 72. Blame the ineptitude of this father. Hearing the knocking sound, Meng Yu felt a flicker of surprise. Was his father back? From outside, his father's low voice responded with a murmur. He had actually returned some time ago. Upon ascending the stairs, he had fortuitously encountered the dejected Wang Lingyue. Later, after overhearing Meng Yu mention the topic of Meng Yu's girlfriend, he deduced that the beautiful and fashionable young lady who had departed with disappointment must be Meng Yu's girlfriend. Having resided in this building for over a decade, Meng's father was well acquainted with the residents and their names. Hence, upon hearing Meng Yu's description of a celestial beauty descending to earth, he could think of no one else but the woman he had encountered on the stairs. Considering that Meng Yu had locked himself away after her departure, Meng's father felt a slight heaviness in his heart. It appeared that the young woman hailed from a prominent family in the city and looked down upon their humble abode. Surely, their parting moments were filled with disappointment. Otherwise, why would Wang Lingyue, Meng Yu's girlfriend, leave with such a forlorn expression, politely declining Meng Yu's invitation to stay for dinner, claiming she would surely return another time? Moreover, after Wang Lingyue left, Meng Yu had also locked himself away, appearing as though he wished to wallow in solitude after a breakup. Meng's father believed he had pieced together the answer, taking a deep drag from his cheap cigarette and exhaling a heavy cloud of smoke. It was all his fault as a father. That city girl evidently harbored feelings for his son, Meng Yu. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come home to meet the parents. If only she hadn't seen their family's mundane living conditions, still using a bulky old television, she might have chosen to build a life with his son, especially since Meng Yu was far more handsome than he had been at that age. The sound of the large bed shifting echoed through the room, swiftly followed by the opening of the door. Meng Yu and his father were reunited once again, less than a month after their last encounter. It was evident that Meng Fu was indeed Meng Yu's biological father. The two shared many physical resemblances, both possessing striking brows and starry eyes, a prominent nose, and well-defined facial contours. It could be said that Meng Fu, even at his age, was a handsome man. He often attracted the attention of women while strolling down the street. Moreover, Meng Yu, surpassing his father, was equally, if not more, handsome. Observing the troubled expression on his father's face and the half-burnt cigarette between his fingers, Meng Yu understood that his father seldom smoked unless faced with insurmountable challenges. For instance, when Meng Yu's grandfather passed away from leukemia, Meng Fu resorted to smoking 2 packs of 5 yuan cigarettes a day, overwhelmed by despair. At that time, Meng Yu was still in primary school, too young to grasp the grim reality of poverty and illness, merely mourning the loss of his grandfather. It wasn't until he watched the film Dying to Survive that he comprehended the harshness of reality. This understanding was the driving force behind his willingness to offer Wei Yulan 500 million nanyuan, believing that if her medicine was as effective and affordable as she claimed, he would support her in producing targeted therapies for leukemia, even if it meant opposing pharmaceutical companies in the Western world. Money, while precious, paled in comparison to human life. After all, was he truly in need of money? Dad, have you encountered some difficulties? Please share them with me. Meng Yu's expression grew serious. When his grandfather succumbed to his illness, he was too young to alleviate the burden of reality from his father. Now, with his wealth surpassing that of the world's richest, and armed with a powerful system, he was confident there was no problem he could not solve. Even if his father expressed interest in the stars above, Meng Yu would find a way to procure a large meteorite for their home. There was no other reason for this. It was simply because he was his father, who had diligently saved up 20,000 in dowry for him. Meng Fu shook his head silently. In his eyes, Meng Yu would always remain a child. After enduring the heartache of a breakup with his girlfriend, Meng Yu's ability to maintain a brave facade was commendable. He did not wish to burden his son with feelings of guilt. If only he had the means to elevate his son to the status of a wealthy heir. Then Meng Yu's remarkable qualities would surely prevent him from being scorned into a breakup. The thought of Meng Yu voluntarily letting Wang Lingyue go was one he did not dare entertain. Finding a wife from a prominent family in the city was already a blessing for the Meng family. Meng Fu did not believe Meng Yu had the luxury of choosing or holding out for the best. A few minutes later, Meng Yu had prepared a sumptuous meal, and the three sat closely together. Little rascal, why didn't T. Lingyue stay for dinner? Did you upset her? She seemed a bit down when she left, Meng Yu inquired. Disregarding Meng Fu's disapproving glare, Meng Yu's hand holding the chopsticks froze momentarily. Ah, is this a case of mom turning into Sherlock Holmes? When did you become so perceptive? However, Meng Yu knew he could not confess. Otherwise, explaining the situation would become too complicated. The matter of why Wang Lingyue, the president of Nanhang Bank, was willing to consider him as a temporary partner was far-reaching and not easily explained. Moreover, he couldn't dare reveal to his parents the truth of his immense wealth, as it would either shock them into unconsciousness or land him in a psychiatric hospital for early treatment. As their only child, he understood his parents' temperament all too well. Hence the necessity of a benevolent lie. Absolutely not. She's a refined lady from the city, beautiful and graceful. How could I ever send her away? Meng Yu protested vehemently. Meng Yu placed a large chicken leg onto his plate. Well, it's just that city girls look down on our family. But that's all right. Out with the old, in with the new. You've made something of yourself now. So next time, I'll take you to see Aunt Shun. Her daughter has blossomed beautifully. Meng Yu elongated his tone, feeling a bit exasperated. He had just managed to escape the torment of blind dates and now was being thrust into visits with Aunt Shun and Aunt Lu. Was this to be his eternal fate? Resolving to assert a modicum of his newfound prowess, Meng Yu declared, "Actually, I was recently selling properties at Ludi Group, the global Fortune 500 company I mentioned last time I was home. Not long ago, I caught the attention of Boss Moreau, who purchased several shops and an entire apartment building from me. I've made a substantial profit. Moreover, Boss Moreau wants to collaborate on a project with me. I'm currently at the peak of my career, so I believe matters of marriage can wait. After all, I've only just graduated from university." Meng Yu's desperation to survive was palpable. Meng Yu was momentarily taken aback. She seemed to recall Meng Yu mentioning something about it on WeChat. Indeed, it seemed plausible, considering he was now clad in what was rumored to be an Armani outfit. "Xiaoyu, how much did you earn selling those properties? Did it get transferred to your account? I've heard city bosses can be quite cunning, often offering shares instead of real wages," she expressed, her delight tinged with concern. Naturally, a mother would feel joy at her son's success, but she also worried about him being misled by the likes of Boss Murong and wasting his youth. Chapter 73. Our child has truly succeeded. Could Boss Murong be trying to deceive him? Unthinkable. Boss Murong was certified by the system with a 80 to 100 favorability rating. Even under duress, she would not lead Meng Yu astray. Besides, she was the true owner of the Murong family business. However, disregarding the wisdom of elders often leads to immediate repercussions. Meng Yu felt that once the project product was confirmed, he would request Boss Murong to transfer 51 of the shares to him, while also testing whether the system's favorability rating was indeed accurate. Would a partner with a favorability rating of 80 to 100 truly remain unconditionally devoted to him, like a fervent believer? Meng Yu harbored a flicker of doubt. "Mom, you worry too much. Boss Murong is a genuine entrepreneur, hailing from a prestigious family in Nanhang, not some nouveau riche relying on dubious means. Besides, she didn't give me a single penny as a settling-in fee." Meng Yu revealed his trump card. Upon hearing this, Meng Fu and Meng Mu dropped their chopsticks in disbelief. A single penny as a settling-in fee? That amounted to a staggering 10 million nan yuan. The couple had worked diligently for most of their lives without amassing such wealth. This distinguished boss was actually courting their son? While Meng Fu and Meng Mu had always believed their son Meng Yu to be exceptionally capable, they never imagined he was worthy of such an offer from a prominent figure. The revelation was utterly astonishing. At this moment, Meng's father became unexpectedly calm. The Murong Group in Nanhang City had been mentioned by an old classmate, and it truly was a Fortune 500 enterprise, deeply rooted in Nanhang City, encompassing a wide array of industries and wielding an astonishing influence. If that esteemed boss indeed hailed from the Murong family, such grand gestures would not be out of the ordinary. Meng's mother was utterly convinced by her husband's words. She turned her gaze toward Meng Yu with concern. "My dear son, though you have encountered such a powerful benefactor from a prominent group, you must remain humble and diligent in your work." Meng Yu felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing this. Work? It was utterly impossible for him to labor in any capacity. He seemed not to have even laid eyes on a company employee. He had merely invested over 100 yuan and was blissfully enjoying the role of a hands-off manager, secure in the knowledge that Murong Qianyu was exceptionally trustworthy and remarkably capable. Sensing the lingering doubts of his parents, Meng Yu decisively pulled a 1-cent bill from his pocket and slapped it onto the table. "Dad, Mom, the city schemes are not as numerous as you think. Look, isn't this my treasury note? Surely, there can be no counterfeit treasury notes." The older generation often found it difficult to feel secure without seeing cash in hand. The solitary 1-cent bill he had set aside was from the Yumi Xiang restaurant visit. Since they could not provide change, he had casually pocketed it, regarding it as little more than a trivial piece of paper. After all, as the host, he was immune to the effects of the system's devaluation box, making it difficult for him to hold any reverence for a mere 1-cent note. One must remember, before the world faced a devaluation of 1,000,000,000-fold, who would bother to pick up a 1-cent note, even if it fell in the rain? Meng Yu certainly had no inclination to retrieve it. Upon hearing this, Meng's father and mother turned their eyes toward Meng Yu's right hand. As he lifted his hand from the table, a gleaming 1-cent treasury note emerged before them, identical to what they had seen on television. Indeed, the national financial news had asserted that treasury notes employed the latest anti-counterfeiting technology and even featured a micro-engraved positioning system, effectively eliminating the possibility of counterfeit currency. Meng's father stammered in disbelief. The shock brought by cash and digital currency could not be compared. Mentioning 1 million yuan is one thing, but having a pile of cash before one's eyes? The impact was undeniably incomparable, especially when considering that a 1-cent treasury note represented 10 million yuan. The 1-cent note was the smallest denomination of the treasury notes. In their county, the average family would struggle to accumulate assets exceeding a single cent in their lifetime, let alone possess a 1-cent treasury note. Meng's father felt as though he were dreaming. Honey, pinch me. Surely, this isn't a dream? Our child has brought home a 1-cent treasury note. I wouldn't even dare to imagine this in my dreams. Meng's mother dutifully pinched his arm, then did the same to her own, wincing in pain, yet tears of joy soon welled up in her eyes. Dear husband, it's real. Our child has truly made something of himself. Just less than a year after graduating from university, he has encountered a benefactor and earned 10 million yuan. This must be the blessing of the Bodhisattva. I must take our son to Fenghuang Mountain to express our gratitude. Meng's mother was so excited that her words became jumbled. Even Meng's father, who had always dismissed the notion of praying to deities as superstition, offered no objections this time. The idea of divine blessing? Meng Yu shook his head internally. What did a mere 1-cent note signify for him? Why such astonishment? Even among the more than 100 yuan he carried, it was merely the least valuable treasury note, a far cry from the 100 yuan note, which was worth an astounding 10,000 times more. Yet, it had left Meng's parents utterly flabbergasted, to the point where they seemed on the verge of fainting from joy. Meng Yu found it hard to imagine what would happen if he were to reveal the full extent of his wealth to them, let alone mentioning his several tens of thousands in savings and a bank booklet containing 200,000 yuan. If he were to speak the truth, it would likely transform a joyous occasion into a calamity, possibly even provoking a heart attack in his father, a fate he would deeply regret. Thankfully, Meng Yu had wisely chosen to present only a 1-cent note. Reflecting on this, he silently congratulated himself. As for praying to deities, that was utterly nonsensical. He already possessed an all-powerful system. Why would he need to revere gods and spirits? It was entirely inconceivable. Mom, as for the matter of expressing gratitude, I shall not partake. Meng Yu smiled gently. I return mainly to bring you both to enjoy life in Nanhang City, where the amenities are far more comprehensive. Filial piety comes first. Now that Meng Yu had acquired wealth surpassing that of the world's richest, repaying his parents was his foremost duty. The notions of benefiting his hometown or society, or indulging in luxury cars and villas, would have to wait. Moreover, his decision to arrange a small shop and apartment for his parents was not due to a lack of funds. After all, renting a small shop or purchasing an entire commercial street was merely a matter of numbers to him, without any distinction. However, witnessing his parents' astonishment at the 1-cent note truly highlighted the challenge of having middle-aged parents accept their son's ascension to wealth without flinching. As for Meng Yu's meticulous care toward his parents, he deemed it entirely worthwhile. The hearts of parents everywhere are filled with love. Do not forget, Meng's parents had scrimped and saved to provide 200,000 yuan for his bride price, refusing to even take the bus. Thus, it was hardly excessive for Meng Yu, now enjoying success, to exhibit a touch of filial piety. Chapter 74. You are now a person of status and importance. Meng Yu rose from his chair and bent down to pick up the chopsticks that had fallen to the floor. Meng's mother, clearly still in shock from the 1-cent note, stammered, Son, you are now a person of stature who has earned 10 million. Let your mother handle the washing of chopsticks. Indeed, in Feng County, where they lived, ordinary workers like Meng's mother earned merely 2,000 yuan monthly. For Meng Yu to amass 10 million yuan and produce cash was a remarkable feat in her eyes. However, Meng Yu merely smiled calmly. Mom, even if I have become the world's richest, I am still your only son, born of your 10 months' labor. Why must you be so polite about washing chopsticks? With that, he carried the dirty chopsticks into the kitchen. Meng's mother and father exchanged glances, tears streaming down their faces. Their son, he truly lived up to the love and care they had bestowed upon him. By the time Meng Yu returned to the table after washing the chopsticks, his parents had dried their tears. Meng's mother gazed at him with kindness and reminded him, Son, if you deposit that 1 cent in the bank, the interest will accumulate over the year, won't it? You should save it up early. She had suddenly thought of this. Just yesterday, she had overheard a neighbor boasting about her eldest son, who had been promoted to vice president at his company, earning a yearly salary of a full million. As his eldest son returned home on leave to visit family, the respect shown by the bank manager at the local branch was palpable. And it seemed there was even room for negotiation on the interest rates. His son, by now, should also be capable of such discussions, shouldn't he? Well, a staff member from the bank mentioned something about a 10% annual interest rate. Meng Yu replied casually. He dared not disclose to his parents that the so-called city woman was the vice president of the bank who had previously discussed deposits with him, fearing it might cause his elderly parents undue distress. 10%. That is indeed substantial. The money we have deposited in the Xiaogua Bank for a 5-year term barely yields 5%, Meng's mother chattered on. You must deposit it in the bank quickly. Every day you delay incurs a loss. Although he had now found a benefactor and had some money at hand, if he wished to purchase a home in the big city and marry a city girl, financial resources were still of utmost importance. Meng's father took a deep drag from his cigarette. Xiaoyu, your mother and I have discussed it. We have grown accustomed to living in Feng County. We won't move to Nanhang and complicate your life. After all, we are getting older and the cost of living in a big city is high. We wouldn't find any good jobs there. This was indeed the truth. The large city was not particularly welcoming to older migrant workers. While Meng's father claimed he had grown accustomed to living in Feng County, he was primarily concerned about becoming a burden to his son in Nanhang. Meng Yu, despite his filial piety, might not mind this responsibility, but what about his future wife? His father's concerns were grounded in reality. Moreover, he could not accept the thought of moving to the city only to be unable to find work and merely survive on handouts. Mom, why don't you keep this money for now? You can help me deposit it to prevent me from spending it frivolously, Meng Yu said, pushing the small denomination bill toward his mother. He then turned to his father with a smile. Dad, you needn't worry. Our boss is quite sincere. Not only did he provide a generous relocation allowance, but after inquiring about my family situation, he arranged for me a shop and an apartment. Mom and Dad, think about it. If I live alone in the big city, busy with work, I will inevitably need to hire a cleaning lady to maintain the apartment. And that can be quite costly. Besides, I am considering transforming the shop into a restaurant. With your culinary skills, settling down in the city will be a breeze. Meng Yu earnestly fabricated. In truth, he was the owner of the entire apartment building and the commercial street, but he understood his father well. If he were to reveal this, his father might become overly excited, which would not bode well for his health. Indeed, having a son as accomplished as he was brought its own set of troubles. He could scarcely speak the truth without restraint. The older couple exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting hesitation. There was merit to what their son said. Hiring a maid in the city reportedly cost thousands per month, which constituted a significant expense. Furthermore, with their son having secured a large apartment, their relocation would not drastically increase costs, and they could assist in caring for future grandchildren. That is quite an amount, son. You are quite capable now, but your mother is becoming forgetful and susceptible to deception. In these times, people can be quite cunning in their words. You are more worldly. It would be safer for you to keep the money. Meng's mother resolutely pushed the bill back to him. Moreover, there was an unspoken layer to her refusal. She was aware that in Meng Yu's future projects with his boss, various social expenses would arise, with some drinks costing exorbitant amounts, potentially in the hundreds of thousands. Therefore, she firmly believed he could not accept the money, for a man engaged in projects must always have funds available for peace of mind. After some discussion, Meng's parents eventually agreed to the idea of moving to the city. Meng Yu did not press them further, as long as they were nearby. He could provide whatever they needed directly, even enlisting Mu Rong Qianyu, in her capacity as president, to assist if necessary. Regarding housing, Meng Yu intended for them to reside in the Nanhang apartment for a year before arranging a villa for them. The living environment in the Nanhang apartment was quite good. After all, even someone from a prominent family like Bei Ming-yin chose to reside there over her grand villa. That evening, Meng's father, in high spirits after a few drinks, beamed, Son, have you heard about the railway being constructed in our county? Let me tell you. There is a remarkable figure from our county who donated $100 for the railway. This is truly a benefactor for the folks of Feng County. Indeed, son, I heard the villagers organized a grand banquet to express their gratitude at the old square. We should definitely attend tomorrow and thank this great benefactor properly. Meng's mother chimed in, equally jubilant. With the railway, their family would find it much easier to travel back and forth from Nanhang, which was indeed a wonderful development. Meng Yu's expression turned peculiar. Railway construction? Donated $100? These words sounded eerily familiar. Wasn't this merely a small gesture he had instructed Wang Lingyue to undertake for the benefit of his hometown? How had it escalated to a grand banquet? A mere $100. Surely that was excessive. Meng Yu instinctively shook his head, but then recalled this was a world where inflation had devalued currency by 1 billion times, making $100 equivalent to 1 trillion nyan. Suddenly, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, 1 trillion nyan was an astronomical sum. It was entirely understandable that the villagers would revere and thank him for such a staggering donation towards railway construction. Only those who have lived in a remote county can comprehend how vital a high-speed railway is for local residents, not merely for convenience and travel, but also to invigorate the local economy, create more job opportunities, raise average wages, and enhance the overall prosperity of the county. Chapter 75. I heard from an informed friend. A grand banquet? The villagers are exceedingly enthusiastic. Meng Yu pondered for a moment, feeling it was inappropriate. Mom, didn't you say you wanted to express your gratitude tomorrow? Such matters can be delayed. We can go in the afternoon. After all, that great benefactor donated 1 trillion yen for the railway. And our family has also benefited from it. Not only has travel become more convenient, but perhaps the value of this apartment will rise a bit as well. When Meng's mother mentioned that great benefactor, her eyes shimmered with deep reverence. Indeed, that is a remarkable figure who donated 1 trillion yen to benefit our hometown. Such individuals are simply not found on television. I heard he is also a local from Feng County. One wonders what illustrious history this small place has to have produced such a great personage. Meng Yu cleared his throat. It was somewhat embarrassing to hear his own parents refer to him as a great figure. While he felt a twinge of pride, he also felt a sense of guilt. However, he could not allow his parents to attend the grand banquet. If they did, his kind-hearted fabrication would be rendered meaningless. What if his father, overwhelmed with excitement, fainted at the banquet? That would be disastrous. The elderly man's heart health must be taken into account. Though Meng Yu did not plan to let too many villagers know the truth about his identity as Mr. Meng, it was better to be cautious. To be safe, he wished to dissuade his parents from attending the banquet. Mom and Dad, I suspect that someone like him, a great figure, surely would not want to disturb the normal lives of the villagers. After all, once matters are resolved, he prefers to quietly retreat, hiding his accomplishments and reputation. Isn't that the demeanor of today's mysterious benefactor? Is it true that one should do good deeds without seeking recognition, akin to the spirit of lay foam? Indeed, those of true stature often prefer to remain unassuming. Meng's father found some merit in this notion. After all, the esteemed Mr. Meng has not been publicly celebrated within the county, with even his name shrouded in mystery. In such circumstances, the likelihood of Mr. Meng attending the banquet for the masses seems rather slim. Nevertheless, it is said that the president of the Southhang Bank has accompanied the party this time. A captivating young beauty, presumably Mr. Meng's confidant. Indeed, Mr. Meng is fortunate. Meng's mother mused. Upon hearing this, Meng Yu raised an eyebrow. Goodness! If my mother were to attend the banquet, she would surely recognize the so-called president as his wife. What then would be left for me to conceal? Could my parents' fragile hearts endure such a revelation? Mom, I heard from a knowledgeable friend that Mr. Meng prefers the banquet not to disrupt the residents' daily lives. So each household will likely be allowed only one representative. I should go. If fortune smiles upon me, I might even forge a connection with Mr. Meng. Meng Yu promptly conjured a plan and, with deft fingers, sent a message to Wang Lingyue via his mobile device. Although this rule had not been in place before, it now existed. The banquet, while a grassroots initiative by the villagers, fundamentally served to express gratitude to Mr. Meng, and no one would dare contravene the stipulations he set forth. However, playing multiple roles might prove challenging. He must act as the son, embody Mr. Meng, and also step into the shoes of a friend. Meng Yu, concerned for his parents' fragile hearts, found himself more anxious than if he were to purchase an entire commercial street in Longjing. Meng's father naturally believed him. After all, his son had achieved significant success, and his exposure and connections surely surpassed their own. It was not unusual for him to have access to certain insider information. He looked at Meng Yu and solemnly advised, "Son, if you choose to go alone, that is acceptable. I shall accompany your mother to express our gratitude. However, temper your demeanor. That influential figure operates in a realm far removed from ours. Should you offend him, it could spell disaster for you." Without a doubt, Meng's father's concerns were justified. After all, a person who casually donates 1 billion to benefit the village possesses connections and influence beyond imagination. From Meng's father's perspective, Meng Yu merely stumbled upon the benefactor, Boss Morong, thus earning a small fortune. Yet, in comparison to the likes of Mr. Meng, there remained a vast chasm. Indeed, son, you must understand that there are always those greater than oneself, and though Mr. Meng shares our surname and kinship, his status is incomparably elevated. When you encounter him, be sure to exhibit the utmost respect. Do not act impulsively, do you understand? Meng's mother implored earnestly. Meng Yu, bewildered, thought to himself, am I expected to show respect to myself? Should I bow from one hand to the other? He found himself overwhelmed by his parents' relentless flattery, which, while gratifying, was also somewhat unbearable. In truth, he mused, Mr. Meng seems rather ordinary. There is no need for excessive reverence. The sensation of being revered by one's own parents felt exceedingly peculiar. Meng's father, upon hearing this, adopted a stern expression. Xiao Yu, Such remarks may be uttered in private, but never let them escape your lips in public. The villagers hold Mr. Meng in the highest esteem, akin to a living bodhisattva. Do not incite their ire. Indeed, this sentiment accurately reflected the current state of Feng County. Following the news of Mr. Meng's donation for railway repairs, he had become an idol to the entire county. Any outsider daring to speak ill of him would surely face the wrath of the residents, likely finding themselves embroiled in a confrontation that could lead to dire consequences. Even in the courts, where they would likely be deemed to have offended the sentiments of the local populace. Moreover, a monument dedicated to Mr. Meng was already under construction, with workers volunteering their labor without compensation, diligently adhering to the county's plan for round-the-clock work without a single complaint. The banquet for the masses was also a heartfelt initiative by the villagers, who wished to express their sincere gratitude, almost as if they intended to erect a temple in his honor. Speaking of the temple, Meng Yu recalled Wang Lingyue mentioning it, yet he had firmly declined. He felt that his contributions were merely trifling gestures. The notion of a temple seemed excessive, if it weren't for the villagers' unanimous insistence outside the restaurant in the fertile lands. He would have outright refused. As for the temple, that was entirely out of the question. He, Meng Yu, had neither the virtue nor the ability to be compared to ancient sages. Even having repaired the railway did not suffice as merit. He was aware of his limitations. I see, Mr. Meng's stature is indeed formidable. Can one not even jest about him? Meng Yu thought, feeling a headache coming on. I can belittle myself, and yet others take offense? Is this appropriate? It seems to be compelling me to boast about myself. The villagers are excessively fervent in their adoration. Despite this, Meng Yu felt a sense of elation. After all, this was his hometown. To be cherished collectively by the villagers in his native land was an indescribable comfort. Child, do not be obstinate. Heed your mother's advice. Do not oppose public sentiment. Is it so difficult to speak a few kind words about Mr. Meng? Meng's mother gently urged. Meng Yu rolled his eyes. Ah, since you have said as much, I cannot feign modesty any longer. Listening to my mother is always wise. In fact, I think Mr. Meng is quite impressive and remarkably handsome, a man who daily bows before his reflection. He declared without a hint of embarrassment. Isn't this merely self-praise? Is it so surprising? Precisely. I hear Mr. Meng is indeed extraordinarily handsome. Otherwise, that charming young president wouldn't be so eager to accompany him to this little place, Meng's mother concurred. Chapter 76. Did you truly perceive this? Son, do not be disheartened. Though we may never reach Mr. Meng's heights, striving to become the second in Feng County is still commendable, Meng's father reassured him. Upon hearing this, Meng Yu's lips twitched. Surpassing him is not merely difficult. It is akin to scaling the heavens. As if I could ever surpass myself. This is akin to a strong man attempting to lift himself by the collar. It defies the laws of physics. Meng Yu felt utterly exasperated. After this exchange, he felt increasingly reluctant to confide in his father, sensing the latter's reverence for Mr. Meng. He feared his father might not be able to handle the shocking truth that the revered Mr. Meng was, in fact, his own son. Considering his father's heart condition, which required annual medication, it was perhaps best that Xiao Yu attended the banquet. After all, the beautiful president was likely to make an appearance. Perhaps in meeting her, he would forget about Lingyue. Xiao Yu, stop pretending. I have watched you grow. Do you truly think I cannot see? Lingyue is actually your girlfriend, isn't she? Meng's mother suddenly remarked. This revelation genuinely startled Meng Yu. Could it be that his mother had been hiding her wisdom all along, feigning ignorance for years? Was she truly a mother of great insight masquerading as a fool? While she remained silent, she had understood everything in her heart. Yet, the story continued. Meng Mu's subsequent remarks elicited a bitter smile from Meng Yu, confirming that he had indeed overthought the matter. He observed a hint of smugness on his mother's face as she chided. My dear child, your gaze towards those young ladies is clearly misguided. If you were to have such a stunning girlfriend, wouldn't your tail be soaring high in the sky by now? Moreover, with your stubborn temperament, even if you were utterly fatigued, you would never allow your woman to carry anything, let alone something your mother could easily manage. For you, even if she were to carry everything, it would be a trivial endeavor. Meng Yu found himself at a loss for words. Once, he had devoted himself wholeheartedly to his ex-girlfriend, cherishing her like a priceless treasure, only to be forsaken. Now, he had long since come to terms with it. He would never extend even a modicum of affection towards any woman whose favorability was below 80 to 100. After all, he was now the wealthiest man in the world, free from the concerns of lacking a partner. His current erratic lifestyle, however, meant that if he were to have a fixed residence, the number of women vying for his attention could easily form a battalion of beautiful maidens. As for the matter of housing, Meng Yu truly did not place much importance on it. With his current fortune, acquiring a standalone villa would hardly be a challenge. He would feel unsatisfied unless he secured a palace in the city. Yet, in recent days, He had been preoccupied with bringing his parents back to the city to enjoy a comfortable life. Matters concerning residence could be postponed. There were no significant issues there. Mother, you are truly remarkable to have perceived this. He clapped. In truth, Wang Lingyue is merely a colleague from my new company. She hails from a prominent family in the city. Why would she ever look my way? He was genuinely concerned that Meng Yu might mistakenly regard Wang Lingyue as a potential daughter-in-law, thus intruding upon his private life. Since Meng Yu had already sensed something amiss, Meng Yu decided to ride the wave of this misunderstanding. Wang Lingyue? Pray tell, who truly looks down upon whom? She is the one lying flat on the bed, after all. How can she bear such an unjust blame? Fortunately, Wang Lingyue was currently preoccupied with managing a banquet for the county officials, blissfully unaware of the inexplicable burden being placed upon her. Even if she were present, she would have to silently endure it with tears in her eyes, ensuring she held her composure. After all, Mr. Meng was her most significant client. A key player in the fate of Nanhang Bank, she dared not defy his will. In fact, if Mr. Meng were to demand her demise, she would likely consider it. Of course, Meng Yu would never entertain such notions. Wang Lingyue had consistently performed well, and while she may not be suitable as a partner, she would undoubtedly excel as a trusted subordinate. Xiao Yu, let go of the past. There are plenty of beautiful girls in the county. Remember that stunning girl from your middle school? She used to come to me often for news. Unfortunately, her family is rather impoverished, and being an only child, I had refrained from mentioning her to you during your university years, fearing it might distract you from your studies. Please don't think poorly of me for favoring the wealthy. If you were to marry a poor wife, the burden of life would be heavy. As someone who has been through it, I simply do not wish for you to face excessive financial pressure. However, now that you have succeeded and earned substantial wealth, the family background of your partner is of little consequence. If you find the time, do visit that girl. If you can lend a helping hand, you should. As she was once deeply infatuated with you, Meng Yu continued her gentle admonitions. A middle school classmate from a poor background? And remarkably beautiful too. A delicate, timid figure materialized in Meng Yu's mind, akin to a fragile white flower bravely flourishing amidst a tempest. Could it be her? How has Tang Tang been faring? It has been over 7 years since I last saw her. I suppose it is my fault. Ever since I started dating in high school, I avoided interactions with females to prevent misunderstandings. Meng Yu felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. During their middle school years, despite his average academic performance, he had gained notoriety for his fighting prowess. Whenever he witnessed female classmates being verbally harassed by local ruffians, he would readily spring into action, delivering a sound thrashing. He had learned military boxing from his father, and dealing with street thugs felt like child's play. Speaking of which, Meng Yu's father had served in the military during his youth before transitioning to a chef. Initially, he aspired to remain a soldier, but Meng Yu was vehemently opposed. And with so many boys wishing to enlist, he ultimately did not pursue it. Alas, the same old story. Nonetheless, Tang Tang was indeed a dutiful child. Having left school after middle school to care for her father, it was truly heart-wrenching how her mother had callously abandoned her and her paralyzed husband to pursue another man. While one could understand the desire for a better life, it was inexcusable to forsake one's own flesh and blood. Meng Yu sighed. If not for the compassion of our fellow townsfolk, who frequently brought food to the Tang household and offered assistance, I fear that Tang Tang and her father would have perished from starvation a decade ago. She has essentially grown up on the kindness of others. Meng Yu nodded slightly. Yes, I shall make time to visit her. If there is any way I can assist, I certainly will. Generally, he would not extend help to impoverished classmates, adhering to the harsh yet pragmatic saying that one should not rescue the poor, but rather help in emergencies. However, Tang Tang's situation was somewhat unique, stirring a sense of compassion within him. Setting aside her past affection for him, she had once secretly slipped several love letters into his backpack, and he recalled her youthful beauty with certainty. For a woman of her caliber, offering a little assistance hardly seemed excessive. After dinner, Meng Yu washed the dishes, and the three of them squeezed onto the sofa to watch television for a while before retiring for the night. A peaceful silence enveloped the household. Chapter 77, Little One. It's been a while. The following morning, Meng Yu rode his old-fashioned bicycle towards Tang Tang's home. With the banquet scheduled for noon, he found himself with idle time in the morning, making it a perfect opportunity to reconnect with his former middle school classmate. This time, he returned in style. Should his old friend require assistance, he would be inclined to offer a helping hand, recalling their shared camaraderie. Surprisingly, after sitting in luxury cars worth millions over the past few days, riding the old bicycle through the county's narrow lanes provided a refreshing change of pace. However, as he pedaled along, he sensed that the route was amiss. Despite his mother's detailed directions, he found himself somewhat lost. As for navigation apps, Meng Yu had never utilized such technology. Having rarely traveled far and spent decades in Feng County, the thought of needing a map application was preposterous. Nonetheless, Meng Yu remained unperturbed and hailed a passing ant. "Excuse me, could you tell me how to get to Tang Tang's house on Luoshi Road?" The ant turned with a wary expression, but upon seeing Meng Yu's polished Armani attire and hearing his authentic Feng County accent, her guard lowered. Her demeanor softened as she pointed in a direction. "Just follow this road straight ahead. Take the third intersection on the right, then turn left at the large locust tree. A little further, and you will see a small house. You must be one of her old classmates, right?" "Indeed. Thank you for the directions," Meng Yu replied with a gentle smile. His handsome face made the ant's tone friendlier. "I'm on my way to help with the banquet today. Otherwise, I would have accompanied you. Young man, you dress quite well and are rather handsome. Why are you riding an old bicycle? Have you graduated? Where do you work? Is your salary over 10,000? Are you from Feng County? Do you have a partner?" With a barrage of questions, the elderly woman left Meng Yu bewildered. What is this? He had merely stopped to ask for directions. There was no need for such an interrogation. Nonetheless, the kind lady diligently provided him with directions, prompting Meng Yu to respond honestly. "I only have a bicycle, the old model. I have recently graduated and was just dismissed from my position by my supervisor. I am a local from Nanhang and currently, I have no romantic partner." His words were indeed truthful. He had no other vehicle at home. And even the Maserati of Wang Lingyue and the Rolls-Royce of Murong Qinyu did not belong to him in any strict sense. Of course, the funds required to purchase a car were trivial for Meng Yu. However, he believed that owning a car necessitated hiring a driver, preferably a visually appealing female driver who possessed a fundamental level of rapport. After all, the role of a driver was too intimate, allowing for the potential acquisition of sensitive information. He felt uneasy entrusting such matters to a stranger. Thus, his reluctance to buy a car was not due to a lack of funds. Certainly not. He had already invested 1,000 billion in railways. Financial constraints were not the issue. What he truly lacked was a suitable driver. However, with Wang Lingyue serving as a special assistant, she could temporarily fulfill that role. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to acquire a fleet of luxury vehicles for his use. After all, these concerns were of little consequence to him. As for employment and relationships, it was true that he had recently broken up with his girlfriend 3 days prior. Regarding his job at the Green Tide Company, he recalled that he had been unceremoniously dismissed by his supervisor. Naturally, he had dealt with both his ex-girlfriend and supervisor in a fitting manner. Yet Meng Yu had long since moved on, and reflecting on these past events stirred no emotional turmoil within him. The elderly woman shook her head in dismay, lamenting the current generation. What good is being handsome if you lack a stable job? Initially, she had intended to introduce her daughter to him, but now it appeared that this young man was unworthy of her daughter's attention. "You are both from the Meng family, yet look at how capable Mr. Meng is, donating 100 to our Feng County for railway construction, while you're here riding a bicycle. How will you ever find a wife?" She gestured dismissively and walked away, leaving Meng Yu feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Should he be grateful for her praise or refute her criticisms? Nonetheless, he remained silent, continuing his journey on the old bicycle. In this world, many people viewed Meng Yu as nothing more than fleeting fireworks, lingering only for a brief moment in his life. Their words did not penetrate his heart. If he did not remember them, he could not concern himself with notions of right or wrong. Following the route indicated by the woman, he soon arrived at a dilapidated little house. From a distance, he spotted a frail girl with long hair, dressed in worn, faded clothing, rolling up her sleeves to wash clothes at a large basin. The sight tugged at Meng Yu's heartstrings. There would always be families facing hardships in the world, yet the harsh truth remained that most of their voices were barely heard in the vastness of the internet. "Hey there, little one. Long time no see," Meng Yu called out from afar. Tang Tang abruptly stood up, drawn by the familiar yet strange voice. As she turned to face him, her eyes sparkled momentarily, only to dim in an instant. Tears streamed silently down her cheeks, soaking her shirt. Despite the years that had passed, she recognized Meng Yu, but in light of his pristine attire and handsome visage, she felt as though they belonged to entirely different worlds, close yet worlds apart. Meng Yu parked his bicycle casually and approached Tang Tang, squatting beside her. "What's wrong? Are you crying, little one? Did someone bully you? At number 2 high school, I've got your back." Upon hearing the words "I've got your back" at no. 2 high school, a flood of cherished memories surged in Tang Tang's mind, and she could no longer contain her sorrow, tears flowing freely. A notification chimed in Meng Yu's mind. New unit Tang Tang has joined the partner sequence. Another beep followed, detected that the favorability progress for partner Tang Tang has reached 20,100, randomly rewarding the host with 100. A smile tugged at Meng Yu's lips at the thought of receiving 100, equivalent to 1,000 billion. Tang Tang was indeed generous, repaying his heroic rescue from years past with such a gift. Initially, Meng Yu had intended to assist an old classmate by arranging a job and then part ways without a second thought. However, now that Tang Tang had entered the partner sequence, the situation had drastically changed. Setting aside the visualized favorability in the partner series, the mere fact that there were rewards for increased favorability made it seem foolish to leave her in Phone County. After all, no one would turn away from money. And he certainly wouldn't complain about having more. Given that he was now involved in international business, the costs associated with major projects could reach hundreds of millions. Meng Yu looked at Tang Tang with anticipation. He found himself at a crossroads, possessing immense wealth yet lacking a reliable team. This was the perfect opportunity to recruit someone he could trust. As he focused on her system panel, it displayed new name, Tang Tang, sweet, favorability progress, 20100, special, 100 appearance, 95 figure, 70 ability, 90 family background. 5 Meng Yu was taken aback. A special score of 100? Was there truly such a pure and unblemished girl in this world? However, seeing the dismal family background score of 5, he understood. Her poverty likely deterred most boys from pursuing her. Moreover, Tang Tang had always been introverted, often alone and lacking the funds to attend various class gatherings. Without social opportunities, it was naturally difficult for her to meet boys. Coupled with Meng Yu's past act of chivalry, it was no wonder she had harbored feelings for him since their middle school days. Given these factors, her exceptional special score was hardly surprising. As for the stunning girl with a beauty score of 95, one might wonder why no one pursued her. As an old saying in Xia country goes, there are no ugly girls in the world, only those who do not know how to dress. After all, women often adorn themselves for the sake of those they wish to impress. After the departure of her beloved Meng Yu, Tang Tang lost all interest in adorning herself, especially upon hearing that he had found a girlfriend. Were it not for her paralyzed father confined to bed, she might have even contemplated taking vows as a nun. For a reclusive woman, there often lies a stubborn obsession within her heart, and with so few people in her world, each individual holds immense significance. Just like her father. Just like Meng Yu. Tang Tang lifted her sleeve to dry her tears, casting a furtive glance at Meng Yu. After years apart, he seemed even more extraordinary than before, clad in garments that exuded both refinement and wealth. In stark contrast, she remained a destitute woman, and absent unforeseen circumstances, her life would likely continue in a haze of mediocrity. It is not that Tang Tang harbored no ambitions. On the contrary, her personal capabilities were quite commendable. However, being the sole caretaker of her father, she grappled with the dilemma of pursuing opportunities in the bustling cities while considering her father's fragile state. To afford her father's medical treatment would necessitate a substantial sum, and earning money required venturing into the metropolis, where opportunities abound for capable individuals. After all, a capability rating of 90 is a formidable concept. Even Murong Qianyu's mother, the esteemed matriarch of the Murong Group and a formidable figure in the Southern Hang business circuit, shares this rating. It is essential to understand that while exceptional talent is not scarce, the presence of a discerning patron is rare. Throughout history, there has been no shortage of unrecognized geniuses. Despite her modest educational background, Tang Tang had never ceased in her pursuit of knowledge. Classics such as The Art of War, Tao Te Ching, and Comprehensive Mirror to Aid in Government had been thoroughly perused during her spare time, their spines worn from her diligent study. Coupled with her remarkable talent and the solitude of her impoverished environment, possessing a capability rating of 90 is not at all surprising. What's the matter? Has our bond grown distant after all these years? If you're going to ignore me, I might as well take my leave, Meng Yu quipped, a hint of wry amusement flickering at the corners of his mouth as he feigned to turn away. Instinctively, Tang Tang grasped the fabric of his shirt, her long-held yearnings spilling forth. Brother, I miss you so much. Please don't go. Stay with me, even if just for a little while. The tender address stirred something deep within Meng Yu. The title of brother was not one Tang Tang used lightly. It stemmed from a small incident in their middle school days. While Meng Yu could not recall the exact year, he remembered being a typical adolescent, momentarily discontent with being an only child, fantasizing about having a sweet, obedient sister. Tang Tang, the vulnerable girl he rescued from a street thug's clutches, naturally became his adopted sister. However, the fervor of youth faded quickly, and Meng Yu soon cast the incident aside, recalling it only with a smile, understanding that few took such impetuous declarations seriously. Yet, while his intentions were fleeting, Tang Tang held that memory close to her heart for 7 long years. For someone as introverted as she, embracing the title of sister was not a mere whim. It was a genuine longing for a protective brother. Of course, she understood that Meng Yu might view it as a jest and would not feel obligated to act upon it. Nevertheless, during his absence, she often dreamt of the day he would return, riding in like a hero to rescue her and her father from their dilapidated existence, much as he had once done. All right, Tang Tang, just for a little while. But you can let go of my shirt now. Meng Yu turned back, looking down at her small hand clutching his garment, a reluctant smile gracing his features. Tang Tang was a nickname he had affectionately called her during their school years, but now it felt somewhat foreign. "I'm so sorry for getting your beautiful clothes dirty," she stammered, flustered, like a child caught in mischief. She had been washing clothes, and her hands were slick with detergent. Meng Yu's attire, clearly expensive, would likely need to be dry cleaned. "It's all right. Why are you hand washing in this cold weather?" Meng Yu frowned, producing a pack of tissues. "The washing machine is broken, and I sent it to Uncle Wang for repairs," Tang Tang explained, her silence betraying her discomfort. Was he expressing disdain for her circumstances? Indeed, they had both grown, now living in different worlds. She should have given up on her fairy tale fantasies long ago. Yet, before she could spiral further into despair, Meng Yu's next action brought tears to her eyes. He gently took a tissue, not to wipe the stains on his clothes, but to tenderly dry her small, chilled hands. "Since you still call me brother, my sister shouldn't he have to endure such hardships? Such beautiful little hands, shouldn't he be washing clothes in this cold weather? From now on, no more hand washing in such frigid temperatures, understood?" He paid no mind to the soiled garment, knowing that with his current wealth as the world's richest man, the cost of a single outfit was trivial. Tang Tang bit her lip, watching Meng Yu's gentle yet commanding demeanor, and she felt as though she had been transported back in time. He was like a beacon of light, cutting through the cold darkness of her existence, imparting warmth and igniting an unquenchable yearning for his kindness and strength. However, just as Meng Yu was tending to her frostbitten hands and Tang Tang's cheeks flushed with warmth, a Porsche sped into the courtyard, two unwelcome guests hastily approaching. "Tang Tang, you foolish girl. Time and again you've spurned President Lu's generous offer. And I thought there couldn't be a woman so foolish in this world. Turns out you have a man on the side." One of the sycophants spat venomously. Chapter 79. He is the class monitor from middle school. Generous offer? A man on the side? The warmth in Meng Yu's gaze turned icy in an instant as he turned to face the speaker, his expression devoid of emotion. "You can eat whatever you like. But be cautious with your words. You might invite calamity upon your master." At a mere glance, Meng Yu recognized the type, a sycophant, the kind that thrived on the power of others. Such individuals were plentiful, and unless necessary. He had no desire to engage in conflict with them. His status as the world's richest man rendered such encounters beneath him. Wow. It seems that even those riding a bicycle now dare to speak to someone driving a Porsche like this? The sycophant jeered. "Tang Tang, you better think carefully. Would you rather sit on a bicycle laughing or cry in a Porsche?" This sycophant, named Li Dong, was the chief lackey of the wealthy heir beside him. However, he is not foolish. He simply lacks a certain sharpness. Before he dared to confront Meng Yu, he had already noticed Meng Yu clad in Armani. Yet he equally observed the dilapidated bicycle, a 2.8 model, parked in the courtyard. The fresh marks on the tires indicated that this worn-out bicycle had undoubtedly been ridden by the young man. A youth riding such a bicycle, much like someone adorned in Armani, could very well be an imitation. "Brother, I have no connection with them. They have merely been harassing me repeatedly. And you should recognize that person, right? He is Lu Hao, our middle school class monitor. His family is quite affluent locally. And it seems Lu Hao is now the general manager of a certain company," Tang Tang hurriedly explained, anxious that Meng Yu might misunderstand her. In her eyes, the status of Meng Yu, who held the title of brother, far surpassed that of a wealthy young man seeking to indulge her by an immeasurable margin. Yet, she harbored some concerns about drawing trouble to Meng Yu. Despite her efforts to downplay her appearance, her innate beauty could not be concealed. Even without makeup and in simple attire, she remained susceptible to the attention of lecherous individuals. "Zhongzi, cease your rudeness. You must be Meng Yu, right? I've long heard of your esteemed name. During the election for class monitor, I was fortunate that you didn't run. Otherwise, with your popularity, I might have had no chance at all," Lu Hao said with a smile, extending his hand. In the instant Meng Yu turned, Lu Hao had already recognized the worth of the Armani suit, likely valued at around 1 million, and it was undoubtedly an authentic high-end custom piece. As a second-generation rich kid driving a Porsche, he possessed a keen eye for such things. Yet, he found it perplexing. How could someone from an ostensibly ordinary background possibly afford a $1 million luxury outfit? Even if rented, it would be no small feat, of course. It was also plausible that Meng Yu's family had recently struck it rich, or perhaps he encountered a benefactor in university. Anything was conceivable. Meng Yu scratched his head, opting not to shake hands. "Elections for class monitor? No recollection. Do you have business here?" He continued. "What else with the class monitor Lu and class monitor Wang? To be honest, unless they are beauties, I really don't remember them." Throughout his life, he had never shown much interest in overt power dynamics. Instead, Meng Yu preferred to be a hands-off manager, enjoying a leisurely life while allowing trusted subordinates to generate income for him. Surely a far more comfortable existence than being hands-on. As long as he held the ultimate authority within the company, that was all that mattered. As for those wishing to shake his hand, they would need to queue up in South Hang City. Indeed, it would be Lu Hao's father who would have to wait. Lu Hao awkwardly withdrew his hand. His original intention was to have the detestable Li Dong play the role of the bad cop, provoking discontent in Meng Yu and Tang Tang, while he would assume the role of the good cop, showcasing his amiable nature as a rich heir. This tactic had proven quite effective in charming girls and gathering followers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought along the troublesome Li Dong. However, to his surprise, both Meng Yu and Tang Tang were unfazed. Meng Yu didn't even bother to shake his hand. Unbelievable. Lu Hao scoffed, no longer pretending to be the gentle gentleman. Meng Yu, I came to visit an old classmate, and also to take Tang Tang to the Wanmin feast. What? Do you intend to interfere with that as well? The Wanmin feast? Tang Tang blinked, her face reflecting curiosity. She had heard her neighbor speak of it, mentioning that a remarkable figure from Feng County had contributed 100 yuan for the construction of a railway, a significant boon for the community. 100 yuan. A full 100 billion yuan. Coming from a poor family, Tang Tang, who relied on odd jobs and government aid to support her bedridden father, found this sum almost unimaginable. If she could obtain even a fraction of that money, her father's illness might be treatable. Logically, as a resident of Feng County, she should attend the Wanmin feast to express gratitude to that illustrious individual, yet she was deeply concerned about her father's well-being. Upon mentioning the Wanmin feast, Lu Hao's expression became animated. Indeed, the Wanmin feast. It is a spontaneous banquet organized by the villagers to express their gratitude to Mr. Meng. While they call it 10,000 people, it is merely a figure of speech. In reality, several thousand residents of Feng County will attend. Therefore, it will be a crowded affair. Securing a good spot to catch a glimpse of the distinguished guest will be exceedingly difficult. Many have already gone to the temple to pray for a fortunate position to hear every word from Mr. Meng. As for me, I have connections at home that can ensure a prime location where I can see the distinguished guest firsthand. And if I were to invite you along, you might have to play the role of my companion. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to approach my family. Lu Hao rambled on. What he said was not without merit. The scale of this Wanmin feast was truly monumental. The number of attendees would likely set a historical precedent for Feng County. However, his last statement clearly revealed his true intention for this visit, to seize the opportunity to get closer to Tang Tang. Once she consented to be his companion, the proximity would naturally facilitate a more intimate interaction, making it easy to take advantage of the situation. As a former middle school classmate, he was well aware of Tang Tang's beauty. With a bit of embellishment, she would transform into a breathtaking beauty. Moreover, Tang Tang's character was immensely appealing to him. The thought of leading such an innocent flower astray filled him with a dark thrill. Meng Yu, upon hearing this, cast a peculiar glance at Lu Hao. If he remembered correctly, the Mr. Meng mentioned by Lu Hao regarding the Wanmin feast was none other than himself. Ah, does Lu Hao wish to meet me? Isn't this wish already fulfilled? Meng Yu remarked, scratching his nose. It felt strange discussing oneself in the third person. Lu Hao's face twitched. He was aware of this fact, but had deliberately concealed it to entice Tang Tang. Little did he expect that Meng Yu would expose him right there, undermining his pretense. Chapter 80. Do you look down upon our family's idol? Meng Yu speaks the truth. I have heard that Mr. Meng had to return to South Hang due to pressing matters. After all, that place has gathered the banking magnates of the world, akin to a pilgrimage. It's truly a grand international affair. However, it has little to do with us mere mortals. Wouldn't you agree, Meng Yu? Lu Hao emphasized the surname Meng with a hint of mockery, insinuating that while Mr. Meng was a globally renowned figure, Meng Yu was merely an inconspicuous individual. Lowering the standards of the Meng name, Meng Yu merely smiled noncommittally. He did not intend to reveal the truth to the villagers just yet. Even if some had learned of it during the recent incident at Yumi restaurant, as long as he did not publicly acknowledge it, no one would believe such absurdities. After all, people tend to believe what they wish to believe. Rumors often sound more plausible than the truth. Consider the historical prevalence of the geocentric theory, for instance. Tang Tang pouted, her sweetheart convinced that her brother was the most formidable person in the world. Even that Mr. Meng, in her eyes, did not surpass her brother. Hearing such a slightly petulant statement brought a smile to her face. Meng Yu chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Tang Tang's hair, momentarily rekindling the once close bond they shared like siblings. To be candid, had it not been for his acquaintance with his ex-girlfriend Wang Li during high school, he would not have distanced himself from Tang Tang. In his naivete, he had once believed Wang Li to be his eternal love, wholeheartedly devoted to her, only to be ultimately vanquished by the allure of wealth. The illustrious Chen Xinxiang effortlessly swept Wang Li away, leaving Meng Yu to grapple with the harsh reality of her resolute breakup declaration. Had it not been for his impulsive acquisition of a system in a fit of rage, he would now be languishing in a rented room, licking his wounds like a forlorn dog. 7 years of genuine affection now seemed like a cruel jest, a testament to misplaced love. Of course, all that was now in the past. That pair of wretched souls had long since received their just desserts. Reflecting on it now, he realized that in his pursuit of Wang Li, he had forsaken the delicate flower that was Tang Tang, and also the perfect woman, Dongfang Diqing. At that time, he must have been utterly blinded by love, his intellect rendered null and void. Lu Hao and Li Dong exchanged glances, bursting into hearty laughter. Him? Huh. You've got to be kidding me. Lu Hao guffawed. Tang classmate, who would have thought you possessed such humor? Mr. Meng is an idol to our entire family. My parents even meticulously copied the inscription on his monument to enshrine in our ancestral hall. To suggest that Meng Yu surpasses Mr. Meng is simply ludicrous. Does Meng Yu even compare to Mr. Meng? That is undoubtedly the most ridiculous jest we have ever heard. Lu Hao continued, incredulous, with Meng Yu's modest means. Even if his family were to suddenly amass wealth, winning a lottery worth 500 million, it would be but a mere trifle in Mr. Meng's eyes. What kind of exalted figure is Mr. Meng? He is a legendary titan of global banking, a revered individual whom even the mightiest institutions seek to honor. It is said that he possesses wealth capable of reshaping the world's balance, capable of weakening a developed nation or propelling a developing country into prosperity in a fleeting moment. Some even assert that he is the most formidable individual in existence, a figure idolized by Lu Hao himself. How dare Meng Yu even think to compare himself to him? It's a global joke, truly. Lu Hao laughed until it hurt. Upon hearing their banter, Meng Yu felt not anger but rather a sense of embarrassment. After all, Lu Hao was an old classmate, and to think their family revered him as a deity was quite disconcerting. Meng Yu felt this was unwarranted. Thus, he gently advised, "Old classmate, Mr. Meng is merely an ordinary person, and I've heard he is quite young. There's no need for such grandiosity, don't you think?" Lu Hao was instantly agitated. "What do you mean by that, Meng Yu? Are you belittling our family's idol? What of his youth? Ambition knows no age. And how can you call him an ordinary person? Can an average person attract the attention of global banking giants? I think your perspective is flawed." In his desperation, Lu Hao lost all semblance of politeness, directly addressing Meng Yu by name. Li Dong chimed in, "You uncultured pauper. Just because you rented an Armani suit doesn't mean you're someone important. I know you're envious of Mr. Meng, and I am too. But at least I possess a modicum of self-awareness, unlike you, who doesn't even know your own worth. Before Mr. Meng, you are nothing." Meng Yu found himself at a loss for words, stifling a laugh. "Ah, that is not necessary," he replied. Yet Lu Hao seemed even more displeased, convinced Meng Yu was targeting him. Consequently, Meng Yu conceded, "To be fair, Mr. Meng is indeed formidable. Even if he is quite young, he certainly deserves the admiration of your family. If it brings you joy, so be it." Meng Yu suppressed his amusement as he finished speaking. Having undergone professional training in sales, he was adept at maintaining a straight face, no matter how amusing the situation. Lu Hao and Li Dong exchanged triumphant glances, smugly convinced that Meng Yu had capitulated. "Meng classmate, consider yourself fortunate. I'll be frank with you, given Mr. Meng's current influence in Feng County. If I were to record your earlier remarks and disseminate them, you can expect retribution from the outraged residents. Indeed, Mr. Meng has donated a substantial sum to aid in the construction of our railway. Even a lowly ruffian such as myself knows to respect such a benefactor. How can you, with your university education, lack any sense of gratitude?" Meng Yu chuckled silently, pondering how these two would react upon discovering that he was the very Meng they idolized. Would they feel a pang of shame for their earlier words, wishing to vanish into the earth? He hoped the ground would remain intact. Tang Tang tugged at Meng Yu's sleeve. "Brother, why don't you skip the Wanmin banquet? Spend a little more time with me." It was evident she feared he would face continued ridicule from the two. However, Meng Yu perceived that they were not mocking him, but rather lavishing praise upon him as Mr. Meng, in an unabashedly flattering manner. In this era, after becoming the world's richest individual, sycophants were everywhere. Meng Yu's life had become increasingly mundane and tedious. "Let us go. Why not all go together? I believe you enjoy the excitement, don't you? Remember that year at the temple fair when you were so thrilled?" He teased. Indeed, during their middle school days, every lantern festival, she would come to his home after settling her father down for the night, eager to explore the local festivities together. The more solitary a girl, the more she craved the vibrancy of life. Yet, her idea of excitement was not one centered around herself, but rather a communal joy that enveloped her, providing warmth without the pressure of being in the spotlight. Tang Tang beamed at his words, her smile radiant. Meng Yu's memories of their shared past brought her immense joy. "Yes, the time spent with brother were the happiest moments for me." However, for Lu Hao, her words were like daggers, as he regarded Tang Tang as a cherished possession. Watching her call Meng Yu brother so naturally ignited his jealousy. Excited at the temple fair? Lu Hao felt as though a herd of llamas had stampeded across his head. Am I being cuckolded?